To Wang Hao explained the principles of the 5 elements generating and overcoming. Zhao Jinhao promptly asked, "Brother Hao, can you open it?" It should be possible. Wang Hao couldn't know for sure if this was actually the 5 elements lock, but looking at the pattern and the colors of those 5 little objects, it seemed likely enough, or at least he was feeling lucky that day, so why not give it a try? "Everyone be careful. There could be danger when opening the door," Wang Hao said. "You all step back, spread out to the sides. I'll try to unlock it." As he spoke, he put on a homemade gas mask, covering his eyes as well, leaving not a bit of his skin exposed. Then he manipulated the 5 small devices with his hand. These 5 objects were made in the colors red, yellow, blue, green, and white. Using the principles of the 5 elements generating and overcoming, Wang Hao rearranged them. A blue representing water on top, green for wood to the right, red for fire at the bottom right, yellow for earth at the bottom left. Once he placed the white representing metal on the left side, a series of springs and gears sounded, and to their astonishment, the door really opened. Clang. Perhaps due to the extreme age, opening the door stirred up a cloud of dust. Bai Yining, Zhao Zhenhao, Fang Wenbin, others. Holy shit, it actually worked. Everyone cheered together. "Brother Hao is mighty. Ha. Today my luck really is unbeatable." Hit the nail on the head. The passageway behind the door was noticeably wider, and the floor began to be paved with stone slabs. As everyone walked and observed, suddenly Fang Wenbin pointed ahead and called out, "Brother Hao, what is that?" Everyone looked and saw something that appeared to be a liquid not far ahead. When the light shone over, the liquid was clearly silver white. "It's mercury," Wang Hao exclaimed urgently. "Everyone, put on your masks and goggles. Damn, this stuff is really here. Lucky I came fully prepared, or we'd all be dead this time." After everyone donned masks and goggles, they continued inside. Not much further, they entered another large space, completely different from the previous ones, with nothing in it except for 6 holes arrayed side by side on the wall. Everyone was completely baffled. 6 holes, which one should we enter? Brother Hao. They didn't know how many times they had called for Brother Hao along the way. There was no harm in calling. "Don't panic." Wang Hao looked around, then took out the compass and started muttering. "Seek the dragon, divide the gold, observe the winding mountains, each twist is a barrier." While he was chanting, he thought to himself, 6 holes, which one should we enter? He didn't know anything about gold division and positioning. He kept muttering while fondling the dice in his pocket, thinking to himself, "Dice, show me a clear path." The luck dice actually responded, trembling once. "Ha, now that makes things easier." Wang Hao began using the compass to measure against each door, and at that moment, he was a complete charlatan. If a door has 1,000 locks, surely princes dwell within. Soon, when he aligned the compass with the second hole from the left, the luck dice clearly trembled again, and Wang Hao immediately pointed, "This is the one." Everyone was like drowning people clutching at their final lifesaver. They thanked him in unison. "We kneel before Brother Hao." Now that Wang Hao had chosen a hole, everyone was getting ready to depart. Duan Yunyun asked, "Brother Hao, are we going to enter this hole next?" "Pretty much," Wang Hao replied. "But remember, don't rush anything. There could be many forks in these mountains, and it's easy to take a wrong turn and never find your way out if you hurry, so listen to my command. Tie yourselves with ropes and don't get separated." This wasn't a game. Getting separated could mean death. Everyone's expression turned serious. They took rope and tied it around their arms, linking one to another with Wang Hao leading and Fang Wenbin bringing up the rear. They entered the hole to begin their expedition. Chapter 182, Chow Chow's Tomb. Wang Hao led the way up front, carefully walking with a flashlight in his hand, feeling the walls as he walked. Approximately 50 meters ahead, they entered a space that covered over 200 square meters. Just as everyone was about to step out, Wang Hao suddenly stopped. He said, "Don't leave this passage yet. Wait for me to mark it." Everyone watched as Wang Hao used a shovel to make several marks at the entrance of the passage. After marking it, he said, "All right, come on over now." "Brother Hao, are you making these marks because—" Fang Wenbin couldn't quite understand. But when they finally exited the passage, Wang Hao pointed behind with his flashlight and said, "Take a look behind." Fong Wenbin turned around and his scalp tingled. In the wall where they had just emerged were 6 equally sized passages. With 6 passages leading to another 6, if they forgot to mark their path, how would they ever know which way they had come from when they wanted to return? The subterranean world could be vast beyond measure. Losing their way could mean never getting out in this lifetime. Brother Hao, I am totally convinced. I thoroughly admire you. Fong Wenbin's admiration for Wang Hao was like a surging river. Thank goodness you thought ahead, or we might have had no way back. Everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Wang Hao filled with admiration. Brother Hao was indeed awesome. The group moved forward to find another 6 passages. Wang Hao kept to the old rule and quickly, after the dice shook again, pointed and said, "The first one on the right." They continued forward, passing through 7 such challenges. Just when everyone began to feel a sense of despair, Bai Yining gently tugged on Wang Hao's hand and whispered, "Wang Hao, do you see something up ahead?" "Where?" Wang Hao, who had been hurrying along, hadn't noticed much until Bai Yining mentioned it. He looked more carefully and immediately became excited. "Ha ha ha, we're finally here. There's a door ahead." There was a door. After such a long trek, they finally saw a door. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Zhenhao laughed. "Brother Hao is truly impressive. A door means we've reached the end. Brother Hao, do you think there could be traps or something inside? Do you think every tomb is as dangerous as those described in Ghost Blowing Lamp? We're essentially here for a visit, right? It's not as serious as that." Wang Hao chuckled and shook his head. "Typically, a tomb is nothing more than digging a hole and burying some soil." He was about to suggest they casually stroll in when suddenly a chill wind blew, and a crossbow bolt whizzed past his nose, embedding itself in the wall. Whoosh thump! It hit the wall. Wang Hao, Bai Yining, Zhao Zhenhao, others. Damn, I was lucky today. I could have been killed. If that bolt had been just a little off, someone would have died. Everyone get down. Find a corner. Wang Hao didn't hesitate to be the first to dive for cover, and soon they heard the sound of whoosh, whoosh above them, as bolts fell like rain, clattering as they shot. But fortunately, Wang Hao was very lucky today, and none touched him. "Today I really am unbeatable," Wang Hao finally exhaled after. The bolts ceased. That was scary. He shined the flashlight over, and saw the wall was densely packed with at least a few hundred crossbow bolts, enough to terrify anyone with a fear of clusters. Brother Hao. Fong Wenbin was obviously terrified. "Maybe we should go back." They hadn't even entered the door and had already encountered such a dangerous trap. Going back seemed like a good choice. Damn it, I was really lucky today. Starting from the plane crash, then a water tornado, followed by flooding into Golden Mountain, then entering this underground world facing such a huge setup. Should we really turn back now? Who knows what the dice might cause next? What if a giant snake or something appeared? Wang Hao instinctively shined the light behind him. Inhale. The sight nearly took his breath away. Holy crap, that was a huge snake. "Run, run," Wang Hao yelled. "Keep running forward. Don't look back." Saying this, he grabbed Bai Yining and started running. Fong Wenbin was last in line and curiously looked back. Help. Holy shit, that's a huge snake. No idea how old it is, but judging by its thickness, it must be at least as thick as a water barrel. It looked just like a giant dragon and was swimming toward the group. This must be the great underground adventure. Damn it, Dice Bro, you're my real brother. You've blown me away. The group sprinted frantically and covered about 50 meters in one go, and less than 5 meters ahead was a giant stone door. At this point, who gives a damn about the door? Just go in. Otherwise, these few people wouldn't be enough to get stuck between the snake's teeth. Without a second thought, Wang Hao stepped forward and gave a kick. Damn it, I'm pissed today? Open sesame. Then the door really creaked and slowly opened. It actually opened. Awesome. As soon as the door opened, strangely, the giant snake stopped moving forward and even seemed somewhat afraid, just coiling up and staying motionless. Holy crap, is this some kind of boss guardian? At that moment, no time for more thoughts. Wang Hao, holding a flashlight, led everyone through the door, and once inside, everyone was stunned by what the flashlight revealed. It was an underground space of about 1,000 square meters, obviously refurbished, a definite man-made area. Holy cow! Brother Hao, Your gold division and positioning is dead on. Zhao Jinhao exclaimed. You must be the descendant of the Tomb Raider captain you mentioned before. Can I tell you I totally just guessed based on dumb luck? Hee hee, some things are better left unsaid. Wang Hao said nonchalantly. Wow, this place is really nice and clean. Everyone's admiration for him was flowing endlessly like a mighty river. Wang Hao said, Okay, everyone have a look around. But remember not to touch anything recklessly. If there's poison, it's not a joke. We haven't even found an exit yet. Getting poisoned would mean certain death. Everyone nodded. Understood, understood. So, they all started looking around, and after making a full circle inside this large room, they finally gathered together again and all sighed in unison. The entire chamber was about 50 meters long and 40 meters wide, a perfect rectangle. Considering such an impressive tomb, it would make sense if it were filled with countless treasures, but, problematically, the room was completely empty except for a stone platform at the far end with a skeleton seated on it, wearing a hat inlaid with a treasure bead on its skull. The material of the hat was unknown. The skeleton had long since decayed, yet the hat remained intact. Brother Hao, what's happening? Fong Wenbin asked. Who is the owner of this tomb? Actually, Wang Hao was about to say he didn't know either, but unexpectedly, the dice in his pocket vibrated suddenly, and a piece of information inexplicably appeared in his mind. After sorting out this information, Wang Hao took a deep breath and said, If I'm not mistaken, the person sitting on that pedestal should be Cao Cao. Cao Cao. As an adventure enthusiast, Fong Wenbin was naturally aware of Cao Cao's tomb. He exclaimed in surprise, How is that possible? Wasn't Cao Cao's tomb unearthed in Zigixu village, Anfeng town, Hnay city? Wang Hao was aware of that tomb of Cao Cao as well. On December 27, 2009, the Hsin Province Cultural Relics Bureau announced that after archaeological excavations, it was confirmed that the tomb in southern Zigixu village, Anfeng town, Hnay city, was indeed Cao Cao's tomb. Later in May 2013, it was named the 7th batch of major National Cultural Relics protected units by the National Cultural Relics Bureau. Wang Hao had thought the same until just now, when the information suddenly fed by the dice seemed to unveil the real truth. The tomb is real, but the body of Cao Cao inside is fake, he said, looking at the skeleton seated on the throne. Cao Cao was suspicious, and when he set up 72 fake tombs back then, he had already planned his escape route. In fact, it wasn't 72 fake tombs, but 73. The one in Yang's High Mound was the most realistic 73rd tomb. After his death, he had his body secretly transferred here for burial. Chapter 183, 183, Dust Beat. At this point, Wang Hao glanced at the corpse of Cao Cao, a generation's mighty overlord, who soared high with power, ended up so solitary in death. The group sighed together for a while before Fong Wenbin thought for a moment and said, Hang on, Brother Hao. Shouldn't this place have been within Eastern Wu's territory during the Three Kingdoms period? He buried himself in Eastern Wu's land. It must be said, his question hit the nail on the head. This area was indeed within Eastern Wu territory during the Three Kingdoms era. So would Cao Cao have buried himself here? Cao Cao was not ordinarily suspicious, Wang Hao said with a smile. So as the saying goes, the most dangerous place can also be the safest. With 73 fake tombs outside, who would have thought his real body would actually be buried here? Everyone nodded together. Makes sense. Brother Hao, if you're saying this tomb is the real burial site of Cao Cao, Fong Wenbin pointed toward the corpse of Cao Cao on the platform in front and said, Then what do you think is the most valuable thing here? With that said, everyone's eyes were drawn to the hat on Cao Cao's head. Hard to say, Wang Hao shook his head. This is the real tomb of Cao Cao. So there definitely are treasures here. Let's not rush this. I will observe first and see what we find. His intuition told him that Dice Bro had caused such a big commotion today and had led him here. The ultimate target had to be the large gemstone on the hat worn by Cao Cao. Let me take a closer look. Wang Hao approached the platform and walked around it once. Then he took a careful look at the gemstone on Cao Cao's hat. This look was a revelation. He felt as if a flood of information burst forth in his mind, and when this information was fully absorbed, he was even more astonished. The stone turned out to be no ordinary thing, but a legendary item. Dust bead. The dust bead, also known as the phoenix gall, is a type of natural jade bead, the size of a chicken egg, fiery red throughout, impervious to all poisons, and known for its yang-enhancing and yin-dispelling properties. According to legend, the phoenix gall contains the essence of blazing flames and is a supreme yang item of heaven and earth. Some say it was left by the Yellow Emperor during his ascension. Others believe it comes from 1,000 zhang beneath the earth, transformed by the Earth Mother into ancient jade over tens of thousands of years, while some others claim it is formed by the spiritual energy of the phoenix. Amid these various legends, none can be confirmed as true, yet its shape closely resembles the human eyeball, making it a unique treasure in the world. Since the Shang and Zhou dynasties, it was believed that one could use this divine artifact to attain immortality, achieving a complete metamorphosis, but it required a special location to unleash its power. Zhou Wenwang once recorded these details in the Book of Heaven. The dust bead, the dust-avoiding pearl, and the red pill are three divine beads that have appeared multiple times in the annals of history. Among them, the dust bead was later used for burial with Emperor Wu of Han. Afterward, Mao Mausoleum was desecrated by peasants, and its whereabouts became unknown, yet to think it would be here. It is actually the dust bead. Wang Hao muttered to himself, "This is really hitting the jackpot." As he was reflecting, he suddenly felt his lucky dice in his pocket vibrating, and a red ray shot out from the dust bead, directly entering his forehead. What the hell is this? Wang Hao was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge, but to his surprise, although he wanted to move, his body did not seem to obey his command, and his consciousness felt as if it had detached from his body. Hiss hiss. Wang Hao heard a very faint hissing in his ears, and after a short while, the transmission of the red ray was completed, and everything returned to normal. What's going on? What just happened? Wang Hao looked around again, but didn't notice anything unusual. No, wait. After a careful examination, Wang Hao suddenly realized that his vision and hearing had significantly improved compared to before, and even his physical strength felt like it had increased a lot. Can this thing actually improve one's physique? This was an absolute surprise. Initially, he was just an ordinary person, only slightly above average in all aspects. Who would have thought that the luck dice could have such a function, to absorb spiritual energy from such legendary items? He used to barely make out objects in the dark, but now there was an obvious, great improvement, and everything looked much clearer than before. His body also felt lighter, despite carrying so many things. But now, those things seemed noticeably less heavy. It seems this is the biggest benefit, Wang Hao chuckled naively. Health is the most important. He felt he had absorbed a lot of energy. In fact, the overall change wasn't huge, still within the range of a normal person, but the biggest gain was the feeling in his body, the sensation of lightness and comfort throughout. Definitely a sign that every part of his body was free from any disease. You see, health is something that you can't buy no matter how much money you spend. The others watched Wang Hao standing there, and Zhao Jinhao asked with confusion, "What's Brother Hao doing?" He seemed to be dazing just now, but he quickly smiled again. "What's going on? What else could it be?" Feng Wenbin seemed to think it was quite normal. He found a great treasure. Everyone nodded. Makes sense. This bead is called the dust bead. After receiving all the information, Wang Hao began to explain. Legend has it that Wuding, the 32nd sovereign of the Shang dynasty, found a giant jade eye soaked in gold and a red robe in a collapsed mountain peak. Wuding believed this ancient jade eye was left by the Yellow Emperor after his transformation into an immortal, extremely precious, and named it the dust bead, the first marvel in the world. The dust bead. It's actually the dust bead. Feng Wenbin exclaimed. Brother Hao, are you sure this is the dust bead? Of course, the man's physique was transformed because of this thing. Of course, he was sure. But of course, he couldn't say that. Yeah, from what I know, it's definitely correct. Wang Hao nodded, then asked, have you heard of this thing too? Of course, I've heard of it. Feng Wenbin cried out. The dust bead, along with the dust-avoiding pearl and red pill, are the three great divine pearls repeatedly mentioned in historical records since ancient times. Their whereabouts have been unknown until now. Most of the reason I love adventuring is because of it, and I never imagined it would be here. Everyone was completely confused. Only now did they realize that Fong Wenbin's love for adventure was all for this. I didn't expect to find this thing here either, Wang Hao smiled. This object was once buried with Mao Mausoleum. Later, the Red Eyebrow Army extensively excavated, and the items from the Mao Mausoleum scattered among the people. However, according to the mausoleum chart recorded by Emperor Xian, the dust bead is transformed from the Earth Mother's phoenix, representing the immortal cycle of life and death. Since the time of the Shang and Zhou, it has been thought to allow one to cultivate into an immortal through this divine artifact, with the effect of rebirth, but it needs a special place to unleash its power. Zhou Wenwang had recorded these details in the Book of Heaven. In Ghost Blowing Lamp, Dragon Ridge Mysterious Cave, there was a detailed description of the dust bead, which Wang Hao found very surprising when he read it, never imagining he would encounter the real thing today. And he never anticipated that he could absorb energy from the dust bead through the luck dice, achieving a transformation. Of course, these secrets have always been in the hands of the ruling class. Almost all rulers have dreamed of becoming immortals, achieving eternal life, and forever preserving their territories, so they made every effort to unravel the secrets of the dust bead. Wang Hao continued. However, towards the end of the Qin dynasty, this divine object fell into Dianan, and Emperor Xian left the kingdom because he couldn't bear to part with the dust bead, planning to find a place in the mountains to cultivate into an immortal. The one in Mao Mausoleum was just a fake shadow pearl. The real dust bead was taken by Emperor Xian after his death as a burial object and was known as the rebirth jade treasure pearl in Tibet. Of course, it was then lost again. Exactly. Other people listened in a daze, but Fong Wenbin, who had researched a lot, said, I've checked, and Jian Kingdom was one of the 3 counties established by Qin, and during the chaos at the end of Qin, this region closed its borders, claiming independence and self-rule as a kingdom, which wasn't pacified until Emperor Wu of Han. Some people from ancient Dian country believed in witchcraft and moved to live in the deep mountains by the Lancang River, and this group's leader proclaimed himself Emperor Xian. If you go by the timeline, it really is possible. Right, Wang Hao smiled. Later developments probably saw the dust bead fall into the hands of the people and then be found by Cao Cao, ending up buried with him here. It seems our discovery today is really not small. This thing is absolutely invaluable. As long as we get it out, the benefits are definitely huge. Everyone nodded. Definitely. Chapter 184, Bad Luck Now. Wang Hao was absolutely right. The significance of the dust bead was more symbolic than practical. An ordinary jewel wasn't very expensive, and no matter how valuable it could at least be priced. But symbolic items like this were different. Take the dust bead, for instance. It wasn't about the amount of money anymore. It was truly priceless. Now that everyone knew that the gemstone on Cao Cao's hat was the dust bead, they were all very excited. Fong Wenbin anxiously said, Brother Hao, we don't need anything else from this tomb, but we must take the dust bead. Of course, but we can't just act recklessly. Wang Hao pondered and said, Think about it. That thing was on Cao Cao's head when he died. You can imagine how important it was to him. According to historical records, Cao Cao suffered badly from migraines, the crippling kind, and this dust bead might have been his remedy for the pain. Still wearing it after death shows he was terrified of the pain, hoping it would prevent headaches even after death. With Cao Cao's personality, this thing was definitely as protected as his own life. If you touch it carelessly, who knows what might happen? His reasoning was absolutely sound. Anyone could tell this was a priceless treasure, yet no one dared to touch it lightly. Fong Wenbin said, All right, Brother Hao, what you said makes sense. Now that we've found the treasure, how are we going to get out? Fong Wenbin looked around and said, The giant snake has blocked the door. Yes, once the giant snake was mentioned, everyone panicked again. Brother Hao, quickly think of a way. How can we get out? Actually, these people were mostly from wealthy families and had seen their fair share of troubles. But when it came to life and death situations, not everyone could remain as composed as Wang Hao. Don't panic, let me think, Wang Hao said as he searched the room with his flashlight. I'll see if there are any other exits. Though he said this, he was thinking, that large snake outside, I don't even know if it's gone, and I don't know if there's a secret door here. After such an exciting adventure today, it can't be that we'll just end up trapped here, right? However, despite searching for quite some time, he found nothing unusual. Clearly, something was off. No way, we've been so lucky today. How can we come in and not be able to get out? Wang Hao continued to search around, and suddenly remembered something extremely important, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He looked at everyone and asked fearfully, "Who has a watch? Quickly, what time is it?" A watch. He hadn't bothered to wear his, but all these wealthy young masters and mistresses surely had them. Zhao Jinhao looked and said, 12:09 in the morning. Why? 12:09 in the morning. Damn it. Before, we managed to turn danger into safety, mostly due to extremely good luck. But now it was already 12:09 in the morning. My extremely lucky day had passed. Damn it. Wang Hao felt like crying without tears. Everyone, let's find a place to rest for a while. And remember, don't touch anything carelessly. Without super good luck to protect him, Wang Hao didn't dare to mess around. Any accident now could be fatal. With these worries in his heart, others didn't know, and everyone looked to him to lead. So since he said to rest, they complied. So, they found a flat spot, sat down, and Wang Hao, holding the compass, muttered, "Seeking dragon to divide the gold. Watch the wrapped mountain. Each layer of wrapping is another layer of barrier." And he wandered far away. Now with no one around, Wang Hao hurriedly took out his luck dice, praying nonstop. "Dice, please be powerful. Right now, there's no way to heaven, no door to earth, and there's a giant snake outside. Just give us good luck to get out of here. I dare not ask for too much. Please, please." As he spoke, he threw the dice on the ground, and after several turns, Wang Hao was stunned by the two characters he saw on top. Bad luck. Bad luck at this time, damn it. This really could cost us our lives. Shit. Wang Hao felt utterly heartbroken. Instantly, he felt awful. This was bad luck. Everything would depress you to death, even drinking cold water could choke you. This kind of bad luck. Now we're doomed. It took him a while before he finally returned to where everyone was. He slumped down and dejectedly said, "Everyone, let's wash up and sleep. I've wandered around for a long time and didn't discover any secret doors." He really had no other options. Before, finding secret doors was all thanks to extremely good luck. The kind of fortune where you could get hit by a pie walking down the street. But now they were just unlucky. Touching anything could trigger traps. Brother Hao, really? When Wang Hao said this, everyone was stunned. Is there really no hidden door or anything? They were all relying on Wang Hao to lead the way now. If Wang Hao said there was no hidden door, they were even more out of luck. Stop thinking about it. Wang Hao also had no choice but to take it one step at a time. Let's eat something first, get a good night's sleep, so we have energy to run tomorrow. Otherwise, even if we find the hidden door, we won't be able to move, which would be even worse. It had to be said that his words made sense. Working on an empty stomach wasn't a wise choice. Even if they truly found a way out, if they encountered any danger and couldn't even run, that would be the worst-case scenario. So everyone started munching on various dry foods they had brought. The only consolation was that they were inside Chow Chow's tomb. Although Chow Chow's skeletal remains were right next door, at least there was no other danger present. As long as they didn't touch anything recklessly, it should be fine to get a good night's sleep. Everyone then lay down in their clothes, and Bai Yining, who had kissed Wang Hao earlier, naturally leaned into Wang Hao's arms and slowly drifted off to sleep. Well, even though they were unlucky, the fragrance of the hair of our big star really smelled nice, a light orchid fragrance, always never enough to smell. The night passed without words. The group woke up after about 6 hours of sleep. There really was no enduring the hard stone brick floor for too long. My waist is sore, my back hurts, and my legs are cramping. Zhao Jinhao struggled to get up, lamenting, "This really isn't a place for humans to sleep." Everyone gave him a sideways glance, and Fong Wenbin sneered, "No kidding, this is a tomb. Of course, it's not a place for living people. It's for the dead." Zhao Jinhao, "All right, stop nagging," Wang Hao huffed. "Everyone go find a spot to relieve yourselves first. Otherwise, once we really get ready to leave later, there might not be an opportunity. Eating, drinking, peeing, and pooping. These are the major concerns in life. Everyone understood the importance and each found their own spot to relieve themselves. Fortunately, the main room was spacious enough and very dark, so it wasn't too inconvenient. Soon after everyone finished, Wang Hao then solemnly said, "All right, everyone gather around. I have something to say." Hearing Wang Hao speak solemnly, everyone instantly held their breath and listened attentively. "First of all, I regret to inform you," Wang Hao said in a deep voice, "that it's very likely there is no hidden door here. When Cao Cao built this place, he probably never intended for anyone who came in to be able to get out, which fits his character." His reasoning made sense. Knowing Cao Cao's character, if you dared to rob his tomb, he would certainly not let you off alive, let alone provide an escape route. How could that be possible? Brother Hao, so we really can't get out? Several people instantly sweated coldly, shivering. Li Mingzhi's body even felt a bit weak. He said, "Brother Hao, you must think of something, Brother Hao." "I definitely know we need to think of something." Wang Hao shook his head, "but unfortunately, I thought about it all night and didn't come up with any good ideas." He sighed. "This is Cao Cao's tomb, and that guy definitely didn't leave a door for tomb raiders when he built this place." Everyone knew Wang Hao was making sense, but nobody wanted to admit that what Wang Hao said was correct. "That guy still harms people even after he's dead," Fong Wenbin grumbled. "I really want to kick him hard." Everyone looked at him. "Did he invite you to tour his tomb?" "Now talking won't help," Wang Hao said. "So now we can only go back the way we came and look for another route." Chapter 185, Ultimate Weapon. Go back the way we came. If we can successfully re-enter that valley, maybe we can find the exit. Staying here will definitely get trapped and die. At least in the valley there's a lake, and a lake means there is food, and with food, at the very least people won't die of hunger in the short term. All right, let's head back the way we came. Everyone was ready to leave and return the same way they came when Fong Wenbin suddenly said, "Brother Hao, since we're leaving anyway, why don't we take out the dust bead first?" The most valuable thing in this ancient tomb was the dust bead. Since they had to leave, naturally they couldn't leave without the dust bead. But Wang Hao knew that today was just bad luck. Taking the dust bead casually was very likely to be dangerous. Better not touch that." Wang Hao shook his head. "Let's leave it here for another opportunity in the future." Brother Hao, Fong Wenbin whiningly tugged on his arm, shaking it vigorously like a spoiled little girl. "We can give up anything else, but we must take this with us. We've seen it now, but what if we can never get back in here?" "How could we possibly not get back in?" Zhao Jinhao sneered. "With Brother Hao, where can't we go?" That sounded great, but returning next time really fucking might be difficult to get in. They only got in this time because Hao had incredible luck. It was by having the dice lead the way that they could get in. But now the problem was, they had marked the path on the way back, but not the way they came. Who knew if they could get in again next time? Before, the lucky dice had led them here, but an explicit shaking indicated that this thing was very important. And another thing, this artifact could be considered priceless, the most valuable of the entire tomb. Given the circumstances, not taking it would be a waste. Damn it, we really do have to take this thing with us. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. "Everyone, back off and wait for me at the entrance." Since Wang Hao had given the command, everyone quickly gathered at the entrance. "First bring this thing out." Wang Hao then began looking for a way, carefully checking to see if there was any mechanism on Cao Cao's helmet. After a long investigation, he didn't find anything particularly unusual. Screw it. He was unlucky today. Whether there was a mechanism or not wasn't important anymore. Not to mention he just hoped not to die right then. First Wang Hao wrapped the helmet with a rope. Then he retreated to the room's entrance and started giving tips to everyone. "As soon as I pull, you all immediately open the door and rush out. Don't forget." Everyone nodded in unison. "Okay. 3, 2, 1. Wang Hao counted down, then suddenly yanked the rope. Whoosh! The helmet flew straight up from Cao Cao's skeletal head into Wang Hao's hand. And then everyone heard a cascade of clanking mechanisms. Fuck, there really was a trap. Wang Hao was so frustrated. Undoubtedly, his bad luck had kicked in. "Run! Run fast!" Grabbing the dust bead, Wang Hao yelled. "Let's get out of this room first." There was no time for hesitation then. Fong Wenbin kicked the door open with a kick. and they all headed straight out, only to hear a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sound behind them as who knew how many crossbow bolts were fired from the room, hitting the wall. That was close. That was close. At least their lives were spared. Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just when they thought the danger was over, Wang Hao suddenly heard the sound of rushing water coming from inside the tomb chamber. This is... Fuck, this was definitely a massive killer weapon. Run fast. Without a second word, Wang Hao grabbed Bai Yining and started sprinting. Everyone follow, quick. Fucking hell, this time it's serious. Don't get left behind. Everyone was utterly confused, but since Brother Hao said to run, they had to run. They started sprinting away, but had covered less than 50 meters when a thunderous boom erupted behind them. And then they saw a huge column of water blasting out from that tomb chamber. Damn it all, Wang Hao exclaimed in frustration. Cao Cao was indeed a ruthless guy. He had linked his corpse with the mechanism, so as soon as someone touched the dust bead, it activated and started funneling water in, intending to flood the entire tomb. Water! Water! Fang Wenbin ran while looking back, and the sight scared him half to death. The water is rushing in, and it's all your good doing, Zhao Junhao said through gritted teeth, insisting on taking the dust bead, and now look at what's happened. Let's get out first and settle the score later. The water behind them was catching up incredibly fast. Wang Hao and the others were sprinting ahead wildly, but soon Wang Hao heard Bai Yining panting heavily. As a girl, she naturally had less physical strength. Without a word, Wang Hao hoisted Bai Yining onto his back and continued the mad dash. They quickly burst through the corridor, but as soon as they emerged, they were taken aback again. That giant snake. The same giant snake was coiled right by the entrance of one of the holes. This was just like when it rains, it pours. With it curled up there, the marks they had made before were now useless. The farthest hole on the left. There was no time for hesitation. Wang Hao immediately led everyone toward the hole farthest from the giant snake. Get in there, and don't get lost following me. As they ran, everyone replied quietly. Understood. After a bit more running, Duan Yunyan also couldn't keep up, so Fang Wenbin picked her up and continued on. By that time, the water had also flooded into the room. Not just water, but also numerous burial items washed out from the tombs. The powerful current instantly filled the entire large cave. But perhaps Wang Hao was lucky after all, because the area of the cave was large enough. The water flow did indeed slow down significantly. Yet the crisis was far from over. The water slowed down, but it kept flowing. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the entire underground cave to be completely submerged. Don't relax, keep running. It was lucky that Wang Hao's physique had been enhanced, or carrying Bai Yining. He wouldn't have been able to keep up such speed. Otherwise, he'd have been too exhausted to run by now. The group sprinted on, and before long they arrived in front of another large cave, which had 6 entrances. Everyone, quickly look for a marked entrance, Wang Hao shouted. The marked one is the way out. Everyone scattered with their flashlights searching, but after a while shook their heads in unison. There's none. Damn it, could their luck get any worse? Go into the one on the far right. Wang Hao picked a hole at random and rushed in. Let's figure it out inside. They all knew when they entered the underground cave system that there were countless entrances, and every large cave had 6 smaller ones. They had gone through 7 such caves along their escape route. At that moment, the biggest wish of the 7 people was to find a marked entrance. As long as they found one, they could escape. But against all odds, they had been running for more than 20 minutes, and by now water had already started to flood over their feet. It was a critical moment. As the water level rose, their speed would definitely slow down. Before long, they would have no choice but to be drowned. Chapter 186. This method is absolutely amazing. What do we do, Brother Hao? Fang Wenbin was completely panicked as he looked at the 6 tunnel openings ahead. Which one should we take? We can't keep going like this. Let me calm down for a moment. Wang Hao was sweating profusely. He looked around. Water had already started to seep in, covering the soles of their shoes, approximately rising by 2 centimeters. At this moment, staying calm was essential. Blindly running into the wrong tunnel a few more times, and they would have no chance of getting out. He carefully studied the 6 tunnel openings and suddenly noticed that the water hadn't reached the 3rd one on the left. His heart jumped at first, Then he felt a surge of joy and exclaimed loudly, "Take the third opening on the left. That one should lead outside." Without a second thought, they continued running. While running, Zhao Jinhao asked, "Brother Hao, how did you choose this tunnel?" While running, Wang Hao explained, "There's no water in this tunnel, meaning it leads outside, not further in, so this one must be the right choice." Everyone nodded together, and Zhao Jinhao said, "Brother Hao, you're amazing." Indeed, after running through this tunnel, they found another hall that was noticeably drier. Wang Hao shouted, "Everyone, quickly look around for any markings." Knowing time was of the essence, everyone hurriedly searched, and soon Bai Yining called out loudly, "Wang Hao, there are markings here." Holy crap, this was literally a life-saving straw. This was the tunnel. Good thing I was careful when I first came here. Otherwise, I'd be completely clueless this time. Since there were markings, things were easier. Wang Hao led everyone, rushing along following the markings. Finally, there was hope. 10 minutes later, they were out. They really made it out. Everyone immediately knelt down. "Brother Hao, you are invincible today. From now on, you're my idol." Duan Yunyun's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Hao, radiating energy as she pleaded, "Brother Hao, please take care of me. I can cook and keep you warm." The sparks flew. Wang Hao disdainfully curled his lip. "Cut it out. I already have a goddess. How could I possibly fancy someone else? We're alive." Ha ha ha. Everyone hugged each other, laughing heartily. Zhao Jinhao excitedly said, "Brother Hao, you're incredible. Simply godlike. We actually escaped." Feng Wenbin also shouted, "Brother Hao, you are truly unbeatable. Ha ha. Without you, we'd all be dead here. Feel free to praise me all you want." Wang Hao chuckled sheepishly. "Just average. Haha, not bad. Not bad." "Show off," Bai Yining said with a grin, pinching him lightly. "Look how pleased you are." Now that they had survived the greatest danger, it wasn't easy. "Is everyone okay?" Wang Hao looked around and then pulled out the dust bead from his pocket, saying, "The dust bead is with me. Everyone get ready. Next, we're preparing to head out." Everyone cheered together. "Great." Wang Hao, Bai Yining walked beside him and asked, "How are we going to get out?" This was a question everyone desperately wanted to know. Previously, the plan was to return to that valley, but it now seemed impossible. "Actually, it's simple," Wang Hao smiled and said. "Remember the place full of skeletons we passed earlier? Let's head there. Once the water rises, we should be able to reach the upper tunnel." Everyone's mouths dropped open. That's an incredible idea. When people have hope, they can unleash infinite potential. Now armed with the treasure and a way out, everyone felt a powerful energy bursting within them. They ran incredibly fast and soon reached the place where they had previously found the skeletons. They ran so quickly that the water there had just reached their ankle. "Everyone get ready." Wang Hao took a deep breath and instructed, "Travel light. This place is different from before. There's nothing to leverage on, so throw everything unnecessary away. Keep only climbing picks and food." They were about to get out. There was clearly no need to keep any superfluous items. After all, surviving was the most important. Quickly packing up, Wang Hao took out a plastic bag that had originally held food. After filling it with air and tying it tight, he distributed one to each person, saying, "Keep these handy. They're useful in critical moments." People looked at Wang Hao as if he were a heavenly god. Li Mingjie, moved to tears, cried, "Brother Hao, you always think of everything. Come on, this is Brother Hao from Erlong Lake. You think I'm just playing around?" As they spoke, the water level began to rise rapidly. Wang Hao saw the water had submerged his chest and yelled, "Everyone, hold on tight and don't get separated at the last moment." It was a matter of life and death, and it was crucial whether they could escape this time. So naturally, everyone was extremely cautious. Each person held on to the ropes of those nearby, not daring to let go for even a second. With those plastic bags, the buoyancy was significantly greater when they floated on the water. Everyone followed the rising water level, and in just a few minutes, they were able to see the top of the cave opening. "Hang in there, we're about to make it out." Wang Hao took a deep breath and laughed. "Everyone, take a breath of this fresh air. The outside world is so amazing." At this point, everyone was noticeably less tense, as there was both air and an exit. Furthermore, with food on them, They felt fearless. Fong Wenbin even joked, "Brother Hao, where do you think we'll end up when we get out?" "How would I know that?" But then Wang Hao suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. "Really, where will we be after getting out? I tell you, today is just not my day. This is no joke, oh heavens. Everyone, be very careful." Even though they were soaked, Wang Hao was sweating. "Be extremely observant when we get out." No sooner had he spoken than the water level surged violently. The space they were in was narrower at the top than at the bottom, so the water rose faster as it reached nearer to the top. Not long after, the water had risen above the cave opening. Then, a little while later, slow down, damn it. Yeah, everyone screamed in shock. The water speed suddenly picked up at that spot, blasting several people straight out of the cave like a fountain. The cave wasn't very long or steep, but damn, they had no idea what was outside. They didn't have time to react and were just flung out. And then Wang Hao knew he was really out of luck today, and this was no laughing matter. Boom! A massive rush of water shot out from the cave opening, and Wang Hao along with the 6 others rocketed through the air like they were on a water-propelled rocket. The ground below was so far down. So high up, damn it. "Everyone, find a place to crash land." Wang Hao yelled while midair. "Grab onto tree branches. Don't land directly on the ground. It could be deadly." "Ahhhhh." Everyone screamed together. Luckily, it was a forested area with plenty of trees. And so, the 7 of them were like dumplings, pitter-pattering across the sky, thankfully clutching onto branches. Zhao Jinhao was the luckiest, grabbing onto a tree trunk first. Fong Wenbin was second, also securing a tree trunk. Bai Yining was also lucky. She landed in a small grove, a tranquil place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, safely landed. Others, finally safe, but Wang Hao was damn the unluckiest. He flew the farthest, but miraculously didn't die on impact, swiftly grabbing a tree branch and saving his skin. Wahaha! We survived, although everyone was covered in dirt and grime. Their lives were saved. Tearfully overjoyed, Zhao Jinhao hugged Fong Wenbin. "That was too close. I thought we were goners." Fong Wenbin yelled, "Brother Hao, from now on, we're true brothers. This is the bond formed by escaping Ghost Gate together. As long as one doesn't die, anything is acceptable." Wang Hao also laughed heartily. "Brothers, we finally made it out. It wasn't easy. Let's hurry up and find a way down the mountain. Check if anyone's phone is waterproof. Hopefully there's a signal." And then he knew that when you roll a bad luck dice, there's just no reasoning with it. Chapter 187. There's definitely something going on between them. Everyone's eyes bulged out. Zhao Jinhao pointed behind Wang Hao and gulped. "Hao? Brother Hao, behind you, behind you." Wang Hao turned around. Holy crap, his soul nearly flew out. That was one massive wild boar. The boar had to be at least 1.60 meters or 70 long, completely round and rotund. Looking at those 2 tusks, they had to be at least a foot long. Yet that wasn't even the worst of it. The key point was that at this moment, the boar was staring down Wang Hao with bloodshot eyes, huffing and puffing angrily. That's when Wang Hao suddenly remembered a line. "Enemy forces will enter the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. Hao. Brother Hao, be careful." Duan Yunyun whispered a warning while gulping down saliva. But honestly, there was no need for her to say anything. From the moment he saw the wild boar, Wang Hao remembered the run under the setting sun from that day, the days of his youth that had passed. Damn it, last time it was Little Bai chasing him. At the end of the day, Little Bai is just a dog, but now it was a wild boar. And not just any boar, but a massive one, with 2 huge and sharp tusks, growling lowly. It must weigh at least 500 pounds. What's the concept of a 500-pound wild boar? Zhao Jinhao and the other rich kids who have only eaten pork but never seen pigs run might not have a clear concept, but Wang Hao knew all too well. Such a wild boar was practically like a mini bulldozer, unstoppable by man or Buddha. There's always been this saying in the mountains: pigs first, bears second, tigers third. Wild boars are the fiercest, followed by black bears, and lastly tigers. Especially those boars in the pine forests. They often rub against pine trees that secrete sticky resin to relieve itchiness. After rolling in the mud, they're like armored vehicles. No, darn it, like armored tanks. Everyone back off. Wang Hao slowly extended his hand, signaling for everyone to retreat quickly, while also slowly moving back himself, fearing that any sudden movement might agitate the colossal wild boar that could turn one's legs to jelly. Huff, huff. The boar's eyes were locked tightly on Wang Hao, snorting heavily. Then Wang Hao knew, since he was unlucky today, thinking he could retreat safely was just a delusional dream. His prediction was right. About 30 seconds later, the boar furiously scraped the ground with its hooves and came thundering after him. Damn it! Run! Everyone run! At that moment, all concern for image, propriety, directions, and all that messy stuff went out the window. Run first, talk later. Boom, boom, boom. A domestic pig weighing over 500 pounds was already terrifying, but this wild boar, once it started running, was like a moving hill charging straight at them, scaring the souls out of them as they ran for their lives. Lucky for Wang Hao, his physique had been enhanced. Otherwise, he'd probably already have been gored. Run faster. Zhao Jinhao shouted to the others while running. Don't get gored. You can really book it, Zhao, Fong Wenbin said while running. But I never expected Brother Hao to be so fast. Yeah, and look, that boar can't even catch up with him. Zhao Jinhao was marveling when they exchanged a glance. Wait a second. Fong Wenbin looked at the others. The boar isn't chasing us. Why are we running? Yeah, Zhao Jinhao also caught on. It's only after Hao. Look, it can't even catch up. Let's sit down and rest for a bit. Fong Wenbin promptly plopped down. I was almost scared to death just now. Brother Hao, we men should share our joys and face our troubles together. Zhao Jinhao followed suit, plopping down before yelling loudly. Run faster. Your brothers will cover you. Thanks a lot. Tears streamed down Wang Hao's face. What more could he say with such great brothers? Come on, everyone, let's cover Brother Hao. Fong Wenbin pulled out some dry food. Eat up so we have energy to work. Then, they all nibbled on their snacks while watching Wang Hao leading the wild boar on a chase all over the hills. That chase lasted a solid 2 hours. In the end, Wang Hao was not too worse for wear, but the boar was so tired it collapsed. After all, even with 500 pounds plus a suit of armor, the boar couldn't hold up. Chase me. Come on, chase me. Wang Hao saw the boar lying on the ground panting, nearly exhausted to death, walked over, and gave it a kick. Why aren't you chasing now, huh? Weren't you acting all tough before? Zhao Jinhao and the others watched from a distance, dumbfounded, as Wang Hao kicked the wild boar. The ham sausage in Zhao Jinhao's mouth dropped to the ground with a plop. Done. Wang Hao dusted off his hands and walked back, laughing heartily. Just a small wild boar, no biggie at all, huh? Everyone was bowing down to him. Brother Hao is simply invincible. Brother Hao. Fong Wenbin was completely dumbfounded. This is a year's worth of my knee. Please accept it. Look at how you're all making a big fuss over this. At this moment, Wang Hao was feeling incredibly good. His physique, having been transformed by the dust bead, was just different. Although he was not yet on par with professional athletes in every respect, his endurance was truly amazing. Awesome. He ran for more than 2 hours without his face turning red or his breath growing short. It was really Bai Yining who had a special relationship with Wang Hao. As she walked up to him with a bottle of water, her voice tender. You must be tired just now. Have some water first. Our big star is thinking of me. Touched. It's all good. All good. Wang Hao chuckled, taking the water and taking a sip. Water offered by a goddess is indeed exceptional. He was just saying it casually and didn't expect Bai Yining to actually blush. Zhao Jinhao plus Fong Wenbin. Damn, something seems off here. That bottle of water was just sipped by the goddess, and now Wang Hao is drinking from it too. Hey, you two are. Obviously, Duan Yunyun had either a simple mind or a bit too complex. Seeing two people clearly up to something, she exclaimed. Miss Yining just drank from this water, and you're drinking it too? Wang Hao nearly choked on the water, staring at the bottle in his hand. What did you just say? I said. Duan Yunyun spoke up loudly. The water you're drinking is from the bottle Miss Yining just drank from. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. You almost scared me to death. Wang Hao took another couple of gulps from the bottle. Surviving is already fortunate enough. Who cares about the rest? Really, making a fuss over nothing. The scent of our goddess is still on the bottle. Awesome. Zhao Jinhao plus Fong Wenbin. Damn, this definitely seems very wrong. He's acting so natural. Phew, that's refreshing. Wang Hao finished the whole bottle, finally feeling quenched. Zhao Jinhao plus Fong Wenbin, streaming tears. There's definitely something going on between them. But now was clearly not the time to dwell on that. Fong Wenbin asked, Brother Hao, we are out now. But what about the dust bead? What should we do with it? What do you mean, what should we do? Wang Hao didn't hesitate at all. Of course, give it to Miss Ice Princess. Saying so, he shoved the bead into Bai Yining's hands. For you, haha. Bai Yining felt her heart skipping beats instantly, and her face turned red. Zhao Jinhao plus Fong Wenbin. There's definitely something going on. Everyone nodded in agreement. Great. On the way down the mountain, Fong Wenbin sneaked over, then suddenly wrapped his arm around Wang Hao's neck and asked in a whisper, Brother Hao, tell me the truth. Do you have some special relationship with Miss Ice Princess? Oh crap, that's a tough question, isn't it? Can't admit it to death. Nothing like that. Wang Hao broke into a cold sweat, chuckled dryly. Didn't Miss Ice Princess have a cramp in her leg earlier? I rescued her once, then carried her for a while because I was afraid she'd fall, didn't you all see? I'm really pure, okay? Zhao Jinhao and Fong Wenbin exchanged glances, as if we'd believe you. Let's go, let's go, let's go down the mountain. Fong Wenbin shook his head and sighed. Can't compare to others. Chapter 188. Bye. On the roadside, a car was coming, and Wang Hao waved his hands. Driver, stop the car, stop the car. With a whoosh, that car just zoomed past. Damn it, guess I'll keep waiting. Here comes another car. Wang Hao frantically waved his hands. Driver, please give us a lift. The car actually slowed down, but as it got close and the driver saw Wang Hao holding a box, he slammed down on the accelerator. What the hell is going on? After a whole hour of waiting, in the end, it was a slow-moving tractor used for hauling bricks that stopped. An old man got off the tractor and said, Are you folks trying to get into the city? Grandpa, we were in a bit of a hurry when we came and our car broke down, so we had no choice but to try and hitch a ride here. Wang Hao said with a chuckle, Do you think you could give us a lift if it's not too much trouble? Sure, the old man nodded. Hop on. As they drove, Wang Hao asked, Grandpa, which city is up ahead? Xiangnan City, the old man replied while driving. How come you kids come out to play without even knowing where you are? You've got guts. We got lost, Wang Hao said with a smile. Does this Xiangnan City have a train station? More than just a train station, the old man said. There's even a high-speed train. I've never taken it myself, but I've heard it only takes a little more than an hour to get to Zhonghai City. Pretty fast. There's a high-speed train to Zhonghai City. Haha, that's just freaking awesome. I could be home in just over an hour, and if I'm lucky, I might even sleep in my own bed tonight. An hour and a half later, Xiangnan City train station. At this time, Wang Hao and his group were a picture of tattered clothing and dust-covered faces, nowhere near the dapper appearance they had earlier. Only Bai Yining still looked decent. After all, as a diva, even dressed in rags, she's a goddess. Let's check the train schedule first, and then we'll get some new clothes. Zhao Jinhao couldn't stand his damp clothes, feeling completely uncomfortable. If we have time, it'd be best to take a shower and change. All right, you guys wait here, I'll go check the times, Wang Hao said as he strode up to the information desk, and soon came back. The next high-speed train to Zhonghai leaves in about 3 hours. What do you folks want to do? Everyone looked at each other and chorused. Let's go shopping and find a place to sleep. On this trip, their belongings were nearly all soaked, and they were feeling sticky and uncomfortable, especially Zhao Jinhao with his obsession for cleanliness. He was the first to clamor for shopping. I can't stand it anymore. I need to go shopping. I need to change my clothes. Fong Wenbin chipped in from the side. Brother Hao, whatever you want to buy today, just grab it. It's on me. Right. We have to get Brother Hao a new outfit. Li Mingzhi came over at this moment, and although he wasn't the brightest, he still had a sense of gratitude, saying with a smile, Brother Hao saved our lives. We have to show our appreciation. Ah, look at you guys making me all embarrassed. But I have to accept it, right? If it's free, why not? Let's go. Shopping time. Wang Hao laughed heartily. The group immediately hailed 2 taxis and headed straight to the mall for a crazy shopping spree. They had no other choice after their underground world adventure. Not only were their clothes wet and dirty, but also their phones were almost all water-damaged and unusable. Wang Hao looked at his malfunctioning phone with frustration, but he was soon feeling up again. Because although these rich kids didn't carry much cash, the numbers in their accounts, honestly, were huge. Why not spend it if it's there? Bye. Brother Hao, come quick, Fong Wenbin, who was very generous given Wang Hao had literally saved their lives today, was the first to enter a luxury boutique called Peter's and said, "Grab whatever you want. I'll swipe my card." Oh my, should I really be doing this? But I have no shame. This one, not this one. Wang Hao picked out the less attractive items first and then said, "Pack up the rest." Ha ha ha. Using someone else's card is just so thrilling. Fong Wenbin. By Yining. The shop assistant. Do you see it now? This is how a boss acts. Pack it all. Definitely pack it all. Fong Wenbin immediately pulled out his card. Whatever Brother Hao says goes. Buy it. So, 20 minutes later, the group walked out with bags big and small, and the store staff were almost moved to tears. Please come again next time. Next stop, the phone store. They headed straight for the Apple store, and as they entered, a clerk greeted them. Welcome. Are you looking to buy a phone? This time it was Zhao Jinhao's turn to express himself. Brother Hao, just say which one you like. Wang Hao looked and replied. Well, they all seem good. Zhao Jinhao was even more decisive. Pack them all up. Don't leave a single one. I'm really satisfied with this display of loyalty, bro. Salesperson. At that moment, the manager came out wiping sweat. Big brother, could I have a word with you? Zhao Jinhao. What? Are you afraid to sell the stuff in this store? No. The manager said, it's not that. I'm too pleased with a distinguished customer like you to be afraid to sell. But you know, having just one of these smartphones is enough. Our small shop can't bear such extravagance. He meant plainly, don't tease me, no one buys things like this. But Zhao Jinhao was very firm. Today, Brother Hao might as well have. Saved everyone's lives, so what's buying a few things? Zhao Jinhao insisted. When I say everything, I mean everything. At this point, Wang Hao quickly intervened. The manager makes a good point. Buying too many phones is pointless. Oh right, has the latest iPhone 7 arrived? I've been wanting to change to this one for a while. Manager, it has arrived, it has. Our store manager even specially brought back a few jet black ones from abroad, which are currently out of stock everywhere and are being scalped for up to 20,000 per unit. Wang Hao, really? How much are they here? Manager, 19,000. Several people looked at him skeptically. Are you sure your store manager isn't a scalper? The manager wiped off more sweat. 18,000. Zhao Jinhao pulled out his card immediately. I'll take as many as you have. Manager. Zhao Jinhao, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and issue the invoice. I feel sticky and uncomfortable all over. I need to buy these and take a shower. Geez, accepting two incredibly wealthy little brothers. This feeling is just different. Soon, the phones were purchased. Wang Hao looked at his shiny new jet black iPhone 7 Plus and chuckled. It's a bit better than the one I had before. Ha 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 ha. This adventure was so worth it. After shopping, it's time to find a place to sleep. The group began looking for a hotel and soon found a decent one. After checking in, everyone went their separate ways to sleep. Right before entering his room, Wang Hao escorted Bai Yining to her door, and when they looked at each other, Wang Hao, Bai Yining, why does this suddenly feel so awkward? I don't even know what to say. So. Wang Hao scratched his head, struggling for a while before finally mustering. Sleep early. Bai Yining blushed and nodded. Okay. I'm dying. After that kiss, looking at our big star feels completely different. No, I need to hurry back to my room and take a cold shower to cool down. He raced back to his room as fast as lightning. Wang Hao felt his heart pounding. From a distance, the secretly watching Zhao Junhao and Fong Wenbin were teary. Goddess, don't go. Wang Hao was woken up after about 2 hours of sleep by a knock on the door. Brother Hao, Fong Wenbin called from outside the door. Get up, get ready to head to the train station. Oh, Wang Hao mumbled groggily as he got up, washed up, dressed quickly, and everyone soon assembled in the lobby. They all seemed refreshed after that bit of sleep, ready to head home. These days, Train tickets are generally booked online, and theirs was no exception. Fong Wenbin had already booked the tickets, so everyone went straight to the ticket machine, got their tickets, and then headed to the waiting hall. At the height of August, many students were preparing to return to school or visiting their universities early to familiarize themselves, so the train station was filled with lines of 20-something students, many of whom were leaving home for the first time and feeling both excited and anxious. As Wang Hao and his friends arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Look, look, all young and good-looking. Yeah, clearly wealthy too. Holy cow, look there, iPhone 7, the jet black model. Scalpers are selling them for 20,000 now. Finally, I also have my day in the limelight. Haha. Chapter 189, The Collapsed Xiaosweki. Several people were queuing when suddenly a girl in front of the line turned to a boy engrossed in his phone and said, "Sparrow, what have you been reading these past days that has you so captivated? You're speaking less now, but you used to talk for ages." The boy known as Sparrow didn't even look up. "Don't talk. I'm reading a book, and it's really good." Seeing that Sparrow didn't move, the girl grew frustrated and said, "What book could possibly be so mesmerizing that you can't wait to read it on the bus?" "I can't resist for even a minute," Sparrow replied. "This book is called Break the Heavens, and it's fantastic. Why don't you give it a try?" Wang Hao, who was queuing, Bai Yining gave him a strange look. "Is the male protagonist a CEO?" The girl shook her head. "An emperor? If not, then I'm not interested." Wang Hao still queuing. Bai Yining gave him another strange look. Sparrow said, "It's way better than those CEO and emperor stories. Don't be fooled by the wealth of youth, you know." Wang Hao, again in the queue. Bai Yining looked at him yet again with a quirky expression, clearly trying not to laugh. The girl continued shaking her head. "No matter how good, I only read about CEOs and emperors." At this point, a boy nearby turned around and said to Sparrow, "You read Break the Heavens too? I love it. It's so well written. That Nalan Yinran is someone I just want to beat up." This time it was Sparrow's turn to shake his head. "No, no, no. I think Xiaoyan should attack Yunlan's sect and then do something unspeakable to her before killing her. That would be powerful." Wang Hao still in the queue. "Man, you're making this awkward for me, buddy." Everyone around Wang Hao looked at him with odd expressions. Trying not to laugh must be hard, right, my brothers and sisters? Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long, just under half an hour, and finally, home sweet home. I'm back at last. Speaking of which, the high-speed train is really quick. It just took an hour and a half to get to Zhonghai. After leaving the train station, everyone said goodbye and went their separate ways. After such an eventful day and night, everyone was exhausted and needed to sleep. Wang Hao was no exception. He hailed a cab and rushed home. But as soon as he entered his neighborhood, he froze. It was the sister from upstairs. What was her name again? Lu Sweki. No, Xia Sweki. When I think about it, that's a pretty nice name. When I shoot the Celestial Destroyer TV series, I'll look for you. As soon as she saw Wang Hao, the girl hurried to greet him, with a smile that was gentle and beautiful. "Too bad I'm already spoken for. It seems we might just not be meant to be, my dear." But what Wang Hao hadn't anticipated was how forward she was, directly walking towards him, getting closer and closer, now less than 10 meters away. Wang Hao quickly greeted, "Hi, have you been living comfortably these past couple of days?" Xia Sweki was very pleased with Wang Hao's reaction. Today was her lucky day. She didn't expect to bump into him just as she stepped out. "Humph, just a novice small-time actor, overwhelmed by my beauty, aren't you? Watch me pull my signature moves, and you'll be surrendering in no time." Xia Sweki was preparing to play out a scene of twisting her ankle, a move that generally left men defenseless. As she prepared to execute the plan, she walked towards Wang Hao and suddenly, her foot twisted. "Wang Hao, Xia Sweki. Ouch, it hurts so much." Xia Sweki was frustrated. "Damn it, I meant to pretend to twist my ankle, not actually do it for real. Now I can't even stand up without help. Are you okay?" Wang Hao hurried over, intending to help her up. "Do you need a hand? What do you think?" Xia Sweki looked pitiful and showed Wang Hao her swollen and pale ankle. "It's swollen and painful. Damn it. I only intended to act, not actually get hurt. Now I can't even walk. This looks pretty bad." Wang Hao was also frustrated. Today was just unlucky. I was just thinking about going home to rest and sleep, but you can't just stand by when your neighbor hurts herself, right? What do I do? Xia Sueki was almost crying from the pain. My foot hurts so much. I can't walk. Forget it. I'll carry you to the hospital. Wang Hao turned to carry Xia Sueki to the hospital, thinking about rushing home after dropping her off because the novel still hadn't been uploaded. Okay. The pain wasn't for nothing. At least there was some progress. Xia Sueki, in pain but pleased, prepared to climb onto Wang Hao's back. But today, for some reason, just as she climbed on, she lost her grip and fell off again. Xia Sueki. Wang Hao. Flipped the table. It was the left foot that I twisted just now, and now I've twisted the right one too. Xia Sueki's whole face turned red. I can't even stand up now. Wang Hao. Sorry, I didn't handle it well just now. I'll carry you. Now we're done for. Sleeping is out of the question. So, he carried Xia Sueki to the hospital. Luckily, there was one not far from home, just over 1,000 meters. Taking a cab was a must. As a result, Wang Hao carried Xia Sueki on the roadside for half an hour and didn't see a single taxi. Xia Sueki. Wang Hao. With this time, we could have walked there. Just carry her and walk then. But just as Wang Hao started carrying Xia Sueki towards the hospital, a taxi whooshed by. Damn, it was empty. What the hell, forget it. It's just one, and then another one. And it's empty too. Xia Sueki. Wang Hao. Another one, and still empty. Bloody hell. We waited there for half an hour and nothing. And now 6 empty cabs pass by in a matter of moments. But that's okay. I've got good stamina now. We'll get there after a short walk. Straight to the orthopedics department in the hospital. But when Wang Hao, carrying Xia Sueki, had queued for a full 10 minutes, and it was finally their turn, the registration nurse said something that completely stupefied them. I'm really sorry, but the orthopedist went to a meeting today and left in a hurry. We didn't have time to notify. Wang Hao. Xia Sueki. I might as well just smack my head against the wall and end it. Xia Sueki felt like crying without tears. Her foot was now red and swollen, and after all this waiting, the doctor had gone to a meeting. Then what's the point? Don't panic, Wang Hao said in various shades of gloom. I'll take you to another hospital right now. Xia Sueki said. Okay, that's the only option now. I just wanted to flirt a bit, and now look at this mess. We're practically tied together. But for that 50,000, I'm all in. Leave the hospital, continue to wait for a cab. This time they got lucky. After 15 minutes, they finally got in a cab, heading straight for Zhonghai Orthopedic Hospital. They entered the hospital, registered for a specialist clinic, and everything went smoothly. Not bad at all. After registering, they went to get an X-ray, and Xia Sueki was excited, finally about to see the doctor. Once done, I'll have Wang Hao take me home, and I'll flirt properly then, and surely he won't resist. With my beauty, there's no way Wang Hao can hold out. But after the X-ray results came out and the doctor took a look, Xia Sueki completely collapsed. The doctor examined the X-ray very carefully, and after looking said solemnly, my dear, you must brace yourself. Your injury is very serious. Just look here. Your bone is shattered. Wang Hao. Xia Sueki. Xia Sueki just broke down. Such a simple twist, and it's a comminuted fracture. She burst into tears, ruining her makeup. Wang Hao was also quite frustrated. Did it have to be so tragic? Today is just bad luck. Why does everything have to be so dramatic for you? Just as they began to cry, a nurse walked in from outside, and what she said next instantly perked up Xia Sueki. Did you guys get the wrong X-ray? Earlier, someone in a car accident had theirs taken, and it turned out to be completely fine, and after asking around I discovered there's another Xia Sueki here. Xia Sueki. Wang Hao. Let me see that. Xia Sueki grabbed the X-ray in a frenzy, and upon looking she burst out laughing. I knew it. This X-ray shows a leg injury, and mine is the ankle, not the same place at all. Saying this, she hugged Wang Hao and gave him a kiss. That's great. I'm fine. Chapter 190. If you're a man, come get me. Wang Hao. Big sis, you're really a tough guy. Just my luck today, and you dare to kiss me. It's fine. Wang Hao saw it was nothing serious, so he hurried to leave. Going home to sleep is the right course. Unless there's anything else, I'm heading back now. You're leaving? Xia Sueki was shocked. I just kissed you, and now you want to run? Is my charm really that low now? Ouch, my foot hurts so much. Xia Sueki started to feign pain, clinging to Wang Hao, not letting him leave. Can you stay with me a little longer? My foot is injured. It's really inconvenient. She started to tear up, looking pitiful. Well, okay then. Wang Hao nodded. I'll stay with you for a bit. The doctor finally saw the real X-ray film, and after a moment, he said, It's nothing serious. Take some medicine for bruises and sprains, and you'll be fine after a few days of rest. But don't exert yourself these next few days, or you might aggravate the injury. Hearing it wasn't anything serious, Xia Sueki's brain quickly started scheming again. This was a great opportunity to latch onto this guy, nail that 50,000, and consider the mission accomplished. With my charm, easy peasy. Brother Hao. Xia Sueki's eyes instantly filled with tears, looking pathetic. Could you take me home, please? I'm afraid I can't walk by myself. If it were someone else, they'd have turned into a werewolf by night. But who is Brother Hao? He's the one who just kissed the big Star Ice princess. His resistance to women was monster level. He didn't take Xia Sueki's seduction seriously at all. Righteously, he said, Okay, then I'll take you home. Can you walk at all? Should I buy you a wheelchair? Flip the table, damn it. You should be carrying me home willingly, right? Buying a wheelchair, what the hell? I just twisted my ankle, not paralyzed. No need to go to that expense, Xia Sueki pouted, looking extra pitiful. Just carry me home, please. Wang Hao, carrying you is exhausting, you know? Even if you're slim, you still weigh over 100 pounds, right? Try running a few steps carrying a 100-pound sack of rice. Wang Hao felt all kinds of reluctant. He truly didn't want to carry her, and she's not our household superstar. Okay. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Then I'll carry you home. Come on, he said as he turned around. Xia Sueki immediately put her arm around him, hugged tightly, and Wang Hao lifted her up by the thighs, and off they went. Oh man, thankfully his stamina was enhanced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed. They picked up medicine, left the hospital, took a taxi home, and got to her building entrance. Wang Hao, carrying Xia Sueki, stood in front of the elevator silently shedding tears as the sound of a camel bell echoed in his ear. The elevator was under maintenance. God damn it. Wang Hao felt. Murderous. 17th floor. And carrying someone. Mother ****, are they trying to kill me? Xia Sueki. Wang Hao. What should we do? Xia Sueki was also frustrated. The elevator is broken. She better not be thinking of making me climb the stairs by myself. Forget it. I'll carry you. Wang Hao muttered to himself, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor. I must endure. Upstairs, home at last. Finally reaching Xia Sueki's apartment door on the 17th floor, Wang Hao said, Okay, we made it. Not easily, though. Can you get inside by yourself? I'm not sure. Xia Sueki started looking for her keys, and after a minute, Xia Sueki. Wang Hao. I left my bag at the hospital. Xia Sueki freaked out. What do we do? My phone. My cards. My ID. My money. My keys. Wang Hao. You're not making me run back to the hospital to get it, are you? Dice gods, I accept today's bad luck. But why send someone else to torment me? This isn't how you play. My novel isn't even finished yet. Xia Sueki was so frustrated today. Ever since she met Wang Hao, everything had gone wrong. She sprained her ankle not once but twice, couldn't catch a taxi, picked up the wrong films at the hospital, and even forgot her bag because the elevator was under maintenance. Whatever, for 50,000 yuan, she'd do anything. All right, come over to my place for a while, Wang Hao said as he carried Xia Sueki downstairs. I'll go get your bag. Xia Sueki was moved. This man was really not bad. With tears glistening in her eyes, she said, Brother Hao, you've really gone through a lot of trouble for me today. Say too much and it's all tears. Wang Hao sighed deeply. When they got inside the house, Wang Hao laid Xia Sueki on his bed. Just then, Little Bai scampered over, sniffed around Xia Sueki intently, and then wagged his tail furiously. Wang Hao asked, Were you well behaved today? Little Bai nodded. Meow. What a good dog. Xia Sueki's eyes lit up, unable to resist Little Bai's charm. Come, let me hug you. Proudly, Little Bai turned his head and walked away. Xia Sueki. Wang Hao. Flipped the table. So the master is cool and aloof, and now even the dog is copying him? Has my charm really fallen to the point that I can't even handle a dog? Xia Sueki was utterly depressed. She even began to question her life. Just rest well. I'll go get your bag, eh? Wang Hao left her on the bed, and at that moment, Xia Sueki's posture was very seductive indeed. What should be jutting out was jutting out, and what should be perky was perky, but Wang Hao could somehow ignore it all and just walked away. Xia Sueki. She looked around carefully and finally found a mirror to check herself out. Everything seemed fine, pretty good actually. Checking her body, her chest was quite full, her waist slender, her legs long and fair, and yet this guy had not a single thought. That cold. I just love a challenge. Just you wait, let's see how long you can hold out. Xia Sueki lay on Wang Hao's bed, tossing and turning for quite some time. About half an hour later, Wang Hao finally came back panting. Here's your bag, Wang Hao said. See if anything's missing? Xia Sueki opened her bag, first checked her phone, phone's still here, then looked at other stuff, nothing was missing, not bad. She then sneakily took a photo of her ankle, wrote a message, hurt my ankle today, and it was both ankles at that. It's killing me, woo woo woo, and posted it in her circle of friends. Hee hee, I made sure to include the interior of Wang Hao's house in the background. When his girlfriend sees this, it's sure to be exciting. Xia Sueki was scheming, while Wang Hao cautiously asked, so, the bag's back, should I take you home? Home? Oh my, that would work. Wait till she got him inside her door, then we'll see if he could leave. Sure. Xia Sueki looked pitifully vulnerable as she opened her arms waiting for Wang Hao to carry her. Then I'll trouble you to take me home. No trouble. Wang Hao promptly picked Xia Sueki up. Damn it. After I drop you off, I can finally go to sleep. After dropping Xia Sueki off at her doorstep, then inside her house, and then onto her bed. Xia Sueki. My foot really hurts. Could you rub it for me? Wang Hao. Damn it. I just want to sleep, all right? After a heart-thumping day and night yesterday, nearly died in Chow Chow's tomb. Try being in my shoes. I've run up and down these 16 floors twice in just a short while. All right, but a girl's plea can't be ignored. Wang Hao gently rubbed Xia Sueki's foot. Is that better now? Better now. As soon as Xia Sueki said it, Wang Hao stood up. Well, I'll head back now. Xia Sueki was dumbfounded. I'm lying here in such a seductive pose, my legs so fair, my toes so sexy, and you have absolutely no thoughts. Are you even a man? If you are, just take me. Then I could get my 50,000 yuan. Chapter 191. Reincarnation of Liu Xiaohui. Extra for Alliance Hierarch Alpaca Reader. Brother Hao, can you stay a little longer? Xia Sueki sniffed, nearly crying. My foot hurts, and I'm so scared being alone here. I'm waiting to go back to sleep, big sister. Do you even understand what sleep means? All right, I'll stay with you for a while. Wang Hao was exasperated, leaning against the headboard. When you're hurt, you need to sleep quickly. It's easier to heal with some sleep. I know. It's just that it hurts too much to fall asleep. Xia Sueki looked at Wang Hao in utter frustration. Is this guy always this aloof? How could he be utterly immune to my seduction techniques? Outrageous. Just as she was thinking this, the Wang Hao leaning on the headboard tilted his head. Damn, he actually fell asleep first. Seriously, how sleepy are you? Xia Sueki observed the sleeping Wang Hao closely from all angles. Then suddenly her face flushed. Speaking of which, he's quite handsome, with well-defined features, and not a bad person. If he really became my husband, I guess that'd be passable. Man, that was such a good sleep, lasting over 3 hours. When I woke up, it was already after 7 in the evening. Ah, good thing no more trouble happened. Wang Hao stretched, and then froze in shock. Xia Sueki had fallen asleep too. Her clothes were half undone, with her long white legs exposed outside the quilt, and her toenails were painted red. So tempting. If you looked carefully, you could even see a deep valley. But compared to our big star at home, she's still a few levels behind. Finally, she's asleep. Time to rush home. Without another word, Wang Hao quietly got out of bed. Time to head home. I need to upload my book quickly, or my readers will chew me out. Hearing Wang Hao close the door, Xia Sueki was so angry she grabbed a pillow and threw it out. Flip the table. I've dressed up like this, and you still have no reaction at all. Are you even a man? How can you resist such a scene? If I didn't know you had a girlfriend, I would have thought you were gay. I refuse to believe I can't capture your heart. Xia Sueki gritted her teeth and immediately took out her phone to message Jiao Jiao. Xia Sueki. This man you told me to seduce. I tried today and almost died. Jiao Jiao? Really? Was he that powerful? How long did you last? Xia Sueki. Last my ass. I've had bad luck all day following him. Both my feet are sprained. Couldn't catch a cab. To the hospital, the elevator broke on the way back, and I even lost my bag at the hospital. Today's been a total disaster. Jiao Jiao, that bad? Isn't he a master? Xia Sueki. No shit. Did you see the photos I posted on my moments? My whole thing is swollen. The guy you set me up with is a freaking jinx. Jiao Jiao. Worst comes to worst, I'll pay you more. That's a minor issue. I'm more concerned about your progress. Xia Sueki. Progress my foot. This guy is basically a reincarnation of the virtuous scholar Lu Jia, wholly indifferent to me. Jiao Jiao, no way. He's indifferent to you? How far did you go? Xia Sueki. I was damn near stripped bare. And he didn't even bother to glance at me one more time. Jiao Jiao. Damn, that's hardcore. For sure a challenge. Don't worry. Keep seducing him, and I'll raise your pay when you get back. Xia Sueki. It has to be at least 100,000. It's too difficult. Jiao Jiao. 100,000 then. The quicker, the better. Xia Sueki. Fine. I'm all in then. But I need to see the deposit first. Otherwise, I can't do anything if you guys don't honor the deal later. Jiao Jiao. I'll transfer 20,000 to you first. Are you reassured now? Xia Sueki. That's more like it. Damn. I haven't updated all day. I wonder what my readers' reactions are. Finally home. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Hao hurriedly opened the novel's page and glanced at the comment section. Almost all the comments were urging for updates. Author, hurry. Up an update. Where are you? I'm begging for an update. I've been watching my computer all day. Please update. This book must become a hit. Donation an amazing display, profoundly moved. Such talent deserves this reward. Versace Danes donated 100,000 Fengyan coins. Author, hurry up and update. 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 Wang Hao stared blankly at the comment section. Just one day of delayed updates, and this was the reaction. He hurriedly entered the author's backstage, and the data that hit his eyes nearly blinded his 24K gold dog eyes. Favorites, 62,548. Favorites broke 60,000. Holy shit. How many favorites did that guy brush for us? Wang Hao was completely speechless, but it didn't matter. The real favorites surely couldn't be lower. He just had to upload the book first. After uploading the book, Wang Hao looked around, and then glanced at little Bai, who was lying on the ground. Forget it. Today is just bad luck. Sleep first. Lying in bed, Wang Hao pulled out his phone and stared at Bai Yining's WeChat profile picture for a whole hour. He had accidentally kissed her underwater before, and now he suddenly felt ridiculously awkward. This? Wang Hao stared blankly, then decisively turned off his phone. Let's cool down. She is a big star. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Rest well for now. Anything else can be dealt with tomorrow. A night without words. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early. It's a new day. Let's check the messages and then plan out my life properly. After a big stretch, Wang Hao opened QQ. As soon as he opened it, he saw a bunch of messages, with the one from the loyal fan Tianyi Mo at the top. Tianyi Mo, boss, you're so awesome. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Songtian's computer hard drive burned out, his cloud storage got banned, and he's been in a car accident and broke his arm. Now there's just a single chapter left on his novel saying that the updates are on hold. Huh. Wang Ritian. Tianyi Mo. Holy shit, you're here? Boss, come quickly. Guess who's in our group? Wang Ritian. Who? Tianyi Mo. You'll know when you come. So mysterious? Wang Hao quickly joined the group and soon saw a familiar person talking. Divine Envoy. Holy shit. Beans are here. Wang Ritian. Holy shit. How come you are here too? Divine Envoy. Brother Beans, I'm sorry about before. Back then, I was a die-hard fan of Xiao Songtian, so I hope you don't take that little misunderstanding to heart. Wang Ritian. Haha. Of course not. I'm very happy that you came. Divine Envoy. I just knew Brother Beans was the kindest. I've read your book and it's seriously good. No more words. From now on I'm your loyal fan. I've pulled some people over these last 2 days. all from Xiao Sangtian's side. Wang Ritian, isn't it a bit wrong to poach from his corner? Divine Envoy. He showed no mercy. I owe no loyalty, nothing wrong with it. Tianyi Mo. Yeah, Brother Hao, they all told me. Xiao Sangtian was in a really bad mood after the accident, raged in the group chat, cursing anyone he saw, and in the end he even disbanded the group. The hit he took this time isn't small. I guess it will be hard for him to rise again anytime soon. Holy shit, that's so tragic. But I like it. After all, Wang Hao is not some sap, being friends with him sure. But if you're his enemy and you keep trying to trip him up, he won't waste sympathy on your bad luck. Wang Ritian, he didn't curse you out too, did he? Divine Envoy, he was cursing like a mad dog. Even a dozen old alliance hierarchs from the book group couldn't calm him down. Nicely done, Wang Ritian. All right then, from now on everyone can just come here, hee. After chatting with the book friends in the group for a few more sentences, Wang Hao looked at the next message, which was sent by the chief editor Wen Song. Wen Song, your situation has been clarified. It was malicious defamation. Keep writing. I've spoken for you at the editorial department. Normal Three Rivers recommendation next week, and it's a Three Rivers cover feature. Just maintain stable updates. Wang Ritian, I'm kneeling to Wen Song, running tears. Wen Song, haha, just write well. Unless something unexpected happens, you're a very strong contender for our website's newcomer king today. Keep it up. I certainly can't allow such a good book to be ruined just like that. Wang Ritian, Wen Song is mighty. Chapter 192, Cool Entrance. The novel's all set, so naturally, it was time to visit the film crew. Decisively, Wang Hao whipped out his lucky dice and took a deep breath. Last time I came back it was bad luck. Almost killed me. Today, dear dice, please grant me some power. Let's go. Rattle, rattle. The dice spun on the table and quickly stopped. Wang Hao burst out laughing. Huh? Lucky. Good luck. Not bad. Now it's time to head to the film set. Wang Hao immediately took out his phone, found Director Gao's number, and dialed. Director Gao, what are you up to? Brother Hao. Ha ha ha. Everything good today? Gao Mingxing's voice sounded as if he was up to mischief. We've been shooting smoothly these past couple of days, so I didn't trouble you. But today's scene is tricky. I didn't dare bother you. Thank heavens you called. Thank heavens. Wang Hao. What's going on? Did the film crew run into another problem? Wang Hao. Everything's okay on my end. Got up this morning and did some calculations. Smooth sailing all the way, no doubt about it. Gao Mingxing. That's great. Finally have a solution. Is this guy muttering about running out of money again? Wang Hao. Director Gao, where are you now? Should I come over? Sure, sure. Gao Mingxing immediately sounded excited. I'm at Tianlong Film City. You know the place, right? Most of the main crew members are here. Hurry over, Brother Hao. Wang Hao. All right, I'm on my way. Located in the southwestern corner of Zhonghai City, Tianlong. Film City was a mid-sized film and television production base, primarily focusing on modern urban-themed movies and TV series. Many big movies had shot scenes here in recent years, earning a solid reputation. Of course, the most crucial factor for Wang Hao wasn't the reputation, but its proximity to his home. It was just a half-hour taxi ride directly via the Fifth Ring Expressway. After getting dressed and hailing a cab, Wang Hao arrived at Tianlong Film City by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother Hao, here. Zheng Yu waved frantically from a distance. Hurry, everyone's waiting for you. Coming. Wang Hao strolled over, smiling. Everyone's here? What's the big rush? Don't even mention it. Zheng Yu pouted unhappily. Isn't it always about money? We've reached the scene where you play the piano at a gala, which needs a lot of extras, and even a swimming pool. According to Director Gao's plan, this scene should cost around 50,000. But Mr. Li only allocated 20,000 for this. He said we could save on music royalties, so these things surely wouldn't cost much. Wang Hao. Mr. Li really is a penny pincher. Following Zheng Yu to the largest Tianlong hotel within the film city, indeed, director Gao Mingxing, actors Yang Yunfei, Zhang Muqing, Ma Ming, and others had already gathered. Everyone familiar, they quickly stood to greet him. Brother Hao. There was no helping it. Brother Hao was indispensable. Without him, the film crew couldn't have come so far. Here. Wang Hao settled down with a cheerful laugh, then asked, Director Gao, what's the situation exactly? If Mr. Li said the budget is tight, why not simplify the shooting? I wish, Gao Mingxing sighed, handing Wang Hao a cigarette and passing them around for a smoke. Once everyone was lit up, he slowly explained, all the main crew members are here, ready to shoot anytime, but we're short on regular actors. Brother Hao, as you know, everything we've shot so far has been top-notch, but we can't let the quality drop. Every shot needs to be perfect, so even the extras need careful selection. Clearly, we're quite short-staffed. Director Gao, you mean? Wang Hao thought for a moment. We need to hire a bunch of extras, right? That's about right. Gao Mingxing nodded. Not too many, just 20 to 30 with decent looks and passable acting skills. But even for those, you'd calculate 200 per day, which would cost at least a couple of thousand, not including the venue fee. Wang Hao understood immediately. Typically, a significant scene could take a day or two, or even 3 to 4 to shoot. Otherwise, if an entire scene could be wrapped up by noon, wouldn't a film be done in a few months? But now with Mr. Li offering just 20,000 yuan, that wouldn't even cover the venue, let alone pay for the extras. No wonder Gao Mingxing was so nervous, wanting to secure more investment. But Mr. Li wasn't playing ball. That left no choice but to bring yourself in, didn't it? Actually, it's not really a big problem. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. There's always a solution. Oh, is the swimming pool venue all set up? It's all been negotiated. The crew member in charge took a heavy drag on his cigarette and said, 3,000 a day, my lips are practically worn out, and still no discount. Wang Hao. It seemed that the price was indeed hard to negotiate. But not to worry, there's a saying that luck is also a part of strength. Brother was in luck today, invincible, bring it on. I thought it was something serious, Wang Hao said cheerfully. It's just about money. Director Gao, you first tell me what's needed now, and I'll take care of it. Really? Director Gao was surprised. Brother Hao, we only have a budget of 20,000 yuan. After deducting the venue cost, we're left with 17,000, and that's just for one day. I'm too scared to even start shooting. Are you sure it's no problem? Don't worry, Wang Hao smiled. When we encounter problems, we solve them. The film must be shot right. That's true. Gao Mingxing thought for a moment and then said, we need a location, which has already been arranged. Then we need some drinks and food for the party, and we've followed your previous method. All fake, made by a pastry chef, reusable. Then we need about 30 young extra actors. After all, this is a youth idol drama, and the scene has to involve young masters and mistresses. The issue is, the youngest extras start at 200 a day, and the higher ones are 300. Understood. Wang Hao got up as he spoke. Wait for the good news. After Wang Hao left the hotel, everyone looked at each other. One of the crew members named Zhou said, Brother Hao, will this work? I don't know either. Gao Mingxing also felt unsure. 30 people, that's at least 8 or 9,000 a day, and with all the other bits and pieces and the venue, we'll barely have a chance for one day. Yang Yunfei sighed lightly. Making a film is so hard. I'm okay. I can adapt, but without money, it's truly impossible to manage. He turned to Zhang Muqing. Muqing, maybe call your boyfriend. It was a desperate move. Who else could he ask? He's been busy these past 2 days. Zhang Muqing shrugged helplessly. I can't even get in touch with him. Everybody heaved a sigh together. Well, let's rely on Brother Hao then. If you're talking about finding actors, there is actually a good place. Wang Hao stroked his chin, but how to get there is the question. By taxi? Not imposing enough. Driving? I don't have a car. He pondered while stroking his chin. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. 20 minutes later. Outside Zhonghai Feidao electric scooter store. Speaking of which, this is my first vehicle. Riding the electric scooter, Wang Hao felt a delightful sensation. This feels pretty. Great. He soon arrived at the gate of Zhonghai Film and Television University, parked the scooter, casually lit a cigarette, and took a slow drag. Then, watching the curious and slightly eager eyes of the students passing by, Wang Hao chuckled and then shouted loudly, casting actors for a web series. Anyone interested sign up fast. Boom. As soon as those words left Wang Hao's mouth, the onlooking crowd exploded. Ha! Did you see that? This guy is actually recruiting actors. Recruiting actors on an electric scooter? Ha! That's hilarious. Is this guy still dreaming, or what? Hey, buddy, You're not still half asleep, are you? At that moment, a student approached, chuckling. You casting actors? Can you even afford it? Chapter 193. Spending 100,000 at the first move. Yeah, can you afford it? A large crowd gathered around, all keen on watching the fun unfold. Even if you want to pick up girls, shouldn't you drive a nice car? You're on an electric bike. You're not thinking of hiring that A-list actor, are we? We don't have that here. Nope. Such incidents were always greeted with excitement. Everyone loved a big commotion. You guess? Wang Hao looked disdainfully at the young student and waved his hand impatiently. Go away. Go away. You're not good-looking enough. The moment Wang Hao said this, the young student got annoyed. I'm not good-looking enough? I want to see what kind of person you want to invite. The men must be handsome. The women must be beautiful. Wang Hao was saying as he suddenly caught sight of a girl who had just walked out of the university gate, and his eyes lit up. He laughed loudly. Hey, you there, that young lady over there. Huh? The girl pointed at her nose. Are you calling me? Yes, it's you. Come here, come here. Wang Hao was delighted. What incredible luck. He hadn't expected to find such a beauty right off the bat. The girl indeed had a very attractive appearance, earning at least a 90 from Wang Hao today. She wore a pretty short dress that showed off her fair, long legs, with a small jacket on top and long hair cascading over her shoulders. If she were properly showcased, she could definitely be a top-tier beauty with immense popularity. Did you just call me? The girl looked around. There were still quite a few people around, and she wasn't afraid of these odd guys. After all, with so many male students around, could she even encounter a kidnapping? So the girl walked over generously, then curiously sized up Wang Hao. What may I call you, beautiful? At that moment, Wang Hao was wearing sunglasses and had a cigarette in his mouth, looking just like the unscrupulous uncles in TV shows who deceive young girls. Young Yuner. The girl smiled with pursed lips. Anything I can help with? We're recruiting extras for our crew. Wang Hao casually blew out a smoke ring. How about it? Interested in trying out for the camera? Wang Hao's words immediately amused Yang Yuner. She giggled, captivating all the boys around her. She laughed and said, Your crew? And then glanced at Wang Hao's ride. The electric bike crew? A wave of jeering ensued, with someone shouting, Are you planning to shoot a low-budget movie, little brother? Can you really bring out the money? Exactly. Filmmaking is costly. Wang Hao. Of course, I'm not joking. Do you really want to recruit me for a movie? Yang Yuner was also amused. That would require quite a bit of money. Can you afford it? Do you mean the cost or your price? Wang Hao asked. Seeing that a transaction was about to happen, the crowd around really grew curious. After all, who shows up on an electric bike looking for recruits and ends up being chastised? What if I said it includes both? Yang Yuner's eyes crinkled into crescents as she smiled. I can't discuss the cost, but your fee. Wang Hao pulled out his phone and snapped a picture, then looked at it and was even more satisfied, swiftly switching on his boastful mode. Is 100,000 enough? Send me your WeChat ID, nod once, and I'll immediately transfer 100,000 to your account. You can spend it all on makeup if you like. Yang Yuner really looked good on camera. Wang Hao didn't expect to find such a suitable candidate on his first attempt. Wow! Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone around was stunned. Handing out 100,000 in cash just like that? Is this for real or just a joke to mess with? Kids? Hey, is this for real or are you just kidding? Exactly, just handing out 100,000 casually? Did you add an extra zero by mistake? Big brother, is this how you pick up girls? Whoosh, such an interesting incident suddenly grabbed everyone's attention. Honestly, with the students here normally mingling with the rich and noble, seeing thousands and even millions wasn't unheard of. But tossing out 100,000 upon just meeting someone, especially when arriving on an electric bike, was indeed a first. Are you serious? Yang Yuner thought for a moment. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Add me on WeChat. They quickly connected on WeChat, and Yang Yuner smiled. If I agree, will you really transfer the money right away? Do you even have to ask? Wang Hao smiled back. As soon as you nod, I can transfer it to you right now. All right. Yang Yuner nodded. Then I agree. No sooner had she finished speaking than her WeChat pinged. Ding dong. The other party has transferred 100,000 yuan to you. Testing with a click, the money was really received. Yang Yuner. Wang Hao said with a grin. The money has been transferred. No backing out now. Ha ha ha. Hiring a campus beauty from Zhonghai Film and Television Academy for 100,000 yuan. What a deal, given her looks. At this time, any additional words were superfluous. The students from the Film and Television University could tell from Yang Yuner's expression alone that she had definitely received the money. To think that they hadn't even signed a contract yet, and he had already handed over 100,000. Everyone present was stunned. Did he really give the money? Holy shit, 100,000 yuan just like that? Am I dreaming? Even if it was to woo a girl, giving 100,000 right off the bat is way too bold. No wonder they were so shocked. The school had students from all over the country, and many who got into Zhonghai Film and Television University received a local reward of just 10 or 20,000 yuan. But here this guy was, doling out 100,000 yuan without even a moment's hesitation. Did you really just give me 100,000? Now that the money was in, Yang Yuner got a bit scared. What movie are you planning to have me shoot? It isn't that type of film, is it? Wang Hao, do I really look like a sleazy old man? If I say I can make you famous, Wang Hao pretentiously took a drag on his cigarette. Would you believe me or not? I don't believe. Yang Yuner, maintaining basic courtesy since she had taken the money. How could someone become famous from just any movie? Plus, I haven't heard of any big production films lately. Phew. Wang Hao exhaled smoke, smiling. Actually, I don't believe either, because I was only planning to have you play a minor role. What? A minor role? Yang Yuner widened her eyes. 100,000 just for a minor role? Of course, the main and supporting. Roles are already taken, Wang Hao asked cheerfully. So, is that enough money to convince you to take a minor role? Definitely. Yang Yuner pursed her lips and smiled. For just a minor role, that money is more than enough. Isn't that obvious? Even though she is a campus beauty, she's still not very famous, so 100,000 for a minor role is surely a great deal. But clearly, using her just for a minor role was an underutilization of talent. What a bargain for such a reserve of talent. All right, business done. Wang Hao put his glasses back on. All cool and badass. I'm lazy, so if you want to, bring some friends along. Only one requirement. Guys should be handsome. Girls should be beautiful. About 30 people will do. Once everything's set, send me a WeChat message. I'll be at the Irish Coffee Castle just over there, waiting for only 1 hour. Whoever shows up, I won't wait past the hour. Only waiting 1 hour, that was pretty tight on time. Yang Yuner hurriedly said. Okay, I'll go and call people right away. But I still don't know which crew you are from. Domestic agent, Wang Hao added at last. Also, I like riding electric bikes, it's eco-friendly. Don't call anyone who drives. I can't keep up. Yang Yuner. Go on. Wang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly and turned to leave. Looking forward to your good news. I'm off. He started his electric bike and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Inside the campus. Hey, have you heard? Some young guy showed up at the entrance. He seems pretty badass. Just gave Yang Yuner 100,000 yuan to be in a crowd scene. For real? He's so loaded? Which crew is it from? It's called Domestic Agent or something. I've never heard of this crew. No idea if the movie is any good. What about now? Has the guy left? He hasn't left yet. He's looking for extras. Since I'm free these days, why not go check it out? Might as well audition. Right. Even just for the heck of it, we should go. And so, within the Zhonghai Film and Television University campus, the news spread from one person to another, and in no time at all, everyone knew. Chapter 194, Just Watch My Moves. An hour flew by in a blink of an eye. Soon, the buzzing sound of electric bikes began to fill the air at the entrance of Irish Coffee Castle, followed by the noisy chatter of conversations. This is the place. Those big shots are all here. Guys, get your phones ready. Here they come. Wang Hao said with a smile as he stood up to check out the situation outside. As he settled the bill and stepped out, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh at the sight that greeted him. Outside the coffee castle, leading the way was a 30-person electric bike squad headed by Yang Yuner, which was not unusual, as Zhonghai Film and Television University had a vast campus where many students owned such bikes for commuting. Even for those without, borrowing one was no problem. Behind these 30 individuals, there was a crowd of over 1,000 university students, each with a phone in hand, snapping photos and shooting videos of the group. Everyone's here, Yang Yuner said with a beaming smile. My influence isn't bad, right? Upon closer inspection, Wang Hao noted that among the 30-person bike squad, there were exactly 15 males and 15 females. Nearly all the men were handsome, and all the women were beautiful. They all were definitely above average. Any of them could easily score around 70 points out of 100. Good job, Wang Hao said with satisfaction and confidently climbed onto an electric bike. Brothers, let's go. We're heading to the film crew. With him leading the way, the humming noise of dozens of electric bikes filled the air as the group of 31 made their grand departure towards the filming city, with camera flashes popping incessantly behind them. They quickly returned to the crew. As soon as he entered, Wang Hao exclaimed with a laugh, "All right, I've brought everyone back. Director Gao, come out and see for yourself what the quality is like." "Where are they? Where are they?" With that, the film crew members all stood up and rushed out. At that moment, Mr. Li was surprisingly present as well, and while walking, he asked, "Little Wang, these people didn't cost much, right?" "Not much," Wang Hao said with a smile. "Only 100,000. "Oh, that's not too bad." And then, Mr. Li realized something was amiss. "How much?" 100,000. The surrounding crew members, who were busy looking at the newcomers, also noticed the discrepancy. 100,000 yuan. Just for a bit more than 30 extras? Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. "You've got to think long-term, okay?" Mr. Li, as if imploring the heavens and earth, exclaimed, "Brother Hao, you know our crew is short on funds, and you just went and blew 100,000 in one go. I'm already running out of cash over here." Don't worry, Wang assured Mr. Li with a wink. "I guarantee you won't regret spending this money." In the time that followed, those who were there for auditions auditioned, and those who needed makeup had it applied, while Mr. Li continued to grumble next to Wang Hao. 100,000 just for a few extras. While he was muttering, Gao Mingxing, on the other hand, was excited. "Brother Hao, well done." Gao Mingxing called out loudly. "This student Yang Yuner has a great sense of the camera. How did you manage to scout such talented people?" "That's amazing. I just showed some sincerity." Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. "My judgment isn't bad, right?" "It's outstanding." Gao Mingxing laughed. "I have to consider how to give her a role now. This girl has the potential to be an influencer with a significant following." "Really?" Mr. Li perked up upon hearing this and asked, "Can this really boost our following?" "Absolutely." Gao Mingxing nodded. "Her presence on camera is divine. Brother Hao, you should consider becoming a talent scout." "Oh boy, what a great suggestion." "It's settled then." As they chatted away, Yang Yunfei took out his phone and began to browse Weibo out of boredom. But just one glance and he was stunned, eyes wide with shock. "Brother Hao is awesome. He's utterly amazing." Gao Mingxing asked perplexedly, "What's all this commotion about?" "I'm seriously on my knees for Brother Hao." Yang Yunfei's eyes were glued to his phone, looking as though he was beholding a deity. "You have to check out Weibo now." "What's going on? What's going on?" A crowd gathered around, and they were all dumbstruck by what they saw. Zhonghai Film and Television University's social circle and Weibo topics were blowing up. Students from the university were well connected with plenty of friends. Everyone was talking about the recent incident, with the number of comments on the topic rising exponentially. "Holy crap, that's so badass. All those electric scooters. There's proof in pictures. Domestic agent came to our university hiring today, throwing around 100 grand. The campus beauty was swept off her feet right away. That's what you call badass." WeChat moments were spammed nonstop, and all the students of Zhonghai Film and Television University knew that the domestic agent crew was recruiting. Yang Yuner also became an instant hit. Look, latest photos of Zhonghai Film and Television University's campus beauty Yang Yuner, drop-dead gorgeous. Wow, she's truly beautiful. Definitely a dream goddess. I can't resist. Gotta see this movie once it's done. Filled with hot guys and pretty girls. It went from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and in just a few hours, Wang Hao's show-off stunt went viral. The whole Weibo was abuzz about the recruiting event, especially that long line of electric scooters and the casual flinging of 100 grand for extras. In just 20 minutes, the topic had been shared tens of thousands of times. Domestic Agent hadn't even started its official promotion, and the film was already being hyped up. Now do you understand? Wang Hao watched director Gao and the others, whose eyes shone like light bulbs, and he began analyzing from the beginning. You see, I start by arriving on an electric scooter, presenting myself in a low-key manner. When I begin recruiting, it creates an attention-grabbing topic, right? Director Gao, if you were to recruit, how would you do it? Director Gao thought for a moment. I would bring a fleet of cars and go talk directly to the university leaders. You see, the effect wouldn't be as good as mine, right? Wang Hao laughed. That's called taking the road less traveled. Just as I started recruiting, I created a topic. For an average person, encountering someone so unreliable wanting to recruit, you'd naturally get curious, right? Look, what follows is a crowd of onlookers. Then, when I throw out 100 grand, the shock effect kicks in. In an instant, the news that our crew is recruiting spreads throughout the entire university. What era are we in now? The era of information explosion. With a whole college worth of students to hype the topic, how could it not catch fire? Everyone was stunned. This works. Now you all understand my tactics, don't you? Wang Hao smiled like a cunning fox at this moment. Throwing out this 100 grand, that's creating a topic, hyping it up. You get what hyping up means, right? We haven't even announced our film, and the topic's been hyped up already. Yang Yuner's popularity is soaring. How much is all this costing? Just 100 grand, and the cost of electric scooters is negligible. How much would normal promotion costs be? Even if you throw in a few million, could it really be better than my 100 grand? Director Gao and the others were left speechless by Wang Hao. They could see the effect of Wang Hao's recruiting tactic. It was divine. The topic was being hyped so much. Now you know, right? Wang Hao tossed his hair back nonchalantly. Learn from me more, you got it? Just watch my moves. Everyone's eyes sparkled with stars. All right. They were all laughing when Yang Yuner walked over cutely and said, Your brother Hao, right? Director Gao just said I have a good sense for the camera. Can you give me a role? A female assassin. Wang Hao gave her a role without even thinking. A mysterious female assassin, one of the National Dragon Group members, working secretly for the protagonist. He was really just spouting nonsense, but Gao Mingxing took it seriously. Okay, I like that idea. Everyone. Brother Hao is just awesome. So effective with words. Others would rack their brains to assign a role, but not him. One sentence, and it's done. Thank you, Brother Hao. Yang Yuner replied with a beaming smile. I will perform well. Just the way I like it. Everything was going smoothly, and they were about to start the official shoot. The assistant director was explaining the scenes to the students when, all of a sudden, Zhou, sweat-soaked and frantic as an ant on a hot pan, came running over. Chapter 195. Hanging out with Brother Hao for fine dining and drinks. Zhou, what's going on? Gao Mingxing hurriedly asked. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Director Gao, it's not good. Zhou rushed to explain. We were planning on starting the shoot once you guys got back, but while setting up the equipment, we got word from the swimming pool area that the venue isn't available for rent today. What? Director Gao exclaimed. What is he trying to do? Wasn't the price already agreed upon? The price was agreed upon, yes, but we didn't pay the deposit. Zhou explained dejectedly. Now they won't let us use the venue, and they're refusing to let us shoot. Even if it means the place stays empty. Damn, who is this guy? So assertive, is he? Involved with the underworld? What exactly is going on? Wang Hao frowned. Why won't they let us use it? Zhou whispered. It's because Yu Jinan has joined that drama crew. Didn't he get put in his place here last time? He's been targeting us these past few days on purpose. Brother Hao, what should we do? Hearing Zhou's explanation, Gao Mingxing understood the situation and asked Wang Hao softly. Yu Jinan's background isn't exactly clean, and he does have some underworld connections. This is tricky. So that was the situation. It seemed he had underestimated him before. Well, now he could regard him somewhat higher. Actually, hiring petty thugs for protection has always existed in Heavenly People's Republic, but one thing Wang Hao could be sure of, they definitely haven't seen Triad. Playing in this league is just child's play. Director Gao, Wang Hao pulled Gao Mingxing over, whispering close to his ear, You do this, and this, and this. Gao Mingxing's eyes brightened as he listened, and once Wang Hao finished, Gao Mingxing became exhilarated. Brother Hao, you always have a plan. I'll take care of it right away. Go ahead. Wang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly, then looked back at the crew members with a grin. Everyone, take a break. I'll show you a good show in a moment. After about half an hour, Gao Mingxing sent a WeChat message. Brother Hao, it's all sorted. We can start now. Great, let's go. Wang Hao then led the group out of the hotel majestically, heading straight for the swimming pool. As they walked, Wang Hao shouted loudly. Get ready to fight him soon, everyone. Are you scared? Zhou, Zheng Yu, Zhang Muqing, Yang Yunfei, Ma Ming. University students waving flags of valor resounded. Not scared. Let's kick his ass. No matter how many come, we'll take them down. See, that's called morale. That's the spirit I'm looking for. Wang Hao laughed heartily. For the sake of the crew, charge. The group strode mightily to a large building. Zhou pointed at two imposing bouncers guarding the entrance. This is the place. Yu Jinan has even blocked the entrance. Ordinary people can't get through. As the guards saw the crowd approaching, they immediately blocked the door. There's a meeting going on inside. If you have business, please wait until it's over. Oh, no need to wait. Wang Hao chuckled, wiping his nose. We're here to do business as well. With that said, Wang Hao snapped his fingers. Get rid of them. All right. Ma Ming didn't hesitate and directly removed the two bouncers. Wang Hao led the large group straight in, and as soon as they entered, they saw the pop idol Yu Jinan lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed arrogantly, smoking a cigarette. Behind him stood about 20 men, each holding a weapon, looking fierce and vicious. Yo, isn't this the rich second generation I met last time? Yu Jinan, seeing Wang Hao coming over, immediately stood up with a smile. What wind blew you here? Heh, the east wind. Wang Hao chuckled, looking into Yu Jinan's eyes. Tell me, what's the situation? A year. Yu Jinan stretched out a finger. I've booked this place. If you want to shoot a film, find somewhere else. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen. As if to compliment Yu Jinan's words, his thugs confidently raised their weapons. Don't you think you're going a bit too far? Wang Hao scoffed disdainfully. We're all colleagues here. Don't you think this is a bit too much? Too much? Not at all. Yu Jinan boasted. It's because you irritated me last time. I'm doing this for your own good, to avoid frequent meetings and conflicts. Wang Hao looked at Yu Jinan and said, What if I don't agree? Don't blame me for not being polite. Yu Jinan gave a signal, and his people immediately surrounded them. Just as a fight was about to break out, everyone present tensed up, and Zhou was even scared pale. Just then, suddenly there was a noisy commotion outside the door, followed by a large group of people who charged in. These people, all sporting tattoos on their arms, necklaces around their necks, and holding weapons, numbered around 100. They surrounded Yu Jinan and his group tightly, 3 layers inside and 3 outside. Once these people were all in place, they simultaneously bowed their heads toward Wang Hao and the crowd. Brother Hao, with a thump, Yu Jinan's face turned green, and he was so scared that he fell on his buttocks, sitting on the ground. Little Yu, Wang Hao squatted down in front of Yu Jinan with a smile. Now, shall we have a good talk about the pool issue? Sweat as big as soybeans streamed down Yu Jinan's forehead. Although he usually maintained a few followers to assert his dominance, he had never seen anything like this. Surrounded by nearly 100 people, he was completely terrified, and even his lips trembled. Not only was Yu Jinan shocked silly, but the 20 or so thugs he brought were all so scared that their legs went weak. Wang Hao secretly chuckled, thinking, Little guy, haven't you watched Triad? You're trying to act tough with Big Brother Hao from Erlong Lake? Is my reputation a joke? Little Yu, go ahead and speak. Wang Hao grinned. I'm waiting. He gestured with a hook of his finger, and about 100 people stepped forward in unison. Brother Hao. All 20 of his thugs simultaneously got so scared they sat down on the ground. We're not talking anymore. No more talks. Yu Jinan scrambled backward in panic. You can shoot whenever you want. I'm leaving now, leaving now. Isn't that right? He's the exact type who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Before Wang Hao arrived, Yu Jinan was acting all high and mighty, but when Wang Hao showed up, he completely broke down. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wang Hao waved his hand gently, his swagger practically breaking through the sky. Little Yu, shouldn't you consider the travel expenses for these brothers of mine? I'll pay. I'll pay. Yu Jinan was too frightened to speak properly. Tay 10,000. Is that enough? That'll barely suffice. Wang Hao knew continuing the act could spoil the fun, so he chuckled. Go on then. Take it easy. Just remember not to cause trouble here again. I'm not always this patient. I know, Yu Jinan said as sweat soaked his back. I'm leaving now, leaving right now. And so, a large group of people watched as Yu Jinan beat a hasty retreat, scrambling away. Ha! Brother Hao is too awesome. The entire film crew's perception of Wang Hao had changed. They looked at him like devout believers gazing at their deity. It's great to follow Brother Hao. Of course, with Brother Hao around, we definitely won't face the slightest grievance. The students from the Film and Television University were also stunned. They now realized just how influential a person could be, casually gathering nearly 100 people. Was he not a real gang lord? What an eye-opener today. Brother Hao, I'm truly convinced. Director Gao came over, giving a thumbs up. That scene just now was enough to shoot an underworld blockbuster. How did you come up with that? Hee, some secrets must be kept. Wang Hao laughed heartily, then winked at Director Gao. How much did it all cost? 10,000, just for the boxed lunches. Director Gao looked around sneakily. And with a few odds and ends for props, we spent 20,000 tops. Good job. Yu Jinan just coughed up 100,000, so we still made a profit of 80,000. Wang Hao grinned. This is what I call low cost, high return. Just focus on filming. And if he tries to cause trouble again, just call me. Definitely. Having resolved the issue, Director Gao was clearly relieved. Don't worry, I'm quite professional when it comes to filming, and I'll call you immediately if there's anything you need to handle. All right, that's settled then. Wang Hao nodded. I'll take a step back now and come by when I'm free since I don't have much else to do. You just go ahead and do your thing. I'll handle Mr. Lee. Chapter 196. Going to the gym with a big star. In the following days, everything was smooth sailing, and the film crew's progress was rapid and unstoppable. The Fallen Flowers Know Much was also written out from the beginning, and overall, everything was on the right track. This morning, Wang Hao got up, checked his phone for messages, casually scanning through them, when suddenly the sound of a WeChat notification made him chuckle. The big star. Finally getting in touch with me again. Heart as cold as ice. Stinker, are you there? Wang Ritian. Right here. What's up, superstar? What made you think to reach out to me? Heart as cold as ice. Just bored. Wang Ritian. Well, that's easy. Speaking of which, I was just about to give you a surprise. Heart as cold as ice. What kind of surprise? Wang Ritian. I've got the beginning of my new book, Devouring the Stars, ready. Wanna see? How aptly the word got fits here. Heart as cold as ice. You wrote another one? Can you handle the workload? Wang Ritian. Heh, don't I know who I am? Would Brother Ritian have an undeserved reputation? Heart as cold as ice. All right, let me see. Bai Yining had already seen and really liked the outline for Devouring the Stars, so she was quite happy to hear that Wang Hao wanted to show it to her. Wang Ritian. Okay, I'll send it to you now. The file was quickly sent over, and Bai Yining started reading right away. The opening of Devouring the Stars was not as gripping as Breakthrough from the very beginning, but it won her over with its plain language narrating the story. Bai Yining felt the first chapter was SOSO, the second chapter was quite good, and by the time she finished the first 3 chapters, she was captivated. Once she started, she couldn't stop and read all 50,000 words of the manuscript in one go. Heart as cold as ice. It's so good. It's really very good. I'm truly curious about what your brain is made of. Where do all these amazing ideas come from? You write great lyrics and also great novels. I always feel like I can't get enough. Heh. My brain is a concentration of 2,000 years of entertainment wisdom from Earth, you see? Wang Ritian. Glad you like it. By the way, what have you been up to these past 2 days? Heart as cold as ice. Went to the ancient tomb for a night and didn't go home, which scared my parents to death. They grounded me and told me not to go out these 2 days. Wang Ritian. That's pitiful. But no need to be grounded, right? Heart as cold as ice. They're worried about my safety, so I didn't have a choice. Wang Ritian. How about we go to the gym and work out together? Heart as cold as ice. Gym? That's actually a good suggestion. Hold on a moment. I'll ask if they'll let me out. Bai Yining put down her phone, then walked to the study door and knocked. Dad, I want to go out. You want to go out? Bai Haochen walked out of the room and asked, "Where to?" Bai Yining replied, "To the gym." Bai Haochen thought for a moment, then helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, staying at home all the time isn't great either, but remember to come back early to avoid worrying your mom and me." "I know." Her father agreed, and Bai Yining immediately picked up her phone to text Wang Hao. "My dad agreed. Where are you? I'll come to you." Half an hour later, Wang Hao, dressed in sportswear, and Bai Yining walked into the Zhuiyue Fitness Club located on the South 3rd Ring Road. This was the best club near Wang Hao's house, with nearly 100 kinds of fitness equipment available. You could say that almost all internationally advanced fitness equipment could be found here. Generally, a professional fitness center like this would have professional coaches. So as soon as Wang Hao and Bai Yining entered, a muscular coach came up to greet them, asking, "Hello there. Are you two here to work out?" "Yes." Wang Hao looked around. Indeed, it was a large fitness center, quite crowded. Wang Hao asked, "How do you charge here?" The fitness coach sized up Wang Hao and then said, "If you're working out by yourself, it's 1,800 yuan for an annual fee. If you want systematic, scientific training, I recommend hiring a professional fitness coach to guide you, which costs 3,600 yuan a year." "The price is SOSO." Wang Hao looked at Bai Yining and then asked the fitness coach, "Can I try it out first? I don't know if I should hire a professional coach. I've never worked out before." Heh. "If you've never worked out before, I really recommend getting a coach." The fitness coach began to sell himself. "I've been here for 7 years. I have a professional certification, and I've taught many students. Very experienced. I can guarantee you both will be satisfied." It would be pretty awkward to just refuse him outright after that, right? Wang Hao nodded. "All right then, can I try?" "Sure." The fitness coach led them to a treadmill and said, "When starting out with fitness, the best way is to start slowly, not to rush. You can start with a jog, doing 5 minutes of aerobic exercise. It's very good for your body." 5 minutes. Wang Hao exchanged a glance with Bai Yining. After all, Bai Yining comes from a big family and had previous professional fitness experience, so she simply bypassed this step and smiled. "You try running first?" Wang Hao gritted his teeth. "Run then run." "Sir, please wear this first." The fitness coach handed Wang Hao a watch. This can record detailed body indices like your blood pressure, heart rate, etc., so we can make adjustments according to your indices anytime. After saying that, the coach added, "We are very professional, so you can work out in peace, without worrying about any physical discomfort." It did sound quite professional. Wang Hao nodded. "All right, then I'll just run for 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, Wang Hao stepped off the treadmill, not a hint of redness on his face or shortness of breath, and extended his hand. "Let's see how the indices look." "Let me see." The fitness coach first glanced at the watch, clearly not able to react right away, then took another look, and with a loud exclamation, "Holy cow, what's going on here?" To be honest, as a fitness coach for 7 years, Hu Bo had taught not 1,000 students, then at least 800, but he had never seen a situation like today's. Heart rate 75. What's going on? Hu Bo stared dead at the watch on Wang Hao's wrist, eyes wide as saucers. No, something's not right here. There must be a problem. Don't worry, just don't panic. Let me check again. Maybe there's something wrong with this watch. No wonder he was so surprised. Although there are significant individual differences in the resting heart rate of normal adults, the average is around 75 beats per minute, which is between 60 and 100 beats per minute. Heart rates can vary with age, gender, and other physiological factors, but they typically fluctuate within this range. After exercise, the heart rate often increases significantly. For example, a heart rate of 120 to 140 while jogging is normal. But this young man had a slow run for 5 minutes, and the result was still a heart rate of 75. Don't panic. Take a deep breath, Hu Bo said anxiously. Try to feel if there is any discomfort in your body, your arms, legs, especially if you feel symptoms of hypoxia. You must tell me immediately. Wang Hao was puzzled. All right. Bro, didn't feel anything uncomfortable with my body at all. In fact, I felt pretty invigorated after the run. After all, since the dust bead transformed my physique, it seems to be really powerful. After resting for about 5 minutes, Hu Bo wore the watch himself and checked his heart rate. 72. Normal. He ran for 2 minutes, then looked again. 116, no problem. Seeing is believing. After personally testing it, there shouldn't be any problem. This time he was more careful. First checked Wang Hao's pulse, then nodded. All right, your heartbeat is very strong. This time it should be accurate. Oh, Wang Hao put on the watch again, and then asked, so should I start running again? Yeah, you're good to go, Hu Bo said with a smile. There should be no problem this time. But remember, if you feel any discomfort, let me know immediately. Understood. 5 minutes later, Wang Hao stepped off the treadmill again, his face not red, not out of breath, and extended his hand. Let's see how it is this time. Let's see. Hu Bo took a deep breath, then took a glance. Hu Bo, Wang Hao, Bai Yining. Unbelievable, Hu Bo grumbled as he swallowed. The heart rate's still 75? What the heck is going on today? Chapter 197. Can't I just not take your money? Their inexplicable situation over there suddenly attracted quite a few people from the fitness center. After all, no matter how you put it, Hu Bo was one of the more famous trainers here, and he'd trained quite a few students. Two girls, giggling, walked over. One of them, wearing red clothes, said with a laugh, Coach Hu, what's up? Just now, I saw you making a fuss over here. Did something happen? The other, dressed in blue, nodded vigorously and said, You're not usually like this. Since they could come here to work out, the two girls were definitely of decent quality, at least worthy of an 85. It's nothing. Maybe there's something wrong with the watch, Hu Bo said, not even looking up, focusing on the watch as he strapped it to his wrist. This is fine, too. The heart rate test is pretty normal. Then he looked at Wang Hao again. How about you? Run some more. Wang Hao replied. Sure, I'll try again. Okay, this time you can run a bit longer. Remember to speak up immediately if you start feeling tired. Coach Hu solemnly put the watch on Wang Hao, thinking to himself, maybe it's because he didn't run long enough last time. This time I'll have him run longer to test it out. Yeah, 10 minutes should do. No matter what, a normal person's heartbeat would definitely speed up after running for 10 minutes. Then I'll start running now. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Start. 5 minutes passed, and Hu Bo glanced at the watch. Still 75. 10 minutes passed, and Hu Bo looked at the watch again, suddenly excited. Haha, it finally went up. The two female students quickly asked, to what? Hu Bo replied, to 82. The two female students. 20 minutes passed, and Hu Bo exclaimed, it went up again. 86. After 30 minutes, Hu Bo cheered. 91 now. Keep it up, keep it up. The way the two female students looked at Wang Hao had changed. His heart rate only got to 91 after running for half an hour. His stamina is really good, isn't it? Doesn't that mean he'd have great endurance in certain other areas? Where are these thoughts going? Dirty, dirty, dirty. 40 minutes passed, and Hu Bo was speechless. 96. An hour passed, and Hu Bo finally exploded with excitement. Over 100, over 100. There's nothing wrong with my watch. Wang Hao, Bai Yining. The two female students. Wasn't the way they looked at Wang Hao different now? Is that enough? Wang Hao stepped down from the treadmill, finally feeling a bit tired after running for an hour straight. I seem a bit worn out. Have some water. Bai Yining came over with a smile, handing a bottle of water to Wang Hao. Speaking of makeup skills, Bai Yining was quite adept. How to describe the general effect? Well, like an internet celebrity, right? After makeup, you're the center of attention wherever you go. Without makeup, even your mom might not recognize you. And the makeup effect for our superstar here? It's pretty much the opposite. So nobody present could have guessed that this gentle lady offering water was actually the #1 superstar of the entire Heavenly People's Republic. Thanks. After taking a sip, Wang Hao looked at the fitness coach. How's that? How did I do? Coach Hu stared dumbfounded at the watch, then looked up at Wang Hao. Have you been a marathon runner before? Wang Hao, Bai Yining burst out laughing. It seems like I'm just a bit more physically fit, Wang Hao said, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Not bad. I don't think there's anything left I can teach you. Coach Hu felt deeply struck. This young guy in front of him, damn, had just run for a full hour. His heart rate had only just crossed the 100 mark, and he seemed utterly unfazed. A laugh here, a chat there, even drinking water without a hint of a choke. Don't say that, Wang Hao said. I'm still hoping to build some muscle here. Doesn't that look more appealing? Why don't we try something else? This, all right, Coach Hu nodded. Yeah, you're awesome at running, but you can't be better than me at everything else, right? If you want to get in shape, you could try this. Coach Hu led Wang Hao to a set of parallel bars. Underhand pull-ups are a great way to train your biceps, and they look very aesthetic once you get the hang of it. Give it a try. Don't go too hard the first time. Just 20 sets will do. Of course, if you find it challenging, you need to tell me right away, and don't push yourself. Okay. Wang Hao immediately grabbed the bars and started the exercise. After 20 sets, Wang Hao asked, Coach, is 20 enough? I don't really feel much of anything. Coach Hu. What the hell? He's not reacting at all. Coach Hu asked, Do you really not feel any slight numbness in your arms? Wang Hao replied, Nope. By Yinning. The two female students. Hu Bo gritted his teeth. Another 20. Wang Hao replied cheerfully. All right. After another 20 were completed, Wang Hao stretched his arms and confirmed, It still doesn't feel like much. He added with certainty, Indeed, nothing. A group of people were left speechless. Hu Bo toughened up too. Then keep going until you feel it. Wang Hao agreed reluctantly. Okay. After 20 sets, Wang Hao felt fine. After 40 sets, he started to feel a bit tired. 60 sets in. Well, not bad. He could continue. 80 sets later, it was SOSO, slightly numb. After 100 sets. Now I feel it. Wang Hao touched his arm. It's tingling nicely, pretty good. Wang Hao might have felt good, but Hu Bo was completely not okay. Did you come here to challenge us? Wang Hao remained silent. Bai Yining said nothing. Two female students were speechless too. How could I, so pure and innocent, come here to challenge them? Ridiculous. I really came to train, Wang Hao explained. I want to build a good physique. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unsightly to end up with a beer belly when I get older? His words were truly heartfelt. After all, he was pursuing a big star. He couldn't allow himself to go bald and grow a beer belly when he aged, right? We live in a society that judges by appearance. You might as well sign up for the 18,000 renminbi package. Hu Bo felt even more defeated. I don't have much left to teach you. Don't say that. Wang Hao pleaded with sincere eyes. If I train on my own, I'm afraid I won't achieve the beauty of form. He was genuinely concerned that he might end up looking like Schwarzenegger, which, while fine in movies, was quite frightening in reality. Fine, the 18,000 package it is. Hu Bo said in horror. Consider it pro bono coaching from me. Isn't it enough that I don't charge you money? Wang Hao stayed silent. Bai Yining said nothing. The two female students didn't utter a word. All right then, Wang Hao said dejectedly. 18,000 it is. So sad. So disheartened. Bai Yining smiled quietly from the side. The two female students asked, Handsome, how did you get such great endurance? Head low and spirits down, Wang Hao replied. Ever heard of innate talent? Innate talent. The two female students glanced instinctively at a certain part of Wang Hao's body, and their faces immediately blushed. There, don't be sad, Bai Yining said with a gentle smile. I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Huh, a big star offering a meal. This has potential. Yeah, sure, I'm game. Wang Hao's spirits immediately lifted. So, what shall we eat tonight? The anticipation was palpable, wasn't it? When I came in, I saw a noodle shop downstairs that looked pretty clean, Bai Yining said with a laugh. Let's go have a bowl of noodles. I'm a bit hungry. What she was really considering was that Wang Hao needed to replenish energy after exercising. As for herself, it didn't really matter. Yeah, let's get going, Wang Hao said eagerly. You're making me hungry already, haha? Xinguang Night Market. After a simple dinner, Wang Hao and Bai Yining came here for a stroll to clear their minds. What's that saying about walking off a meal to avoid feeling stuffed? It was already around 7 in the evening, and the night market was bustling with people, with all sorts of goods on display. See anything you like? Wang Hao, grinning broadly, gazed at the array of stalls. If you find something you want, I'll buy it for you. Can't help it, wealthy. That's just being wealthy. Capricious. Puffed. Bai Yining giggled at Wang Hao's humorous remark. All right, I know you just received your royalties for Bubble, now rolling in cash. Chapter 198. The Man at the Top of the Food Chain. Before coming over, Bai Yining had already transferred the royalties for Bubble into Wang Hao's account. So Wang Hao was indeed a rich man now, with nearly 1 million big ones in his account. Wang Hao grinned, revealing a set of teeth that seemed capable of demolishing all in their path. Hee. The two of them were just leisurely strolling along when suddenly a crowd up ahead caught their attention. What's going on? They exchanged glances, and Wang Hao said, "Shall we check it out?" "Why not? We're bored anyway," Bai Yining nodded. So they squeezed their way to the front, and once they got closer, they finally understood. It was an insect banquet. It was a small counter with a range of insects on display, including large grasshoppers, centipedes, scorpions, and so on. Just looking at them was frightening, let alone eating them. Most of the onlookers were just there for the excitement, and hardly anyone dared to actually taste any. "Can't believe they have this," Wang Hao said with excitement, as he led Bai Yining closer. "Ha, haven't come across this in a long time. Last time, I was telling Zhao about these deep-fried grasshoppers and cicadas. This is what I meant." Bai Yining was goosebumps all over, instinctively leaning back towards Wang Hao, and asked in a low voice, Can you actually eat these?" No wonder she asked. She truly hadn't encountered such things growing up, especially the large centipedes, about the thickness of a finger and as long as chopsticks, with golden claws and blood-red heads. Ordinary people would feel their hands go numb with horror, so it was understandable that Bai Yining was frightened. "You can eat them," Wang Hao explained with a smile, "but centipedes don't taste good. Scorpions are all right, especially the little ones. They're the tastiest. Big ones have a harder shell, which makes them less enjoyable to eat." Hearing him speak so authoritatively, the store owner said with a laugh, "Oh, we've got a connoisseur here." "Connoisseur? I'm more than just knowledgeable. Lord of the Beasts Wilderness Survival was one of my top favorites." "Know who Lord of the Beasts is? A man who stands at the top of the food chain." "Are you kidding me?" "Ah, I know a bit, just a bit." Wang Hao continued to introduce to Bai Yining. "These little scorpions, they're crispy when you eat them, taste like chicken. What do you think? Dare to try?" Looking at the small scorpions' hook-like tails, Bai Yining hesitated for a moment. She looked at Wang Hao, then at the formidable-looking little scorpions, and nodded fiercely. "If you eat, I'll eat. Hee, I guarantee you'll want a second one." After the first, Wang Hao shouted to the owner, "Boss, give me 10 small scorpions. Pick the big ones. I don't want the small ones." Once he ordered 10, the store owner's eyes creased into smiles. "Alrighty." He went off to fry the scorpions and asked while frying, "Bro, don't you want to try a couple of centipedes? They're really nutritious. Or how about a couple of grasshoppers?" "No way," Wang Hao shook his head decisively. "Centipedes have a strong metallic taste. They're really not that good. Besides, my friend here is such a delicate girl. Would it be proper for her to eat deep-fried centipedes? As for grasshoppers, I used to stir-fry them and eat them as a dish when I was a kid. Got a bit sick of them." Everyone around them looked at Wang Hao as if he were a freak. "You're practically a man who stands at the top of the food chain. You know all these? You've definitely eaten them before." Bai Yining glanced at Wang Hao with a smile. "This guy is quite considerate. Looks like you really have eaten them." The boss sighed helplessly. "All right then, if you don't want to eat them, I won't persuade you. Here are your scorpions, take care." Taking the scorpions, Wang Hao gave Bai Yining one first, then bit off a scorpion tail himself, smiling, and said, "Want to try?" "Sure." Bai Yining went for it, lightly pinching off a scorpion tail with her fingers and putting it to her mouth. After tasting it, she said, "It's actually pretty good. I told you, right? Our celebrity is beyond words. Ah, such a woman is a man's true treasure." Wang Hao handed her another one. "Let's share, hee." Bai Yining nodded with a smile. "Okay." And so, to the amazement of the people around them, Wang Hao and Bai Yining each held a bunch of scorpions, eating them as they walked along like snacks. Wang Hao, munching away, smiled and said, "Delicious, haha. Look how scared they are. Missing out on such a tasty treat is a real shame. Too bad Zhao isn't here, or I would have definitely made him try some." Nibbling on scorpion legs, Bai Yining crinkled her cute little nose and chuckled. "You rascal, Zhao Jinhao wouldn't dare eat them, let alone touch them. He'd probably go weak at the knees. But thinking about it, I wouldn't even dare to look at these things before, let alone know they're actually quite tasty." Wang Hao ate as he asked, "So you're not afraid anymore today?" Bai Yining smiled in response. "Since you're eating it, of course I'm not afraid." As they walked, suddenly Wang Hao's WeChat notification sounded. He took out his phone and curiously said, "Huh? It's little Yaya, what's going on?" Bai Yining asked, "Who's that?" "An actor from the crew," Wang Hao said while munching on a scorpion leg. "I'll see what it is. It has been quite some time since I last checked in on them." He opened WeChat. "Little Yaya. Brother Ritian, what are you doing now?" "Wang Ritian. I'm out on the street. What's up? Did something happen with the crew?" "Again?" "Little Yaya. No. Our web series has all been shot, and the editing is nearly done. If everything goes as planned, we're preparing to release it tomorrow. If you're free, come over." Director Gao said he's planning to have a proper celebration. "There's a dinner party." Wang Hao immediately got excited at the mention of a dinner party. "Wang Ritian, a dinner party. I must go? What time and where?" "Little Yaya. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. First floor of Hunglong Holiday Hotel. We've booked the place, so hurry up if you're coming." Wang Ritian. "No problem. I'll definitely be there on time." Phone in hand, Wang Hao laughed and said, "The crew is getting ready for a celebration party. 2 months have flown by in the blink of an eye." "Yeah," Bai Yining nodded and said solemnly, "We've known each other for nearly 2 months too. Time really flies." They continued chatting as they walked, when suddenly a girl around 24 or 25 years old in the crowd turned to them and exclaimed in surprise, "Was that Wang Hao? His girlfriend is so pretty, and what a figure." She quickened her pace and caught up, calling out from a distance, "Wang Hao, Brother Hao, hey, someone's calling me." Wang Hao turned around, and upon seeing her he laughed. "Hey, Lin Yingying, out for a stroll?" Then he introduced her to Bai Yining. "This is Lin Yingying, a high school classmate." And to Lin Yingying, he introduced Bai Ning, a friend of mine. "That was close." Bai Yining nodded slightly. "Nice to meet you." The superstar's smile had Lin Yingying spellbound. She was stunned for a good while before she came back to her senses and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Brother Hao's high school classmate. What are you two doing?" "Ah, just wandering around," Wang Hao said casually, without the slightest change in his demeanor. Then he added, "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we last met. What have you been up to lately?" Lin Yingying laughed, "Just muddling through, working for a foreign company at home, making a living." "You?" "I'm just SOSO," Wang Hao casually replied, "doing some odd jobs." "That's fine. Keep at it and maybe switch jobs later on," Lin Yingying finished saying, but suddenly remembered something. "Right. Our class leader said we're having a reunion soon. Have you heard?" "Heard about it. Bumped into him a few days ago," Wang Hao said. "He's doing pretty well for himself, driving an Accord. Seems like he's an HP district manager or something. Pretty impressive. Speaking of which, it really has been a few years since the last gathering." "Yes, it's time for a good catch-up." Lin Yingying's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Hao was going. "Then you should bring your friend along too. It would be a shame for such a beautiful woman not to go. Lady, she's a big star. The #1 in the country. What's the point of her going to our high school reunion?" "Status. Do you understand status? Can you afford her appearance fee?" We'll see. Wang Hao said with a grin, neither committing nor declining. "We'll talk about it closer to the date. She's usually busy. I don't know if she'll have time." "Beauty, you've got to give Brother Hao some face no matter what." Lin Yingying was blunt and straightforward, just throwing it out there, but after taking another 2 glances at Bai Yining, she suddenly started shaking. You are?" Chapter 199. Look at our treatment. Wang Hao. "Damn, she's nobody. You're seeing things." Lin Yingying rushed over and hugged Bai Yining's arm. "Goddess, can we take a photo together?" Wang Hao. Bai Yining firmly shook her head. "I'm really sorry. I rarely take photos with others." "Brother Hao." Lin Yingying promptly sought help. "You're my real brother." Wang Hao. It wouldn't be right not to say anything." Wang Hao felt embarrassed too. "Could you do me this favor?" Okay then." Bai Yining hesitated for a moment and then nodded, saying, "But I have to make it clear, no spreading it around, okay?" No problem. Lin Yingying nodded vigorously. "It won't get out. I'll just keep it for myself." "Oh goddess, you look so beautiful even with makeup." Bai Yining. "Why does that sound so awkward?" So the two of them stood together. Lin Yingying held up her phone. Cheese. Click. Done. Lin Yingying was so satisfied. "Brother Hao, thank you so much. You really are my brother." Oh my, today has been such a surprise. At the reunion later she hinted wildly at Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt a tingle in his scalp. Is this really okay? Let's talk about that later. Let's talk about it later. Wang Hao sweated buckets. I told you she's really busy. Hee hee, got it. Lin Ying laughed. Then I won't bother you two anymore. Saying that, she ran off. Wang Hao, that girl, she just loves stirring up trouble. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early and prepared. Today was the big day for the celebration banquet with the production team. He had to attend. He stepped out, went downstairs, and directly called Director Gao. Wang Hao. Is this Director Gao? It's me, Wang Hao. Director Gao. Haha. Brother Hao, Zheng Yu told you about it yesterday, right? Today we have the celebration banquet. You must come. Wang Hao. No problem. At 11 noon at Hunglong Holiday Hotel, right? But Director Gao, I wanted to ask, all this celebration banquet aside, when can I get my salary? Even if the temporary work doesn't pay much, a small amount is still something. Can't let it go to waste. Director Gao. That's absolutely no problem. I've already alerted the higher-ups. Just go directly to the accounting department at the company to get it. Wang Hao. All right, no problem. So, he took a taxi straight to the company headquarters building, quickly arrived at the finance department on the 21st floor. But as soon as Wang Hao entered, he was stunned. Xia Fei, you work here. No wonder Wang Hao was surprised. Who would have thought a high school classmate would be working at the same company? Xia Fei, Wang Hao exclaimed. I was wondering why the person coming to pick up their salary today had the same name as you. I didn't expect it to really be you. It turned out to be an old classmate. I just took a part-time job since there was nothing else to do. Wang Hao scratched his head. How long have you been working here? How's the treatment? Xia Fei seemed quite proud as he said, I've been working here for 2 years. The pay is all right. Over 7,000 a month, enough to muddle through. Haven't you found a proper job yet? Temporary work pays less and has no future. You might earn more working at a fruit supermarket. Can I tell you that I took up this job on purpose? I just thought it'd be easier to work here, Wang Hao laughed. When can I get my salary then? I'll get it for you right away. We're old classmates after all. Xia Fei directly counted out the money and handed it over. Check if it's all correct. No need. No need. It can't be wrong. Wang Hao said as he prepared to leave. I'll go first then. I have some other stuff to handle. Okay, Xia Fei said. By the way, have you received the message about the reunion in a few days? I heard most of our classmates could make it. I got the message, Wang Hao replied. I saw Lin Ying yesterday. She'll definitely come. Well, I'm off. Then, Xia Fei smiled and said, Go. Once Wang Hao left the building, Xia Fei pulled out his phone and sent a message to his good buddy Lu Yu in the WeChat group. Old Lu. Guess who I just ran into? Lu Yu who? Xia Fei Wang Hao. Damn, he's in such a bad state now. Working as a temp in a production crew. Earning only 2,400 a month. Lu Yu, really? 2,000 for a month. That's barely enough to cover food, right? Xia Fei. Exactly. I'm telling you, back in the day Wang Hao was top of our class. Who would have thought he'd end up like this? After leaving the company building, Wang Hao breathed out. Oh my, finally got my first paycheck. It hasn't been easy. Looks like I haven't done much though, just wandering around every day, occasionally visiting the set, and if not, just staying at home or strolling around. Yeah, speaking of which, making money this way feels great. Looking at the time. It's almost 11, time to head out. Wang Hao stretched lazily, time to eat. Wang Hao was familiar with Hunglong Holiday Hotel, one of the upscale hotels in Zhonghai City, about 5 kilometers away from his company, not too far. He got into a taxi, and in just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the place. As soon as he entered the lobby, Director Gao and the screenwriter Li Fei came up to greet him. Director Gao led with a laugh. Haha, our production's lucky star has arrived. Come in. Look at this treatment. Hello, Director. Gao. Hello. Teacher. Seeing the 2 big shots from the production crew come out to greet him personally, Wang Hao greeted them cheerfully. I heard it's about to premiere, and the key point. There's a meal, so I hurried over. Yes, it's ready to premiere. Everything went very smoothly, Director Gao reflected. Thanks to you. Otherwise, several scenes would have taken dozens of takes. Now that it's finally premiering, I can finally take a breather. I didn't want to bother you these days and figured you'd relax at home and focus on writing. I've been reading your book too. It's written very well. I'll support it once it's on the shelves. Then thank you in advance, Director Gao. Wang Hao quickly showed his gratitude. Don't mind how much support it is. At least he's got the sentiment, right? Haha. All right, let's not talk about this. Gao Mingxing laughed. We'd be too formal otherwise. Come on, let's sit down to eat. The three of them got ready to eat. And as soon as they sat down, Zhengyu called out, Brother Hao. Along with Zhengyu, Zhang Muqing, Yang Yunfei, and Ma Ming were also at the table. They all called out together after seeing Wang Hao. Brother Hao. Once Wang Hao was seated, Zhengyu asked with a giggly smile. Brother Hao, our drama premieres today. How do you think the ratings will go? With her question, everyone at the table turned to look at Wang Hao, waiting for the mascot to respond. This? Of course, no problem. Wang Hao cheerfully raised his glass. The dramas we produce always catch fire. Exactly, it has to catch fire. Here, cheers. Chapter 200, Domestic Agent, released. Xia Fei. I'm telling you, I was embarrassed to even give him the money. But then I thought about it. Saying too much would just crush him, so I let it be. Ah, how fickle the world is. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Lu Yu, right? Remember back in our class, everyone was calling him Brother Hao. But look at him now, a jobless drifter. Xia Fei. Yeah, I've been in touch with quite a few old classmates these past few days, and Wang Hao probably has it the worst. So, old Lu, what have you been up to lately? Still editing at Fengyu Book City? Not really. Lu Yu sent a message as soon as Xia Fei brought this up. My small website can't compare with big ones like Fengyun Chinese Network. I'm just scraping by with a salary of 6,000 or 7,000 a month, barely keeping alive. Xia Fei. Can't be that bad, right? Is the performance not good? Don't you have any good books under your belt? Lu Yu, what good books? You don't understand. Writing depends hugely on talent. If you're talented, you might hit it big with 1 or 2 books and become a god, earning tens of thousands a month. Without talent, you might struggle your whole life without making any money. Xia Fei, that tragic. Lu Yu, you bet. I've got an author who's been writing for 7 or 8 years and is still struggling, earning just a few hundred a month for perfect attendance. It's so embarrassing to even watch. Ah, if only I could come across a genius who wrote Break the Heavens. Xia Fei, Break the Heavens? Is that book badass? Lu Yu, you're not in the web novel scene, so you wouldn't understand, but let me tell you, Break the Heavens is absolutely a god-making masterpiece, and the author is top-notch. Xia Fei, that fierce? The top-notch. Lu Yu, what do you think? You know about the income rankings for internet writers in Heavenly People's Republic? Guess how much the top ones make. Go on, guess high. Xia Fei, maybe 2 million? Lu Yu, 2 million? That's just spare change. Starting at 10 million, I tell you. Just recently, Supreme God from Fengyun Chinese Network was on TV, and his annual income is 13 million per month. What level is that? We couldn't earn that much money in a lifetime. Xia Fei, badass. So, you were saying Break the Heavens can be that badass. Lu Yu, I reckon it's pretty close. Its statistics are out of this world. It's even more popular than Supreme God's new book launch. It's like that saying, to compare oneself with others will only make one vexed. Just wait until Break the Heavens hits the shelves. It's absolutely going to blow everyone's minds. Xia Fei. TSK indeed. You can't compare people. But I feel better when I see Brother Hao's situation. At least I'm not at the bottom, haha. Lu Yu. Yeah, Brother Hao from Erlong Lake, ha. The two were having a heated chat, when suddenly someone else popped in. In Chunyin, what are you two gabbing excitedly about? Xia Fei. Holy shit, Queen Yin has appeared. Don't miss your chance to pay respects. Lu Yu. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. In Chunyin. Cut it out. What queen? I'm married now. From now on, you should call me the Empress Dowager. Xia Fei. Exactly. Respect to the Empress Dowager. In Chunyin. Rise, my subjects. What were you two talking about that kept my phone buzzing? Xia Fei. I ran into Wang Hao today. He looked pretty down on his luck. Felt really sorry for him. In Chunyin. Oh? How come? Xia Fei. He was doing odd jobs in a drama crew at our company. 2 months' wages all add up to just 4,800. What's worse, he's out of a job as soon as he gets paid. How miserable is that? In Chunyin, that does sound pitiful. He used to have a crush on me, though he never said it outright, but it was obvious to see. I was so naive back then. Thought he was quite handsome and almost wanted to break that tension. Looking back, I'm glad I didn't act on impulse. Lu Yu, back in the day, the Empress Dowager was our class's top personality. There must have been at least 20 guys chasing you in our grade, right? Yin Mingyan, not that many, maybe 15. Xiao Fei, look at that. Look at the allure of our Empress Dowager. By the way, if I remember correctly, you went to Wudai University, didn't you? How are you doing now? Yin Mingyan, after getting married, I didn't do much except help out at my husband's company, bored to death. Lu Yu, Empress Dowager, formidable as ever. Your husband's company must be quite sizable, huh? Yin Mingyan, just average, around 50 to 60 employees, working on renovations. These past few days, we opened a small company out by Jining Lake. He leaves early and comes back late. I barely catch a glimpse of him. Xiao Fei, boss lady. A big boss with a renovation company of 50 to 60 people under her. That's quite the scale. In Chunyin. It's average, just SOSO. When the class reunion comes around, I'll get my husband to go too. Any of you need renovations, just look him up. Xiao Fei. Long live the benefactor. Lu Yu. Damn, I just bought a new house and was planning to renovate it. That works out great. In Chunyin. Hee, just see who your old lady is. All right, I won't chat with you guys anymore. Today's the premiere of Domestic Agent, a movie I've been eagerly awaiting for a long time. It's a masterpiece by the great director Gao Mingxing, and the screenwriter is Li Fei. I've had some free time these past few days, so I've been waiting at home just to watch this movie. Xiao Fei. Safe travels, Empress Dowager. Lu Yu. Take care, Empress Dowager. Turning off her phone, Yin Chunyin lounged on the sofa and excitedly licked her lips. It's starting in just 10 minutes. I must watch this movie attentively. As the queen of Wang Hao's high school class, Yin Chunyin indeed had some good looks. With her big wavy hair, dyed coffee brown, added to her fair skin and fine figure, she was for sure every boy's dream girl in the grade. After university, she quickly married a big boss who pursued her vigorously. Since then, her days had been quite nice, mostly spent on spa treatments, watching TV series at home, and occasionally accompanying her husband to meet clients. Today just happened to be the premiere of Domestic Agent, and Yin Chunyin was filled with anticipation. 10 minutes flew by quickly, and soon it was time for the official release. It's starting. Yin Chunyin was almost the first to refresh the Liba video website, and sure enough, 3 episodes of Domestic Agent appeared on the webpage. It's finally beginning. Let's watch it. Excited, Yin Chunyin skipped the boring opening theme and directly dragged the progress bar to the main part of the show, because who listens to dull opening songs, right? Soon the introduction began. In March 2015, the Heavenly People's Republic uncovered a massive dinosaur skull. For some reason, the news leaked and attracted all kinds of factions competing to steal it, among which the gunmen were the strongest. The National Cultural Protection Bureau, together with the National Special Police, found that the national treasure had been secretly transported overseas. Therefore, they assigned Agent 007 to investigate the case. After the introduction came the prelude to the drama. An agent went to investigate the disappearance of the dinosaur skull, only to be shot dead by a gunman. Then, with Yin Chunyin's eyes filled with anticipation, the main show began. The scene opened in an ordinary marketplace. Do you think you can hide from me? Useless. A flamboyant man like you stands out anywhere, like a firefly in the dark, so distinct, so brilliant. Your melancholic eyes, the sparse goatee, the magical way you handle a knife, and that glass of dry martini have all deeply captivated me. However, as exceptional as that is, there are rules to this job, and no matter what, you have to pay the overnight fee from last night. You think just because you call someone woman, you don't have to pay. When that extra finished her speech, Yin Chunyin was already laughing on the sofa. These lines are too funny. The melancholic eyes, the sparse goatee, the magical knife skills, and that glass of dry martini. Not paying for a woman? Ha ha ha. Such a stunning opening immediately captivated Yin Chunyan. And this was just the beginning. Chapter 201. We're now influential. Anyway, he will always be the one and only Prince of Pork, suave and debonair, in my heart. Bald extra. Strength enough to uproot the mountains, spirit to cover the world, protagonist. But times are tough, and my steed does not advance. Bald extra. Achi. Protagonist. Wincy. Bald extra. I'd prefer if you called me by my full name, De Wincy. Protagonist. No problem, Wincy. Bald extra. Thank you. Such amusing segments filled almost the entire script. Yin Chunyan had just finished watching the first episode and was already sprawled out on the couch, unable to get up. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, Yin Chunyan said between laughs. This author is definitely a genius. How did they come up with such an interesting script? Ha ha. Watching and laughing, laughing and watching. She quickly finished 3 episodes and was still feeling unsatisfied. She watched them again and then licked her lips contentedly. It's a pity there are only 3 episodes, sigh. Well, let's give it a like for now. She logged into her account to like it and was immediately stunned by the data below. Views, 3,524,785. Likes, 115,474. Comments, 16,587. No way. Tested Yin Chunyan, looking at the time. It's only been 2 hours, and it's been viewed over 3.5 million times. She hurriedly scrolled through the comments. Classic from beginning to end. Huh. I laughed so hard my stomach hurts. I love it every time I watch. The whole thing is full of classic moments. That scene where they're collecting debts is the best. There's another quote I really liked. Luckily, I've got a part-time job, doing research at a mental hospital. What research? Being studied. The more Yin Chunyan read the comments, the more she enjoyed them, but there was nothing she could do. The comments were just streaming in too fast. Eventually, she just watched it again. Hunlong Holiday Hotel. Ha ha ha. Cheers, everyone. The entire production crew didn't know how many toasts they had made that afternoon. It couldn't be helped. Domestic Agent was simply too hot. Just 2 hours after its release, the views had broken 3.5 million. More than 120,000 likes, and still growing rapidly. You could say it's shooting up like a rocket, and all because of one person, the production crew's lucky star, Wang Hao. Everyone quiet down, quiet down. Director Gao Mingxing pressed his hands down, and the room quickly fell silent. He looked around the crowd and said loudly, "This is the era of smartphones, and I believe you've all seen what's happened. Our domestic agent has achieved tremendous success. Just 2 hours. In just 2 hours, we've reached an impressive 3.5 million views, 120,000 likes, over 30,000 comments. And almost all of these comments are positive. The Hunlong Holiday Hotel erupted in thunderous applause. Not only the production crew, but even the waitstaff joined in with applause. Even if they hadn't seen the show yet, the numbers alone told them that this piece was an extraordinary godly work, a must-watch when they got home. Now it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Director Gao exclaimed excitedly. We haven't even reached the peak traffic of prime time. I believe, at this current rate, our series will easily break 10 million views in the first 24 hours. 20 million, even 30 million. Do you realize what this means? Let me give you a comparison and you'll understand. Last year's #1 web drama, Please Love Me More, had 1,200,000 views in the first 2 hours and a total of 10 million in the first 24 hours. That's 3 times more, a full 3 times the gap. Again, thunderous applause filled the air. The views were 3 times higher than the previous #1 web drama. This was no longer just powerful, this was total domination. And all of this is because of one person. Director Gao shouted, Tell me, who is it? The entire production crew shouted in unison. Brother Hao. Brother Ritian. Lucky Star. Mascot. Wang Hao. I mean, could you guys not use those last 2 nicknames? Correct. Our production crew's lucky star, Wang Hao. Director Gao laughed. Now let's have Wang Hao, also known as Brother Hao, say a few words to everyone. Do you really want me to speak? Wang Hao was obviously stunned for a moment before laughing. Actually, I'm just an odd job man. Teacher Li Fei, please have Teacher Li Fei speak. If not for teacher Li Fei's help, this drama definitely couldn't have reached such heights. Cut the crap. I know you're filial. Gao Mingxing teased with a smile. Haven't you seen Li Fei is so swamped with calls he can't even handle them? Hurry up. Wang Hao glanced at Li Fei, who was enthusiastically making calls nearby. All right, it looks like he'll be busy for a while. Well, I'll just say a few words then. Wang Hao was all kinds of helpless. When he was in school, he was most afraid of these sorts of speeches by leaders. Every time it would make him so drowsy, and now he never imagined it would be his turn to speak. That, everyone. As soon as Wang Hao got on stage, he was still a bit nervous, and after quite a long time he finally squeezed out a sentence. Eat well and drink well. Ah. Everyone looked at him, and the room fell silent. Damn it, this script is wrong, isn't it? Shouldn't there be applause at this time? Wang Hao broke into a sweat. Drink well and eat well. Ah. Gao Mingxing, is that it? Wang Hao nodded. Ah, right. Just 2 sentences, I'm done. Gao Mingxing, let's thank Brother Hao for his brilliant speech. Everyone applause. Once again, thunderous applause rose throughout the hall. The crowd congratulated Wang Hao with laughter and joy, and Li Fei was also frantically taking various calls. EY, Boss Li, what's the situation? You say my movie is good? Ha ha ha, it's decent. Planning to invest? I tell you, the script for this movie, my apprentice really put in a lot of effort. It's foolproof, yes. If there's a chance, I'll have him write one for you. All right. Okay, no problem. The character of this young man is beyond reproach. Right? Sure, let's leave it at that. Hey, Mr. Wang. Hello. There's really no way. I've already taken over a dozen calls. Planning to find me to write a script? EY, I'm really too swamped lately. How about this, my apprentice? Right, the screenwriting assistant. A lot of the creative plot and dialogue in this film were his ideas. Correct. Like the opening line, those melancholic eyes, the sighs amid the stubble, was his idea. In Chung, no problem. When I'm free, I'll have him write one for you. Guaranteed hit. Haha, Boss Zhang, long time no see. He took no less than 20 calls in one breath and finally finished up. He exhaled with satisfaction, then returned to the dining table and slapped Wang Hao on the shoulder with a laugh. Good kid. I indeed didn't misjudge you back then. This drama, it's a hit. Wang Hao grinned and hurriedly picked up his glass to express his thanks. All thanks to the teacher's guidance. That smooth talk of yours could sweet talk the dead. Come on, cheers. The two of them downed a glass. What made Li Fei most pleased was Wang Hao's attitude toward him. Money could be made less of, but such a good product was not so easily found. Li Fei said, You've truly become famous with one drama this time. Just now at least 20 bosses wanted to invest in web dramas, and I've referred them all to you. You choose yourself later, go with whoever offers better conditions and themes you like, don't be shy. I tell you, with the drama being so hot, you're now a big shot. Know what that means? You gotta carry yourself with poise. The more poise you have, the more valuable your scripts will be. This is all experience. Indeed, the choice I made back then was the right one. This way, we can all make money and share the benefits, and that's how you can sustain. Look, isn't the effect apparent now? With the film being a hit and teacher Li Fei's endorsement, my worth would skyrocket even if I didn't want it to. Teacher Li Fei's experience is indeed vast. I have learned a lot. Wang Hao offered another toast, then asked softly, So teacher, how should I carry myself with poise? Let me give you an example. Li Fei began to impart his experience. First of all, these next 2 days, for sure people will be looking for you to write scripts, right? You just wait without asking anything until they make an offer. Anything less than $500,000, you don't even bother with. 1 million, that's SOSO. Wang Hao was also surprised. Can you really ask for that much? What did you think? Said Li Fei. With a drama hitting 3.5 million views in 2 hours, asking for $1 million in screenwriting fees is doing them a favor. But you're still green. It's not suitable to ask for too much at once. You need your next drama to be a hit. Then for the projects you take, start at 2 million. After taxes. And no bargaining. Not even half a penny less. Wang Hao listened with stars in his eyes. This is all money. Starting at 2 million. And no bargaining. Chapter 202. So damn hard. WeChat group. Yu Junpeng. Ha ha ha. Today was absolutely exhilarating. Xiafei, what made you so happy? In Chunyan. Really? You scared us. Are you having a fit? Yu Junping. Empress Dowager is here too? Haha. Today was genuinely thrilling. Domestic Agent is a huge hit. A huge hit, haha. In Chunyan. You're watching that show too? I watched it 4 times this afternoon, laughed every time. But why are you laughing when it's a hit? Yu Junpeng. Didn't I tell you before? I've been studying screenwriting. My teacher is the screenwriter under Li Fei for Domestic Agent. With that remark, several members of the group were shocked. Xiafei, fuck. Really? That's awesome for you then. Yu Junpeng. Definitely. This hit series has skyrocketed my teacher's worth. I'm telling you, just for a casual script now, he starts at least 200,000. I'm still a bit behind, just 40 to 50,000 per script. That's why they say everyone in the circle is amazing. Yu Junpeng's words immediately energized everyone. Xiafei. Nice, you awesome. Doing well, huh? 40 to 50,000 a script. How long does it usually take you to write one? Yu Junpeng. If it's finalized without changes, I can write one in a week. If changes are needed, it could take 10 days to half a month, or even 3 to 4 months if slow. Do you think this money is easy to earn? If it were 40 to 50,000 a week, fuck, that would be 200,000 a month. I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. In Chunyan. So, even if it's 1 or 2 months per script, you'd still make 50,000. That's pretty badass. Yu Junpeng. Overall, I guess it's fair to say, passable, not excellent, but not the worst. Actually, although I'm not a big-name screenwriter, I do meet more stars usually. Last time I accompanied my teacher to visit the set, and I met the male lead of Domestic Agent, Yang Yunfei. I'm telling you, Yang Yunfei looks even cooler and more handsome in real life than in the show. Fuck, if I had his looks, I could definitely live off my face. In Chunyan, really? That's so badass. Didn't you ask for an autograph? I'm a big fan of him now. Absolute idol. Yu Junpeng. Of course I got his autograph. Such a great opportunity. Haha. I now have his hand-signed autographs. I got more than 10 that time. I'll hand some out at our class reunion. Xiafei. Fuck, that's awesome. Definitely. In Chunyan. Nicely done. Reserve one for me first. Lu Yu. And one for me. Yu Junpeng. Sure. Haha. I'll try to accommodate everyone as much as possible. But there aren't that many, so don't fight over them. He's really hot right now. These autographs are worth a lot. Altogether they agreed. Definitely. Yu Junpeng. Oh right. This Domestic Agent is said to be co-written by Li Fei and his disciple Wang Hao, who has the same name as our classmate, Xiafei. Yeah, same name but different lives. I saw Wang Hao today. He came to collect his salary from me, a temporary job, 2 months for 4,008. Damn, that's really miserable. Yu Junpeng. Fuck, really? That bad? Xiafei. Is there any doubt? Wait a sec. I have the receipt here. I'll take a photo and show you guys. Soon, Xiafei uploaded a photo of Wang Hao's salary receipt to the group, eliciting various sighs from everyone. Lu Yu. It's really too miserable. 2 months of salary, just that much, can he survive? Yu Junpeng. How could he? In Zhonghai, if you don't make over 5,000 a month, it just isn't enough. It's bitterly tough. Hunglong Holiday Hotel. The Wang Hao, who was mentioned as bitterly struggling, was being urged to drink more. The unmatched and irresistibly cool Yang Yunfei, holding a glass of liquor, said, Mr. Li Fei, Mr. Wang Hao, to be honest, without you guys, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Not much more to say. I'll down 3 in a row. You two do as you please. He downed 3 in quick succession. See that? Now people are calling us teacher. Waha. At this moment, Gao Mingxing laughed and explained to Wang Hao, Brother Hao, thanks to you. This guy just took a few calls. Someone wants him for a film. The starting price is 5 million. Then congratulations are in order. Wang Hao happily raised his glass. Hope we can cooperate again in the future. I really must thank Teacher Wang Hao for your care. Yang Yunfei expressed his gratitude. When the time comes, just a word from you, and I'll be there whenever you call. This guy's on his way up. Li Fei then ran out to take another call. Upon returning, he gestured eagerly to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, come here quickly. What's up? Wang Hao hurried over, and Li Fei whispered, There's a job. It's a big boss named Yang, filthy rich. He'll be here soon. Oh, so soon, Wang Hao exclaimed. Our show just started getting popular, right? This is striking while the iron is hot. Li Fei said, you gotta know, our drama broke records. Your worth isn't the same now. Everyone's looking for you to write scripts. If he doesn't hurry, what then? If your next drama's popularity is even half what this one is, a script will start at 2 million at least. The key is, will you even have time later? No, you won't. That makes sense. If our current fame fetches us 1 million, imagine what more a hit next project would fetch. And I might not even have the time then. Wang Hao nodded immediately. Got it. And remember this, Li Fei cautioned earnestly. Keep in mind, you're not a little apprentice anymore. You're a big shot. As a big shot, you've got to act the part. How can you even consider offers below 3 to 500,000? So, when Yang makes his offer later, just stay cool. If it's not up to your standard, don't say anything at all. Wang Hao. Okay. Boss Yang indeed arrived quickly. Just 10 minutes later, Wang Hao saw a middle-aged man in a suit with rimmed glasses walking into the lobby. Li Fei greeted him cheerfully. Boss Yang, long time no see. Then he introduced them. Boss Yang, this is my apprentice Wang Hao, Little Wang. And this is Boss Yang, a big entrepreneur, companies worth billions. Quite impressive. Wang Hao quickly extended his hand. Boss Yang, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Sure. Boss Yang shook hands with Wang Hao and smiled. A hero among the youth. Many lines from the drama are classic. I really like them, so I rushed over. Haha. Little Wang is quite the prodigy. Li Fei laughed heartily. Come, let's sit over here and talk. The three sat down at a corner tea spot in the lobby. Boss Yang said, Mr. Li is really busy. He probably doesn't have time for my film, so he recommended you earnestly. Wang Hao, my projected film is a costume drama. Nothing special required, just needs to be popular. Any ideas? A costume drama, huh? Definitely can contribute something there. I do have some, Wang Hao pondered. But your criteria is a bit broad. I'm not sure my ideas will meet your requirements. Oh, you have a few ideas already? Boss Yang laughed. True to Mr. Li's style, indeed a genius. Having ideas is good. I'm making this film just for fun, but of course, making some money out of it would be better. So you see. With that said, Wang Hao immediately understood. Don't be fooled by his casual approach. He's quite sly. Fun. Is he talking about making the movie fun or playing around with the cast? I've got it, Wang Hao smiled. Yes, I really do have one idea that fits. Great. Boss Yang laughed heartily. Then I won't hold back. 600,000. How about that? Wang Hao smiled silently. I'll just see how it goes without saying anything. Li Fei chimed in from the side. Old Yang, taking advantage of a newbie isn't really fair. Even if Little Wang has just debuted, his price isn't that low. Domestic Agent achieved 3.5 million views in 2 hours. You surely know what that means. All right, my bad. Boss Yang slapped his forehead. Okay, 800,000. How about that? Wang Hao continued to smile silently. I'll just see how it goes without saying anything. Chapter 203. Ah, awesome. Boss Yang frowned. You don't think this price is still too low, do you? Actually, Wang Hao felt the price was acceptable, but he remembered what Li Fei said. He was now a big shot. He had to act the part. He decisively kept a cool demeanor, just to see what would happen if he said nothing. If that's the case, I'll need to give it some more thought. Boss Yang stood up and said, I'll let you know once I've made a decision. All right. Wang Hao stood up, smiling as he extended his hand. You're always welcome to contact me anytime, Boss Yang. Heh, no problem. Boss Yang got up to leave, and when he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said, How about this? I don't feel like going back and forth anymore. 1.2 million. If it works for you, great. If not, I'll have to postpone this project. 1.2 million. That means that's what I'm worth right now. That's more like it. Great. Wang Hao smiled in agreement. I'll take on the job. Now that he was a big shot, he needed to have the presence of one. Wang Hao continued. However, I will need a few backup roles within the screenplay. In case this one doesn't work out, I'm afraid I won't be able to write it. Taking a lesson out of just what Li Fei mentioned earlier. When someone casually asks to add a person, you have to do it, right? So Wang Hao was being extra cautious and asking for a few more characters just in case. With those in hand, It would only take a minute to change a name or two, right? No big deal. Boss Yang offered his hand proactively. You just say the word, and it's done. Add as many as you like. I'm looking forward to our cooperation, and I'm really excited about your screenplay. Deal. Wang Hao shook his hand and laughingly said, It's settled then. Before leaving the room, Boss Yang said, Let's do this in the next few days. I'll have my secretary write up a detailed cooperation plan, including screenplay requirements, character arrangements, detailed steps of cooperation, and so on. When the time comes, you take a look, and if there's no problem, we'll finalize everything. The screenplay fee starts at 1.2 million, but if it's really well written, I might increase it. Wang Hao nodded. No problem. After Boss Yang left, Li Fei slapped Wang Hao's arm hard. You little rascal, you did beautifully. Beyond my expectations. Your acting is definitely on point. When he said 800,000 earlier, I was sweating for you. It was all right. Wang Hao scratched his head with some embarrassment. Actually, I was a bit stunned at the time. Not bad at all. Li Fei was clearly extremely happy and said, Our circle of scriptwriters is both big and small, and now that you're working with Boss Yang, your rate for a screenplay is 1.2 million, which means in the future, if anyone wants to discuss a collaboration with you, and it's under this figure, they don't even deserve to meet you. That's what it means to be a big shot. How does one raise their value? Just like this. At this point, expressing gratitude was a must. All thanks to your excellent guidance. You sweet talker, Li Fei cautioned. When he brings the contract, I'll look it over for you. Don't sign anything too hastily to avoid getting tricked. After taking on this show, you're also $1 million screenwriter now. You must always remember we've made history with this show. You're a big shot now, a real big shot. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Is it that exaggerated? What did you think? Li Fei boasted. In our entertainment industry, what's the most expensive? First, there are the top popular big stars, like Miss Ice Princess. She just has to show her face in a movie, and it's a box office hit. Then, there are the scriptwriters, those who have had a blockbuster. Wang Hao took a sharp breath. Now he could compare himself to a big star like Ice Princess? You don't believe me, do you? Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Li Fei knew he was skeptical and said, You really shouldn't doubt it. Look at those film academies, not to mention others. Just at Tianjin Film Academy alone, it's full of beautiful girls and handsome guys. Throw a brick and you'd hit one. How much better can one be than the other? With makeup on, they're all like heavenly immortals. But why do some get famous while others can only play extras? Simple reason, the script. A good script can make an actor famous overnight with just one role. With a bad script, no matter how fancy you're acting, if no one watches the movie, you're not going to make it. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. That makes sense. Remember that. Li Fei joked with a wink. Now you're a big shot. From now on, when you step out, those stars, big and small, should be serving you tea and water, begging you to write them a role. Don't go around asking for selfies and stuff. Don't embarrass me. Hold yourself with dignity. One must maintain that. He was a big shot now. Wahaha. Awesome. In the WeChat group. Wu Jun. Hey guys, what's up? What are you all doing? Xia Fei. Oh, has our class game prince arrived? Yu Junpeng. Talking about a class reunion. Are you coming, Wu Jun? Wu Jun. Come on, of course, you've got to come. Xia Fei. Are you still playing games? Wu Jun. Definitely. I'm currently working for a boss as a professional level trainer, earning 6,400 a month, living off that now. Xia Fei. Not bad. Enjoying the leveling service? What's so great about it? Wu Jun. Totally thrilling. These past few days, our boss has been in a fight with a sworn enemy in the game. We've looted so much gear from them. Just one piece can sell for 1,000 or 2,000. Yu Junpeng. Is the gear really that valuable? Wu Jun, it is. Let me tell you, that enemy boss is called Long Yi, and recently he somehow got a whole set of top-notch gear. We've blown it all to pieces. My boss was so happy. He gave me an extra 1,000 as a bonus. Lu Jun. Awesome. That's some serious cash, way different from the rest. Yu Junpeng. That's amazing, haha. Wu Jun. For sure. By the way, where's our class rep? When are we having our reunion? Has the date been set? Class rep. At Kaimingzhi. Kaimingzhi. Here I am. Here I am. Why you guys are chatting up a storm? What's all this about? In Chunyin. What else could it be about? The class reunion. Xiafei. Class Rep Kai. What were you busy with that made you show up so late? You're the main organizer of this reunion, yet you've been popping in and out like a ghost. Kai Mingzhi. Look at what you're saying. I've just been busy with our class reunion stuff. Everyone quiet down a bit. I'm adding 2 people. Let's see who they are. I guarantee you'll be surprised. Soon enough, Niu Buqiao joined the chat group, and Jiao Hongru joined the chat group. Niu Buqiao. Hey brothers, long time no see. It has been 4 or 5 years. Jiao Hongru. Hello everyone, hello. Xiafei. Damn Niu. You got into Zhejiang University back then, the top scorer of our class. You must be doing pretty well now, right? In Chunyin. All big shots here. Niu Buqiao. Hee hee, just SOSO. I'm working as HR in a foreign company. It's passable. Hold on. Have got a bit of a situation here. I'll join you guys in a bit. In the Human Resources Department of Haixing Group's Zhonghai District Branch, Mr. Niu, a woman dressed in a professional suit, walked in gracefully, placing a stack of resumes on Niu Buqiao's desk, and said with a smile, "Here are the materials for the candidates we've interviewed this time. Please have a look." "All right, leave it here." Niu Buqiao nodded his head, then casually picked up a resume, glanced at it, and threw it straight into the trash can. "Tell little Lou, next time don't send me every Tom, Dick, and Harry's resume. If we can't even distinguish a diploma mill, let him take his bedroll and get lost." "Got it, Mr. Niu." The secretary promptly agreed. So incapable, the secretary left, and Niu Buqiao took a sip of tea, humming, "How many times have I said it? Sweep those diploma mill graduates out the door, they just don't listen. Last time they even sent over Wang Hao's resume. With that garbage university he went to. Does he qualify to come to our company? What does being a classmate have to do with it? Still got thrown in the trash, didn't it?" Inside the WeChat group, Kai Mingzhi. Niu's showing off again. What can't you say among old classmates? I'm telling you guys, Niu is now the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department at the Haixing Zhonghai District Branch, an absolute tall rich handsome. The car he's driving now is an Audi A6L, worth over 500,000. If you want to get into their company, you absolutely need Niu's approval, otherwise, you've got no chance. Chao Guiyuan, damn. For real. Jiao Hongru. The Deputy Director of HR at Haixing? That's badass. It's a multinational company. Niu Buqiao. I'm back. What are you guys talking about? Jiao Hongru. Looking good, Niu. You've become the Deputy Director of HR at Haixing, and yet here you are acting all modest? Niu Buqiao. Just average, enough to get by. Speaking of our company, it reminded me, how's Wang Hao doing now? Chapter 204. Good luck, awesome. Xiafei Wang Hao? His life has been rough, unemployed, and stuck at home. What made you think of him? Niu Buqiao. That bad, huh? Actually, I did receive his resume recently. He wanted to be a security guard at our company. I figured since we're all old classmates, I should help him out. But unfortunately, our boss didn't approve it, said. His qualifications weren't enough. What a situation this has caused. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's really sad. Jiao Hongru. It's quite tragic indeed. Niu Buqiao. He has it rough, but Jiao, you're on a different level. Isn't your company making a couple of million a year? Driving around in an Audi Q7 like nobody's business. I see you. Come on, spill the beans. How many girls have you charmed recently? Jiao Hongru. It's been all right. Lately, I've been trying to woo a young actress, invested 30 or 40,000, but nothing has progressed. Kai Mingzhi. Damn, is she made of gold? Quick, share her photo with the group, so we can all take a look. Immediately, Jiao Hongru posted the girl's pictures in the group chat, and everyone was amazed. Kai Mingzhi said, she really is a beauty. Niu Buqiao. Damn, this girl is something else. Where's she from? Jiao Hongru. She's currently filming a web series, just a minor role for now, didn't tell me much. But from what I can see, this girl might just become a big star in the future. Kai Mingzhi. Nice one. Jiao, moving on to stars now. You better bring her to the reunion so we all can get a look. Jiao Hongru. Haha, definitely. By the way, class president, when are we actually meeting? Kai Mingzhi. We'll pick a date when everyone is available. Niu Buqiao. How about tomorrow then? It's the weekend. Everyone should be free, right? Xia Fei, I'm free. Lu Yu, same here. Yin Chunyan, I'm always free. By the way, class president, what about the other classmates? How many can make it? Kai Mingzhi, around 20 should be able to come, mostly guys. Those who can't make it are usually either out of town or too busy. Oh, and speaking of which, if there are no objections, everyone can bring their families. It's more fun with more people. Yin Chunyan, okay, I'll bring my husband along. It would be great for future collaborations. Everyone agreed. Sounds good. Let's settle on that. Haha, all successful people here. Perfect opportunity to discuss potential collaborations. Kai Mingzhi, all right, that's settled then. Everyone come on time. Feel free to bring girlfriends, wives, mistresses, it doesn't matter. Those who are single can find some company at the karaoke later. Just one rule, have fun. I know a very upscale club. How about 1,000 yuan per person? Shouldn't be a problem, right? Niobua Chao, no pressure at all, just a small amount. Jiao Hongru, all right, see you tomorrow. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Time flew, and soon it was the weekend. Wang Hao got up early, had breakfast, and then went back to his room to pick up his luck dice. First, he exhales a breath and says, "Dice bro, give me strength." As he tossed the dice onto the table, the dice rolled around with a clattering sound, and when it stopped, Wang Hao was thrilled. Good luck. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud 3 times. I'm invincible today. Good luck. That's awesome. Let's do this. Without hesitation, Wang Hao opened the author's back end, ready to register when he suddenly stroked his chin. I shouldn't use just one account, Wang Hao thought. 1 or 2 books are fine, but if I publish many books later and update several at once, it wouldn't look good. Time to register another one. First, he smoothly registered a QQ account, snagging one ending in 888, which felt great. Then when registering the author's account, Wang Hao decided, love the tomato. His second nickname. Haha. Registration was quick, and Wang Hao saw his author ID was 247777, with the last digit being 7. Nice touch. With both QQ and author accounts set up, Wang Hao was ready to upload the first chapter, the book description, and then submit. Hello. Your work has been successfully uploaded. The title is Devouring the Stars. The book number is 1700000, and the review time is 24 hours. Oh my god, another awesome number. Haha, luck is just awesome. Not bad, not bad. The second book is up and running. This is possible. He uploaded another chapter. Then Wang Hao turned off the computer, heading out to hang around. Since today was his lucky day, he couldn't waste it. Time is money, my friend. As soon as he had walked downstairs, Wang Hao's phone began to ring. He picked it up and immediately laughed. Hey, isn't this Longy? It's been days since we've been in touch. Wonder what he wants. Wang Hao, what's up? Long E. Brother Hao, save me. The equipment you helped me blast last time got dropped these past few days. Now you can't find such top-quality equipment in the whole server anymore. Come quickly to save me. Holy crap, things are really bad. Don't panic. I'm coming to save you. Wang Hao, that tragic, huh? Let me try and see. Where are you now? Long E. Just at the internet CAF we went to last time. Wang Hao. Wait there, I'll be right there. Heading straight for the internet CAF. As soon as Wang Hao entered, the CAF owner bustled over. Brother Hao, you're here. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Fair enough, Wang Hao greeted cheerfully. At that moment, Long E was waving him over. Brother Ritian, over here, over here. What's up? Wang Hao pulled out a chair and sat down, asking, been having a tough few days? Then he looked around. Hey, all you guys are here? The friends he had met last time, Xiang Wei and Zhou Miao, were all present. It's good that Brother Hao is here, Xiang Wei said sweetly. Those guys were terrible. They blasted several pieces of my equipment. Wang Hao, you also play this game? Xiang Wei. It's just this guy who dragged me into it, just playing casually. All right, watch me avenge you today. Wang Hao said. Is there a spare account for me? Let's go get them now. Seeing Wang Hao say that, Long E hurriedly replied. Yes, the account I gave you last time is still there, Brother Ritian. You can still use that one. Wang Hao then logged into the game. Many players at the internet CAF gathered around. After all, Long E was quite well known here, recognized as a high-end player with top equipment ranked within the top few in the server, plus with several beautiful girls around. There was no question, a large crowd prepared to spectate. Wang Hao logged into his account, and they quickly formed a team, calling up friends from the guild in the game. Wang Hao sat grandly, declaring, "All set. Let's start." Long Yi's team and the other team were clearly the worst enemies on the server, the kind that fought to death on sight. The group dashed out of the safety zone, and Long Yi pointed to a bald guy in the crowd. "There, that guy called Mr. Han. He's the leader of that group. Holy shit, the name sounds so familiar. Definitely need to take him down. Let's get him." Wang Hao led the large group straight into battle. This whole scenario was especially reminiscent of a previous life's game called Legend, where killing players could blast their equipment. So these two groups immediately fought bitterly upon sighting each other, each wanting to blast top-quality equipment from the other side. Now with Wang Hao, a powerful and popular character commanding, the situation was immediately different. Mr. Han was quickly surrounded and beaten down, barely sustaining, and soon with a yell, fell to the ground. Then Wang Hao saw a piece of equipment drop right under his feet. "What's this?" The equipment blasted from the enemy. Must be good stuff. Wang Hao picked it up immediately and asked Long Yi, "Looks like a piece of equipment dropped. Stash it quickly and get out before you get blasted." The battle was still fierce, and without looking back, Long Yi said, "I'll try to take down another one of them." "Oh, okay." Wang Hao controlled his character to move out of the crowd, then opened his inventory, only to find a golden gleaming broadsword lying there. Raising thousands? Accuracy +3, attack +35. Wang Hao asked the people around him, "Is this thing any good?" Then he saw everyone around him gulping heavily. The best weapon there is. Long Yi, still chasing down and slashing at enemies, quickly came back to his senses. "Wait, Brother Hao, what did you just say?" "I said I seem to have picked up a weapon." Wang Hao was still puzzled. "You just mentioned it's the best." "Don't move. Don't move at all." Long Yi's entire body trembled, glanced at Wang Hao's inventory, then bellowed, "Everyone, back to the safe zone. Quick." Chapter 205. Brother Hao arrived. Shush. The group instantly returned to the safe zone. "Ha ha. Brother Hao, you're simply invincible." Long Yi burst out laughing. The most valuable thing on this guy was his weapon, the priciest one in the server. I heard it cost him 20,000. And today, you just blasted it off him. Awesome. At that moment, the crowd of onlookers behind Wang Hao erupted. Holy crap, that weapon cost 20,000. And it was just blown off like that, huh? That's so cool. Awesome, such good luck. You know what? This guy is a miracle worker. Last time he was at this internet cafe, he blasted out a bunch of epic gear in just half a day. Really? That incredible. Nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? The people in the back were going nuts, and so was the game. Long Yi. Haha, serves you right. Getting your weapon blown off, huh? Xiangwei. That's what you get for bullying people. Die. Mr. Han. If you've got the guts, don't leave. I must get this back today no matter what. Oh, come on. Brother Hao isn't scared of you today. Long Yi. All right then, let's fight to the death. The internet cafe erupted with shouts. Brothers, grab your weapons. The battle was insanely intense. Mr. Han's side had people dropping left and right, inevitably dropping gear, which then inevitably got picked up by Wang Hao. And of course, it was all epic. Mwahaha. Come at me. Bro, I'm on a lucky roll today, invincible. Bring it on. I'll wipe out as many as come. 10 minutes. Wang Hao collected 3 pieces of epic gear. 20 minutes, 5 pieces. 30 minutes, 8 pieces. Each piece was worth 1,000 or 2. An incredible loot. The whole internet cafe was dumbstruck. At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Hao as if he was a deity. Even the internet cafe owner got excited. Brother Hao, you come here, it's free for you from now on. How about I reserve a special seat for you? That could work. Sure, Wang Hao grinned. Let's do it. Machine number 88. Nice number. Owner. All right, no problem. An hour later. Mr. Han. You must be freaking cheating. Why is it only us dropping gear while you die and drop nothing? If you have the guts, tell me where you are. Let's fight it out face to face. Long Yi. Only an idiot would confront you head on. Haha. I'm off to drink and celebrate. You just keep playing, huh? Mr. Han. N%, and UN hashtag. Shutting down the PC, Long Yi was ecstatic, wrapping an arm around Wang Hao's neck. Brother Hao, I truly admire you. I'm buying all these gear. What a blast today, let's go drink. For drinks they would go. Wang Hao chuckled and nodded. Sure, let's head out. But just as they were leaving the internet cafe, Wang Hao's phone rang, and picking it up, it was indeed from his class leader, Kai Mingzhi. Class leader, what's up? Wang Hao asked with a smile. What made you think of calling me? Kai Mingzhi. Isn't it the class reunion we talked about? It's been set for today at noon. Are you free right now? Hurry over. Everyone is gathering. I'll send you the address. Just to clarify, it's Dutch treat, 1,000 per person. A class reunion now? Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I saw everyone. $1,000, small change, what's my worth now? Wang Hao laughed and said, sure. Just as he hung up, Long Yi pulled up in his Maserati and said, Brother Hao, get in. Sorry, Wang Hao shook his head. Just got a call. Class reunion, I gotta go now. We'll drink some other time, alright? Look at you, Brother Hao, Long Yi said as he gestured. I'll take you there. Get in the car. That's not bad, Wang Hao smiled. Alright, then I'll hitch a ride with you. After getting in the car, Long Yi checked the address displayed on Wang Hao's phone and exclaimed, Red Club. This place is pretty nice, upscale, grand, and classy. Really? You come here often? Wang Hao asked. Not too bad. I sometimes come to eat here, Long Yi laughed. If you guys were here, I'd have them eat here too, haha. That's great. The group of 6 people sped along the road in the car and quickly arrived. Brother Hao, we're here. Long Yi parked the car and smiled. Have fun at the reunion today. Call me if you need anything. I'll be here at your beck and call. No problem. Wang Hao laughed and then got out of the car. Class leader Kai Mingzhi and Lu Yu were greeting students at the entrance of the club when suddenly Lu Yu exclaimed, Class leader, look, isn't that Wang Hao? Kai Mingzhi followed the direction of Lu Yu's finger and saw Wang Hao getting out of a white Maserati. His eyes widened as he said, This guy really knows how to spend money. To look good must cost a fortune. Renting this car for a day must be expensive. Why would a temp like him bother? Kai Mingzhi shook his head. If he actually rented it, then okay, but why? Rent a car and not drive over yourself? He must have called a cab, right? This trip must have cost him 200. This is just too funny, Lu Yu laughed from the side. Dressed to the nines, you know. If you had kept it low-key, it would have been okay, but why show off like this? Look at those clothes, must have cost him a fortune. Oh, and, look, he even wears a watch. You tell me, he doesn't need that. The two of them laughed for a while before waving at Wang Hao. Brother Hao, this way. If others called Wang Hao that way, it would be out of true reverence. But when these two called him that, it was filled with mockery. Haha, class leader, here I come. Wang Hao, oblivious to their comments, walked over cheerfully. Lu. Haha, long time no see. Brother Hao, ha. Lu Yu stepped forward and gave Wang Hao an enthusiastic hug. Long time no see. Brother Hao, you seem to be doing well these past few years. Kai Mingzhi walked over with a grin, looking towards the nearby Maserati. Nice car, impressive. He then pinched Wang Hao's clothes. Yo, this is some high-quality stuff. Must be expensive, huh? Not expensive, not expensive, Wang Hao laughed. It's nothing compared to you. This is just casual wear. I don't have anything more formal. Kai Mingzhi and Lu Yu thought simultaneously. Indeed, casual wear, these clothes must have cost a lot. No need to buy anything more. Brother Hao is joking, Kai Mingzhi laughed. Oh, it's been a few years since. We've had a good get-together. You're even wearing a branded watch now. You've really changed. Come on in, come on in. While talking, Kai Mingzhi grabbed Wang Hao's arm, and Lu Yu quickly took a peek, laughing his heart out. Omega? Haha, this guy really dares to splurge, even for this watch. In the night market, it would cost at least 2,000. All right then. Wang Hao laughed and walked in with the two, asking as they went. Who else has arrived? No one much, just a few of us who are still around Central City, Xia Fei, Wu Jun them. Kai Mingzhi led Wang Hao into a huge private room, easily over 200 square meters with a massive revolving round table in the middle that could seat 30 people without any issue. Upon entering, Wu Jun and Xia Fei quickly greeted him. Haha, Brother Hao is here. Wu Jun. Wang Hao was surprised. You've come so early. Class leader told me you've been staying in Central City. Of course, I didn't really want to leave after university. Just been casually hanging around here. Wu Jun pulled Wang Hao to sit down, smiling. Brother Hao, you're looking sharp. You doing well now? Just average. Wang Hao smiled modestly. I'm currently a writer, but at a reunion, it's best to keep a low profile. Just finding whatever gigs I can at home, writing some novels to make ends meet. How about you? Wu Jun hadn't replied yet when Xia Fei spoke. Whoa, Brother Hao, you write novels too? How's it going? Not bad, Wang Hao smiled sheepishly. Just average. Haven't published yet. Can't really tell how it's going yet, hee. That's something you have to keep at, Xia Fei laughed. Later when old Lu comes back, I'll have him explain things to you. He's an editor now, and if all else fails, you could stick with him. He'd totally have your back. Wang Hao, I don't think I need anyone's backing yet. Chapter 206. This question is hard to answer. Yesterday, I was just chatting with him. Xia Fei excitedly said. He mentioned some authors are less talented, and after 5 or 6 years, they only get a perfect attendance award. Oh boy, that's a tragedy. You should ask him for more guidance. It could save you from taking some major detours. I am not good at fiction writing myself. Right. We definitely need more advice. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Later when he comes in, I'll ask for some tips, haha. Then Wang Hao asked Wu Jun. Wu, what are you working on these days? Still playing games? Playing, of course I'm playing. Wu Jun perked up when games were mentioned. With great animation, he said, I'm a game leveler. Man, every day is just so satisfying. Our boss just picked a fight with someone these past few days, and you should have seen the other side. Totally wiped out. Our opponent couldn't even make it to the safe zone. That powerful. Wang Hao exclaimed. That must be a major boss for sure, dominating the server, right? Definitely. Wu Jun laughed. Our boss's family is rich, insanely rich. Just our team, 15 people. He pays over 100,000 a month just in salary, not to mention bonuses. Damn, that's impressive. Wang Hao was amazed. You're earning big bucks yourself. Hearing Wang Hao say this, Wu Jun and Xia Fei suddenly felt a huge boost in confidence. Earning more than 10,000 a month, they felt like they were stepping into the middle class, completely leaving behind their humble origins. Especially when they considered that the well-dressed guy sitting in front of them was actually an unemployed Wang Hao. The comparison elevated their sense of superiority instantly. Pretty average, just getting by, Wu Jun laughed heartily. Let me tell you, our boss got into a fight with those idiots the other day. A big group battle with dozens of people, which left bodies all over the server. The scene was absolutely epic. Damn epic. Yesterday, our boss, together with our studio and the gaming guild, trapped those guys in the safe zone all afternoon, and we scored a heap of top-tier items, worth at least 5 or 6,000 bucks. That's a lot of money. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Didn't the other side fight back? They did. Wu Jun exaggerated even more. Just this morning. Damn, that bunch somehow got a badass player, who was incredibly lucky. Just a minor character who couldn't even fight, only healed. Somehow, they got all hyped up and managed to kill our boss 3 times, dropping 4 high-value items. Wang Hao. Why does this story sound vaguely familiar? Your boss must have been pissed, right? Wang Hao quickly asked. How much money were those 4 items worth? How much money? Wu Jun, not at all concerned since it wasn't his money, became even more elaborate. Man, it's not even about the money at this point. Just that weapon alone. A unique server-wide sword called Rage Slash with +3 precision and +35 attack. Do you know how it was acquired? Our boss heard someone was selling it and flew there without a second thought and bought it for 20,000 bucks. Xia Fei. Damn, 20,000 for a single game item. And he flew to buy it. Why didn't he just fly to the sky? Oh, that is the sky. Wang Hao. Damn, it must be Mr. Han, that bumpkin. Haha. Wang Hao secretly took out his phone, opened the calculator, and then asked, This equipment is really valuable, huh? The only one of its kind. Now that's something. What about the others? How much are they worth? He really wanted to tell Wu Jun, those idiots you're talking about. One is sitting right in front of you, and the rest are next door? Of course, for Wu Jun's safety, better not mention it. Just the other day Mr. Han was talking about proving a point in the game. If Long Yi and his friends knew one was here, this reunion might just turn into a group battle. The others, they're also worth quite a lot of money. Wu Jun was still oblivious to the fact that he had just skirted disaster. Take that, mad god. Necklace with luck +3. That one alone cannot be less than 5,000. Wang Hao quickly pressed the calculator. 5,000. Wu Jun. And that giant strength ring, +7 to attack, 3,000. Wang Hao continued pressing. 3,000. Wu Jun. War God armor, +4 to attack, 2,500. Wang Hao pressed again. 2,500. Wu Jun. Dancing bracelet, +3 to attack, 1,008. Wang Hao. 1,800. After Wu Jun had finished listing them all, Wang Hao looked at the calculator. 45,800. This morning's haul was not bad at all. He was enjoying the moment, when suddenly a voice rang out. Haha, everyone's pretty early. What are you all talking about? Wang Hao looked up, and the newcomers were a man and a woman. He immediately burst into laughter. Yu Junpeng. Haha, long time no see, he said and glanced at the girl, asking, and this is? Didn't they say we could bring family members? Yu Junpeng winked playfully. My girlfriend, Ding Yue. She's playing a minor role in a drama crew and just happened to be free today, so I brought her along. Wow, our class's great screenwriter is here. Please have a seat. As soon as Yu Junpeng arrived, Xiafei immediately stood up with Wu Jun, exuding enthusiasm. This sister-in-law is really beautiful. You're killing it. Already dating an actress? Haha, just SOSO. Yu Junpeng clearly looked very proud, saying, there was this one time I went with the teacher to visit the drama crew and revise the script. And one thing led to another, we met. We felt quite compatible afterward and got together. It's not easy getting with a serious actress, so everyone nodded together. Impressive, impressive. After introducing his girlfriend, Yu Junpeng started to introduce Wang Hao and the others to Ding Yue. Come, meet them, he pointed at Xiafei. This is Xiafei. We had a great relationship back in high school, now working in the finance department at Bohuan Company, somewhat related to the film industry. If you ever have the chance to work with Bohuan and run into any issues, you can look for him. Wow, that's amazing, Ding Yue exclaimed, quickly extending her hand. Hello. Nice to meet you. Xiafei quickly shook hands with Ding Yue, saying, hope we can collaborate more in the future. If it's about money, coming to me is definitely effective. I'll make sure it's taken care of. First time shaking an actress's hand. Man, I'm not washing my hands for a week. After introducing Xiafei, Yu Junpeng introduced Wu Jun. Wu Jun, our class's gaming genius. Back in high school, he was awesome at online gaming. Even won a citywide competition playing some battle games. Now he works in a studio, also earning loads. Really impressive. You're really amazing, Ding Yue said. I envy people who can play games and make money. Haha, just SOSO, muddling through. Wu Jun got a bit embarrassed hearing the praises. Typical gaming nerd, shy around girls. Practically zero skills in flirting. After introducing the two, it was Wang Hao's turn. Wang Hao, brother Hao. Yu Junpeng deliberately emphasized the term brother Hao. He used to work in a drama crew, now a freelancer. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiafei and Wu Jun snickered. Freelancer pretty much meant unemployed, just sounded nicer. Hello, Ding Yue smiled slightly, then asked, by the way, domestic agent is so popular these days, I saw the screenwriter assistant is named Wang Hao. Is that you? Wang Hao. How should I respond? Telling the truth might seem like I'm showing off, putting others down, right? Look, your boyfriend is a screenwriter, and if I say I'm one too, that's not great, right? Before Wang Hao could speak, Xiafei chimed in first. How could that be? If it were that level, we would be rushing to curry favor. Just a namesake. But brother Hao did work in that drama crew. That's true. Wang Hao. Ding Yue, really? So brother Hao, what do you do in the drama crew? I really like the male lead, Yang Yunfei. Could you help me get his autograph? It'd be even better if I could get a photo with him. Wang Hao. This is a tough one. Should I say I can or can't? Maybe I should call him over to sign for you now? I reckon he would agree. Chapter 207. It's very awkward. Wang Hao decisively shook his head. Can't say. Xiafei said from the side. This might be difficult. Brother Hao only worked on the set for a couple of months, and now that the filming is finished, his task is done too. Besides, if you want an autograph, you should find your husband. He's got one. Hearing Xia Fei mention that her boyfriend had Yang Yunfei's autograph, Ding Yue immediately protested. You jerk! How could you keep this from me? Haha, I was planning on giving you a surprise. Yu Junpeng proudly took out a stack of papers from his pocket and said, Look at this, absolutely authentic signatures. Hee hee, how about it, do you like it? Ding Yue's eyes lit up. I love it. You give me one too. Wu Jun shouted excitedly from the side. His signature must be hard to get now, right? After this show, his price must have gone way up, right? Do you even need to ask? Yu Junpeng looked at Wu Jun as if he was looking at a fool. Do you know the 24-hour view count for Domestic Agent? 41 million. Our country's first show to break 40 million views in 24 hours. I don't know his exact price now, but I reckon 5 million for a role definitely won't stop him. The group nodded in agreement. Definitely won't stop him. Wang Hao. He decisively took out his cell phone and sent Yang Yunfei a message. Wang Ritian. Brother Yang, how much is your fee now? Soaring Cloud. Teacher Wang Hao. I'm so flattered that you've contacted me. Thanks to you, my fee hit 5 million right after the premiere. The popularity of the drama has exploded in the past few days, and someone approached me yesterday, offering 15 million for a role, but I figured, what if teacher Wang Hao has a good script for me, so I haven't accepted yet. His thanks to you was definitely from the heart. Yang Yunfei had seen with his own eyes when Wang Hao said he would change the script. Without any exaggeration, without Wang Hao there would be no Yang Yunfei today. How much had he been paid for that drama? 100,000 per episode. And now? 15 million for a role. So now, Yang Yunfei was really just short of setting up a shrine for Wang Hao. Wang Ritian, well done. Turning off the phone, Wang Hao said with a chuckle. They say Yang Yunfei's fee has reached 15 million now. It's surged quite dramatically. Whoa, did you just look it up online? Yu Junpeng had no idea where Wang Hao got his information and excitedly said, I figured it was around that. 15 million might not be reachable, but 10 million should be. The surrounding people gasped together. 10 million. So awesome. Incredible. Wang Hao. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? Heavens. You see. Yu Junpeng was even more energized. An autograph from a star worth 10 million. Let me tell you, it'll be tough to get his autograph later. Everyone nodded. Right. It'll be tough. Wang Hao felt rather awkward as he touched his nose, then continued to message Yang Yunfei. Wang Ritian. Brother Yang, someone says it will be hard to get your autograph. Later. Soaring Cloud. Oh, my teacher Wang Hao, please don't scare me. Who said that? I dare not disrespect you even if I disrespect anyone else. I'm still waiting to cling to your coattails. Also, if you want an autograph, isn't that just a word away, as many as you want? I'll write until my arms break for you. Wang Ritian. Well, okay. Good to know the kid's got sense. At this moment, Yu Junpeng held Yang Yunfei's autograph in his hand and said with a smile, Come on, take good care of this autograph from the big star. This will be worth a lot later. I've only got about 10 left in my hand, and once they're gone, there's no more. He gave Xia Fei and Wu Jun one each, but when it came to Wang Hao, he truly couldn't afford to lose face. I don't want one. Wang Hao decisively shook his head. I'm not into this kind of stuff, he. Xia Fei and Wu Jun exchanged looks. Xia Fei whispered, This guy's putting on airs again. Wu Jun nodded. This is big star Yang Yunfei's autograph. He's worth 10 million now. Not taking such a good opportunity. He'll surely regret it later. Not taking it. Okay then. Yu Junpeng quickly put away the autograph, fearing Wang Hao might change his mind. Looking like a smart aleck dressed to the nines, wearing a watch too. Are you afraid people can't tell you're an unemployed bum? I never intended to give it to you anyway. Wang Hao sent a cheerful message to Yang Yunfei. Wang Ritian. Your autograph is really popular. It's worth a fortune. Cold sweat covered Yang Yunfei's forehead on the other end of the phone. He thought he might have offended Wang Hao at some point. He was trembling. Soaring Cloud. Please no. Absolutely not. Teacher Wang Hao. How about I write 100 autographs for you first? If any of your friends or family want one, you can give them out for fun. If you really don't want them, you can even burn them for fun. Wang Ritian. What would I do with so many autographs? I'm just remarking, heh. Soaring Cloud. Really? You're not mad at me? Wang Ritian. Do I look like someone who gets angry easily? Soaring Cloud. Not at all. Absolutely not. You looked after us a lot on set. I'm relieved now that you've said that. While they were chatting, a crisp voice rang out. Everyone's doing quite well? I see. They all looked up and cried out in unison. Long live the Empress Dowager. It was none other than Yin Chunyin, the class queen, now nicknamed the Empress Dowager. Yin Chunyin had clearly made an effort with her makeup today and looked really pretty. With her came two other girls, both also classmates. What are you all chatting so fervently about? Yin Chunyin sat down with her two classmates and slapped Yu Junpeng on the shoulder. Not bad. You, earning 40 to 50,000 for a script. Remember to cast me in a role later. Yu Junpeng. Of course, the Empress Dowager's word is law. You know your stuff. Yin Chunyin turned to Ding Yue. And this beauty is my girlfriend, Ding Yue, an actress. Yu Junpeng hurriedly introduced her. Yin Chunyin, our class beauty, known as the Empress Dowager, boasted by high school standards to have 3,000 beauties in her harem. Don't flatter, Yin Chunyin laughed. There weren't even 3,000 people in the whole school. Then she reached out her hand. Nice to meet you. After shaking hands, Yin Chunyin looked at Yu Junpeng. Where's the autograph? Here. Definitely here. Yu Junpeng quickly took out 3 autographs. Keep them safe, Empress Dowager. Then he gave one each to the other 2 girls. Just a small token, not worth much. Both girls thanked him. Once the pleasantries were done, Yin Chunyin turned to Wang Hao, surprised. Look at you. Brother Hao, looking sharp today? That outfit must have cost a pretty penny, right? That's what I like about you. Always so stylish wherever you go. Especially those melancholic eyes and your rugged stubble. Life's been treating you well recently. As it happened, this Empress Dowager was quite the beauty in past days, and Wang Hao had harbored a secret crush on her. Reuniting now brought a wave of nostalgia. Doing okay, just average, Wang Hao said with a smile. I guess we haven't seen each other for about 5 years, right? It seems like we lost touch after getting into university. How have you been? Got a boyfriend? I'm married now. Xia Fei laughed from the side. Brother Hao, speaking of which, back in the day, it seems like you had a thing for her. Don't you want to express something now? Married already? Wang Hao exclaimed. That was fast. Of course, Xia Fei said. Her husband owns a big company, with total assets in the tens of millions. We definitely can't compare to that. I'm guessing you have no chance now. Wang Hao suddenly felt really awkward. Luckily, I have no chance. The one for me is Ice Princess. Not bad at all. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Tens of millions in assets, impressive. Look at you. Yin Chunyin laughed. A guy chased after me after graduation, so I got married. A woman's value decreases as she ages. Better to marry while you're still being pursued than having to resort to matchmaking when you're older. Do you have a partner now? Why haven't you brought them along for us to meet? Me? Wang Hao pondered. Should I invite Ice Princess over? Would that be appropriate? I'm currently single. Wang Hao smiled sheepishly. Just an unattached dog, heh. Is that so? Yin Chunyin looked Wang Hao up and down. Still quite handsome, though. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to a couple of girls when I get the chance. A few of my lady friends are still single, too. By the way, what do you do for work now? Chapter 208. This guy's act today is simply on a whole other level. It's actually hard to say. Mentioning being a scriptwriter might depress Yu Junpeng. Saying I own a company might be unbelievable to them. And my company hasn't officially started yet, so it doesn't count. Selling songs? Would they believe that? Hope they don't think I'm just showing off. Just messing around, writing some novels. Wang Hao laughed. Let's say I'm a freelancer. Seems like the most low-key option. A freelancer. Yin Chunyin decisively shook her head. That probably won't do. My girlfriend's families are pretty well off. All have assets in the millions. If you don't have a job, it'd be embarrassing for me to introduce you to them. Not introducing me is best. Brother's now afraid of having too many girls around. No worries, no worries. Wang Hao said cheerfully. I'm not in a hurry. Xia Fei, Hu Jun, and Yu Junpeng looked at each other, at the same time pulled out their phones. WeChat group. Xia Fei. This guy is definitely showing off. Wu Jun. Absolutely. He must have bought his outfit today just before coming. It's a big expenditure. Yu Junping. Exactly. If it had been someone else, hearing about being introduced to someone, they would have boasted nonstop. Xia Fei. He's definitely afraid of being caught in a lie later. It wouldn't look good. Wu Jun. Definitely, haha. While they were chatting on WeChat, Yin Chunyan said, "Wait, the phone you were using just now was an iPhone 7 in jet black. That's so expensive right now. I can't even find one to buy? And you say you aren't doing well." "Ah, a friend gifted it to me." Wang Hao became even more embarrassed. "I was just looking. I didn't mean to show off." WeChat group. Xia Fei. Come on, this is showing off. He definitely took it out on purpose just now. Wu Jun. For sure, that phone costs around 17 to 18,000 now. Even the best friend wouldn't gift something like that. Yu Junpeng. I noticed it as soon as I came in, didn't dare to say it. I knew he definitely took it out to show off purposely, and I didn't play along. Didn't even mention it. Empress is really lacking insight. Why bring it up? Look, he's showing off again, isn't he? Wu Jun. I can't stand it anymore. This guy is too good at putting on airs today. Look at his clothes. I glanced earlier, all branded. And that watch, it's even a damn Omega. Xia Fei. This watch could have been bought at some fake market. Yu Junpeng. True that. Stop letting him show off. Later if Empress asks about the watch he'll be even more thrilled. I'll go interrupt. Xia Fei, supporting from the top. Wu Jun, this works. No showing off, no showing off. Yu Junpeng laughed on the side. Could our brother Hao show off like this? By the way, Empress, how come your husband didn't come? I thought you mentioned spouses were allowed. He's been busy like a monkey every day. Mentioning this made Yin Chunyan slightly upset, clearly not very happy. I just called him, and he told me he was with a client and would come later. Ah, there's no helping it. I'm used to it. Oh, is that so? Yu Junpeng glanced at Wang Hao and laughed. No worries, no worries. By the way, I remember your husband is in interior design. Yes, Yin Chunyan replied. If any of you are buying a new house, just give me a call, guaranteed lowest price. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's great, that's great. Wang Hao wasn't busy either, chatting on his phone with Ice Princess. Wang Ritian. Today's reunion scared the hell out of me. Cold heart. What happened? Did someone bully you? Wang Ritian. Not really. Everyone was just too enthusiastic. Some offered to teach me editing and writing books. Some wanted me to play games and work with them. Some even wanted to give me Yang Yunfei's autograph. And the crucial part, our class beauty, wanted to introduce me to someone. Cold heart. That sounds great. Did you agree? Now, when she asks if I agreed, which part is she referring to? Wang Ritian. No, absolutely not. Didn't agree to any. Cold heart. I figured you wouldn't. By the way, you must have a lot of offers for writing scripts now, right? Wang Ritian. Quite a few. Now I'm a scriptwriter starting from 1 million up, hee hee. Cold heart. Keep it up. My scriptwriter Wang. Ah, that one call made my heart so fluttery, refreshing, comfortable. Wang Ritian. I'll definitely complete the mission. Ice Princess. By the way, the song Bubble you sent me was also released online yesterday, and it did quite well. The song Bubble he sent her? Wasn't that the song from the Young Singer-Songwriting Competition? Humph, this little girl. Must have liked it so much she claimed it as her own. Wang Ritian. Haha, really? Then I must go and have a good listen. Ice Princess. Sure, you have to tell me how you feel after listening. Wang Ritian. No problem. After saying that, he immediately opened the Cool Music app, directly searched for Bubble, and quickly found the search results. Bubble, search count, 98547. After clicking in, he saw detailed data for the song. Previews, 135,87454. Downloads, 568,749. Likes, 965,324. Comments, 15,487. Those numbers look pretty good. Wang Hao had no concept of the world's music data, so he quickly excused himself from his classmates and hurried out to find a secluded place to listen. Soon, Bai Yining's beautiful and melodious voice rang out, and Wang Hao was thoroughly enjoying it. Our big star indeed delivered. The song was simply unbeatable. Wang Ritian. Not bad at all. Superbly sung, haha. Ice Princess. Really? Anything else? Wang Ritian. Huh? What else? Ice Princess. I'm ignoring you. Jerk. Wang Hao was momentarily baffled. What was going on? Wang Ritian. Ice Princess. Wang Ritian. Ice Princess. After Wang Hao left, the room burst into laughter with Xia Fei, Wu Jun, and the others suddenly roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, Xia Fei said while slapping his thigh. This guy's acting today is simply on another level. Yeah, Wu Jun mimicked Wang Hao's tone. Ah, just messing around, writing novels. I guess I'm a freelancer. Ha ha. I don't know how his face didn't turn red when he said that. I'm so close to dying from laughter, Yu Junping said. An unemployed guy, looking so slick, carrying around an iPhone 7 like it's a big deal, and the best part is, he's wearing an Omega on his wrist. I'm dying, literally. Yin Chunyin giggled, covering her mouth. I just took a closer look, and his outfit, it's all brands. His shirt is Levi's, his trousers are Gucci, his shoes are High-E. I roughly calculated his outfit costs at least over 5,000. Ah, he makes only 4,800 a month. He really went all out for this reunion. I can't stop laughing, Xia Fei said. He was also holding his iPhone 7, deliberately chatting away, making sure everyone noticed. And that watch, who knows where he got it from, huh? They were still laughing when Liu walked in and asked, "What are you guys laughing at? What else could we laugh at?" Yu Junpeng winked. Today, Brother Hao really pulled off a great act. Brother Hao. Enough said. Liu burst out laughing. The man came in a Maserati, acting all high and mighty. I bet it was a Jean taxi he called. That ride must have cost him 200 to 300. As soon as he finished, everyone burst into laughter again. After laughing for a while more, Xia Fei asked, "By the way, when are Niu and Jiao getting here?" These two have a much deeper connection with Wang Hao. Niu's dad and Wang Hao's dad were comrades back in the day, and Jiao was even cooler, hanging around Wang Hao in high school, always following him around. Now the guy owns a company making millions a year. Their coming to the reunion will definitely spice things up. In the restroom, Wang Ritian. Ice Princess. Did brother say something wrong? Damn it. I've been here too long. Better head back. Wang Ritian. I'm heading back first. We'll chat later. I'm away for too long. Ice Princess. Go ahead, jerk. Wang Ritian. What in the world is going on here? Chapter 209. It's really awkward. Bai Yining lay on her bed, furiously throwing her phone away. What an idiot. Such a big idiot. Bai Yining huffed, clutching a pillow with gritted teeth. This song, Bubble, got 14 million listens in one day and was downloaded 600,000 times. Such great results, and he didn't even seem surprised. Didn't even praise me once. Bai Yining pouted her lips and muttered, "My last album's best song only got 6 million hits in 24 hours. This time it more than doubled. That blockhead. Big idiot." So infuriating. After being angry for a while, she got out of bed to retrieve her phone and with a pout said, This big idiot. I have to see how long you can stay stupid." Then she put on her headphones and listened to Bubble 2 more times, suddenly laughing. This guy. I wonder when he will come up with a new song. The thought of it is really exciting. Wang Hao returned to the private room and upon entering saw Liu sitting at the table, immediately smiling. "Old Liu, I heard you're working as an editor now. How's the treatment?" "Brother Hao is back." Liu grinned. "SOSO, I guess, about 6,000 to 7,000 a month, barely getting by. I just heard from Xia Fei. You're also writing novels? How's it going? Which website?" "Oh, on Fengyan Chinese Network." Wang Hao scratched his head. "Just average. Hasn't been showcased yet. I don't know if it's good or not." "Oh, Fengyan, huh?" Liu Yu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. "What's the name of the book? Let's have a look." That." Wang Hao was really feeling a bit depressed. If nobody at the scene understood about books, it might have been okay to just mention the book's name and skim through the contents for a casual chat. But Liu was an editor, after all. Would he believe if I said Break the Heavens was written by me? If he believed, would he think I was boasting? It might be awkward since everyone mingles in the same circle. Forget it. Wang Hao smiled coyly. "It's a bit embarrassing, haha." As he said this, the few people around couldn't help but suppress their laughter. And in his heart, Liu thought, "Lucky you didn't say Break the Heavens was written by you. Otherwise that would have been a big boast." Thinking this, Liu then said out loud, "Well, if you don't want to say then don't. But if you ever want to switch platforms, come to me. I'll get you a few more recommendations to boost you up." Really? Thank you so much. Wang Hao hurriedly expressed his thanks. If I don't do well on Feng Yun, I'll come running to you. That would definitely work. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed as he laughed. By the way, speaking of it, your site has a book called Break the Heavens that's really soaring high lately. Do you know about it? Wang Hao instinctively touched his nose. Thank goodness I didn't say it just now. You see, people know about it, right? I know. That book is really hot. Wang Hao nodded. I just write casually, huh? Just casually? How can that be? Lu Yu got suddenly excited. Let me tell you, writing books, that requires a knack. Not to mention anything else. The book Break the Heavens, our company's boss specifically called a meeting about it, instructing all of us editors to study the techniques used in that book. Wang Hao, isn't that a bit awkward for me? But what could I do? I couldn't just dampen his spirits, right? Yes, yes, yes. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. I'm studying it as well. The techniques are indeed pretty good. That's a must, Lu Yu said. I've been studying it for a full 3 days. I've carefully read each chapter 7 or 8 times. The pacing is just unbeatable. They start by heavily undermining the protagonist, pulling the readers right in. Then at the end, out comes a beautiful rich girl, suddenly making the anticipation go through the roof. The author of this book is definitely a genius. Named Tian Kendo, just watch. He'll definitely reach the status of supreme god. I reckon he'll even surpass the current top god Wan Dao. Right, brilliant. Wang Hao mumbled vaguely. The plot is indeed not bad. He wanted to keep a low profile, but the people wouldn't let him. How can you say not bad? Lu Yu said. It's extremely good. It seems you haven't studied it thoroughly. The biggest feature of this book is its fast-paced face-slapping. Face-slapping doesn't wait overnight. Brilliant. If you could learn even a tenth of his style, I reckon, you could be earning 10 to 20,000 per month in royalties. Wang Hao, how am I supposed to respond to that? Old Lu, is it really that exaggerated? Yu Junpeng interjected in surprise. A month earning 10 to 20,000. That's way more than I earn as a scriptwriter. I only get around 40 to 50,000 per script, and it's not like I get them every month. Wang Hao, well, now I dare not say this book was written by me. Since we're all classmates, I have to keep it low-key. Staying low-key is the best way to go. A class reunion. After all, it's most important that everyone has fun. Otherwise, if everyone's looking at me, wouldn't it be awkward? Why do you think I called it awesome? Lu Yu then began to explain in detail to Yu Junpeng how amazing Break the Heavens was. You, actually, with your talent, writing a book would definitely be no problem. You can just imitate Break the Heavens. Yu Junpeng, what? Really? By the way, how popular is this book? Can you make a comparison? Otherwise, nobody has any idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, only through comparison will we know. A comparison? Lu Yu nodded. All right then, I'll tell you what the concept of Break the Heavens is. In our online novel sphere, there's a supreme god. He writes under the pen name Ask the Way. Do you know how much he earns in a year? Everyone shook their heads. We don't know. Wang Hao also shook his head. He really had no idea what level the supreme god of this world was. 13 million, Lu Yu said proudly. After taxes, an annual income in the tens of millions. Holy shit, that's insane. Yu Junpeng exclaimed. Writing books, is this promising? What did you think? Lu Yu said. But even if Ask the Way starts a new book, under normal circumstances, if he puts up 300,000 words, getting 50,000 collections would already be reaching for the stars. What are collections? Collections mean that after the readers read your book, they want to keep reading, so they add it to their favorites for easier access later. Everyone, got it. And then what? And then, Lu Yu said, do you know how many collections Break the Heavens now has? A whopping 130,000. 130,000 collections. Ask the Way's best-performing book had only 100,000 collections when it was completed. Yu Junpeng, damn. Does that mean this book could earn 20 million a year? Maybe not that much, but it probably won't be far off, Lu Yu said. Now you see how awesome it is? Everyone nodded together. We get it. While Lu Yu was blowing his trumpet over there, Wang Hao's phone buzzed with a message. Picking it up, he saw it was from Long Yi. Long Yi, Brother Hao, how's the class reunion going? Wang Ritian. It's going pretty well. Everyone is really enthusiastic. Classmates really are closer, haha. Long E. That's right. What are you up to now? Is anyone blowing their own trumpet to you? Wang Ritian. Not really. Everyone's doing quite well. Just a classmate who's an editor is explaining the ropes of Break the Heavens to me. Long E, what did you say? In the next room, Long E showed the chat to several people, and they all burst into laughter. Long E, haha, explaining the ropes of Break the Heavens to Brother Hao. Xiangwei. I can't even. This is too hilarious. Jiu Miao. He must not know Break the Heavens was written by Brother Hao, right? I can't. I'm dying of laughter. Haha. Brother Hao definitely didn't say. Long E. Nonsense, of course he couldn't say. Otherwise, what if people thought he was showing off? But this is just too funny, explaining the ropes in front of the author himself. I can't, I need to laugh. Wang Hao also felt pretty helpless. There he was, the real deal, just sitting there while Lu Yu went on, saliva flying, explaining the tactics of Break the Heavens, how to start the story, how to raise hatred, how to build anticipation, how to show off, and how to slap faces. It was truly awkward. Chapter 210. Look at how he's acting, wow. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Red Club, a black Audi A6L slowly drove in, followed by an Audi Q7. Both cars found spots in the parking lot and came to a stop. Then 6 people, 2 men and 4 women, got out of the vehicles. Kai Mingzhi laughed heartily as he went to greet them. Ha! Nio. Jiao. You guys finally made it. Then he greeted the 4 women. Everyone's here. Come on in. Room 88. The 4 ladies smiled and entered the door. Left with Niu Buochao and Jiao Hongru, Kai Mingzhi asked, Didn't you say you were bringing your families? What's going on with you two? No help for it. Niu Buochao, dressed in a suit, shrugged his shoulders. My girl had something come up. She'll be here in a moment. As long as she can make it. Kai Mingzhi then asked Jiao Hongru. Jiao, we were all waiting for you today. Did you get in touch with that big star of yours? Is she coming or not? Called her. No answer. Jiao Hongru shook his head. She's a bit busy these days. I'll contact her again later. No rush. I think she'll give us the face. He was dressed in casual wear, clearly expensive. After all, success demanded meticulousness in attire. Well, that's good then. Kai Mingzhi nodded. I've been curious about how a big star looks. Yu Junpeng even brought an actress over, very pretty. This kid's pretty awesome, Jiao. Hongru scoffed lightly. No problem, it'll surely work out later. Don't worry about it. Who's here now? Everyone from the city. Kai Mingzhi wanted to laugh. Brother Hao really showed off big time today. You won't believe it if I tell you. Oh, Niu Buochao was very curious. How did he show off? Came in a Maserati. Kai Mingzhi said, lowering his voice and laughing. Dressed head to toe in brand names. Even wearing an Omega watch. And, you know what? I saw in the chat group, he was fiddling with an iPhone 7. God. The act he put on simply broke through the stratosphere. Ha ha ha, awesome. The 3 of them laughed together. Jiao Hongru said. He must have really splurged. Definitely. Niu Buochao nodded. 2 months' salary slip, for 1,008. Xiafei even posted it in the group. Why still put on such airs now, huh? Come on, Jiao. Let's go in and see what this amazing Brother Hao is up to. The 2 then entered the club, and as soon as they walked into room 88, Niu Buochao spotted Wang Hao looking down at his phone. The 2 exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their eyebrows. Niu Buochao whispered, Really? Look at that act. Oh. Jiao Hongru winked. You've got to play along, right? Ha ha, Brother Hao. Niu Buochao laughed loudly and walked up with open arms. Long time no see. Brother Hao. Long time no see. Long time no see. Jiao Hongru chuckled and walked over. How've you been? You look sharp too. Brother Hao is always awesome. Haha. Niu. Jiao. As soon as Wang Hao saw the 2, he quickly stood up, grinning. I was just wondering when you 2 would get here. Didn't expect it to be so soon. As he spoke, he looked at Niu Buochao's suit, smiling. Sure enough, our class's top scholar is impressive. Look at that outfit. Those car keys are Audi, right? Nice. Awesome. Wang Hao meant his words with true sincerity. After all, they were classmates, and he was genuinely pleased to see others doing well. But for Niu Buochao and Jiao Hongru, it sounded different. Niu Buochao thought to himself, mentioning the car on purpose, your point being the car you came in is better than mine? Jiao Hongru thought, Quite a subtle way to brag, huh? Your point being your attire isn't too shabby, right? Ah, ha ha, just average. Niu Buqiao laughed. The A6L is decent enough for getting around. What are you up to these days, Brother Hao? Me? Just this and that. Wang Hao scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. It's nothing compared to you successful people. We're dabbling in all sorts of things. Got to keep it low-key. Modest again, are you? Neo roared with laughter. I really am just average. Barely make a couple of 10,000 a month. Jiao's the real deal. He started his own company, pulling in 2 or 300,000 a year. He's now dating minor celebrities. That's what I call being beyond comparison. Wang Hao. There you go. There was nothing more I could say. After all, I was chasing the number. 1 star, which I certainly couldn't mention. Wouldn't want others to feel embarrassed. Low-key, always low-key. Really? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Wow, Brother Jiao, you're that impressive now. Jiao Hongru smiled and responded, haha, just average. I'd say it's passable. The three of them laughed together, greeted the others around them, and Niu Buqiao said with a smile, speaking of which, Brother Hao, there's something I've been hesitant to bring up, worried that you might mind. As Niu Buqiao said this, everyone around winked and nudged each other, crowding into the WeChat group. Xia Fei, here it comes. Haha, Niu is still the badass. Wu Jun. Hee hee. Let's see how Wang Hao responds to Niu's comment. He's really being put on the spot. It's going to be rough. Yu Junpeng. This guy still has no clue. We've all known his business for ages. Jiao Hongru. Don't rush it. After Niu, it's my turn, ha. In Chunyan. Look at you all, being so mischievous. Hee hee. What's the matter? Wang Hao was completely oblivious to his classmates plotting against him and asked curiously, what's with all this secrecy? What's going on? Here's the thing, Niu Buqiao said with a smile. I'm an HR at Heising Group's Zhonghai branch, and a while ago, I actually received a resume that you submitted. I thought since we're old classmates, I should help you out. So I went to the boss to see if we could make an exception and hire you. He sighed here, showing a bit of regret, and continued, but our boss wouldn't budge, said your qualifications weren't enough, and all my persuasion was in vain. It's a shame, really. In the WeChat group, Xia Fei. Damn, looking at how Niu is talking, if I were Wang Hao, I'd probably want to crawl under the table. Wu Jun. Exactly, what was he thinking? It would have been so much better to just come forward honestly and simply, but no, he had to show off. Sigh. Yu Junpeng. Exactly, what a shame. They whispered among themselves in WeChat, something Wang Hao was naturally unaware of. Really? Wang Hao said, surprised. You're in HR at Heising Group's Zhonghai branch? I did apply there a while ago. If you had told me sooner, I definitely would have taken you out to dinner to thank you. He truly meant it. After all, if someone's willing to help, you should show some gratitude, right? It didn't work out, so I didn't tell you, Niu Buqiao said with a smile. I did find it a pity at the time, but there's a company policy I couldn't bypass. It really is too bad. That's not a problem, Wang Hao replied. I really appreciate the thought. We definitely need to have a drink later at dinner. Absolutely, Niu Buqiao nodded and said. Besides, our fathers are old war buddies. We have old ties. We must have that drink. In the WeChat group, Xia Fei. Damn, you guys see this? He's completely unfazed. Wu Jun. He hasn't realized it at all. Jiao Hongru. This guy's skin really is thicker than a city wall. No, I have to do something. Brother Hao, Jiao Hongru said, wrapping an arm around Wang Hao's neck affectionately. You're not working right now? Oh man, I had no idea. It would have been better if you told everyone sooner. But don't worry. You helped me out back in high school. I've never forgotten that. What happened in high school? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. I helped you. Yeah, you did. Jiao Hongru said, back in high school, some local thugs were bullying me. What was his name again? Right, Brother Dao. That's what everyone on the street called him. When you found out, you actually stood up for me and faced him. After that, he never bothered me again. That did happen, right? Chapter 2:11. What the heck is going on? Jiao Hongru mentioned that, and Wang Hao remembered. Speaking of which, that guy used to tag along behind him. Back then, he was often bullied, and Wang Hao was the one who'd stand up for him. I was wondering what it was. Wang Hao laughed, patting Jiao Hongru on the arm. That's all in the past. Why are you still hung up on that? Isn't doing well now better than anything? Of course, I have to remember. Jiao Hongru laughed. Look at you now, Brother Hao. You're still jobless. If you don't disdain it, come to my company. I can't promise a supervisor role right away, but being a team leader is definitely no problem. Our company just happens to need a security chief. I can get you set up as the head of security for 1,800 a month. No problem at all. In the WeChat group, Xia Fei. Damn, this guy's too sinister, mentioning exactly 4,800. Ha ha ha. Wu Jun. I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. Jiao is the real deal, hitting right where it hurts. Niobwa Chao. Haha. Could Jiao have gotten this far without a few tricks up his sleeve? Unaware of their deliberate act, Wang Hao, who was kind and valued loyalty, truly believed his classmates were trying to help him out since he was jobless. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Oh no, no need, no need. Look at you guys, so enthusiastic. I'm actually doing quite all right. I appreciate your good intentions, really, but look at me, I'm pretty good. I spend my days at home writing, strolling around, quite free and easy. I might not even be able to handle a regular job. In the WeChat group, Niobwa Chao. Damn, this guy's actually trying to pretend he's doing better than he is. Is he despising the security chief position Jiao offered him, or what? Xia Fei. Can't do anything. He's got to keep up the pretense since he's already gone this far. Yu Junpeng. Exactly, they mentioned a salary that's twice his monthly income. I bet he feels like crying right now. Oh brother Hao, why are you being so formal with me? Jiao Hongru was about to go on when suddenly his phone rang, and he quickly said, Never mind, I need to step out to take this call. You guys keep chatting. That guy, always in a hurry to do everything. After Jiao Hongru left, Niobwa Chao said with a laugh, Let me tell you guys, the girl that Jiao's chasing is quite something. You know Domestic Agent? She played a supporting role in it, and has a promising future ahead. I'm so envious when I hear about it. Wang Hao, someone from the Domestic Agent crew? Who could it be? It couldn't be Zhang Muqing, could it? Little Yaya? Indeed, just as he thought that, Jiao Hongru stormed back in furiously, and as soon as he sat down, he said, Damn it, she gets a bit famous and becomes so cocky. Tells me she's not feeling well today, not coming. Doesn't give me any face at all. Niobwa Chao exclaimed, Not coming. Jiao Hongru nodded. Not coming. In the past, at least she'd agree to meet me for a meal, but just now she said she wasn't feeling well and hung up on me. Damn, that's rough. Niobwa Chao quickly reassured. Let it go, let it go. It's a class reunion, don't let it upset you. Women, come on, with what you've got, isn't there plenty of fish in the sea? No big deal. Although he was consoling him, Jiao Hongru was still fuming. All right, let's drop the topic, Niobwa Chao said with a smile. Let's change the subject and move on. Everyone burst into laughter and teasing chatter when Kai Mingzhi walked in with someone and loudly said, Everybody, quiet down. Guess who's here? The crowd turned their heads, and they were immediately surprised. The woman next to Kai Mingzhi was stunning. A solid 90 out of 100. She wore a dark red dress, her smiling eyes giving off an incredibly ladylike vibe. Stunning, wasn't she? Niobwa Chao beamed with pride. Come on over. Let me introduce you to the top beauty of our company, Xia Sweki. She has truly honored me by coming out to support the event today. The group marveled together. Nice one. Nio, you the man. This lady is so damn beautiful. Wang Hao, what the heck is going on here? Then, Xia Sweki spotted Wang Hao and her eyes lit up. 80,000 just sitting there. How could she not be excited? She immediately exclaimed, Ah, Brother Hao, you're here? As she spoke, everyone was suddenly stunned. What did that mean? What's going on? Brother Hao, you two know each other? Niobwa Chao glanced at Wang Hao and then at Xia Sweki, with a confused look on his face. He was a bit puzzled about their relationship. It wasn't his fault, after all. Considering Xia Sweki was the #1 beauty in the company, it had taken a lot of persuasion to get her to come to support the event. Who would have thought that she would greet Wang Hao before saying anything else upon arriving? At this point, not only Niobwa Chao was baffled, but everyone else was also quite confused. What was happening? Ah, neighbor, just a neighbor. She lives in the apartment above mine. Wang Hao was also quite frustrated. I mean, we're just neighbors. Why are you so enthusiastic? It makes others think we might be, you know? But Xia Sweki didn't see it that way. She hadn't wanted to come today. It was a class reunion. What business did she have there as an outsider? But she couldn't stand up to the persistent badgering of her boss, and to give him face, she reluctantly came. It was just a small favor, after all. At most, she would have a few drinks. But when she arrived, she found a delightful surprise. Wang Hao was also here. She didn't care much for her boss. It's not like she had to work at that company. She could switch jobs anytime. Given her qualifications, any place would scramble to have her. But Wang Hao was a real deal, worth 80,000. Just rope him in, and she would get paid. So Xia Sweki was suddenly thrilled. Right. Brother Hao lives in the apartment below mine. Xia Sweki sat down next to Wang Hao without any renter's awareness and said with a smile, Brother Hao is such a nice guy. Last time I twisted my ankle, and he not only carried me to the hospital, but also took me home. We even had a power outage that day, and he carried me up 17 floors. I've wanted to express my gratitude, but never expected to meet you here today. As she said this, everyone let out a long, oh, glancing back and forth between Xia Sweki and Niu Buochao. Niu Buochao's expression darkened. Damn it, the big beauty I went through so much trouble to invite over here ended up being his girl? So you're trying to say I'm just a pushover? You two seem pretty close. Neighbors, why don't you just share a bed already? Niu, it looks like today is not so simple. Jiao Hongru sneered and whispered. He's too arrogant today, dressed like he's above everyone else. And now he's hitting on your girl. This cannot stand, absolutely not. Since Zheng Yu hadn't come today, he was already unhappy. Now seeing that the woman Niu Buochao brought was sitting next to Wang Hao, how could that not add fuel to his fire? You don't need to tell me that. Humph. Niu Buochao chuckled, walked over, and said, I didn't expect this, Brother Hao, to find out that you know our company's beautiful lady. Ah, such fate. Really fortunate. Very fortunate. No, not really. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Just happened to run into each other. Just happened to, huh? That works too. Niu Buochao patted the back of Xia Sweki's chair and said, You can't block fate, heh. Jiao Hongru fanned the flames from the sidelines. Niu, considering today's occasion, you've got to say something, right? You were the best student in our class. Why not make a poem for the occasion? Niu Buochao, make a poem? Jiao Hongru. Yeah, a poem. All right, let's make a poem. Niu Buochao circled Wang Hao with a snicker and then said, wagging his head, Dress up for the class reunion. Show off like someone grand. He patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Just for the rhyme. Don't take it personally, ha. Ha. Instantly, everyone at the event burst out laughing. Niu, what a talent. Xiaofei laughed while slapping the chair. I didn't realize your poetry was so good. I'm impressed, truly, Wu Jun said with a laugh. That verse really does rhyme. Awesome. No joke. That is a pretty good poem, Yin Chunyan commented. Niu, you're impressive. A true talent from Zhejiang University, just spouting it right out. Chapter 212. Oh dear, look at the mess this has caused. What's going on here? Looking at a group of classmates laughing heartily, Wang Hao was visibly confused. Niu Buochao's words were clear to him, but he wasn't showing off today. He hadn't done anything extravagant. He just stood there, listening without saying or doing anything, right? What? Wang Hao looked at his laughing classmates and asked curiously, Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Stop pretending, we're all classmates here. Why the act? Jiao Hongru said with a laugh. You say you're a temp worker making only 4,800 for 2 months, but here you are today, arriving in a Maserati, dressed in designer brands, wearing an Omega watch, and flashing a shiny new iPhone 7. What's all that for if not to show off? Exactly, Yu Junpeng chimed in. Your clothes are Levi's, your pants are Gucci, and your shoes are high-E. That outfit must cost at least 5,000. Oh man, and with a salary of only 4,800 for 2 months, you really went all out for this reunion. Yeah, added Niu Buochao with a wink. That watch must have been pricey, right? Bought it from a night market? It must be. Around 2,000, right? After he finished, everyone burst into laughter again. Wang Hao finally understood. So, these guys were all hinting at pulling him into some project, recommending editors, and even offering him the job of security team leader. That was their plan. He had thought everyone was quite enthusiastic, but in the end, It seemed he had thought too much. Of course, at that moment, Lu Yu added more fuel to the fire. You don't have to pretend. You're just a temp at Bohuan, and we've all seen the photo of your salary receipt for 4,800 for 2 months. Stop pretending. Everyone burst into laughter again. At this point, Xia Sweki couldn't sit still any longer and said, "What kind of classmates are you all? Why make fun of someone like this? If it had been someone else, they probably would have snapped by now. But others are others, and Brother Ritian is Brother Ritian, not to be compared. Ah, look at all this mess." Wang Hao suddenly laughed without any sign of anger. "It's all my fault, a mix-up indeed." Everyone immediately quieted down, all smiles, waiting to hear his explanation. Xia Sweki stealthily tugged at Wang Hao's arm. "Brother Hao, ignore them. If it comes to it, we can just leave. No banquet is fair without disaster. Why bother with them? They just want to laugh at you." Unexpectedly, among all these people, it turned out this girl was actually decent. "No worries, what haven't I seen before?" Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, patted Xia Sweki's hand, then looked at all the classmates present and said, "Actually, I intended to keep a low profile. Coming to a reunion and making such a splash isn't ideal. But look, there's been a misunderstanding. I'm really sorry, truly sorry. I wasn't showing off, but since everyone is saying otherwise, I guess I ought to play along, right? Let me put on a proper show for everyone. Just don't laugh if it's not up to scratch, please." As he said this, he pulled out his phone. "Hey Yang, what are you up to? Are you busy right now?" "Oh, nothing much. Just thought I'd ask for an autograph." Yes, I'm at Red Club right now." "All right, come over when you can, to room 88. Once Wang Hao had ended the call, the whole room fell silent instantly. Classmates exchanged looks, silent for a full 3 minutes, with no one speaking. Nobody knew what Wang Hao meant. Whom was he calling? A Yang, who needed to give an autograph and had to come over immediately? What was going on? After a brief silence, the classmates began whispering among themselves. "Xiaofei, what's going on? I didn't understand his action just now. Wu Jun. Has he gone mad from being mocked? Who is he calling at this time? Yu Junpeng. Not sure. His action just now was inexplicable. What was he thinking? In Chunyan. Let's just watch the drama unfold. Why overthink it? Niubo Chao. He must have been bamboozled by us. There's no helping it when he's trying to show off so much today, right?" "Hey." Group of classmates whispered among themselves. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit off, Kai Mingzhi quickly smoothed things over. All right. It's a reunion. Let's not talk about that stuff. I'll get the waiter to serve the dishes now. Let's drink to our heart's content. Nobody's leaving sober today." The classmates cheered together. "Right? Nobody's leaving sober." "Brother Hao," Jiao Hongru said with a smile. "Neo was just joking. Don't take it to heart. We're all here to have fun." "I know," Wang Hao said with a grin, showing he didn't mind at all. "Didn't I come here today just for some fun? Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone has a good time later. I really wanted to play the part properly this time. Otherwise you all would always think I came here just to show off, right?" Okay. Jiao Hongru said sheepishly as he backed off. Xia Sweki secretly tugged on Wang Hao's sleeve and asked softly, "Brother Hao, why are you getting upset with them? Don't I know what kind of person you are?" Don't worry. Wang Hao was not the least bit anxious and smiled. "I originally planned to come to the reunion to see how everyone was doing, but it seems I was a bit misguided. No worries, it'll be exciting soon." At this point, the classmates thought Wang Hao was just joking, and no one paid much attention, chatting among themselves. Soon, an excited voice of a waiter came from outside the door. "You are." Then a pretty nice voice followed. "Is this private room 88? The door opened quickly, and when the classmates inside saw who was coming in, they were totally dumbstruck. Yu Junpeng was the first to shout, Yang Yunfei." It was Yang Yunfei himself. Yang Yunfei didn't even glance at Yu Junpeng. He scanned the room and quickly spotted Wang Hao, rushed over excitedly, and said, "Mr. Wang Hao, I'm here. The traffic was a bit heavy. I'm really sorry, otherwise I could have arrived even faster." The whole room went dead silent, everyone's mouth wide enough to fit a large duck egg. Yang Yunfei was calling Wang Hao teacher. Sitting next to him, Xia Sweki was the most shocked. What kind of influence does Brother Hao have? Just a phone call, and Yang Yunfei shows up in person. Glad you made it. Wang Hao coolly pointed to the chair in front of him and said sit. Sure. Yang Yunfei obediently sat down, asking Wang Hao, Mr. Wang Hao, what did you need me for? Does one of your friends want my autograph? As he spoke, he pulled out a pen and notepad from his pocket. I've brought pens and notebooks, as many as you need. Well done, Wang Hao smiled satisfactorily, then turned to the classmates present. Does anyone want an autograph? If so, raise your hand. I'll write them right here for you. All the classmates sat petrified in their seats, their minds blank. Wang Hao, just a phone call, and Yang Yunfei personally comes over to write autographs. What? What's going on? Am I dreaming? Yu Junpeng was completely dazed. This can't be happening. Ding Yue, who came with him, had completely changed her gaze towards Wang Hao. After Wang Hao finished speaking, no one dared to speak for a while. Finally, after about a minute, a female classmate timidly walked over and said, Could I have one? This female classmate was named Su Ting. She was a rather inconspicuous girl in class and was quite timid but fairly decent. Most classmates had laughed at Wang Hao earlier, but she just sat in the corner and looked at her phone, not joining in the mockery. Of course, no problem. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Yang Yunfei quickly wrote the autograph, personally handed it to Su Ting, and then took the initiative to ask, Shall we take a photo together? Really? Su Ting's eyes widened excitedly. I was just thinking of asking for a photo, but I didn't dare. Without another word, Yang Yunfei put his arm around Su Ting's shoulders, holding up the phone. Cheese. After everything was done, Su Ting excitedly returned to her seat, staring at the autograph for a long time. It was fresh off the press. Xiaofei, Wu Jun, Yu Junpeng, Niu Buichao, Diao Hongru, Yin Chunyan, Kai Mingzhi, others. Chapter 213. Don't hurry, one by one. All the classmates were dumbfounded. Zhang Dazue couldn't utter a single word. Just then, as the kung fu waiter began to serve the dishes and the drinks arrived, Wang Hao called out to the waiter, Waiter, please help us open the drinks. Thank you. The waiter glanced at Yang Yunfei and replied, Okay. Crack, crack, crack. They started with opening a case of beer. Wang Hao waited for Yang Yunfei to return to his seat and smilingly said, Oh yeah. What did you say your fee was again? My classmate here wants to know. 15 million. Yang Yunfei quickly responded. That was the offer a producer made to me yesterday, but I didn't take it. I was just thinking that in case Brother Hao, you might need me. I'd be worried I wouldn't be able to get away. Ah, that price is SOSO, Wang Hao said, stroking his chin and considering. So you didn't take it? Yang Yunfei nodded vigorously. Didn't take it. I was hoping for your opinion, Brother Hao. All right, if I take on a film, I'll arrange a role for you. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then said, You just wait for my word. Really? Yang Yunfei's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Hao, nothing more to say. I'll drink 3 to that. Saying so, he clinked, 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 and downed 3 glasses in a row. After finishing the 3 glasses, Yang Yunfei then said, As long as you nod, Brother Hao, I won't take a penny. I'll volunteer to perform. Xiaofei, Wu Jun, Yu Junpeng, Niu Buichao, Diao Hongru, Yin Chunyan, Kai Mingzhi, others. Everyone was flabbergasted. A big star with a value of 15 million. Volunteering to act. Just who exactly is Wang Hao? After downing 3 drinks in one breath, Yang Yunfei, excited, said, Brother Hao, without you there wouldn't be a today for me. Rest assured, for this film, I'll put in my utmost passion. Any issue, just one word from you, and I won't hesitate to reshoot 10 or even 8 times until it's up to your satisfaction. Let's settle on that, Wang Hao said, nodding with a smile. But we'll have to pay you what's due. Let's start with 5 million. If the box office is hot later, you definitely won't be left out. No problem, right? The crowd was astounded. No one could have imagined the extent of Wang Hao's influence. In just a few sentences, he turned down a 15 million job and then took a 5 million job with Wang Hao instead. Brother Hao, Ding Yue asked quietly, Can you write screenplays? Fairly well, Wang Hao smiled. Just hit the million mark, was too modest to say earlier. Yu Junpeng's face changed instantly. He only got 45,000 for a screenplay. What do you mean can write screenplays? Yang Yunfei, who knew Wang Hao the best, said urgently. The revisions for Domestic Agent were written by Brother Hao. Wang Hao is Li Fei's top disciple. For this drama's success, at least half the credit goes to Brother Hao. He said this primarily because he was worried that such remarks might affect the relationship between Wang Hao and Li Fei. Otherwise, in Yang Yunfei's heart, Wang Hao definitely took the top spot, with Li Fei stepping aside. Those classic lines, the cool flying dagger. Skills. All from Wang Hao's creation. Otherwise, with his current status, besides Wang Hao, who else would he be so eager to come over at just a single word? Everyone was dumbstruck again. All right, enough flattery, Wang Hao said with a laugh. Let's settle this for now. You can go back and get ready, and wait for my call. Okay. Yang Yunfei got up. Then, Brother Hao, I'll head back now. I might still need to trouble you with questions in the next few days. Go on. Go on. Wang Hao waved. Remember to get a designated driver. Got it. After Yang Yunfei left, Wang Hao looked around at all his petrified classmates and smilingly asked, how was my performance just now? The crowd nodded groggily. Wang Hao continued to smile and say, but hey, today we have to satisfy everyone, right? Don't worry, there's more to come. He first poured himself a glass and said, let me start the round. I'm in a good mood today, right? With that, Wang Hao walked up to Lu Yu, stretched his arm around Lu Yu's neck, and laughed. Speaking of which, Brother Lu, we should have a drink. Now that you're an editor and I'm a writer, we are colleagues in the same industry. Lu Yu obviously hadn't snapped out of it yet. Sure thing, sure thing. Yeah, sure thing, Wang Hao laughed. Actually, remember earlier when I said I was writing a novel? When you asked about the title, I didn't say it, did I? The truth is, I was too embarrassed to say it. That Break the Heavens on Fengyan. Chinese website, that's my book. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu gasped in shock. Actually, ever since Yang Yunfei had entered the room, he knew things would go south. Today, Wang Hao's behavior clearly showed he was truly angry. Who could have imagined that his words could actually summon Yang Yunfei? But even after Yang Yunfei had arrived, Lu Yu wasn't too nervous. After all, it was actor's business, nothing to do with a web editor like himself. Who could have anticipated that Break the Heavens was actually Wang Hao's book? As someone who had been an editor for several years, Lu Yu knew what it meant for Wang Hao to say this. Brother Hao is joking, Lu Yu said, drenched in sweat and full of anxiety. This book is really yours. The classmates around were also full of shock. Just now, Lu Yu had thoroughly explained just how high-level Break the Heavens was. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Wang Hao laughed out loud, his arm still around Lu Yu's shoulder. Actually, I was embarrassed to say it earlier. Seeing you talking so enthusiastically, imagine if I had said this book was written by me. Wouldn't you feel awkward? So I just sat there and listened to your lecture, and I must say, it was really quite good. You've got what it takes to be an editor. At that moment, even I felt my face getting red, haha. Lu Yu. Oh right. Wang Hao gave Lu Yu's shoulder a hefty pat, continuing, I really should thank you. If there comes a day when I can no longer mix in this field, retiring to your site wouldn't be too bad, right? You'll have to cover for me then. You can't go back on your word. Lu Yu. He was rendered speechless by Wang Hao's words, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. He had praised the book in front of the actual author, that was one thing, but to have said when the author couldn't make it in the field, he would come to him. It wasn't just him, a mere editor. Now even whether their website could accommodate a big shot like Wang Hao was a question. Impossible. At this point, Xia Fei cried out from the side. You both write scripts and novels. Where would you find the time for all that? No way, you must be pulling our legs here. I don't believe it, not no matter what. At this juncture, Xia Fei was truly anxious. He couldn't help but be nervous. He was the one who had kicked off the entire incident, after all. Old Xia, don't rush, Wang Hao said with a grin. One by one, I've just started with the first one. It'll be a while before it's your turn, but don't worry, you won't be left out. After he finished speaking, he thought for a moment, then put down his glass and said, right, now that I mention it, you probably still won't believe me. I've noticed something. Whenever I tell the truth, nobody believes me. So, I'll prove it to you, just so you know I'm not showing off. Everything I've said has been the truth. Wang Hao beckoned to Su Ting. Little Ting, I need your help with something. Su Ting was clearly startled. Ah, what do you need, Brother Hao? You helped me call out in room 86, Wang Hao said cheerfully. Just tell them Brother Hao is looking for them. Okay. All right. Su Ting was visibly nervous. She felt uneasy about the teasing of Wang Hao earlier, but her shyness had prevented her from speaking up. Now that Wang Hao had put it like this, she decided to go for it, and immediately pulled the door open to leave. Soon, the door opened again, and Long Yi, followed by a bunch of people, walked in laughing and said, Brother Hao, what's going on? Come on in. Wang Hao immediately stood up and introduced to everyone present. Long Yi, a friend of mine, also a reader of my book. Then he turned to Long Yi and said, Long Yi, this classmate of mine is an editor for a website and has expressed a bit of doubt that Break the Heavens is my book. Break the Heavens, huh? Long Yi laughed and said, Actually, I got to know Brother Hao through his book. I was at an internet cafe, and Hao was right there typing it out. I've seen it with my own eyes. What? You don't believe it? Then Long Yi looked at Wang Hao and said, Brother Hao, this is simple. Just show him the author's back end, and that'll be it. Chapter 214. How pleasant this drink is. Oi, look at my memory. Wang Hao smacked his forehead hard. Forgot. My bad. Don't rush. Wait a minute. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, entered the author back end, and then handed it to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, take a look. Everything correct? Lu Yu glanced at it and almost crawled under the table in embarrassment. All the classmates who had been mocking Wang Hao earlier now looked green. That smack really stung a bit. Actually, this is kind of awkward. Wang Hao picked up his wine glass and said, You see, I was really staying low-key today. Honestly, wasn't trying to show off. I didn't even butt in when you mentioned the book because I was afraid you'd lose face. But now that we know, we should have a drink, shouldn't we? We're not just classmates. We're practically in the same trade, wouldn't you say? Lu Yu, with a face full of cold sweat, shakily lifted his wine glass and said, Brother Hao, you see Oh, it's all a misunderstanding. Just misunderstandings. Wang Hao downed his wine in one gulp. You have to drink this, right? I'll drink. Lu Yu was almost in tears, his face smarting painfully, and the key point was, Wang Hao hadn't used a single rude word, but was rather courteous, yet now he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Right? I just remembered something. Today, I got here in his car. Wang Hao refilled his glass and said with a smile, Long Yi, tell them, you weren't a beep-beep taxi I called, right? Hearing Wang Hao say that, Long Yi and the others practically bent over laughing. Long Yi said while slapping his thigh, Brother Hao, who came up with the creative idea that you hailed a beep-beep taxi? Xiang Wei chuckled and added, Brother Hao, still using a beep-beep taxi? Nowadays, doesn't Brother Hao have whatever car he wants with just a word? Zhu Miao. Exactly. Brother Hao even dined with that someone. If you want to see fancy cars, Brother Hao can get as many as you want with a word. He's been really low-key today, hee. You see, I was indeed very low-key today, Wang Hao continued with a smile. I truly wasn't trying to show off. We're all classmates. Why would I act all arrogant? What's the point in flaunting a sense of superiority, right? Then he threw an arm around Wu Jun's shoulders, raised his glass with a laugh, and said, Wu Jun, oh my, it's been so long since we last met. Today we really need to drink up. Brother Hao. Wu Jun immediately felt overwhelmed. The things I said earlier, don't take them to heart. Not at all. How could I take it to heart? Wang Hao said cheerfully, I wasn't planning to drink with you just because of that. Didn't you mention earlier that you work in a studio? You even wanted to invite me to join you, right? Right then, Wu Jun was a bit uncertain of what Wang Hao meant and nodded cautiously. Yes, that's right. See, then we've got to drink. Wang Hao, with his arm still around his shoulder, said, Speaking of your studio, it must be fun playing games and earning money all day. Great job. You're thinking of involving me. I must thank you. So, are you going to drink? I'll drink. Seeing that it wasn't focused on him anymore, Wu Jun grew bolder, picked up his wine glass. Brother Hao, cheers. Hold on, not in a rush. Wang Hao pressed on his glass and then smiled. Speaking of which, your studio has been quite glorious these past days. Looted so many valuable gears, right? Right then, Long Yi, laughing on the side, asked, Yo, Brother Hao, this brother runs a studio? Which game? What game could it be? The one you play? Wang Hao laughed. These past few days their studio has looted quite a few gears, and their boss even gave them a bonus, $1,000 each, right? Right. Right. Wu Jun was again slightly confused, wondering what Wang Hao meant by this. Really? No way. Long Yi exclaimed in surprise. What did they loot? Game equipment can be so valuable. I play as a warrior. Which zone are you in? Mid. Mid-C Zone 1. Wu Jun cautiously glanced at Long Yi, then at Wang Hao, and asked apprehensively, Which zone are you in? I'm Mid-C Zone 1 too. Long Yi suddenly got excited. We're in the same zone. I play as a warrior. Got any gears I could use? Wu Jun looked at Wang Hao and then at Long Yi, his intuition telling him that this was no simple matter. At this moment, everyone in the room held their breath, no one knowing what exactly was going on. What was Wang Hao doing bringing up the game now? Long Yi, Wang Hao said with a smile. I doubt he has any equipment you could use, adding, but you probably have quite a few pieces that could come in handy. Huh? What do you mean? Long Yi was also a bit confused now. To put it simply, Wang Hao seriously introduced to Long Yi, my classmate, Wu Jun, works in a gaming studio. Not a bad income, about 7 or 8,000 a month. A couple of days ago, he looted a golden bracelet. Seems it was defense +2 attack +4. Defense +2 attack +4. Once Long Yi heard this from Wang Hao, he instantly understood. Brother Hao, you mean? Don't rush, Wang Hao chuckled. And then today, we also looted some gear, didn't we? Long Yi, why don't you tell him about it? I don't play the game often, and I can't quite remember all the gear. The equipment we looted today? Long Yi now understood Wang Hao's intent and gleefully said, Accuracy +3 attack, +35 wrathful slash, the only one on the server. A luck +3 mad god necklace, an attack +7 power ring, an attack +4 war armor, an attack +3 dancing bracelet. Long Yi listed a total of 8 pieces of equipment in one breath. With each item he mentioned, Wu Jun's face grew paler, and by the time all 8 were listed, he was nearly collapsing. Let me formally introduce you. Now Wang Hao handed Wu Jun a cup of wine and laughed. This is Long Yi, my friend. The defense +2 attack, +4 golden bracelet you looted a couple of days ago, it's his. You see, with that kind of fate, we have to drink, right? After this introduction, Wu Jun was trembling. In the game he played, there were plenty of examples where looting equipment led to real-life fights. Now with the victim right in front of him, Wu Jun was genuinely scared. These guys all looked wealthy and handsome. If they decided to beat him up, he'd have nowhere to cry. Can a small arm twist a big leg? Wang Hao, Brother Hao. Seeing the atmosphere turning sour, Kai Mingzhi, the class head, hurriedly came over to make peace. You said we're all classmates. Why must it come to this? Let's talk it over nicely. Please don't lose your temper. We are indeed classmates, and that's well put. Wang Hao pushed Kai Mingzhi back into his chair. What was his physique now? His hands were like vice grips. Though Kai Mingzhi was tall at 1.8 meters, once Wang Hao held him down, he couldn't move an inch. Don't worry, I'm right here, Wang Hao said cheerfully. Just having a drink together, don't think too much. At that moment, Long Yi cheerfully picked up his cup and said, How about that? Buddy, meeting here today must be fate. I think we really should have a good drink. Wu Jun's voice was trembling, already carrying a cry. Drink. This drink. We need to drink. Then let's go for it. Long Yi lifted his cup and gulped it down in one go. Wu Jun, with no other options, also lifted his to drink. Everyone present was too frightened to speak. The girls who had earlier teased Wang Hao were nearly crying. Only Su Ting was somewhat better. Being impartial, she simply chose to keep out of it. Just then, Xia Suiki's eyes lit up when she looked at Wang Hao. This man was just too damn cool. With that aura, he dominated the room, not a single person daring to speak. Plus, his look was so captivating. The tease in his smile, and that Omega watch. Any of them could dazzle thousands of young girls. That's it. I'm conquered by him. Forget about 80,000. To hell with it. Chasing him and making him my darling husband is definitely the best choice. As Wang Hao saw the two finish their drinks, he then wrapped his arm around Wu Jun's shoulder and laughingly said, You see, how refreshing is it to drink like this, right? Here, let's have another glass. I genuinely appreciate you thinking of pulling your buddies up. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. Brother Hao is too bad, but I like it. Wu Jun. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Cheers. Wang Hao downed his drink and said, Wu, it's your turn now, and you can't back out of this. Okay, I'll drink. Wu Jun, having been cornered, took another drink. Only then did Wang Hao let out a satisfied belch and walked over to Yu Junpeng. First, he poured a drink, and then with a smile, he said, Hey, it's your turn. You see, when you think about it, we're in the same line of work. Yu Junpeng instantly crumbled. His girlfriend was right beside him. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Wang Hao's colleagues just kept increasing, one by one. Today's really exciting. Long Yi, raising his eyebrows to Changwei and a few others, said, mixing with Brother Hao, watching him put people in their place is just too satisfying. Brother Hao is really awesome, Changwei whispered. Slapped them right in the face without even giving them a chance to react. Bro, Brother Hao, Yu Junpeng blushed furiously, lost for words. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Look, I'm just making the rounds, and you can't back down now. Wang Hao, holding his glass, said, Come on, let's have a good chat today. You're a scriptwriter, I'm a scriptwriter, but you see, I really didn't dare say it before. Looking around at everyone, he smiled and continued. With so many classmates here, if I say I'm also a scriptwriter, everyone would definitely wonder. Wang Hao and Yu Junpeng, who's the better scriptwriter? So, I've just been sitting there, supporting you all along, but you know, in the end, you really made me tell the truth. I might have stolen your thunder today, sorry about that. You, please be more understanding. He spoke slowly, but the slower he spoke, the greater the pressure felt. Yu Junpeng was almost driven to tears by Wang Hao's words. His girlfriend was sitting right there, in front of someone who could write $1 million script at the drop of a hat. Today he had really lost face. Long Yi, gleefully murmuring, said, Awesome. With Brother Hao's demeanor, it looks like he's aiming to slap everyone's face in the circle. No one can escape. Haha, too damn satisfying. Zhu Miao whispered, Looks like they've really offended Brother Hao today. Otherwise, he wouldn't normally be like this. Xiang Wei sneakily approached Su Ting and whispered, Beauty, how did this all start? Tell me about it. At that moment, Wang Hao, holding his glass, looked at the girl you had brought and smiled. Beauty, actually, today I was hoping your boyfriend would show off more. After all, you two came together, and if your husband impresses, it gives you face, right? But then things went sideways, and I had to tell the truth. Well, that's okay. Now that everything is out in the open, I don't have to hide it anymore. What was your name again? Let me think. Ding Yue, right? Yue, which crew are you with right now? Ding Yue, her face flushed with fright, said, I haven't received any roles yet. No roles yet? How can that be? Wang Hao said. Well, don't worry, I definitely have to help my classmate's girlfriend. Could you stand up for me to have a look, okay? Okay. Ding Yue, hearing there was a possibility of getting a role, especially from someone who wrote Domestic Agent, was immediately excited. She hurriedly stood up and even did a turn in front of Wang Hao, then anxiously asked, Teacher Wang Hao, do you think I'm suitable? Of course, why wouldn't you be? Wang Hao decisively nodded. You've got the looks and the figure. I'll arrange a supporting role for you, write you more scenes, and you just need to perform well. Don't worry, with Brother Hao here you won't be at a loss. Ding Yue, not expecting such a pleasant surprise that day, quickly expressed her gratitude. Teacher Wang Hao, thank you. I should have a drink with you. Saying this, she poured a drink and downed it in one gulp. A chill ran down everyone's spine. It hurt to have one's face slapped like this, to flirt with someone's girlfriend in front of him, and the girlfriend even had to be grateful. Brother Hao is so cool. Long Yi nearly rolled over laughing, whispering, Once this girl's movie becomes a hit, she'll definitely dump Yu Junpeng. The slap in the face is so damn satisfying. Ha ha. Brother Hao is too bad. Zhu Miao giggled with a hand over her mouth. But I like it. At this time, Niu Bochao and Zhao Hongru exchanged glances, both recognizing that today's situation was hard to resolve. Niu Bochao, gritting his teeth, whispered, Zhao, we can't go on like this. We're losing too much face. Can we call someone? Quickly, call someone to get this guy out. Damn it. We can't let him continue to be arrogant. It's almost our turn. Who knows what else he could pull out? Zhao Hongru nodded fiercely and responded. Got it. I'll call some people over right away. Wang Hao had just finished assigning the role to Ding Yue and was holding a glass of wine. He slung his arm around Yu Juanpeng's shoulder and laughed. You see your buddy's got your back, right? We're all schoolmates after all. If I can help, I must help, right? So this drink, we definitely have to drink it. Yu Juanpeng's face instantly turned pale, because he wasn't stupid and understood many things. If he had been the first to become a prominent first or second-tier screenwriter, Ding Yue might have taken an interest in him. But now, Ding Yue already had a role, arranged by Wang Hao. And once this film was shot, saying goodbye would surely be a done deal. But what could he do? He had been the one laughing the most before, and now thinking about turning the tables was utterly hopeless. Seeing Wang Hao's manner, it was clear he was planning to fight from start to finish. No one could escape. At this point, Yu Juanpeng, tears included, had to see this storyline through to the end. He resolutely picked up his glass. No more words. Brother Hao, thank you for looking out for me. Here's to you. Cheers. Wang Hao drank happily with Yu Juanpeng. He then patted his shoulder. That's what I like about you. Decisive and straightforward. No dragging your feet. Don't worry. When I get back, I'll speak with the teacher. I'll make sure he looks after you. Yu Juanpeng collapsed into his seat, his face devoid of color. With that sentence from Wang Hao, he knew his journey as a screenwriter was probably over. Given today's scenario, whom could Wang Hao ask Li Fei to take care of? He was definitely kicking him out. After all, a small fry like him was in abundance. Recruiting dozens from the screenwriting department by just shouting for them wouldn't be a problem. After drinking with Yu Juanpeng, Wang Hao looked around at the people present and then walked toward Yin Chunyan. Empress Dowager. Wang Hao cheerfully brushed Wu Jun aside and sat down next to Yin Chunyan, laughing. You know, back in high school, I really had a crush on you. Just like that, 4 or 5 years have passed. It's been a while since we've met, and we should definitely have a good drink, right? Being called Empress Dowager, Yin Chunyan was indeed no easy figure. She naturally saw the situation for what it was and didn't even lift her glass, only scoffing coldly. Enough, Brother Hao. Don't play those tricks with me. I know what you mean. I was just mocking you earlier. Don't bother offering me a drink. I won't drink it. My husband is almost here. If you have any business needs, you can talk to him, okay? In the WeChat group, Xia Fei. The Empress Dowager is truly awesome. She just power-cut Wang Hao with one sentence. Wu Jun. I was scared to death just now. Let's see how he handles this. Yu Juanpeng. Damn, my relationship is definitely over, and I probably can't even keep my job. It's up to the Empress Dowager now. Her husband is a big boss, with assets worth millions, not so easy to scare. Xia Fei. Right, go for it. Hit him hard. Despite Yin Chunyan being not so polite, Wang Hao didn't seem to mind at all, laughing. Look at you. I just thought since it's been years, I'd like to have a drink with you. You're even getting upset about it. Then he put down his glass. But yeah, it's not nice forcing a girl to drink. Let's wait for your husband, then I'll drink with him. Yin Chunyan scoffed coldly. That would be nice. With the two of them setting their drinks down, the room quieted down once again. All the classmates were watching Wang Hao, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. After all, practically everyone present knew that Yin Chunyan's husband was a big boss, with an asset of millions, incomparable to the likes of Wu Jun and Lu Yu. Chapter 216. This is the rhythm of a thorough face-slapping. At this moment, even Su Ting was a bit nervous, whispering to Qiang Wei, Brother Hao is in trouble now. Yin Chunyan's husband is really formidable. Qiang Wei was not worried at all. Brother Hao is definitely more awesome than him. Just relax. Since Yin Chunyan dared to say that, it naturally meant her husband was already on his way. Sure enough, after a short while, the door to the private room opened, and a man in his 30s or 40s walked in with a smile, saying as he came, Honey, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry about that. There was a traffic jam on the way today. Hubby, you've come? Now the savior had appeared, and Yin Chunyan was so excited she was almost in tears. She had been terrified earlier too, as Wang Hao had been going around the table, challenging each person in turn, and to be honest, when it was her turn, her little heart had nearly leapt out of her chest. But At least she remembered to call for backup, thus avoiding disgrace. I'm here. I'm here, In Chunyan's husband said with a chuckle, holding her hand. Aren't you going to introduce me? My husband, Lei Minghui, In Chunyan announced excitedly. He works in home renovation. In the future, if any of you need anything, you can come to him. This was a big shot. The classmates present instantly relaxed, cheering. Indeed, Empress Dowager is powerful. Hubby, come quickly. In Chunyan pulled Lei Minghui by the hand towards Wang Hao, with a teasing expression on her face. Hubby, meet my classmate, Wang Hao. He's doing really well for himself now. You two should get close. We have to drink well today. Normally, with the arrival of the savior, this was the time to ride in with the force of thunder and break through all opposition. But unexpectedly, as soon as Lei Minghui laid eyes on Wang Hao, he broke out into cold sweat and his hands started shaking. Hubby, what's wrong? In Chunyan asked in surprise. Are you not feeling well? No. Lei Minghui, forehead drenched in sweat. Yeah, we should have a good drink, right, brother Hao? Wang Hao sat there, just looking at Lei Minghui with a smile on his face, and slowly said, have a seat. Do you two know each other? In Chunyan was full of suspicion. Now she too was a bit stunned, unable to figure out the relationship between the two. The other classmates were also bewildered. Empress Dowager Yin's husband was a successful man. So why did he react like a mouse who had just seen a cat upon seeing Wang Hao? We've met before. Lei Minghui was sweating profusely and looked completely out of sorts. Come on. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, right? Today is a rare occasion. Wang Hao filled his cup with liquor and said with a smile. We really should drink up, right? Right. Without a second word, Lei Minghui grabbed his glass and downed 3 cups in a row, then cautiously said, Brother Hao, speaking of which, about last time, please don't take it to heart. It was all my fault. These 3 cups are my way of apologizing. In Chunyan, Xia Fei, Wu Jun, Yu Junpeng, Niu Buichao, Diao Hongru, Kai Mingjie, others. A collective gasp could be heard around the room. Everyone was completely baffled. What exactly was going on here? These two knew each other from before. It seemed that Empress Dowager Yin's husband had past grievances with Wang Hao. In the WeChat group, Xia Fei. This is cheating, right? What's going on? Empress Dowager Yin's husband knows Wang Hao too. Wu Jun. And it looks like the Empress Dowager's husband definitely has something that Wang Hao is holding over him. Yu Junpeng. Damn, how the hell did Wang Hao pull this off? Fucking hell, this is too much. This is cheating. It's cheating. Lu Yu. It's over. Wang Hao is unstoppable today. Why on earth did we bother making fun of him? Look at our faces now. He's taking down whoever comes along. I used to think Empress Dowager Yin's husband would be useful, but he ended up being crushed even worse. To be honest, Wang Hao was also quite surprised, because he had indeed seen Lei Minghui before. It was a scorching summer day, and he had just been terribly unlucky at gambling. And it was also when Ice Princess's cell phone was taken. It happened right in front of that coffee shop, and at that time, Lei Minghui was strolling down the road with his ex-girlfriend Yang Tao. Who would have thought that this guy is actually Empress Dowager Yin's husband? Let it be. It's all in the past. Wang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly and then laughed. But it's quite a coincidence to see you here today. Enough talk. Let's drink. Saying this, he picked up his glass, drank it all in one gulp, and then put his arm around Lei Minghui's shoulder, chuckling. Lei, I heard you're in the renovation business now. How's business been lately? Yes. At that moment, Wang Hao was like a real brother to Lei Minghui, who was eagerly nodding his head. Business is not bad. I've just taken on a job these past 2 days, renovating a company on the top floor of the Dahua Science and Technology building at Jining Lake. It's decent, quite decent. Wang Hao, what a coincidence. Wow, that really is quite a coincidence, Wang Hao said with a cheeky grin. Actually, that company, it's mine. The crowd around them collapsed again. What on earth does Wang Hao do? And how come everything seems to be connected to him? In Chunyan was totally dumbfounded. Her husband's renovation work was actually for Wang Hao's company. Looking at her husband now, so afraid of Wang Hao. Brother Hao, that company's really yours? Sure enough, Lei Minghui made a swift and decisive decision. Then there's no question about it. I'll do it for free. Not a penny will I take. This is what you call warding off misfortune with money. He was already so grateful that Brother Hao hadn't brought up that issue. Yin Chunyan was on the verge of tears. That project was worth at least hundreds of thousands gone. Hee, how could I possibly accept that? Wang Hao said as he patted Lei Minghui's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll still pay the cost price. Then he tightened his grip slightly around Lei Minghui's neck, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. I didn't say anything today, get it? Take care of that matter later, compensate if you need to, break it off if you have to. I really don't want to meddle in your family matters, but after all, we're former classmates, so live your life well in the future. Understood, understood. Lei Minghui secretly gave a thumbs up. Brother Hao, your magnanimity knows no bounds. Okay then. Wang Hao let go, picked up his glass with a cheerful smile, and gestured to Yin Chunyan. Empress Dowager Yin, enough said. We're all classmates here. I'll drink first, you do as you like. With that, he finished his drink. Yin Chunyan's face turned a deep red. She almost wanted to crawl under the table. At this point, everyone present felt a tingling of the scalp. This Wang Hao was too frightening. He had reach and influence everywhere. After finishing his drink, Wang Hao walked over to Jiao Hongru, took a deep breath, and then sat down. Old Jiao, we really should have a proper drink together. Wang Hao looked at Jiao Hongru with a smiling gaze. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have nearly forgotten. Back in school, I fought for you, remember? I even got disciplined by the school because of it. Jiao Hongru was sweating profusely, saying, I should remember it, definitely should, while internally grumbling. Where the hell are those idiots who should be coming? Right? You should remember, Wang Hao nodded. Back then, you were always calling me Brother Hao this and Brother Hao that. Ah, you're doing pretty great these days too. Started your own company, driving nice cars. I'm genuinely happy for you. It's just a bit disappointing today. That girl you invited didn't show up. But don't worry, her name's Zheng Yu, right? Don't be hasty. I believe she'll come out of respect for me. As he said this, Wang Hao took out his phone and called Zheng Yu. Hey, little Yaya, what are you up to? Nothing much. I'm just at the reunion and thinking of someone to liven up the scene. Yes, no. Problem. Bring them all. Red Club, room number 88. Then Wang Hao added another sentence. Right. And also call Ma Ming over. I have something for him too. Okay, great. After hanging up, Wang Hao wrapped his arm around Jiao Hongru's neck, chuckling. Old Jiao, do you see how I handle things? Yes. Jiao Hongru's face had turned white. It was an outright slap in the face, and the most depressing part was that he couldn't come back at him with anything else. Beside them, Long Yi winked at Xiang Wei and laughed. Brother Hao is just awesome. He slaps faces right on the spot, without even letting the person fight back, haha. Today was really a spectacle. In the WeChat group, Xia Fei. Today was a complete disaster. Got my face slapped all around by Wang Hao. Wu Jun. It can't be helped. What else could we do? Who the hell would have thought he'd be so impressive now? Yu Junpeng. Let's not talk about it anymore. The humiliation is set in stone today. I just hope he doesn't completely crush us, sigh. Lu Yu. Old Jiao's definitely going down too, no doubt about it. Today, Wang Hao set on slapping faces to the end. Chapter 217. Exterminate as many as they come. The crowd hadn't waited long when the private room's door was opened again. They all turned to look and instantly gasped in shock. This time, 3 people entered, 1 man and 2 women. The girl on the left had her hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of large, smiling eyes. Just one look, and you knew she must be a cheerful young lady. On the right was a sturdy man, at least 1.9 meters tall, all muscle, sporting a buzz cut, flashing a bright white smile when he laughed. Although Zheng Yu and Ma Ming were not well known to everyone, Zheng Yu was recognized as the girl Jiao Hongru was planning to pursue. But the person in the middle, everyone definitely knew her. Zhang Muqing, protagonist actress of Domestic Agent. When Zhang Muqing and her company entered, the female classmates present were instantly dumbfounded. Look, it's Zhang Muqing. It's her. She's even more beautiful in person than on TV. Just how awesome is Wang Hao now? One phone call, and he can summon anyone. With the success of Domestic Agent, Zhang Muqing's worth is no lower than Yang Yunfei's. The surrounding female classmates buzzed with chatter, and then Zheng Yu's group spotted Wang Hao. Brother Hao, we're here, Zheng Yu said cheerfully. How's that for speed? Why just okay? Wang Hao smiled, gesturing to the chairs nearby. It's more than okay. Please, have a seat, everyone. Today, I gathered everyone here for two things. First, since it's a reunion, I thought I'd keep it low-key, right? We're all classmates here, and showing off wouldn't be right, would it? But it seems there's been some misunderstanding, and people think I'm putting on airs. Now that you're here, you can help prove I wasn't bragging, right? Listening to Wang Hao's entertaining explanation, Zheng Yu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "What do you need to prove, Brother Hao? I know. We even rode in the same car back to the set originally." At this, Jiao Hongru felt his entire being crumble. Who could have imagined that Zheng Yu, whom he had pursued for so long, already knew Wang Hao? How should I put it? Wang Hao said with a smile. Tell them how I got along at the set, will you? Do you even have to ask? Zheng Yu replied with a grin, glancing at all the classmates, and proclaimed, scripts, novels, music, connections. Brother Hao has it all under control. As soon as Zheng Yu finished her statement, everyone's mouth fell open in astonishment. Brother Hao is really that incredible. You see, Wang Hao said, beaming. I did come here with a low profile today, right? Kai Mingzhi felt utterly frustrated. Damn it. If he had known Wang Hao was this low-key, why would he have provoked him? But by now, it was too late for regrets. What use was remorse when you've already offended someone? At this point, Kai Mingzhi had been ready to back down. Before he could even speak up, a ruckus suddenly erupted outside the door, and the door to the private room was thrust open. 6 men in their mid-20s stormed in, demanding as they entered, Brother Jiao, we're here. Where's the guy? We'll take him out for a spin right away. The entire room fell into stunned silence in an instant, all eyes wide with disbelief. Aside from Yeo Buqiao, no one expected Jiao Hongru to actually call people to deal with Wang Hao. This was clearly gearing up for a fight. Come on, Jiao. Kai Mingzhi, furious, said, what are you doing? Before Jiao Hongru could reply, Wang Hao intervened and calmed Kai Mingzhi down. Hey, don't get worked up. It's all trivial matters. Turning to Ma Ming with a smile, he asked, Ma Ming, these guys are a bit loud. Is that an issue? Should be no problem. Heh. Ma Ming laughed goofily, and then walked over, lifting the men like chicks by the scruff of their necks, and carried them out. Seeing Ma Ming's display of strength, Jiao Hongru turned ashen, completely speechless this time. Brother Jiao, not bad at all. Wang Hao chuckled as he wrapped an arm around Jiao Hongru's shoulder. Back in high school, you were always my lackey, but who would have thought you've got lackeys of your own now? That's progress. Major progress. We should definitely celebrate this. Come on, let's drink to your success today. With his trump card gone, Jiao Hongru, defeated in spirit, trembled as he held up his glass. Drink, drink, drink. Wang Hao downed his drink in one go. Ah, that hits the spot. Seeing an old lackey of mine doing so well now. Not bad. Not bad at all. By the way, Brother Jiao, what's the name of your company again? Jiao Hongru, Ru Family Catering. Oh, you're in the catering business? Nice, nice. Wang Hao nodded and then took out his phone. Hey, Zhao, I need to ask you something. Yeah, I've got a classmate who's in the catering business, Ru Family Catering. Yes, that's it. There was a bit of a misunderstanding. Yeah, I'm talking to him about it right now. So take good care of him, will you? Great. Thanks, that's all. After the call, everyone present was completely confused, not understanding what Wang Hao was getting at. But by then, Wang Hao had already slapped Jiao Hongru on the shoulder and said with a laugh, work hard. You used to hang with me, and now you've made a name for yourself. Now that you've spread your wings, I can't help you much, but I can still look after your business a bit. Jiao Hongru's whole body went limp. How could he not understand what Wang Hao meant? Right after he said this, Ma Ming finished dealing with his men and came back, scratching his head and grinning. Brother Hao, it's all sorted, heh. Everyone's mouth hung open. So many people, and they're sorted out just like that. In the WeChat group, Xia Fei. Nio, it's almost your turn. Brother Jiao has already knelt. Now it's up to you. Wu Jun. Whether you can push him down or not, it's all on you, Nio. Yu Junpeng. Nio, out of all of us, you're the most badass. Don't chicken out. Nio Buqiao. Relax, I'm freaking lucky today. The regional manager from our branch office is here dining, and I've already invited him to sit with us for a while. Wang Hao might suppress Empress Dowager Yin's husband, but can he take on our companies? Regional manager. Once our manager shows up, I want to see how he can still act all high and mighty with me. Lu Yu. Damn, now that's some serious weight. Nio, your company is a multinational corporation, right? If the boss himself steps in, unless Wang Hao is a deity, there's no problem at all. After finishing his drink with Diao Hongru, Wang Hao walked up to Niu Buqiao with his drink in hand and smiled. Niu, your turn has come. You and I go way back. We've got to have a good drink today. Heh, there's no hurry to drink, Niu Buqiao sneered. I know what you're up to, and I'm not afraid to tell you that just like you can call people for backup, I'm no worse. Our boss is coming any minute, and whatever you've got to say, you can tell him then. I'd like to see what you're going to do about it. Oh, really? Wang Hao didn't seem troubled at all, and he casually put down his glass. Well then, I'll wait. Trying to scare me with the company boss? Huh? Heh, don't forget, I'm on a lucky streak today. Unbeatable. No matter who comes, they're going down. While waiting for the person to arrive, Zhang Muqing whispered to Long Yi. Long Yi, doesn't the atmosphere today seem a bit off? She had dined with Long Yi before, so they were somewhat acquainted. Today, Brother Hao is really pissed. Long Yi, who had already heard the whole story from Su Ting, whispered back an explanation to Zhang Muqing. Originally, Brother Hao was thinking it's just a reunion, so he didn't want to show off too much and kept it low profile. But then these jerks thought Brother Hao was trying to show off with all fake clothes, watch, and phone. Just now, without drinking, they even made a poem to ridicule Brother Hao, saying dress up for the reunion, play the big shot in front of everyone. See, if it were you, could you stand it? That's going too far. They shouldn't be indulged. That's no way to behave. Zhang Muqing thought for a moment, then said, No, I have to call for reinforcements. The person just now said their boss is coming. I'm worried Brother Hao won't be able to hold his ground. That's a plan. Long Yi nodded. Today we must help Brother Hao save face no matter what. Zheng Yu, Qiang Wei, Jiu Miao, and a few other girls nodded together. Exactly. That's what we've got to do. Chapter 218. This time it really hurts. So, everyone began to wait, and the entire private room fell silent. After about 2 minutes, Niu Buqiao checked his phone, then stood up and said, Our boss is here. Everyone please wait a moment. I'll go out to receive him. With that, he scampered off. By this point, it was no longer just a simple class reunion. Everyone was craning their necks, eager to see whether Niu Buqiao would be able to suppress Wang Hao, or if Wang Hao would crush Niu Buqiao. Brother Niu's backup seems weighty. Wang Hao might have a tough time. Definitely, the general manager of Haixing Group's Zhonghai branch is no ordinary person. Even if a big celebrity came, they'd have to give face. Let's see what happens next. It's bound to be spectacular. Some classmates whispered among themselves, while Long Yi stealthily tugged at Wang Hao's clothes and whispered, Brother Hao, can you handle it? If not, I can call some backup for you. Damn it, we can't let him be so arrogant. The people around him nodded in agreement. It's nothing, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, casually waving his phone and not at all anxious. Just watch, there's a good show coming. Here they come. Not much later, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Niu Buqiao, flanked by 2 girls, escorted a smartly dressed young man inside. At this moment, Niu Buqiao puffed out his chest and announced loudly, Let me introduce someone important to everyone. Our general manager of the Haixing Group Zhonghai branch, Li Mingzhi. Please welcome him. Loud applause erupted in the room. Xia Fei and the group who had just been toasted by Wang Hao applauded until their hands turned red. Li Mingzhi, an absolute heavyweight. Pleasure to meet everyone. Li Mingzhi greeted with a smile, and then turned to Niu Buqiao to ask, Where's that badass you were talking about? Let me have a look at who's being so brazen. I'm going to slap some faces. That one. Niu Buqiao pointed at Wang Hao. It's him. Oh, so it's you. Brother Hao. Li Mingzhi's eyes widened in an instant, and he charged over, hastily paying his respects. Brother Hao, when did you get here? It's been a few days since we last contacted. Everything okay recently? Niu Buqiao, Yin Chunyan, Xia Fei, Wu Jun, Yu Junping, Diao Hongru, Kai Mingjie, others. Gasp. A chorus of gasps filled the air. Everyone had a look of utter bewilderment. What's going on? Did these two know each other from before? And not just acquaintances at that. Li seemed to be acting like Wang Hao's lackey. What's the meaning of this? Xiaofei. Am I dreaming? Wu Jun. What's happening? Does Wang Hao even know this guy? Yu Junpeng. And it's clearly not just an acquaintance. Look at the way Li behaves towards Wang Hao. Lu Yui. I can't take this anymore. I just can't. Their side was utterly dumbfounded, while Long Yi was overjoyed. Brother Hao is indeed awesome. What a slap in the face. Ha ha. Bring it on, one by one. We're pumped to watch this today. Li. Mr. Liu, Niu Chao was stunned. You knew each other already? Of course, we know each other, Li Mingjie said proudly, draping an arm over Wang Hao's shoulder. Who doesn't know our brother Hao? He's absolutely the #1 guy in Zhonghai. He chuckled, adding, that pretentious guy you were talking about must be my brother Hao, right? Don't you ever look in the mirror? Is there any need for my brother Hao to show off in front of you guys? Don't go slapping gold on your face for nothing. You're not on that level, got it? Niu Chao was so chastised he didn't dare let out a peep. The slap on the face was truly, painfully palpable. All right, come on, Li, let me introduce you, Wang Hao said with a smile, getting up. This is Niu Chao, my high school classmate, the son of my father's comrade in arms. We've got quite the history. You know, I even applied to be a security guard at your company a while ago. This classmate of mine specially asked for your permission, but you didn't approve it. Wait a minute, Brother Hao, what did you say? Li Mingjie's eyes instantly widened. You applied to our company, and I haven't approved it? Impossible. I've never dealt with recruitment personally. It has always been handled by your classmate here. Li Mingjie's words caused everyone in the room to turn their gaze towards Niu Chao. Then you could see Niu Chao sweating profusely. That's not right, Wang Hao said in confusion. Before, Niu told me that he received my resume and went to ask for Mr. Li's advice because of our old classmate bond. But then you said your company has educational requirements, stating that even a security guard needs to have a bachelor's degree. Once Wang Hao mentioned this, everyone in the room suddenly understood. Niu Chao didn't actually seek any guidance. He never mentioned it, and probably had discarded Wang Hao's resume himself. Brother Hao, you can't just slap me in the face like that, Li Mingjie exclaimed. Just for a security guard? Why would I need a bachelor's degree for a security guard? Even if university graduates are as common as cabbages, I can't do that. Really not. Wang Hao was surprised. You really never said that? Definitely not. Li Mingjie, with a quick glance, realized that Niu Chao was the culprit, and sneered. Niu Chao, you're quite something, huh? Your own classmate, and the son of your dad's comrade in arms, just wanted to be a security guard at our company, and you just blocked him like that, right? I remember there was a time we were hiring security guards not so long ago. We needed 20 for the company, right? Yes. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. That's the one. I applied because there were many openings. Haha, Li Mingjie's gaze was almost murderous by now. Niu Chao, how many did you hire for that round of security guard recruitment? 16 people were hired, and among them, 4 were your relatives. Isn't that right? Normally, I would turn a blind eye to these matters and not bother to question them. And yet, when Brother Hao, who is so close to you, comes to you, this is how you handle things. You'd rather leave 4 spots vacant than to consider him, right? What were the requirements I stated at the time? Aged between 22 and 30, physically healthy, and at least a high school diploma, right? As soon as Li Mingjie said these words, Niu Chao's face turned pale. All the classmates in the private room looked at him with cold eyes. In fact, if it was just a joke or showing off, everyone could understand because, without some boasting, what's the difference between us and salted fish? But to employ such tactics on a classmate and the son of a father's comrade in arms, that's really pointless. Looking at how dressed up you are, everyone kindly calls you Niu and Brother Niu. Isn't everyone just figuring that if there's real trouble and one needs help, you could lend a hand? If this is how you handle things, then why should anyone bother with you? A stranger would be better. Niu, isn't the way you handled this rather distasteful? Kai Mingjie was the first to speak up. Jokes aside, the way you dealt with this matter isn't very nice, is it? The others nodded in agreement. That's right. That's right. The guy came to you for help. How could you do something like this? Indeed, it's just a security job, not much of a requirement. Why would you purposely obstruct him? What's the meaning of that? Such a person isn't worth associating with. Just pointless, bad character. Niu Buachao's sweat dripped down layer by layer. This time he was truly at a loss for words. Tell you what, I'm not going to make it difficult for you, Li Mingzhi said coldly, looking at him. My small company can't support a white-eyed wolf like you. You can find a better opportunity somewhere else. That okay? Mr. Li, please give me another chance. Just one more chance. Niu Buachao panicked instantly. This job was absolutely golden collar level with a monthly salary close to 20,000 yuan. If he lost it, how would he survive? Oh my Niu, look at the mess you caused, Wang Hao said with a chuckle. I just applied to be a security guard, and accidentally, your job is gone. Sorry, truly sorry. How about this? You once sent me a poem. Now let me return the favor. At that moment, Xia Sueki decisively played along, smiling. Brother Hao, recite a poem? Long Yi egged him on from the side. Yeah, make a poem. Forgive me if it's not good, Wang Hao said as he circled the room, then slowly began. Old friends sought help in urgent times, traps laid in secret, full of guile and schemes. Niu, don't take it to heart. I'm just trying to rhyme. The room fell utterly silent. Who would have thought that only moments ago Niu Buachao was the one mocking Wang Hao? But after a round of toasting, not only did Niu lose his job, but he also got his comeuppance. And this round of payback truly hurt. Chapter 219. Are you really planning to invite her over? Good job. Kai Mingzhi was the first to lead the applause. Brother Hao is truly Brother Hao. That was some excellent poetry. With him leading, thunderous applause erupted in the private room instantly. Niu Buachao's face turned red and then white, before he stomped his foot fiercely. I'm leaving. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the room and was gone. Look at this mess today. Wang Hao wasn't angry at all as he sat down next to Xia Fei with a wine glass in hand. Old Xia, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to put on this show today. I owe you one. We must drink to that. Seeing that Niu Buachao's job had vanished in an instant, Xia Fei clearly became uneasy. Brother Hao, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Don't make it sound so serious. Look, Wang Hao said with a smile. What are you wrong about? It's quite normal. All very normal. Kicking someone when they're down is human nature. Come, let's drink first. Brother Hao, I'll drink. Xia Fei was so scared he was nearly in tears. He picked up the glass and downed 3 in a row. Brother Hao, have mercy. Please have mercy. He was genuinely terrified. Judging by the situation, his job was definitely at risk. All right. Wang Hao took a sip and said, I can see life has been tough for you, so I won't give you a hard time. In the end, Wang Hao sat down next to team leader Kai Mingzhi and smiled. Team leader, how was my act today? Not bad, right? Kai Mingzhi was sweating bullets. Not bad. Quite impressive indeed. Quite impressive. While they were talking, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Lin Yingying, whom Wang Hao had seen before at the night market, came in, asking as she walked, sorry for being late. What's the situation today? Why did Niu leave in such a hurry? She quickly noticed Wang Hao in the crowd and immediately flung herself at him. Brother Hao, you're here? I've missed you so much. Then she started looking around. Brother Hao, did you bring your girlfriend? Where is she? As soon as Lin Yingying finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What's happening? Does Wang Hao already have a partner? All eyes in the room were fixed on Wang Hao. Those eyes were twinkling like laser beams. Brother Hao was so impressive today. His girlfriend must be amazing too, right? Curiosity amongst everyone skyrocketed in an instant. Xia Sueki was the most nervous and also a bit expectant. She had seen Wang Hao's girlfriend. A pretty girl, indeed, but in terms of appearance, she certainly wasn't losing to her. That meant there were chances for her. And they were big chances. Proximity brings advantage. Wang Hao, sister, don't just say everything out loud. Can you at least give me some breathing space? Why are you all staring at me like that? Wang Hao was sweating profusely. She's really not my girlfriend, truly not. We're at a class reunion today. Everyone just go ahead and eat and drink. I finished going around the room. So let's just eat and drink, hee hee. Seeing that Wang Hao's words suggested moving past previous events, the very astute Kai Mingzhi immediately added, Yes, 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 we're here for the reunion. Let's forget the small misunderstandings from earlier. We're all classmates here. The most important thing is to eat well, drink well, and have a good time. With him playing the peacemaker, the atmosphere in the room eased up substantially. The group of classmates who had been toasted by Wang Hao quickly agreed. Yes, yes, let's put those misunderstandings behind us. Now let's drink. The problem was, the guys weren't too concerned, but the girls were getting anxious. That won't do. Brother Hao was so awesome today. His girlfriend must be like a fairy. Exactly, exactly. Bring her out for us all to see. Yeah, yeah, we're all friends here. Bring her out. We'll treat her with all the honors. Ha ha ha. Yes, with all the honors. For a moment, the male classmates were truly afraid of angering Wang Hao again and vehemently opposed it, while the female classmates, eager to not miss out on the excitement, were adamant they had to see this person, almost ready for a big showdown. Brother Hao. At that moment, Xia Sueki secretly tugged on Wang Hao's arm. Just call Sister Wang Lingfei over. What are you afraid of? Her voice wasn't very loud, but it wasn't too quiet either. A few nearby classmates heard her clearly enough. Instantly, the whole private room went silent, dead silent. It's not an exaggeration to say that you could hear a pin drop. Wang Hao. Brother Hao was so frustrated. Brother Hao was freaking out. Brother Hao was yanking his hair out in clumps. What the hell was all this about? What had I done to have Wang Mengfei called over? Brother Hao. Kai Mingzhi's face had clearly changed. Did you really do that something with Immortal Fei from our class? He asked with extreme caution, edging backward as he spoke, terrified that Wang Hao might punch him in anger. Wang Hao. Damn it. I'm so close to crying but no tears are coming out. My entire good name is at stake here. Does it have to be this exaggerated? Oh heavens. No, absolutely not. Wang Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked around and saw that all the students were staring at him as if they'd discovered a new continent. Even the legendary brother Ritian couldn't handle a scene like this. First, the girls began to chant, Call her over. Call her over. This time, the boys promptly changed sides. Yeah, call her over. If Immortal Fei comes, we'll know the truth. Damn, do you all really not think this is blowing things up enough? Well, you know, Wang Hao desperately wiped off his sweat. I haven't gone that far with her. She might not give me the face. The students all held together. Call her over. Call her over. At that moment, even Long Yi started to kick him when he was down. Come on, Brother Hao, just call her. Look how enthusiastic everyone is. Qiang Wei, Jiu Miao, Zhang Muqing, and a few others who knew the score raised their eyebrows, ready to watch the drama unfold, while Zheng Yu and Ma Ming got increasingly confused. So this is the wall falling and everyone giving it a push, huh? Remember, you all said this. This is on you guys. Wang Hao is all in now. Then I'm calling her. If she actually shows up and scares you, don't blame me. You want to see? Brother's going to give you an eyeful today. Brother Hao. Li Mingzhi was also drenched in sweat. Are you really planning to invite her over? What else can I do? Wang Hao looked at everyone, bursting with curiosity, and said helplessly, If I say I won't invite her, do you think they'll agree? Li Mingzhi. Forget it, Brother Hao. I'm out. Li Mingzhi quickly switched sides too. Hurry up and call. Hurry up and call. Damn turncoats. Right, I'm all in. If you get scared, don't blame me. He decisively pulled out his cell phone, but before Wang Hao could make the call, Bai Yining had already called. Bai Yining, are you still there? Wang Hao. Yeah, I was just about to call you, and then you called me. Bai Yining. There's something I want to talk to you about. You're not going to leave right away, are you? I'll come to you. Wang Hao. Sure, I'll send you the address. After hanging up, Wang Hao was still in a daze. What does she want from me? But he quickly snapped back to reality. Damn, did she say she's coming? She really said she's coming. Oh heavens and earth. This really is a big deal. Turning his head, Wang Hao looked at his classmates, who were dumbstruck, and said in a daze, What are you all looking at? The call's done. She said she'll be here soon. In 20 minutes. Oh yeah. The students cheered together. Let's see what Brother Hao's girlfriend looks like. Yes, yes, so curious. 20 minutes, huh? I've decided not to eat or drink, just to sit and wait. Long Yi quietly gave a thumbs up. Brother Hao is awesome. See that? He could really get her to come. Xiangwei laughed and said, Brother Hao is simply godlike. He, so powerful. At this point, seeing everyone waiting, Lin Ying was the first to jump out, loudly saying, All right, everyone. Brother Hao's girlfriend is coming soon. Surprise ahead. Let me warm you up a bit first. The students egged her on. Ying, what are you warming up? Yeah, what kind of warm-up? Wang Hao yelled out, voice hoarse. She's not my girlfriend, big sis. Stop talking nonsense. I'm afraid my fans will kill me. This private room happens to have a KTV too, right? Lin Ying didn't care about Wang Hao and pointed to the large TV in the room. I practiced this song all night yesterday. Oh, it's super good. You'll know when you see it. Chapter 220, Truly Deserving. Brother Hao awesome. Upon hearing that Lin Ying was going to sing, everyone became even more excited. Our Ying is going to sing. Then we must encourage her. Everyone, clap your hands. Kai Mingzhi shouted oddly. Ying is our class's literary and arts committee member, and she sings beautifully. Ying, what song are you planning to sing for us? You'll find out soon. Lin Ying turned on the TV and began to search. The oversized private room already had this type of special KTV setup. After all, the club's rank was evident here, and this equipment was purposefully prepared for everyone to have an uplifting program while eating. Thus, it didn't take long before Lin Ying adjusted the music selection, and soon, elegant music began to play, and everyone saw on the TV's large screen, 2 large words appeared. Bubble. Wang Hao. Big sister. You're my real sister. You shouldn't do this. Yin Chunyan shouted. I know this song. It's the Ice Princess's latest track, and it's so lovely. It received over 14 million clicks in less than 2 days. Her previous best was over 6 million in 2 days. A few female music enthusiasts nodded. Right, it's really beautiful. Wang Hao. Damn, no wonder she said the results were good before. I didn't understand back then, but now I do. It's beyond good. It's incredible. No wonder she was angry at me before. She was mad I hadn't praised her. Wang Hao was still thinking when all the classmates suddenly saw the song's credits. Lyrics. Wang Hao. Composition. Wang Hao. Arrangement. Ning Vida. Performed by Yining. Everyone in the room turned their eyes to Wang Hao, and Yin Chunyan swallowed hard. Brother Hao, this song. Could it be that you made this one too? Wang Hao, with an embarrassed face, touched his nose. It seems yes. Yin Chunyan. Others. Why did we only realize now how awesome he is? He actually wrote the lyrics and composed the music for Miss Ice. Princess, my God. Everyone really wanted to slap themselves. Standing in front of such an awesome person, why act cool? He was so low-key all along. Then Lin Ying began to sing. Under the sunlight, the bubbles are colorful. Just like the fooled me, is happy. What's the point in pursuing right and wrong? Your lies, based on you still loving me. The beautiful bubble, although it bursts in a burst of fireworks. All your promises, although too fragile. Yet love is like a bubble, if you could see through it. What is there to be sad about? Lin Ying's singing was quite pleasant, and her voice was very clear. As she sang like this, she immediately received cheers from everyone present. Great job, Ying, you sing wonderfully. Awesome, this song is so nice. It sounds too good, Brother Hao. You're really awesome. You can even write songs, and for big stars too. All the eyes of a group of girls present were fixed on Wang Hao. Their gazes were just like hungry wolves. Xia Sueki was even more straightforward. Her eyes were practically green as she looked at Wang Hao. So outstanding. This man is so outstanding. By God, I must pursue him at all costs. With Lin Ying leading, the atmosphere in the private room immediately heated up, and 20 minutes flew by swiftly. As everyone was chatting, there was a sudden silence outside the private room. It was an inexplicable kind of silence, as if it was bustling with traffic, but suddenly no one was in sight. Strangely eerie quiet. Just as everyone was wondering, the door to the private room was slowly pushed open, and then a woman, seemingly like a goddess of ice and snow, slowly walked in. Her beauty was breathtaking. Such beauty was beyond words. making one unconsciously develop a sense of admiration upon seeing her. She was like a noble snow lotus on a mountain, lofty and pure, proud and cold, pristine and spotless. That beauty was heart-shaking, so majestic that it felt almost blasphemous to even look at her directly, a beauty that no one else could imitate. Ice Princess by Yining. In this world, perhaps only one phrase could describe her. Flawlessly perfect, impeccable. The moment Bai Yining entered the private room, the entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. This lasted for a full 20 seconds before the room completely exploded. Good Lord, pinch me, am I dreaming? Don't pinch you. Pinch me instead. Miss Ice Princess. This is the Ice Princess. Could she really be Wang Hao's girlfriend? This is totally cheating. Brother Hao actually managed to chase down a goddess. I can't handle this. The Ice Princess came in person. Brother Hao's influence is simply, I need to calm down, calm down. Hee. I must have come here the wrong way today. This can't be possible. Brother Hao must be the illegitimate son of the Almighty, right? His girlfriend is Ice Princess Bai Yining. You can't play like this. Yin Chunyan was already dumbstruck. She asked her husband unconsciously, Husband, pinch me. Is this real? Lei Minghui pinched her hard. Did it hurt? It hurt. Yin Chunyan confirmed. It seems this is real. His girlfriend is the Ice Princess. How is this possible? Brother Hao really is. Could he actually be the favorite of the Almighty? I think so. Lei Minghui nodded affirmatively, true to Brother Hao. Impressive. Xia Sueki was outright stunned and murmured, It's over. It's over. I have no chance anymore. If it were someone else, she still had the confidence to compete. But this was the Ice Princess, the most beautiful woman in the Heavenly People's Republic. Compete with the Ice Princess for a man? What a joke. That's not playing with emotions, that's deadly. What the hell were we all doing just now? Yu Junpeng cried out, acting all cool in front of the Ice Princess's friend. This is just asking for a slap in the face. With her entrance, Bai Yining had already stunned everyone in the room. With a slightly arrogant smile, she walked to Wang Hao's side. Sitting next to Wang Hao, Xia Sueki automatically stood up and pulled out a chair for her. There was no help for it. Although Xia Sueki was also beautiful, in front of the Ice Princess, she was but a wild chicken compared to a phoenix. The distance was several species apart. Wang Hao, I'm here. Bai Yining sat down next to Wang Hao, smiling. How's today been? Not bad, not bad. Wang Hao smiled. Everyone's pretty. Good. Everyone nodded together. Yes, all pretty good. Brother Hao, tearful eyes, we were so mean to you before, and you still protect us, sob. That's good, Bai Yining smiled and said. I came because there's something I need to talk to you about. Do you remember Jiang Feng from the time we went out? Jiang Feng. Wang Hao immediately remembered and said, Of course I remember. What happened to him? People around looked at each other. Jiang Feng's name heard like he's a friend of Miss Ice Princess, and he actually had to ask for Brother Hao's help. Brother Hao is too formidable now. We'll talk about it in a bit. Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled. Let's drink first. Yes, let's drink first. Li Mingzhi often interacted with Bai Yining, and his immunity was a bit stronger. As soon as he heard Jiang Feng's name, knowing it was personal, he loudly interjected. Let's not discuss private matters today. With Miss Ice Princess gracing us, we ought to drink. Today no one leaves sober. Yes, drink. Long Yi also laughed. We're just here for a good time. Let's talk over drinks. With the two of them opening the scene, the whole private room suddenly grew lively. Everyone picked up their glasses, raised them high, and together they shouted, Cheers. After this first drink, the conversation suddenly opened up. Wu Jun was the first to come over to toast. He held his glass, his face full of embarrassment. Brother Hao, I'm really sorry. I underestimated you earlier. I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. He spoke very sincerely. Wang Hao held his glass and laughed. Forget it. It's all in the past. I'm not that petty. Come on, let's drink. We're still good classmates in future. Brother Hao, I'm drinking to this. Cheers. With this drink down, the misunderstanding was resolved. Chapter 221, Jiang Feng's Request. At this moment, Bai Yining whispered to Li Mingzhi beside her. What did he mean by previously wronged and looked down upon? So here's the thing. Li Mingzhi, who by now had understood the general ins and outs, explained the whole situation to Bai Yining. After laying out the details, Li Mingzhi raised his thumb and said, "Miss Ice Princess, with Brother Hao's magnanimity, really, no one comes close. Before, everyone was making fun of him. He could have lashed out, but just let bygones be bygones once they apologized. If it had been me, I would have fought them tooth and nail. People really are different. Besides Brother Wenbin, Brother Hao is now the person I admire the most." After listening, Bai Yining looked at Wang Hao and smiled with pursed lips. Great minds are above petty grievances. This guy really knows how to play his cards right. At that point, Wu Jun led a few guys taking turns toasting Wang Hao, and soon it was Yu Juanping's turn. He held his cup and said with some embarrassment, "Brother Hao, I won't say much, just begging you to go easy on me this time. I'll drink this cup down. Ha. Old Wu, listen to you." Wang Hao stretched out his hand and embraced his shoulder, saying, "We're all classmates here. What's past is past. We're here at the reunion to have fun. Don't worry, when I go back, I'll have a talk with teacher Li Fei, get him to take you under his wing. Guaranteed, you won't be left out." Yu Junpeng gave a salute. "Brother Hao, no more words needed. I'll drink another." Long Yi and the others nodded in agreement, with Xiangwei saying, "So, turning clouds with one hand and rain with the other is just like this, huh?" Long Yi laughed. "That's the charm of Brother Hao. You just have to respect it." Zhou Miao chuckled softly. "Nonsense. Otherwise, would we support him like this? Remember the heavenly gods incident? From that, I could tell Brother Hao is a really broad-minded guy." Only now did the reunion finally take on the look of a proper gathering, with everyone drinking merrily. Bai Yining was also in good spirits, not rejecting anyone who asked for autographs or photos. There was just one condition, not to leak it outside. The classmates all agreed, a sure sign they understood that if today's events were to spread, the resulting entertainment would be enormous. "Brother Hao, why didn't I date you back then?" Yin Chunyan, holding her cup, said with a grin. "I regret it now, hee. But without saying much more, your performance today, Brother Hao, I have one word for you. Respect. I believe with our big star's taste, it couldn't be wrong. I should have married early." Her words out, the classmates began to tease. Empress Dowager Yin regrets it. Empress Dowager, it's not too late. If it comes to it, just include another in the harem. Go to hell, all of you. Yin Chunyan placed her hands on her hips. "Do any of you want to be part of my harem?" The boys all nodded together. "Yes. Come on, drink up." Wang Hao wouldn't dare to engage with such a topic lightly. Drinking is the best policy. After drinking with Yin Chunyan, Xia Sueki came over, holding a cup, and said, "Brother Hao, I'm quite heartbroken today." "Wang Hao, what happened?" "Before, I was thinking of pursuing you," Xia Sueki said with a smile. "You're so outstanding, and I'm single. Chasing you would be worth it. But then you brought Miss Ice Princess with you, and now I guess there's no hope for me in this lifetime. Here, let's drink one. First, to acknowledge your help before, and second, to compensate for my heartbreak." The male classmates encouraged, "Give her a hug. Give her a hug." How embarrassing would that be? Our big star is right here. Give her a hug then. Ice Princess laughed behind her hand. "What's to be afraid of? Come and get a hug." Wang Hao stood up with a laugh, arms wide open. "Big brother will take care of you." "Brother Hao." Xia Sueki gave him a big hug, then lifted her cup. "Cheers." Just then, the atmosphere peaked, but Wang Hao caught sight of Diao Hongru sitting in the corner, silent, and he sighed lightly. Then he waved him over. "Old Diao, don't just sit there. Come on. You and I have to drink too." Brother Hao, Diao Hongru, wishing he could shrink into the floor with embarrassment, said as he approached, with a face full of unease, I'm too ashamed to even toast with you." Well, the thing is, what you did before was really not cool." Wang Hao nodded. Now that the reunion was back to normal, he was not really going to be harsh on Diao Hongru. "But you know, I'm not petty. From now on, just be a decent person. We're all classmates after all," he said, patting Diao Hongru's back hard. "Come on, drink up." "Brother Hao." Diao Hongru burst into tears right then and there. "Brother." The guys around were also watching with tears in their eyes. To live a life like Wang Hao, there probably aren't many like him in this world. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, today's episode took a roller coaster turn. Everyone truly had their eyes opened, especially since the big star Miss Ice Princess actually made an appearance, each clearly getting drunk. Soon, everyone started taking turns drinking one-on-one. Only then did Wang Hao ask, "Ice Princess, what's the deal with Jiang Feng anyway?" Here's what happened. Bai Yining took a sip of her drink and then said, "He heard the song, Bubble, that you wrote and composed. He was very surprised, so he came to ask me if you could write 2 songs for him." "Huh, write songs? For Jiang Feng? This guy likes to sing? He wants to be a singer?" Wang Hao's eyes widened. "I've never noticed before. You haven't had much contact with him, so you don't really know him." Bai Yining smiled and said, "He's always wanted to be a star singer, but as you know, talent is very important for singing. Unfortunately, his voice isn't quite suitable. It's a bit gruff. But there's nothing he can do. It's his one passion. He's always loved singing since he was young. But because his voice isn't great, he's never really found a good way to pursue it." "I see." Wang Hao stroked his chin and thought for a moment. That's not entirely impossible. But considering how rich he is, couldn't he just throw money at it until he gets a few good songs? It shouldn't be hard for him to debut. Of course, he splashed the cash, Bai Yining sighed. The guy is a no shortage of money kind of person. He doesn't blink at throwing out tens or hundreds of millions. But the problem is that the songs don't work. They just don't suit him. When he sings the songs they've written, it sounds like a wolf howling. I can't stand it. I've tried advising him before, but he doesn't want to give up. No way. He's off key when he sings. Wang Hao was shocked and incredulous. Let's make this clear beforehand. If he's tone deaf, there's nothing I can do. Quality of the song can't solve that. A tone-deaf howling wolf is going to sound the same no matter what song he sings. This he truly couldn't fix. If he were tone-deaf, we wouldn't even be talking, Bai Yining said. Actually, his pitch is not bad, and he can hit the high notes. It's just his voice. When he sings, it sounds like he's drunk sulfuric acid. You can't listen to any song he sings. Got it, got it. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. With Bai Yining's explanation, Wang Hao got the picture. Simply put, Jiang Feng wanted to be a singer but didn't have a suitable song for himself. Then he heard Bubble, which sounded so nice. He thought he might ask for help to see if he could get a song made for him. Ah, you'd think a small favor like that would have her come and ask on his behalf. Thanks a lot. Otherwise, Miss Ice Princess might not have come today. If he's not off key, we can give it a try. Wang Hao thought for a moment and then said, "Here's what we'll do. You get him to come over, and I'll listen to him sing a few lines to get a feel for it. If it works, we can talk about the next steps. If not, then forget it." "Sound good." Immediately, Bai Yining took out her phone. "Okay, I'll call him right now." While the two were discussing, the rest had nearly finished their drinks. There was serious business for Wang Hao now. After all, he had been through life and death with Jiang Feng in the mountains, so naturally, he was inclined to help. Standing up, Wang Hao raised his glass with a smile. "Everyone, let's drink together. I've got some things to take care of now, so enjoy yourselves. If you ever need help with anything, just give me a shout." The classmates responded with a roar of laughter. Got it. Got it. Brother Hao, you go do your thing. We can get together again later." "Haha, sure, let's do that." Downing his drink in one gulp, Wang Hao waved. "See you all later." As Wang Hao, Bai Yining, Zheng Yu, Li Mingzhi, Long Yi, and the others left the private room together, class leader Kai Mingzhi let out a long sigh and said, "We're lucky Brother Hao went easy on us, or we'd have been played to death today. Never provoke him again. Brother Hao is no ordinary person." Jiao Hongru nodded. "Yeah, I'm still scared now." Xia Fei nearly cried. "I was so scared I almost wet myself. Thank goodness Brother Hao is so magnanimous." In Chunyan raised her glass. "Enough, stop talking. Let's drink up. Although there was a bit of a misunderstanding today, we've surely learned something. That was Miss Ice Princess, and we actually got to sit at the same table as her. I could brag about this for a lifetime." Yeah, let's drink up. We can brag about this for a lifetime, huh? Chapter 222. Why does nobody believe the truth when Brother Mao speaks? Jiang Feng arrived quickly. In fact, he must have been waiting nearby. "Miss Ice Princess, I'm here," Jiang Feng said as soon as he saw Wang Hao and Bai Yining, greeting Bai Yining first before hurriedly extending his hand. "Brother Hao, we meet again." Wang Hao said, with a chuckle as he shook his hand. I've heard about your situation from Miss Ice Princess. My idea is to listen first, and we'll see if it works after I've heard you sing. Sure, no problem, Jiang Feng said, embarrassedly scratching his head. I'll need to rely on Brother Hao to take care of me. Now that he listened carefully, his voice was a bit low and husky, but overall, it wasn't a big problem. Look at you. If you have something to say, just come straight to me instead of beating around the bush, Wang Hao said with a smile, shaking his head. Let's go. Let's head to the recording studio to do a sound check. The group then took a taxi directly to Dream Recording Studio. Upon arrival and entering the recording studio, Jiang Feng said with a wry smile, I don't really have any hobbies besides singing. And yet, I've run through so many talent shows over the years and can't even pass the preliminary rounds, sigh. Wang Hao, look how pitiful this is. Let's not hurry into other things, Wang Hao said. You just sing a few lines first and also play the original track so I can make a comparison. As the moment came for him to sing, Jiang Feng quickly composed himself, stood up, plugged a USB drive into the computer, and started singing. He sang about half of the song, then played the original track once again. Speaking of which, Wang Hao said with a smile, your singing isn't off-key, there's no big issue. Really, hearing Wang Hao say there was still hope for him, Jiang Feng's whole demeanor changed. He shouted, Brother Hao, can I really keep going? A person's dreams will never come to an end. Wang Hao laughed heartily. Don't worry, other genres might be a bit difficult, but for you, it's too simple. As he said this, he stood up and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder firmly. Starting from today, you will own half of the heavenly music industry. Bai Yining, sitting on the side. Aren't you promising a bit too much? That. Hearing Wang Hao's extravagant praise, Jiang Feng was sweating profusely. Brother Hao, don't set me up too high. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it if I face setbacks. Bai Yining suppressed a laugh on the side, blowing his own trumpet again. Wang Hao, why does no one ever believe Brother Mao when he tells the truth? And they don't see who I am. Wang Ritian never boasts without reason. Have I ever bragged unnecessarily? Especially today, it's lucky around here. There's definitely no problem, Wang Hao said with a smile. Don't worry, I really do have a song that suits you. Brother Hao, I dare not ask for too much. Jiang Feng was almost in tears with excitement. I just hope to make it through the preliminaries at Zhonghai Good Songs the night after tomorrow. Zhonghai Good Songs? What's that? Wang Hao asked, completely baffled. A talent show? Don't tell me you don't know about it. Bai Yining said in surprise. Zhonghai Good Songs is an annual talent show in Zhonghai City. Many new stars in the music industry emerge from this stage every year. It's currently the most prestigious platform for selecting new talent in the country. You don't know about it. All I know are I am a singer, the voice of China. Ah, that. Wang Hao slapped his forehead. I was wondering what it was. This is simple, don't worry. Later, we'll just look it up on Baidu to see what it's all about, what the rules are. Let's not worry about that for now, Wang Hao yawned lengthily. Let's go back and get some sleep. I've had way too much to drink today. In the next couple of days, I'll work on finding a song for you. Jiang Feng, is it really possible? Why do I feel so uncertain? Fengyun Chinese Network. The chief editor of group ending in 7, Mist, stayed in his office without going home. During this recent period, the entire Fengyun office had been discussing Break the Heavens. The data for that book was simply legendary. Even Fengyun's top-tier god-tier author, Q&A, didn't have such numbers when he launched a new book. When Song really hit the jackpot, Mist said enviously as he refreshed the data for Break the Heavens, once more inside. This sky-defying data. Sigh. I wonder when I'll come across such a rookie. Even though he said that, Mist also knew that books like Break the Heavens might not appear even once in several years, so envy was pointless. Better check if there are any promising newcomers in my group. Mist closed the Break the Heavens page, then began to check the new books from the authors under his wing. After browsing for quite a while, Mist's eyes suddenly lit up at one of the books, Devouring the Stars. Author loves eating tomatoes, ending in 247777, book number 1700000. Damn, these numbers are on par with Break the Heavens. His heart uncooperatively thumped wildly. Intuition telling him that this book's author might also be a monster of a newbie. Let's take a look first. Containing his excitement, Mist began carefully reading the main text. This opening is actually quite mundane. Mist meticulously read each word. At first, after finishing the first chapter, he didn't feel anything special, but upon reflecting carefully, he suddenly realized the uniqueness of the book. No, wait, that's not right. Although the plot of the first chapter seems a little bland, the amount of information laid out is simply massive. From the protagonist's introduction, to the lead female character, to the antagonist, to the world setting, and then to the plot foreshadowing, everything is arranged thoroughly. How many words is this? The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Mist's eyes brightened as he read. This setting is simply amazing. The future world, biological mutations, the emergence of martial artists, fighting for survival in life. Great book. Definitely a great book. With that thought, Mist very decisively sent a contract. Message to Devouring the Stars right away. If there's any book this year that can compete with Break the Heavens, it has to be Devouring the Stars. Getting up in the morning and sitting in front of the computer, Wang Hao was looking at the data for Break the Heavens. Total clicks, 1,265,217. Member weekly clicks 32,548. Recommendation tickets 198,547. Total words 185,874. Total collections 146,254. With such sky-defying achievements, Wang Hao was quite satisfied. Break the Heavens is doing well. After checking Break the Heavens, Wang Hao began to look at the performance of Devouring the Stars. Total clicks, 362. Member weekly clicks 128. Recommendation tickets 139. Total words 10,824. Total collections 54. This data is pretty good too. Hee, it's only 10,000 words so far. It will definitely become another sky-defying masterpiece later on. After looking for a while, Wang Hao entered the author backend. There's a message. Right after entering the author backend, a message popped up. Hello, your work has been submitted for contract by the main site's Group 7 chief editor. Please add the contract editor on QQ to discuss the contract. When adding as a friend, please note the book title and author name. During contract discussions, please try to maintain stable updates. Damn, there's a contract offer already with just 10,000 words. With the experience from Break the Heavens, it was much smoother for Wang Hao to add the contract editor's QQ this time. Since he had two different accounts, he used his second QQ to add the chief editor Mist as a friend. Loves eating tomatoes. A little newbie coming to pay respects to the deity here. Mist, hello, you're the author of Devouring the Stars, right? I've read your book, and the setting is quite good. Loves eating tomatoes. It's all right. Hee, I had a burst of inspiration and came up with this setting. Mist, keep it up. You must sign the contract quickly so that I can mail you the contract and get you a good recommendation spot. Loves eating tomatoes. Kneeling to the giant here. Mist, your book has a lot of potential. I think it will definitely be a hit. How much of a manuscript reserve do you have now? Loves eating tomatoes. Around 30,000 or so. Why do you ask? Mist, that's good. Go sign the contract first, then mail the contract over immediately. Next week, I'll arrange a decent recommendation for you. That way your starting point will be quicker. You know about Break the Heavens, right? I feel that the only one who can match Break the Heavens this year is your book. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Hao touched his nose. Are you asking me to have my left hand compete against my right? Chapter 223, Inquiry to the Great God. Tomato. Then a big thank you to the boss for your care. I'll go negotiate the contract now, and I should be able to send it off in the mail this afternoon. Mist. Sure thing. Hey, can you let me take a look at your store drafts first? I want to see if the later plot is stable. The chief editor wanting to see the store drafts was certainly no problem at all. Wang Hao immediately sent over the subsequent chapters. Soon. Mist. Haha, very well written. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Thing is, it's Monday today, and there was this book on a small recommendation spot where the author told me they were not pleased with the performance and didn't want to write anymore. After you mail in the contract, just update 3 chapters to reach a total of 20,000 words, and I'll switch the recommendation spot to see how it goes. Tomato, really? Then I'm off to sign the contract right now. The process of signing the contract was familiar to him, and Wang Hao didn't have any particular demands. It was all about signing first and discussing later. Signing the contract, then going out to print and courier it. He ran all the way back, and it had already been an hour. Tomato. Boss, I've sent the contract, hee. Missed. Nicely done. Upload 3 more chapters, and I'll swap out the recommendation spot for you. Keep it up. Beg for votes like your life depends on it. I reckon this year it's only you who can compete with Battle Breakers. Tomato. Okay. No problem. Author group. When can find Alley? Holy shit. Look quick. Sci-fi genre's hot pick. Peace and hug. What's the big surprise? What's with the quick pick? Deep. City maze. I'm going back to the countryside. What's going on? What happened? Wind can find Alley. That mechanical marshal was taken down and replaced with a new book, only 20,000 words, called Devouring the Stars. Peace and hug. I know Mechanical Marshal. That book got 2 favorites overnight after being recommended. Then it went eunuch. Change it then. Can't be squatting without doing the deed, right? When can find Alley? I'm not talking about that. I'm saying the setting of Devouring the Stars is freaking awesome, damn. Little Monster, what are you discussing? Which book has an awesome setting? Peace and hug, sci-fi's hot pick, called Devouring the Stars, just swapped in. Holy shit, I just realized, the book ID is super cool too, 1700000. Not any worse than Battle Breakers. Little Monster, for real? I'll check it out. 10 minutes later. Little Monster. Damn, this book is the real deal of awesomeness. The setting is way too freaking cool. I've always thought Battle Breakers was rigged, but Devouring the Stars has some genuine strength. I mean, I'm gonna tip it 588 as a gesture. Gotta support the good books. Deep City Maze. I'm going back to the countryside. I've checked it out too, and the setting is indeed great. But to say this book is stronger than Battle Breakers now might be premature. Huh. Little Monster. I'm not saying it's definitely stronger than Battle Breakers, but it definitely has the power to fight. On. QQ. Missed. Holy shit, your book is awesome. Just got recommended. And in just 1 hour, it's gained over 40 favorites. Over 30 recommendations. These stats are almost catching up to the major recommendations. Haha. I knew my judgment was correct. Tomato. It's all thanks to the care from Boss Mist. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this fierce. When we have the chance to meet, I'll definitely treat you to some big health care. Mist? Haha. That's a promise we can look forward to, no rush. Just make sure your book has steady updates, maybe even a burst occasionally. It's already the end of August. Just focus on increasing the word count. Leave the recommendation stuff to me. Aim to hit the shelves by October 1st, and by then, you should be able to compete with Battle Breakers. Meanwhile, at the editorial department of Fengyun Chinese Network, Long Ye, the chief editor of the second group, was discussing with his #1 god, who is also currently the top god of Fengyun Chinese Network, regarding the release date of the new book. Long Ye, how's the new book coming along? Supreme God, I've got 100,000 words stored up. I think there should be no problem. Long Ye, yeah, let's get ready to launch the book. The timing you've chosen is really good. It's lucky you didn't clash with that monster from Battle Through the Heavens. Just look at Shao Tsangtian. He hasn't written a book since his showdown with Battle Through the Heavens. His divine status is shattered. When song. Indeed, that monster is too fierce. Total collections of 140,000. So impressive. Long Ye, I reckon that when he goes premium, his first subscription must break 10,000. It's the first for our website in so many years, hee. When song. I feel like my new book should do reasonably well. If I launch it now, I should be able to go premium by October 1st, right? Long Ye, absolutely. With your brand, a bit more than a month's time is more than enough to keep the popularity going. Have you decided on the title? You don't want to end up like Shao Tsangtian, who wanted to snatch the title from Battle Through the Heavens and ended up in his current state. When song. Don't worry, the title is Heavenly Martial Heroes, and I've checked. It's still available. Long Ye, then that settles it. Let's launch the book. I'll pass it through review for you. When song. All right. Soon, Long Ye opened the review for When song, and then At the most conspicuous spot on the website, he specifically set up a prominent news recommendation spot for Wen Song's new book. Fantasy Chinese Network's top deity, Wen Song launches his new book, Heavenly Martial Heroes, with a bang. After sending out this news recommendation, Editor-in-Chief Long Ye stretched comfortably and said, Wen Song's new book is really something to look forward to, Long Ye, let's go eat. Zhu Zi, a beautiful editor from the department, came over with a smile. Join us. Sure, let's go together. Long Ye got up. The two went to the cafeteria and saw Chief Editor Wen Song and several others gathered in a circle. Long Ye got his food and joined the group, starting to chat. Long Ye asked with a smile after taking a bite of his food. Wen Song, how is Battle Through the Heavens doing now? Hearing Long Ye bringing up Battle Through the Heavens, Wen Song felt very proud. Over 140,000 collections now, with more than 100 rewards per day. The results are astounding. Zhu Zi sighed beside them. You two are really lucky. Long Ye has Supreme God under his wing, and Wen Song, you've got a new deity emerging. When will I ever have someone I can boast about, Sai? Mechanical Marshal laughed and said, This is all about luck. There's nothing we can do about it. By the way, Long Ye, I remember Wen Song's old book is going to be completed in these few days, right? When is the new book scheduled to launch? It's already launched, Long Ye replied. I just opened it for him. The new book is called Heavenly Martial Heroes, and the big red headline news has already been sent out. Mechanical Marshal was immediately taken aback. It's launching already? Yeah, Long Ye, still clearly unaware of what was happening, said. We figured it's better to go premium earlier. If it's launched today, there are about 5 weeks of promotion before going premium. Enough time with Wen Song's popularity. It will hit premium right on October 1st. Mechanical Marshal. Hearing Long Ye say this, Mechanical Marshal instantly felt bummed out. Devouring the Stars was also set to go premium on October 1st. Was he about to debut just to clash with Supreme God, Wen Song? What's the point in competing then? The meal tasted bland, and Mechanical Marshal quickly ate a few bites before hurrying back to his seat to message Love eating tomatoes. Mechanical Marshal. Damn, this is a big problem. Love eating tomatoes. What happened? Why are you so shocked, boss? Mechanical Marshal. Supreme God, Wen Song has launched his new book, also going premium on October 1st. Your competition is too strong. I don't have high hopes. But don't worry, I'll make sure you get good recommendations. Just, the fight for the top spot in the monthly ticket might be out of reach. Love eating tomatoes. That? No worries, just leave it to fate. I don't have high expectations, Mechanical Marshal. Glad you can see it that way. I just found out during lunch. Keep it up. Love eating tomatoes. Yeah, don't worry, everything will definitely be fine. News of Supreme God. Wen Song's new book spread throughout Fantasy Chinese Network in just a few days. After all, being the undisputed top deity of the website, his new book, regardless of quality, just by having the title there, had countless readers willing to recommend, collect, and reward. Compared to him, Xiao Songtian was just like the difference between an arm and a thigh. But, just within a day, Heavenly Martial Heroes stats were: total clicks, 61,546. Membership weekly clicks, 16,231. Recommendation tickets, 12,542. Total collections, 5,258. Total words, 12,658. Meanwhile, the stats for Devouring the Stars were completely left behind. Devouring the Stars, total clicks, 5,241. Membership weekly clicks, 1,025. Recommendation tickets, 1,014. Total collections, 1,036. Total words, 20,157. Chapter 224, Zhonghai Good Songs. Brother Hao opens a new book, and the whole authors group starts discussing it. On Windy Street, Brother Hao's new book is too hot. It's only been 1 day, and it's already broke 5,000 collections. In Peaceful Embrace. Yeah, seriously can't compare. I only get that many in a month, and that's only with a major promotion. City's Shady Ways. I'm going back to the countryside. Otherwise, could he be called the Supreme God? Actually, it hasn't even been a day yet, not even 24 hours. Just wait until it hits 24 hours. It'll be even more fierce. On Windy Street. Definitely. Just starting the book and it's dominating all the charts. The only one that can compete with him now is Fight Breaker. In Peaceful Embrace. Looking at the current momentum, it's even more fierce than Fight Breaker. 12,000 votes in one day. Damn, I can't even imagine. Little Monster. Damn, this is just bad luck. Devouring the Stars had a chance to ascend to the throne of God, but then it ran into Brother Hao. Sigh. I really had high hopes for that book. Too bad. The chance of becoming famous from being the first in monthly tickets upon debut seems slim now. In Peaceful Embrace. Yeah, otherwise he could have clinched the top spot in new book monthly tickets and been hailed immediately. Now there's no hope. Little Monster. Such a pity. I've been following it these past 2 days. Don't be fooled by the lukewarm opening scene. The more you read, the more flavorful it gets. Fight Breaker goes with the flow of heaven and earth, but Devouring the Stars definitely has strong backing. In Peaceful Embrace. That's useless. Strength is strength. Popularity is popularity. Brother Hao's popularity is incomparable. Little Monster. What a shame, sigh. The online world swirls with activity, and at the same time, at Dream Recording Studio. Brother Hao, are you sure there's no problem? Jiang Feng stood nervously beside Wang Hao and asked. The competition is less than 2 days away now. With the life and death friendship between us, would I deceive you? Wang Hao laughed. Mr. Ning will be here soon to start. Speaking of which, Wang Hao and Jiang Feng really shared a life and death bond, having truly faced life and death together in the mountains. After chatting a bit more, the studio door was pushed open and Ning Vida walked in. Ha ha ha, little brother got a new song. Upon arrival, Ning Vida laughed. Man, these past few days my phone has nearly exploded. Lots of singers begging me to compose music and even seeking you for lyrics, but I've sent them all away. Speaking of which, little brother, you should really get a manager, otherwise you'll be too busy in the future. Absolutely, Wang Hao laughed. Thanks, Mr. Ning. Otherwise I really couldn't cope. Speaking of which, I should find a manager, otherwise I'd have no time for anything else. What am I now? I'm an influential figure. Can I spend every day just answering calls? One today, another tomorrow. It'd kill me with busyness. I need a manager. Yeah, definitely not anyone's surnamed Song. It has to be a woman, and a beautiful one at that. A gorgeous beauty. Wang Hao pulled out his phone and called Xia Sueki. Hey, beauty, what are you up to? Xia Sueki. Brother Hao. What made you think of calling me? Wang Hao. I need a manager, and I think you'd be great. Interested? Xia Sueki. Really? I'm definitely interested. Where are you, Brother Hao? I'll take leave and come to you right now. Wang Hao. Sounds good, just come over. I reckon your company's boss wouldn't dare give you trouble. Dare to give her trouble and watch. I'll teach him a lesson in minutes. Xia Sueki. That goes without saying. With a word from Brother Hao it's done. Send the address. If it's not far I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Wang Hao laughed. All right, Mr. Ning, my manager will be here soon. From now on, anyone looking for me will have to talk to my manager. Brother is an influential figure with a manager now. Ha ha. Ha ha. I love your straightforward character. Ning Vida laughed heartily and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, saying, All right, manager issues resolved. You'll be more relaxed now. What's the situation today? Wang Hao immediately told Ning Vida about Jiang Feng's situation, and as a music fanatic, Ning Vida's eyes brightened. Little brother, you really have a song that suits him? I really do. Wang Hao grinned. Should we start now? Absolutely. Ning Vida immediately sat at the piano. Let's start. The two of them had worked together often before. Wang Hao now began to sing. For Jiang Feng, Wang Hao was very confident. As long as he sang songs from Wang Feng, who had ruled half of the Chinese music world in his past life, success was guaranteed. Look at the names, Wang Feng, Jiang Feng. They're so similar, just one stroke difference. So the first song Wang Hao chose was Existence. It was an explosively powerful song, perfectly suited to Jiang Feng's raspy voice. To shout out all the past grievances and discontent. That was the essence of Wang Dao. Wang Hao sang the song once and Jiang Feng, sitting beside him, already tasted its flavor. What an amazing song, so well written. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, visibly excited. He felt the song was a perfect fit for him. How do I exist? As soon as the song finished, Ning Vida began composing. Being a professional, he first worked out the melodies, then picked the instrumental accompaniments, and everything progressed smoothly. While Ning Vida composed, Xia Sueki also arrived. Brother Hao. Xia Sueki threw herself at Wang Hao upon seeing him. Brother Hao, you're like my real brother. Always thinking of me for such great opportunities. Take it easy, take it easy. Wang Hao replied, sweating profusely. Don't get too excited. Hee hee, Xia Sueki chuckled. You're really asking me to be your manager? What else would I call you here for? Wang Hao said. How about it, can you do it? I'll start your salary at 20,000 a month, okay? I've never done it before, but I can learn. Xia Sueki seemed thrilled, almost hanging on Wang Hao's arm. From now on, I'm going to follow you, Brother Hao. Does this mean I'm officially an office worker with a monthly income of 20,000? You'll turn into a gold collar, Wang Hao said with a laugh. Stick with me, and you'll live the good life. Thank you, Brother Hao, Xia Sueki replied. Then I'll start the handover process right away. I don't hold an important position at my company anyway. 2 days should be enough. She was very confident about this. What kind of person was Brother Hao? He was like a divine being. She had witnessed him amaze everyone at the reunion. He was incredible in every way. Hanging with Brother Hao was way more thrilling than a regular job. If only she could bend some rules. Well, that wasn't very likely. Why put in all that effort? Wang Hao took out his phone and called Li Mingjie. Li, it's me, Wang Hao. Yeah, here's the deal. I need to borrow someone from you. Yes, Xia Sueki. I need a manager, and she'll do. Sure, that settles it. Okay, no problem. Let's have dinner sometime. Good. After hanging up, Wang Hao snapped his fingers. All set. Xia Sueki. Were her eyes turning heart-shaped, or what? Brother Hao was so cool, settling things in just one sentence. If it were up to her, it would have taken at least 2 days. That's what a real man is like, so face-saving. Now that her role was confirmed, with Brother Hao's integrity, it was naturally time to make a good impression. So Wang Hao immediately transferred 10,000 to Xia Sueki through WeChat. A little something. Xia Sueki. Long live Brother Hao. She pecked him on his cheek in an instant. Wang Hao. Ah, splurging this once feels so good. Haha, exhilarating. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng had started practicing the song with Ning Vida. As each person's tone was unique, and many details of this tailor-made song still needed adjustments. With nothing urgent at hand, Wang Hao started to review the materials for Zhonghai Good Songs. His main task at the moment was to handle the talent show, so understanding the details was essential. He went on to Baidu, searched for Zhonghai Good Songs, and quickly gathered the information. Zhonghai Good Songs, somewhat similar to The Voice, was a public talent show. It used live registration by drawing lots for auditions, with audition sessions held every Wednesday evening, selecting the top 18 contestants. These contenders would then compete in the semifinals on the last day of each month, narrowing it to a top 6, with the yearly total of 72 contestants competing in the final in December, selecting the top 8 most talented, essentially guaranteeing their rise to stardom. As for song selection, one could either perform existing songs or opt for original creations, which was fairly flexible. In Wang Hao's view, this Zhonghai Good Songs was nothing special, but for Zhang Feng, regaining his confidence was the first hurdle, and getting a place was necessary. Chapter 225. Talented person utilizes the rules. Mr. Ning, Wang Hao asked quietly, is it hard to be shortlisted for Zhonghai Good Songs? I haven't really paid much attention before. Not just hard. Ning Vida shook his head. Each contest has more than 1,000 participants, starting from the afternoon and singing until night. A full 10 hours. Many contestants get ousted after singing just 2 lines upon taking the stage. And still, many participants don't get their turn by the end and can only wait for the following week. Waiting wouldn't be so bad, but the worst is for those who perform last. By that time, the judges are nearly falling off their seats. Who can listen properly? That's why for every audition, just getting a good spot is enough to start a fight. And whoever draws one of the first 100 numbers can instantly see their spot bid up to over 3,000 yuan. Holy shit, it's that brutal? Wang Hao realized he had oversimplified things. He had forgotten something very important. What's most abundant in the Heavenly People's Republic? People. That Wang Hao was sweating profusely. When does the next Good Songs event start? Ning Vida was also a bit gloomy. Tomorrow afternoon, there is not much time. Wang Hao, this isn't just tight, it's extremely tight. Time waits for no one. Wang Hao decisively called over Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, have you registered yet? Not yet, Brother Hao. Jiang Feng also felt gloomy when Wang Hao brought up registration. I didn't dare to consider competing this time, so I never registered. Should I go register now? God, who has time to wait for you to take your sweet time? Hurry up. Wang Hao dragged Jiang Feng and walked out hurriedly, saying, what are you waiting for? If you don't get in this time, are you going to wait for the next round? The next round isn't until October. I'm counting on you to win a big prize and make it into the annual competition. I'm going to register right now. Hearing Wang Hao, Jiang Feng became anxious too. I'll do it now. I'll go get the car. The two rushed out of the Dream Recording Studio's main door, hopped into Jiang Feng's Audi Q7, floored the accelerator, and sped towards the South Second Ring Gymnasium in Zhonghai City, where the auditions for Zhonghai Good Songs were being held. Because the auditions were the following day, the registration point was already surrounded by contestants who had come to sign up, as well as quite a few scalpers. This was a prime time for a gamble, where a registration fee of 200 yuan could be placed, and if one draws within the first 100, they could immediately flip it for over 3,000. Then if you change the performance order, the organizers can charge a 300 yuan fee to change the number, making money on both ends. Damn it, who came up with this idea? It's freaking brilliant. Zhonghai is a metropolis with a population of 22 million after all. Even though it's just an audition, the number of registrants is astronomical. Now Wang Hao understood why a number in the top 100 could be flipped for 3,000. As he looked around, there was a sea of heads. 6 registration counters, each crowded with at least 100 people, the scene almost rivaling train stations during the Chinese New Year. From a distance, one could intermittently hear someone shouting, "Ha! I got it. Number 96. If anyone wants it, make an offer." And then a crowd would rush over. 2005, 2006, 2008, 3000. Wang Hao, this is practically like an auction house. How did you use to sign up? Wang Hao swallowed hard, looking at Jiang Feng standing behind him. Did you queue or buy a number? I always queued. Jiang Feng was slightly embarrassed. I think it's important to maintain respect for such a musical festival, so I've never bought a number, not because I can't spare those few thousand yuan. Good kid, thumbs up for you. Playing music requires just this kind of attitude. Wang Hao directly opened with a bid, 5,000. Jiang Feng, 5,000 yuan. Someone actually bid such a high price. Everyone turned to look at Wang Hao, who promptly pulled out his phone. 5,000 yuan. If you agree, we'll exchange money for the number right away. Wow, this big brother really knows his stuff. The lucky draw winner was delighted and scurried over, laughing. Please have a look. Number 96. Just nod, and I'll take you to change the number immediately. Deal, what's your WeChat? Wang Hao glanced at the number plate, ready to transfer the funds. But before he could even add the seller on WeChat, someone nearby shouted, "That 96 number, I'll offer 6,000. Wang Hao, damn, intentionally competing against Brother Hao, huh? Wang Hao was furious. 7,000. The person yelled, "Holy shit, who's this badass?" As they spoke, 3 people approached him, 2 men and 1 woman, all clearly from well-off families. The lead young man, about 23 or 24 years old, frowned and said, "Dude, it's just a number. No need to go this far, right? I'll give 8,000. Can we agree?" To let it be, Wang Hao didn't even think before he threw out a figure. 10,000. Not giving any face, huh? The young man said angrily. "I don't know how good your singing is, but there's no need to be so hostile, right? We 3 are from Zhonghai Music College, and we simply want to sign up for the competition. How about giving us a chance?" Wang Hao looked the young man up and down. "You really want a shot at performing?" The young man nodded. "Yes, that's right. How about you step aside?" All right then. Everyone had spoken to this point, and Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed to continue competing. "The next one is mine." "Thanks." The young man smiled at the seller. 8,000. This guy gave way. Watching the group leave, Jiang Feng said, "Brother Hao, you just let it go?" "Young people, They should have a chance to showcase themselves. Wang Hao lit a cigarette, took a puff, looking all pretentious. Seeing these young folks putting up such a fight, I just didn't have the heart to keep competing. Jiang Feng, aren't you also not that old? Brother Hao. Jiang Feng hesitated before asking. Isn't it a bit wrong for us to just buy a number like this? I'll join the queue instead. No more nonsense. Wang Hao shook his head. You need to understand something. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. I'm really surprised how you've grown up. Your family is quite wealthy too. But I just feel uncomfortable about it. Jiang Feng said sheepishly. I think music is sacred. It should not be tarnished. I really want to kick your ass, Wang Hao said. What we're doing is legitimately using the rules within their limits. Get it? Why do you think the organizers deliberately created such a rule? For selling tickets. Think about it. Why are there so many people queuing to buy tickets? And why would the organizers set up a lottery system to enter and even allow changing numbers to inflate prices? This, Jiang Feng scratched his head. Why? Wang Hao laughed. It's to inflate the entry fee and make money. Have you seen these people in line? Do you think they are here to compete? Bullshit. They are all shills. If the organizers didn't do this, how would they drum up the hype? A talent show with no buzz, who would give a damn? So, the more people sign up, the more valuable the number becomes, leading to even more competitors. Some come just to join in the excitement, others to try their luck with a draw. This cycle ensures that the talent show always stays popular. Then they sell tickets to the audience, and bam, that's money flowing in. Hearing Wang Hao explain this, Jiang Feng suddenly understood and exclaimed, Brother Hao, now that you say it, it really makes sense. This talent show reportedly has thousands of people signing up each time, but only a few hundred actually compete. So, we're basically just adhering to the rules. No shit, Wang Hao said with a laugh. Just watch, the ones who make it through the auditions will definitely be mostly from the first 200 people. Everyone else is just cannon fodder. Unless there's someone with exceptional talent who can't be ignored, they'll surely flop. That's the unspoken rule, the one everyone understands without saying it. I get it now, Brother Hao. Jiang Feng nodded vigorously. The next number, we'll secure it. That's more like it. Wang Hao slapped Jiang Feng's back hard. Ordinary people are bound by rules. The exceptional use them to their advantage. Learn from me more, and don't insist on face when you could solve your problems with money. Chapter 226. No way, just that smooth. The two of them waited a bit longer when suddenly a loud shout erupted from the crowd in front of them. Number 87. Does anyone want number 87? This number is pretty good too. Without a second thought, Wang Hao shouted a high bid, 5,000. Well, it should have been his by all rights, but unexpectedly, someone in front shouted, 6,000. Wang Hao took a closer look and immediately got furious. It was those same three people from earlier. Bro, Wang Hao pulled Jiang Feng and rushed over, saying, What you're doing here isn't very honorable, is it? Can't help it. My two friends also want to enter the contest, the young man sneered. If you want it, place a bid, okay? Looks like I've given you too much face. Wang Hao gave a cold chuckle. Fine, 10,000. The young man, 15,000. Wang Hao, 20,000. The young man obviously felt the pinch. 25,000. Wang Hao expressionless. 30,000. The young man, clenching his teeth. 35,000. Wang Hao, 40,000. Even the guy selling the number was dumbfounded. You guys, take it easy. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was also stunned. They're just too rich. A spot has gone up to 40,000. The young man finally stomped his foot. 50,000. Wang Hao chuckled. Deal. And then, wrapping his arm around the seller. Mate, I helped you hype it up this high. Should you give me a cut? The seller was ecstatic. Split it, definitely split it. Haha. Wang Hao looked at the young man. Grinning said, Come on, pay up. What are you waiting for? You're not going back on your word, are you? Hey, you Zhonghai Music College students can't do such dishonorable things. The surrounding crowd went wild. Right. Can't do such dishonorable things. Hand over the money. Otherwise, what was the point of calling out the bids? That's ruthless. The young man was clearly pained, but with all eyes on him, and being a wealthy second generation, he really couldn't afford to lose face. He directly added Wang Hao on WeChat for the transfer, and then glared at him fiercely. We'll see. Wang Hao first took a commission of 20,000 from the seller, and then said cheerfully, planning on leaving already? Don't rush off. I've got a good show for you. Saying so, he led Zhang Feng to the very front of the ticket-buying line and directly offered 1,000. Bro, I'll give you 1,000 for your ticket deal. Sell, sell, sell. The guy at the very front didn't hesitate to hand over the ticket he had just gotten, earning 800 just for standing in line. Only a fool wouldn't sell. Then, with the ticket in hand, Wang Hao went to draw a number, and as soon as the number he drew was handed to him, number 88, Zhang Feng, the young man. The crowd of onlookers. Haha, Wang Hao waved the number in his hand triumphantly. Actually, when a problem can be solved by face, it works better than using money. Bro is on a lucky streak today, invincible. Bring on any number, and I'll take it down. Mess with me, and not only will I scam you out of 50,000, but 2,000 of it will be a tribute to me. And then you'll get a slap in the face from me too. Can't help it. I'm just that slick. After a brief silence, the entire place exploded. Holy shit. He actually drew it. And it's the most valuable one, number 88. He's so cool it's unreal. Just casually picks one and wins. He's like a god or something. I reckon he doesn't even have to do anything. Just show his face here once a week, and he could become a millionaire. The people around were all buzzing with conversation. The young man was so angry his face turned green, and he clenched his teeth fiercely. Let's go. What's the point of all this? Wang Hao took a deep breath and was all swagger and cockiness. You just had to think you could compete with brother, huh? Acted tough, right? Got hurt, right? Tragic, right? Zhang Feng was totally shocked. Brother Hao was simply amazing. Let's go. Time to turn the ticket, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, pulling Zhang Feng along. You should learn more from brother. Well, except for the whole face-showing thing. Meanwhile, after those three had left, the girl among them grumbled. Yuanzhou, are we just going to let it go like this? That was 50,000 yuan. The young man leading them trembled with rage. Of course we can't just let this go. Come on, I want to see what this guy is all about. Damn it. Because he interrupted us like that, it's unlikely we'll even be able to buy a ticket within the top 100 slots now. Shit. Wang Hao took Zhang Feng and the ticket seller to the place to turn the ticket. It was a small window, as not everyone needed to turn their ticket, and there were only about 100 or 200 people in all, so it was much quieter here. Turning the ticket, Wang Hao handed over his 88 number ticket and smiled. What do I need to give you? Wow, that's a nice number. The clerk took the ticket and exclaimed in surprise. Must have cost a pretty penny, huh? 1,000 yuan. Wang Hao chuckled. Just a token. Really? Impressive, the clerk said in amazement. Before, this ticket could have easily sold for 5,000 yuan. Okay, just give me both the seller's and the buyer's ID cards, and the service fee will be 300. After all, they were used to this business. Turning the ticket essentially meant that first someone would queue up to sign up and then draw lots. If they drew a good lot, they could use it themselves or sell it. If they chose to sell, the seller had to come in with the buyer to show agreement to the trade, then the ticket could be turned. But of course, Wang Hao's case was a bit special. He bought the number before the drawing. Regardless, the turning went through smoothly. Watching his name and a photocopy of his ID being tagged on the ticket, Zhang Feng exclaimed, Brother Hao, you always get things done so smoothly. If it were me, I would have had to queue up for half a day. Of course, Wang Hao smiled. Now you've got to put in the effort. Remember, this is an entrance fee of 1,000 yuan. Sing your heart out, understand? Zhang Feng nodded fiercely, understood. As they were talking, suddenly someone snatched the ticket from Zhang Feng's hands, and then they heard a familiar voice. Yo, yo, yo. I was wondering who was entering the competition. Turns out to be Comrade Zhang Feng. Ha ha ha. Wang Hao and Zhang Feng turned to look and saw the young man holding the ticket, grinning at them and laughing. What? Planning to rob us in plain sight, Wang Hao said with a smirk. That's probably not going to work, as this ticket's already marked. Do I need to steal a ticket from someone who's a perpetual loser? The young man threw the ticket back to Zhang Feng and laughed. I've heard of your illustrious reputation at Zhonghai Music College. Perpetual loser, aren't you? Isn't this your 50th try? Always participating but never qualifying. Such a pity, ha. Wang Hao. Holy shit. No wonder this guy's so lacking in confidence. 50 times competing and 50 times defeated. I won't fail again. Jiang Feng was so angry his face flushed red, and he clenched his fists tightly, shouting, I must prove to everyone. I can do it. I will definitely succeed. Music won't reject me. Good kid. With that spirit, brother's got your back. Ha ha. Buddy, music is about talent, not something you can just say you have. The three of them laughed loudly. The young man said, with your broken voice that sounds like a duck, what kind of song can you sing? Does spending more money make any difference? What if my voice isn't good? Jiang Feng shouted. Does that mean I can't sing? Music is my life. It's everything to me. I just love it, so what? Well said. A real man should have spirit like that. Wang Hao slapped Jiang Feng's shoulder hard. All right, no point in getting angry with them. He looked at the three and smiled. Give us your names. Jiang Feng doesn't fight nameless opponents. Haha, doesn't fight nameless opponents. The three laughed again, and the leader smirked. Listen up. My name is Wei Yuanzhou, a powerhouse singer from Zhonghai Music College. Another guy said, My name is Zhang Hua. The girl with a sly smile said, I'm Su Hongye hee. Wei Yuanzhou, Zhang Hua, Su Hongye, right? Wang Hao pointed at each one in turn and then said, All right, you are destined to be the first wave of cannon fodder when our Jiang Feng makes his debut. Remember that. Chapter 227. He looks like a dog. The three of them were stunned by Wang Hao's remark, and there was more to come. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Feng and asked, Jiang Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Feng bashfully shook his head. Not yet. Okay, Wang Hao laughed. I think this Su Hongye is pretty good. If not, I'll grab her for you as a bride. No, no, no. Jiang Feng's head shook like a rattle drum. She's not my type. Who do you think you are? Su Hongye exclaimed. I would never like you and your duck voice even if I were to die. We'll see about that. Wang Hao laughed heartily, draped his arm around Jiang Feng, and walked away. Okay, three cannon fodders, just teasing you. As if my Jiang Feng would fancy you, huh? Let's go, see you tomorrow. Watching Wang Hao and his companion leave, Wei Yuanzhou angrily declared, Damn it, I want to see how long you can stay cocky. Let's go. On Lujiang Bridge in Zhonghai City, Wang Hao found a spot with Jiang Feng by the bridge and sat down, laughing. Okay, there aren't many people here. Any grievances or dreams you have, shout them out here. You know, you might not have many chances like this in the future. Okay. Jiang Feng clenched his teeth, suddenly stood up, leaned over the bridge parapet, and shouted with all his might. I love music. I want to sing. I want to sing for my whole life. Until the day I can't sing anymore. I want everyone to know, music is my life, it's everything to me. Passers-by in the cars all looked at him as if he were a madman. A sports car deliberately slowed down, and the people inside pointed and laughed at Jiang Feng. A scantily clad girl pointed at him, giggling. Look, another one who's gone crazy trying to be famous. Tee, he looks like a dog. They all burst into laughter. Wang Hao, who heard these words, just shook his head with a smile and took a casual drag of his cigarette. You'll understand, this music-loving guy may very well pave a path that you can only look up to, because he's under Brother Hao's protection. Feeling good, Wang Hao extinguished his cigarette butt, walked over, and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. Remember, when you're on stage tomorrow, you'll need to sing with this kind of power. I get it. Don't worry, Brother Hao, I definitely won't disappoint you. At this moment, Jiang Feng's eyes were full of determination. Dream recording studio. Harder. Push harder. Why does your singing always sound like it? Lacks energy? Good, very good. That's the spirit. Presence. Do you understand what presence means? Belting. How should you exist? Are you going to be a lifelong loser? Belt it out. Shout out all your emotions. Again, no, it still lacks that spirit. To be a successful singer, you must possess an unrivaled presence. Why are you still so nervous, for heaven's sake? Right now, you are the most badass singer. Half of heavenly music industry is yours. People will have to address you as Teacher Jiang Feng in the future. Sing with that confidence. Go for it. Good, very good, excellent. Yes, keep that state, that presence. You can do it, keep it up. At 11 o'clock the next day, South Second Ring Gymnasium in Zhonghai City. Countless people, Either music enthusiasts or just there out of sheer boredom to watch the spectacle had gathered. Inside and out, the place was swarming with people even before the audition started. The gymnasium was bustling with no fewer than 10,000 attendees. It must be said, while the music circle seems big, it is not really that large. Of course, what most enjoyed talking about was the persistently defeated duck-voiced Jiang Feng, who was competing again. To say the least, at least 1,000 spectators, here just for the schadenfreude, came just because of him. Hey, did you hear? Jiang Feng is competing again this time, huh? Wonder how it'll go this time. Do you even need to ask? He'll definitely be eliminated, right? After more than 60 eliminations, one more won't make a difference, huh? That's hard to say, have you not heard? This time Jiang Feng has found some godsend. Just a random draw, number 88. Damn, that's badass. That number must be worth a fortune. For sure, just that one number alone is going to be thrilling. And what I've heard is even more intense. The contestant before him is Zhonghai Music College's powerhouse singer Wei Yuanzhou. With such a gem before him, I fear he might lose even more miserably when compared. Ha ha ha. It's possible. It's possible. Anyway, this episode is definitely going to be exciting. In the athletes' resting room of the gymnasium. Remember, don't be nervous. Wang Hao is currently giving Jiang Feng a pre-competition pep talk. You're not the same person you used to be. You've got a great song in hand, and you know what state you're in, right? Just perform normally when the time comes. You're all rested up, aren't you? I am. Jiang Feng nodded fiercely. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I can do this. I definitely can. I believe music won't abandon me. This time, I must prove it to everyone. That's the spirit. Wang Hao laughed heartily. If it really comes down to it, just close your eyes and belt it out with all you've got. All right. Jiang Feng clenched his fists tightly. I'm going all out. I promise not to let Brother Hao down. At exactly 12 noon, the 2-kilometer stretch of road outside the entrance to the South Second Ring Gymnasium was packed with vehicles and pedestrians, making it impossible for water to flow through. With just a 50 yuan ticket, one could enjoy an entire afternoon of a musical feast, which was still very popular among many people. The long police lines had been pulled up, with each police and security personnel working hard to maintain order as countless people lined up to enter the venue, creating an unprecedented level of popularity. Looking around, there was a sea of heads, a black mass of people. The main reason so many people had come was that they had heard through the grapevine that Jiang Feng, who had lost over 60 matches in a row, was going to make one last stand on the road of music today. And what especially attracted attention was that his opponent this time was none other than the powerhouse singer from Zhonghai Music College, Wei Yuanzhou. Many of the people who came today were there to cheer for Wei Yuanzhou. It's not an exaggeration to say that the competition hadn't even started yet, and Jiang Feng was already at an absolute disadvantage. He might become the talk of the town for Zhonghai Music College students over the next few days, a classic negative example. Thus, the popularity of today's event far exceeded the shock effect of any previous competition. Zheng Wenhui arrived with 7 or 8 friends from the industry, sitting in the front row of the stands, watching the field below. To Zheng Wenhui's right was a bald man, gleaming head shining brightly, named Luo Xiuan, a senior music editor in the industry, mainly responsible for creating songs for film and television. Zheng Luo Xiuan looked at the field below, his mood downcast. You solemnly lured me here to see a good show, but it turns out we're watching the performance of Jiang Feng, who keeps fighting despite repeated defeats. Haha, Luo, just you watch, there will be a surprise today. Zheng Wenhui was very confident, knowing full well the changes in Jiang Feng, who now had the support of Wang Hao behind him. I promise you won't be disappointed. I hope not to be. Luo Xiuan was still a bit depressed. I have things to do this afternoon, and here you are troubling me. Number 88, right? I heard the one before him, number 87, is a strong competitor from Zhonghai Music College, named Wei Yuanzhou. Look at the young people in the audience. At least half of them are his fan group. Are you sure the two of them are comparable? Luo made a valid point. In music talent shows, what's often most feared is a strong contestant performing before you. After all, if the subsequent performance can't surpass the prior one, it becomes very difficult to stand out. By this time, the gymnasium was filling with more and more people. The crowd was a dense mass of heads. As seasoned musicians who had attended countless concerts, they could tell at a glance that there were easily more than 30,000 people present. With so many people coming, Luo Xuan grew even more pessimistic. If he fails again today, the blow to him might be significant. Just put your mind at ease, Zhang Wenhui laughed. With that person helping Jiang Feng, if he still fails, then he really should stop singing. He's beyond helping. That person? Who is that? Luo Xuan asked, puzzled. Zhang Wenhui leaned in and whispered 2 words into Luo Xuan's ear. Luo Xuan was instantly shocked. It's him. Meanwhile, on the field below, the host walked out, and soon the venue quieted down. The lights came up, and with a microphone in hand, the host announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, audience friends on site, the 360-second Zhonghai Good Songs auditions are now beginning." Chapter 228. Trash. Contestants' resting room. Wang Hao was resting here with Jiang Feng, making the final preparations before the competition. After the auditions started, contestants took the stage one after another, with each person averaging less than a minute. For those who took a bit longer, it generally meant they made it through the auditions to the next round of competition. Of course, singers who received affirmation were few and far between. In half an hour, over 40 people had performed, but only 2 had earned the approval of the mentors. The girl named Huang Ying has decent strength. 86 points is well-deserved. Wang Hao commented as he watched the live broadcast on the TV in the resting room. That Cheng DeLong was SOSO. Although he scored 87 points, his real talent is far less than Huang Ying's. He might be related to someone influential. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Yeah, I also think Huang Ying is more impressive. As the two were watching, suddenly Wei Yuanzhou's voice rang out. Yo, already getting ready? Wei Yuanzhou, Zhang Hua, and Su Hongye came over laughing. Wei Yuanzhou, with a carefree attitude, plunked himself next to Jiang Feng and said, "Well, no wonder you're getting geared up. You have to perform well this time. There are so many people in the audience today. Most of them are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Haha." At Wei Yuanzhou's words, Jiang Feng's face flushed with anxiety again. He couldn't help it. He had failed too many times, so now he became extremely nervous whenever he stood on stage. "I thought you had some class," Wang Hao said leisurely. "I didn't expect you to stoop to such low tactics. Let me guess, you're afraid Jiang Feng will turn the tables, so you're not giving up any chance to strike at your opponent, right? Isn't striking at the opponent something every contestant should do?" Wei Yuanzhou, still sore over the previous bet of 50,000, said with a laugh. "I conveniently picked number 87 for my turn. You see, with how things turned out, it's a bit embarrassing, haha." Zhang Hua and Su Hongye next to him also smirked, with Zhang Hua even commenting mockingly, "I'm number 96. Oh dear, maybe I should take a hit for the team, and we swap. I'll take number 88 and you take 96. That'll give you a bit of an edge. How about that?" With Zhang Hua's remark, the 3 of them laughed even more triumphantly. "Hee, seems like you don't have much confidence either." Wang Hao simply closed his eyes and laughed. Generally speaking, only rivals of the same level would play these boring psychological games to undermine each other's confidence. "I originally thought you wouldn't even consider Jiang Feng on your level and wouldn't bother with him. But here you are, running over eagerly to pay homage. This shows how significant Jiang Feng is in your hearts." As he spoke, he patted Jiang Feng's shoulder hard and chuckled. "See? They've already admitted you're at their level. What are you afraid of?" "Right." Jiang Feng's confidence, which had almost been shattered, soared to new heights instantly upon hearing Wang Hao's words. He became entirely energized and exclaimed, "Only rivals of the same level would do such things. I've already earned your recognition. What is there to fear?" You. Wei Yuanzhou, having thought his plan to mock had been flawless, couldn't believe it backfired so rapidly, boosting his opponent's morale instead. He retorted angrily, "Humph, just skilled in making pretty speeches. Let's see the real deal on the stage." Wang Hao waved them off as if shooing a fly and laughed. "Have a good one. No need to see you out." Just as the 3 were about to leave, Wang Hao suddenly added another comment. "Hey, who was it again? Su Hongye, right? My offer from yesterday still stands. You still have time to chase after our Jiang Feng. TCH, in your dreams." Su Hongye's face turned bright red with anger. chase you in your dreams. The previous contestants finished quickly, and in just over 10 minutes, it was Wei Yuanzhou's turn to go on stage. Little Feng, remember, Wang Hao kept his eyes on the TV, instructing. In tactics, you must despise the enemy, but in strategy, you must respect them. This guy is your first stepping stone. While you despise him, you also need to take him seriously, for forewarned is forearmed, understand? Understood. Jiang Feng nodded vigorously. I will take every opponent seriously. After all, Wei Yuanzhou was good-looking, sang well, and came from a privileged home. His future as a star seemed bright. So the moment Wei Yuanzhou appeared on stage, the venue erupted with cheers, with many girls in the audience screaming at the top of their lungs. Wei Yuanzhou, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Wei Yuanzhou, please date me. Even the mentors below greeted him amiably. Hello, what's your name? Where are you from? Hello, esteemed judges. Wei Yuanzhou introduced himself with a smile. It must be said he really had the air of a star. His slight smile was indeed charming. My name is Wei Yuanzhou, a junior at Zhonghai Music College. Wei Yuanzhou, right? A judge below smiled and said, I've heard of you. You're truly a singer with strength. I had been wondering why I had never seen you here before, and today I finally get to. What song do you plan to sing? Wei Yuanzhou gave a slight bow and said, a song, Heavenly Snow, dedicated to the 3 judges and all the audience friends present. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was another surge of excitement in the venue, with countless girls shouting, Wei Yuanzhou, I love you. Wei Yuanzhou, come on, you're the best. The glow sticks were shaking so hard they nearly broke. Soon the music started, and Wei Yuanzhou's performance began. Here it comes. Wang Hao stared at the TV in front and whispered, let's see how well he sings. It had to be said, Wei Yuanzhou was indeed quite talented. His voice was loud and clear, his articulation and pronunciation precise. No wonder he dared call himself a strong singer from Zhonghai Music College. He truly had some skills. His performance was swift, and by the end of it, the entire audience erupted in cheers, with all 3 judges nodding in approval. In the end, Wei Yuanzhou scored an impressive 94 points. You sang very well, quite a standout. One judge gave a very high evaluation of Wei Yuanzhou's performance. One could say there's hardly anything to pick on. The only slight flaw was that the emotion was a bit weak. I look forward to your future performances. Keep it up. Thank you, judges. Receiving a high score of 94, Wei Yuanzhou was elated. He bowed deeply once more, then walked off the stage. And then, finally, it was the much-anticipated appearance of Jiang Feng, who had lost 64 times in a row. Would this persistent contestant finally turn things around today? In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Jiang Feng slowly walked onto the stage and stood in the center. Taking a deep breath, his right hand held the microphone, while his left hand nervously pinched his trousers. All the audience could see his nervousness, and from time to time people in the crowd cheered him on. Jiang Feng, come on, keep it up. We're here to support you. Go on, young man. Listening to the cheering from the audience, Jiang Feng gradually relaxed. Music will not abandon me. Perhaps the judges also felt that this shy boy's pursuit of music already surpassed their expectations, so they didn't rush him but patiently waited for his emotions to settle. About 30 seconds later, when Jiang Feng had calmed down, a judge finally smiled and asked, Hello, I believe we have met before, but as per the rules, I still have to ask. What is your name? Where are you from? Esteemed judges, my name is Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stood in the center of the stage, microphone in hand, clearly flustered, and said softly, I'm from Zhonghai City. I'm not a music major, but I really like music. Watching the live broadcast backstage, Wei Yuanzhou burst out laughing and disdainfully said, He's nervous just reporting his name. What kind of musician can he be? Garbage. No. Wang Hao next to him shook his head and softly said, Maybe you think playing music is cool and casual, but to him, music is everything. Your whole liking for music doesn't compare to even one of his fingers. Is that so? We'll see. Wei Yuanzhou spat and shut his mouth. Chapter 229. How should I exist? Jiang Feng. Another mentor smiled and said, I think we are all quite familiar with you by now. According to statistics, You've been on this stage 64 times before, and I am truly curious. What power has supported you to stand on this stage for 10, 20, up to today's 65th time? Because I love it. Jiang Feng's hand holding the microphone gradually tightened, faintly showing bulging veins. I love music. I've loved it since I was a child. Music is everything to me. I believe music will not abandon me. It won't. The whole audience fell silent. After a brief silence, what greeted him were the cheers of the audience. Jiang Feng, keep going. You are the best. I came just for you. Keep it up. The three mentors exchanged glances, and although the competition hadn't started yet, Jiang Feng's dedication to music had already deeply moved them. The 65th touching moment. All right, I really admire your spirit, the mentor nodded and said. But you should also know, as much as I admire you, we won't go easy on you. Actually, I am more curious about, what song do you plan to sing today? You know, those songs you chose before didn't really suit your voice. They always sounded a bit odd. What I brought today, Jiang Feng slowly said, is a new song written especially for me by one of my teachers. The song's name is Existence. Good. The three mentors nodded together. So please, Jiang Feng, bring us the song, Existence. As soon as his words ended, the intro began to play. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and started to sing. How many people walk, yet are trapped in place? As he began, the three mentors frowned, exchanged looks, and shook their heads. One mentor whispered, "He seems a bit nervous, sigh." Another said, "He's lost his confidence." And the third said, "Give him another chance. I'd like to hear this song. It seems quite nice." How many people live yet seem as if they are dead? In the resting room, Wei Yuanzhou burst into laughter, saying, "Ha! Listen to how his voice is trembling, still nervous after 65 performances." Wang Hao chuckled, "Just watch. He'll make your jaw drop." How many people love yet feel as if parted? How many people smile yet tears are on drip? After this part ended, the accompaniment abruptly stopped, and Jiang Feng took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes. Who knows where we should go? Who understands what life has turned into? His voice began to rise and swirl higher and higher. Suddenly, one of the mentors sat up sharply. The others were also bright-eyed. There's improvement. Whether to find an excuse to keep surviving or to spread wings and fly in anger. How should I exist? The entire venue was suddenly stunned. Today, Jiang Feng's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations, and by this time, Jiang Feng had already started the latter part of his performance. How many times glory feels like humiliation? People come near me just because my family is wealthy, not because of the music. How many times ecstasy but extreme pain? Each laugh deepens the scars inside. How many times happiness yet the heart wrenches? Happiness. But why does my heart always hurt so much? How many times brilliance yet utterly dispirited? Looking at those past photos filled with radiant smiles, but still growing more dispirited, Jiang Feng clenched the microphone in both hands, taking a deep breath. If I fail again this time, Brother Hao, give me strength. God of music, please grant me the final strength. This is my backs against the wall moment, the final battle of my music career. Explode. Burn. Release all my emotions. Let go of all my reluctance. Back in the resting room, Wang Hao slapped his thigh hard. Explode, kid. Who knows where our dreams should return to? Who understands what dignity has become? Explode. 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 Should I find a reason to just go with the flow, or bravely move forward and break free from the cage? Erupt. Erupt. How should I exist? How should I exist? Jiang Feng seemed to catch fire, his pursuit of music, his fresh ideas about music, soaring to the skies. The three judges below were completely stunned. They had never thought someone could convey such a tangible belief through music. Who knows where we should head? Who understands what life has turned into? Music is my place to belong. Life, what the hell is it? Music. All I want is music. Should I find an excuse to barely live, or spread my wings, fly high, and hold on to anger? Why should I barely live? I want to be angry. Angry. I want to spread my wings and fly. Jiang Feng's voice got higher and brighter. He had long shed his previous timidity and anxiety. Now, he was music's darling, soaring freely in the arms of the god of music. Who knows where our dreams should return to? Who understands what dignity has become? Erupt. Erupt. Should I find a reason to just go with the flow? Or bravely move forward and break free from the cage? Continue. Can't stop. Continue. I don't want to just go with the flow. I want to break free from the cage that binds me. Erupt. Erupt. How should I exist? This is how I should exist. This song ignited all of Jiang Feng's passion, his confidence, and his belief in music, expressed entirely through this song. Suddenly, there was no other sound in the entire stadium. Everyone just stared blankly at Jiang Feng on stage. No one believed that he, who had previously failed 64 times, had finally transformed. How is this possible? Wei Yuanzhou was flabbergasted, staring incredulously at the television screen. The Jiang Feng who seemed worthless, like trash before, had transformed into a butterfly right before his eyes. What's impossible? Wang Hao laughed heartily, proudly giving himself a thumbs up, because he hangs with Brother Hao. Su Hongyam murmured, You knew he would win. Nonsense. Wang Hao lit a cigarette, taking a light puff. Isn't that obvious? My little brother. How could he lose to a kid who treats music as a toy? Outside in the arena. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted like an earthquake. The entire audience stood up, offering the most enthusiastic applause to this young man who made music his life. The applause was thunderous. Everyone was shouting just one name. Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng. The applause was deafening, the shouts earth-shattering. And Jiang Feng, standing on the stage, was shaking, and then a figure rushed onto the stage like lightning to catch Jiang Feng, who almost fell. Did you sing until you were out of breath? Wang Hao, supporting Jiang Feng's arm, laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Breathe first. You sang with too much force just now, haha. Tears smeared Jiang Feng's face. He was even crying too much to see anything. Brother Hao, I did it right. Jiang Feng depended entirely on Wang Hao for support, sobbing heavily. I'm not worthless. I made it, right? Music hasn't abandoned me. I can still sing, right? Yes. Wang Hao patted Jiang Feng's back vigorously and then helped him stand up. Pointing to all the spectators, he shouted loudly, Listen to that applause. Listen to those cheers from the audience. Who else could do it besides you? I made it, I made it. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng took big breaths and then turned around and hugged Wang Hao tightly, shouting loudly, Brother Hao, I made it. Thank you, I made it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Of course. Wang Hao hugged Jiang Feng tightly, saying, That's what you deserve. Well done. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. The three judges stood up together, listening to the tidal wave of applause throughout the stadium. They exclaimed loudly, Jiang Feng, congratulations. You've finally made it. Your song completely conquered us. Yes, the public's eyes are clear. Listen to the cheers from the audience. That's the best affirmation for you. Jiang Feng released Wang Hao. Listening to the cheers from the audience, he bowed deeply and shouted loudly, Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. And now, the three judges announced loudly together, We declare that Jiang Feng's performance score is 98 points. Chapter 230. Are you not convinced? 98 points. A whopping 98 points. The highest score ever in the history of Zhonghai good songs. The entire audience was utterly stunned, silent for over 20 seconds, and what followed was deafening applause. It was explosive. How should I exist? An outcry from the bottom of my heart. A great song. Keep the rage. It feels like something is igniting. Applause, cheers, and shouts filled the entire venue. In the end, all the people were shouting only one name. Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng. It was earth-shattering. Jiang Feng, you did great. Super great, a mentor sincerely exclaimed. Congratulations on your transformation from a chrysalis to a butterfly. Thank you, mentors. Jiang Feng said with tears streaming down his face, desperately expressing his gratitude. Of course, actually, what we're more curious about is, another mentor asked curiously, the author of this song is? Jiang Feng looked at the retreating figure of Wang Hao, hesitated, unsure whether to reveal it or not, but after a moment's pause, he still said, "It's teacher Wang Hao who wrote and composed the song. Mr. Ning Vida did the arrangement." Wang Hao. When the entire crowd heard this name, they all were stunned and then burst into even more frenzied admiration. Teacher Wang Hao. Teacher Wang Hao. A great song. It's wonderfully made. No wonder, the mentor exclaimed. Is this Wang Hao the same mysterious rising star, the comet-like figure? I know several of his songs are very good. Wind, Rain, Rainbow, Resonant Roses, Bubble, and so on, all super great. Now he created another superb song. Amazing. A true genius. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Yes, he is so incredible." In the stands, Zheng Wenhui looked at the stunned Luo Xiwan, triumphantly saying, "How about it, Luo? Your trip here wasn't such a waste, was it? It's godly, sheer genius." Luo Xiwan exclaimed in shock. A guy who's failed 64 times in a row just turned his life around with this one song overnight. Damn, he was a man of standing, and yet he burst out with curses. This is too awesome. After his astonishment subsided, Luo Xiwan grabbed Zheng Wenhui's hand, saying, "Zheng, quick, take me to him. We've been worrying about the theme song and haven't decided on anything. Getting him on board will definitely do the trick." "TSK, now you're in a rush?" Zheng Wenhui said with a brow raised and a smile. "Who was it that said coming here was a waste of time?" "I didn't know." "Okay," Luo Xiwan said anxiously. "Zheng, please don't give me the runaround right now, okay? I am really in a hurry." "Being in a hurry won't help," Zheng Wenhui responded helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. "You've got to see if he even has the time to do you a favor. Call his agent. If he's not available, nobody's words will matter." "Humph, he criticized coming here as a waste of time. Now let's see him be anxious for a change." "Luo Xiwan, what?" "I ended up tossing a couple of threes. You took it too seriously and laid down a pair of circles," humming the song as he walked backstage. Wang Hao looked at Wei Yuanzhou still dazed in front of the TV and said, "Ah, Zhang Feng got 98 points. Wei Yuanzhou, Zhang Hua, Su Hong." Wang Hao walked over to the three of them, still humming along. "Zhang Feng got 98 points. Wei Yuanzhou, Zhang Hua, Su Hong." Wei Yuanzhou's fists were clenched so tight that veins were popping out. Wang Hao turned his head to look at the three of them. "What? You guys aren't convinced?" Zhang Feng scored 98. "Enough." Wei Yuanzhou, furious and jumping up, yelled, "Can't you say something else?" "Say something else?" Wang Hao thought for a moment. "Sure." Wei Yuanzhou scored 94. Wei Yuanzhou, Zhang Hua, Su Hong. Wei Yuanzhou really wanted to leap up and strangle the incredibly annoying person in front of him, but in the end, he had to hold it back. "Mr. Wang Hao? Mr. Wang Hao, you are simply divine." While they were stunned, a middle-aged man rushed over, came up to Wang Hao, and grabbed his hand. "Thank you. I'm Little Feng's father. I don't ask for him to be famous. As long as he can regain his confidence and be happy, that's all that matters." He then stuffed a check into Wang Hao's hand. "Mr. Wang Hao, here is 3 million, just a token of my gratitude. Please, you must accept it no matter what." Wang Hao. "Oh my, how could I possibly accept this?" Though he said that, his body was honest. He never intended to refuse. "Haha, no problem at all." Wang Hao laughed heartily as he pocketed the check. Now he was a millionaire too. Ha 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 ha. While Wang Hao was happy, Wei Yuanzhou and the other two were completely dumbstruck. The young man in front of them, he was Mr. Wang Hao, the one who produced Rainbow After Wind and Rain, Firm and Resolute Rose, Bubble. Wei Yuanzhou harshly slapped himself. "Damn it, if I had known this guy was Wang Hao, why the hell would I have bothered? I should have knelt down and clung to his leg immediately. Now I've completely offended him." When you're happy, you feel more spirited. So Wang Hao continued to hum. Wei Yuanzhou scored 94. Wei Yuanzhou, Zhang Hua, Su Hong. This time, Wei Yuanzhou was truly kneeling. He dashed over and said, "Mr. Wang Hao, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize it was you. I was offensive before. Please forgive me." What a joke. This Wang Hao is incredibly influential. He only produced 3 songs, and all of them hits. "Oh, now you know." Wang Hao curled his lip. "You're not a good person. Don't apologize to me. I won't accept it, humph." "Mr. Wang Hao, you must forgive me." Wei Yuanzhou was desperate. "I really didn't know it was you before." Young man, it's clear you don't understand where you went wrong, Wang Hao hummed. First, I know. You're rich, and being rich isn't wrong, but you shouldn't have been disrespectful. I gave you a slot earlier, and by all rights, you should have offered the next slot to me. That's called reciprocity, which you didn't do. Second, you mocked Jiang Feng despite your abilities. It shows you are narrow-minded and have a problem with your character. Third, you should be apologizing to Jiang Feng, not to me. No matter how you mock me is fine, but you shouldn't have crushed Jiang Feng's confidence. After saying all that, Wang Hao smiled breezily and said, Actually, I'm not that vindictive, but the condition is that you understand your mistakes. All right, I'm leaving now. Come find me once you've figured it out. Otherwise, whatever you say is useless. Leaving Wei Yuanzhou speechless, Wang Hao wandered off leisurely. That afternoon, almost all of the contestants following suffered tragedy. After all, with Jiang Feng setting the standard, the performances of the remaining contestants hardly garnered any attention. Zhang Hua, who was number 96, barely made it through with a score of 70. At 6 o'clock, the audience began to get restless. Their calls for Jiang Feng to sing again grew louder, and some even shouted that the whole audience was willing to buy tickets again just to hear him perform one more time. By 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Feng's performance of Existence was uploaded to the internet, with people fervently sharing it, and his popularity began to skyrocket. The next morning, this season's Zhonghai Good Songs was pushed to the top of the Weibo Hot search by enthusiastic fans, with a total of 8.2 million clicks and 300,000 shares. The second place was the video clip of Jiang Feng's performance, totaling 780,000 clicks and 680,000 likes. It's worth mentioning that the third-ranked news had 2.2 million views. By noon the next day, the high-quality download of Existence opened by Cool Song Music, charging an authorization fee of 500,000. In just 2 hours, it was downloaded 160,000 times, setting a record for the debut of a newcomer. In the afternoon, the live video of Jiang Feng's performance reached 4.6 million views, taking first place on the video website in terms of view count. By evening, Jiang Feng became the top trending search term on the internet, overshadowing the second place by more than double the searches. Overnight, Jiang Feng, who had failed 64 times and made a magnificent turn on his 65th attempt, had become a household name, unrivaled in his moment of fame. It's worth mentioning that the story, fighting back after numerous defeats, the magnificent turn on the 65th try, became the headline news in the entertainment section, with 5.8 million views. Presumably, someone from another timeline fainted in the bathroom. By noon on the third day, the download count of Existence on Cool Song Music reached 460,000, and the live video reached 12.2 million views, maintaining first place on the video site, with 3 times the views of the second-ranked video. Chapter 231. Let's buy a car. The instigator of it all, the incredibly awesome Wang Hao, was at that moment having hot pot with Jiang Feng, listening to his agent Xia Sueki report on the various pieces of information she had gathered over the past couple of days. Brother Hao, these past couple of days have been deathly busy for me, Xia Sueki sighed. Just 2 days into being your agent, and I've already taken over 80 calls. Wang Hao, that vicious. Wang Hao broke into a sweat. This was actually a rookie mistake on his part. He thought there was nothing much going on since his phone hadn't been ringing that often. But that was only because most people still didn't know his number. Otherwise, his phone would have been ringing off the hook from morning till night. That many, exclaimed Wang Hao. What were they all about? Xia Sueki replied. Most of them were junk messages. After careful sorting, there were about 5 pieces of useful information. Wang Hao, ain't this gonna drive me crazy in the future? Xia Sueki took out her phone and started reading out the messages one by one. There's a band called Today's Sunshine asking for Brother Hao to help write a song, with a fee of 500,000 per song. Wang Hao, don't remember them, not interested. Tan Yafei is asking if you have any suitable roles for him to act in, and he's asking for a fee of 2 million. Wang Hao, damn, that high a price? Tell him to go play with eggs. LV Chioling has the same question, but she is offering to be involved in a casting couch scenario. Wang Hao, this. Ha 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 ha. Am I now the kind of person who gets offers to engage in casting couch scenarios? Wang Hao, forget it, I'm a straight arrow. Next, the music director Luo Xuan from the Wanderer's Path TV series would like to request your help with creating a theme song, offering a fee of 400,000. Oh, and he mentioned he's a good friend of Mr. Zheng Wenwei. Wang Hao. I guess that one's okay. I'll take a look at what the drama is about if I have some free time. The head of Jinan TV station would like to invite Brother Hao for a meal because he's seeking a favor. Wang Hao. Hold on. I get the part about people asking me to write songs or wanting to join drama casts, but what's up with this Jinan TV station? I'm not sure about that, Xia Sueki responded. These 5 are the most valuable. I've mostly turned down the rest of the miscellaneous stuff. Brother Hao, which ones do you plan to pick? Wang Hao touched his chin. Writing songs can't be rushed. If you're too hasty, they lose their value. Tell those 2 who are asking for songs to wait a while. As for those 2 who want to join drama casts, just reject them. This TV station thing is worth considering, though. Branching out into TV programs and opening up that market isn't a bad idea. Let's go with this Jinan TV station head. I should have time tonight. Let's see what he wants from me. Xia Sueki. Got it, Brother Hao. I'll go inform him right away. She went to arrange the future schedule, and at that moment, Jiang Feng poured a glass of wine for Wang Hao and asked, Brother Hao, the monthly competition is on the 31st. Which song will I be singing? The same one. These past couple of days, I've seen comments online saying that they want to hear me sing it again. The young man finally experienced success, hard-won, and thus treasured all the more. In his mind, if someone enjoyed listening to his song, he would be happy singing it for a lifetime. I know what you're thinking, said Wang Hao, chuckling. Don't worry, you're someone who genuinely loves music. You're different from those who just buy songs. People like you deserve to soar higher. It was decided. The next song he'd have Jiang Feng sing was called Soar Higher. Quite fitting. Thanks, Brother Hao, said Jiang Feng, his gratitude heartfelt. He lifted his glass. No more words needed, Brother Hao. From now on, you're my real brother. Without you, there would be no today for me. I'll drink first. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp, very forthright. Ha. Don't worry. Stick with me, and you'll live the good life. Wang Hao laughed heartily. I have plenty of songs suited for you. Just sing to your heart's content. As for the rest, no need to go into detail. I get it. The 2 of them drank together, and by that time, Xia Sueki had already contacted the head of Jinan TV station and walked back with a leisurely pace, smiling. Brother Hao, everything's arranged. We'll meet tonight at 6. Wang Hao nodded. All right, that settles it. Having finalized the itinerary, it was time to prepare. Wang Hao's business was now bustling. It was definitely time to seriously consider buying a car. You can't always be seen riding an electric bike when going out, can you? Sueki, let's go. It's time we bought a car, Wang Hao said to Xia Sueki after finishing their meal, standing next to the electric bicycle. You can't always ride an electric bicycle when meeting the head of a TV station, right? A minimum level of respect is needed. Buying a car. Xia Sueki's eyes lit up at the mention of buying a car. Awesome, let's go. What brand should we get? Wang Hao pondered, stroking his chin. It should be of an appropriate class, not like the last class reunion where I tried to keep a low profile and ended up being accused of showing off. That wasn't good. It should be slightly higher end. A car worth 200,000 to 300,000 would be nice, in case there's a chance to take our superstar for a drive one day. Brother Hao, I recommend a Maserati. Xia Sueki's eyes sparkled like little stars. I really love that car, an Italian brand, and it looks good. Plus, driving Miss Yinning around in it just sounds right. She was a year older than by Yinning, so calling her Miss Yinning came naturally. A Maserati? That's not a bad suggestion. Wang Hao considered it and nodded. Upper mid-tier, that works. With that, Wang Hao swaggered onto the electric bike. Let's go then, to buy a Maserati. Actually, at the same price level, there was Porsche, but Bai Yinning previously had a white Panamera, and it would be a bit repetitive for him to buy the same. So, after much consideration, the Maserati indeed seemed like the better choice. Once the idea was settled, they set off. Xia Sueki sat happily behind Wang Hao, leaving passers-by in a daze. When did electric bikes become so effective for picking up girls? Zooming along at a brisk pace, at least 20 miles per hour. Zhou Yunji had been loitering in the Zhonghai City Ferrari Maserati 4S shop for 3 days now. As a standard rich second generation with a company bringing in about $3 million a year, buying a Ferrari might be a stretch, but a Maserati was not a significant matter. The reason Zhou Yunji had been dawdling for so long wasn't that he couldn't afford the car or that he was waiting for more discounts, but rather, he had taken a fancy to the general manager of the 4S shop. Ever since he first came to see the cars and caught a glimpse of the general manager, Zhou Yunji found himself hopelessly smitten with her. Truth be told, the general manager of this 4S shop wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but she was young, from a good family. The epitome of a fine, rich, and pretty woman. Zhou Yunji always believed that such a woman was the only match for him. Hence, even though he was eager to drive the car home, after thinking it over, he decided to drag his feet for a few more days, at least until he could get the contact information of the beautiful general manager before considering paying. Today he had been wandering around the shop for a couple of hours, closely inspecting a 2017 Maserati Ghibli from all sides. The saleswoman present was beginning to get impatient. Looking without buying for 3 consecutive days would test anyone's patience, wouldn't it? Just as Zhou Yunji was struggling to find a good excuse to approach the beautiful general manager, he saw a man and woman riding over on an electric bike. Normally, this wouldn't be noteworthy, but soon Zhou Yunji's eyes brightened. The man riding the electric bike was rather ordinary, but the woman sitting behind him was undoubtedly a knockout. She wore a pink dress that revealed her fair thighs. At around 165 centimeters, she was definitively beautiful. Worth mentioning was her natural charm, exuding an attractive ladylike demeanor. What's more, the two had arrived on an electric bike, which got Zhou Yunji all excited. Beauty, loser, electric bike. With such a mix, against a tall, rich, and handsome guy like him, it would only be a matter of moments before he outshined them, right? What would they be doing here? Just satisfying a craving. With a quick look, no doubt, there was potential here. The general manager of the 4S shop might seem unattainable, but this girl could surely be easily charmed by his allure. Not even worth a second thought. Chapter 232. The whole person is rippling. Are you here to look at cars? Zhou Yunji walked forward with a smile, unintentionally swinging the BMW key in his hand towards Xia Sueki, and initiated the conversation directly. All good cars here, and I'm planning to pick one up myself. Yep, they are indeed good cars. Wang Hao entered the dealership with Xia Sueki. Looking around, the models are really sleek, attractive. What a country bumpkin. He can only say good-looking. Haha. Of course, Zhou Yunji continued with a smile as he introduced them. Maserati is an Italian brand, same company as Ferrari. To question Maserati is essentially to question the authority of Ferrari. So, I am planning to buy this 2017 Ghibli. Dynamic, beautiful, and especially that engine sound. It's absolutely mesmerizing. Indeed, it's pretty good. Wang Hao walked up to the Ghibli with Xia Sueki, observing it closely and nodded. The design is great. Does this car have any other advantages? Yes, of course. The salesgirl came over at this point, but was stopped by a look from Zhou Yunji, who excitedly said, "The aggressive front face looks really fierce, unbridled, clear-cut, especially at the moment of ignition. It's absolutely the most beautiful symphony. Trust me, the instant you drive it, you'll fall absolutely in love with it." Of course, correspondingly, Zhou Yunji stressed, is the car's hefty price tag. With $1 million on the road, it definitely qualifies as a luxury car. The salesgirl beside them was stunned. His introduction is even more professional than mine. Pretty nice. Hearing Zhou Yunji put it like that, Wang Hao felt even better about the car. It really is beautiful. Of course, the bear car is priced at 910,000. Zhou Yunji said cheerfully, very pleased with himself. I plan to get one. I've already sent someone to talk to the manager. I reckon I can get it for about 850,000. Smiling, he glanced at Xia Sueki and said, "We're meant to meet since here we are. If you also buy, we'll be car friends in the future. When the new car arrives, how about I take you both for a spin?" Haha, once they get in my car, and then, can they even escape the palm of my hand? How could we impose like that? Wang Hao didn't think much of it, since many car enthusiasts are quite forward, especially those into luxury cars, with their own clubs where members meet warmly, often gathering for drinks. So he took it as a normal greeting. I haven't decided whether to buy this car yet. but it is indeed good-looking. He was a complete outsider, only got his driver's license during university, knowing next to nothing else about cars aside from the brand and whether they looked good or not. Buy it. You must buy it. Zhou Yunji quickly blew into his ear. This is the newly released 2017 model, a significant improvement over the previous models. Dude, you're so handsome. And the lady is so beautiful, luxury car and beauty, perfect match, he said, throwing an electric wink at Xia Sueki. Humph, luxury cars and beauties are only fitting for successful guys like me. You ride an electric bike here, coming to seek your own frustration. I can't blame me for that. Yeah, the car is nice, but I plan to look around a bit more, Wang Hao said as he walked forward to check other cars in the showroom. Since this is a Ferrari Maserati dealership, obviously the display isn't limited to Maserati. There are various Ferrari models. Walking around casually, Wang Hao quickly spotted the red Ferrari that Bai Yining was driving when he first met her, objects reminding him of people. Our dear superstar is currently doing charity. Haven't seen her for days. Really missing her a bit. Checking the car model, Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. Looking at the price. 5.3 million. Truly a luxury car. As Wang Hao looked around, Zhou Yunji was pulling Xia Sueki aside for a chat. Did you come to see cars with your boyfriend? No. Xia Sueki pursed her lips and smiled. Just a regular friend. Saying this, Xia Sueki seemed a bit dejected. Ah, such an outstanding man and mama doesn't have a chance. Truly heartbreaking thinking about it. Xia Sueki's slightly disappointed expression was instantly captured by Zhou Yunji, who felt thrilled all over. This chick must be thinking her boyfriend can't afford this luxury car. Look at that sad little expression. Oh boy, how embarrassing to be with such a poor guy. Decisively come to me. That's the real deal. Oh, really? Zhou Yunji was internally thrilled, but didn't show it outwardly. Does the beauty have WeChat? When your friend buys a car, we'll all be car friends then, can hang out together. My name is Zhou Yunji. How about we add each other as friends? Car friends, my foot. With his shabby appearance, could he ever afford a Maserati? Getting her WeChat is the real deal. Xia Sueki was considering whether or not to give him her WeChat ID when Wang Hao came back after a stroll and said, Hey, speaking of which, I saw a car over there. Seems a bit bigger than this one, called the president. That car isn't bad either. Zhou Yunji. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it's not bad. It's the president edition, the upgraded version of the Maserati. That wasn't the problem. What was annoying was that just when the WeChat ID was about to be secured, he got interrupted. That's the Maserati president, Zhou Yunji chuckled. It's the upgraded version of the Maserati with a market price of 1.46 million, definitely not cheap. Implying, if you can't afford the Maserati, don't even think about the president. Oh, Wang Hao nodded, asking. Indeed sounds nice. So how much is the higher specification? Roughly. Buddy, let me tell you. Zhou Yunji, chuckling, patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. In the future, don't mention high or low specs when looking at these cars. It'll be embarrassing. Ah, Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't this car have a higher specification? It's not about specifications, Zhou Yunji said. With luxury cars like these, besides the basic model available immediately, other additions need to be custom installed. For instance, changing rims, upholstery, sound system, and such. Each equipment costs differently. There's no simple high or low spec classification. Eager rookie, doesn't even know this, shows himself up here. So that's how it is, Wang Hao nodded. Then definitely, I should take a good look. While they were chatting, Zhou Yunji's sales associate came down from upstairs, approached him with a smile, and said, Sir, our manager says we can discount a bit, but not too much. The lowest could only be 870,000. What do you think? 870,000. Zhou Yunji immediately frowned. Really can't go any cheaper? The sales associate nodded. I'm really sorry. As you know, the new model just hit the market. The discount we can offer is limited. I see. Then let me think over it. Zhou Yunji was actually thinking of spending a bit more anyway, since splurging was part of the game in impressing a lady. But that was a whole 50,000 beyond his budget. Quite a substantial extra cost. Well, having a car is what counts. No need to fuss much longer. He immediately began haggling with the sales associate. While Wang Hao and Xia Sueki were standing aside, sweating bullets. Looks like it won't be settled anytime soon. Wang Hao took another look around, then beckoned to the sales associate. That president over there, any promotions running? That car is pretty pricey. The young man, still haggling with the sales associate, turned his head to brief Wang Hao. 1.46 million, 500,000 more expensive than the Maserati. Just wait a bit longer. I'm almost done here. Sales associate. Hello, there is some discount currently, but not much. Can give you about 120,000 off. Okay, that price is acceptable. Wang Hao nodded, satisfied. Let's go with that one. Do you have it in white? I want it right now. Sales associate. We do have one such car in stock, in white, but it has custom installations, and the bear car would be roughly about 1.8 million. Wang Hao looked at Xia Sueki. What do you think? Xia Sueki pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Hao, you decide. I'm just here for a good look. All right, then that's settled. Wang Hao nodded. No need to hesitate. We're tight on time. Zhou Yunji. Sales associate. Are you really planning on buying the president? Zhou Yunji was utterly flabbergasted. That's an 1.8 million car. Chapter 233. The blow today was too big. The sales lady couldn't believe her eyes and stared at Wang Hao. Selling just one of these would bring in so much money. Yeah, said Wang Hao, puzzled. I came here to buy a car, what else? My old electric car is just too slow. I had it at full throttle just now, and it only hit 20 miles per hour, which is really holding me up. So, I figured I might as well switch to a different one. He looked dead serious, not at all as if he were joking, and Xia Sueki nodded with conviction by his side. MHM. Zhou Yunji. The sales lady. Damn, I'm on my knees for that badass reason to switch cars. Complaining about how slow the electric car is. Then you switch to a Maserati President Series? And with added features? The bear car costs 1.8 million. Isn't that leap too huge? Aren't you afraid of pulling a groin muscle? I'll go ask for you right now. Please wait a moment. Without another word, the sales lady ran upstairs. Such an awesome customer might come once in a lifetime. She had to check immediately how much discount she could get, and then come back with a price quote. Let's see if you actually pay up. Zhou Yunji. Damn, I still can't believe there are people who buy cars like this. Buying a Maserati. The reason for buying is because the electric car is too slow. The sales lady went quickly and came back even faster, actually clutching the price quote in her arms. Sir, that white car available here, with gray interior, looks very high-tech. Our manager said if you're really taking the car today, they can offer you a discount of 160,000. With the discount, the bear car price would be exactly 1.66 million, which is the highest discount we can give. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes were glued on Wang Hao. Let's see if you'll pay or not. Are you talking about the interior of this model right here? Wang Hao asked as he walked around the President Series model again. After that, he expressed great satisfaction. All right, this one it is, he said as he pulled out his card. Where do I swipe my card? Right this way, sir. The sales lady's breath quickened. This way. The crowd encircled Wang Hao, eyes fixed on him, just waiting to see if he'd pay. But as it turned out, Brother Hao was still Brother Hao, and what happened next surprised everyone. Down the stairs came a young woman dressed in a black business suit, talking on her phone as she walked. Really? Okay. Good. Got it. Don't worry, no problem. It was the beautiful general manager herself. The moment Zhou Yunji heard her voice, he got excited and dashed over. Miss Manager, can we get an even better deal on my car? As he was talking, the beautiful manager looked his way, just as Wang Hao at the bottom of the stairs was getting ready to swipe his card. And at that moment, Kung Fu Wang Hao looked up at her. Next, he saw the beautiful manager utterly ignoring Zhou Yunji, charging down from the stairs, sprinting to Wang Hao's side, and embracing his arm tightly, exclaiming loudly, "Ha! Brother Hao, I've missed you so much these days. What kind of wind blew you over here today?" Zhou Yunji. Damn, what's going on here? Xia Sueki. Fuck, who is this woman daring to hug Brother Hao's arm? I haven't even had the guts to hug him. Look how close they are, chest to chest. The sales lady. Fuck, he was just about to swipe his card. My commission. Then Wang Hao said something that shocked everyone. Who are you again? I can't quite remember. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Xia Sueki. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hao doesn't even remember her name. She must be a nobody. Zhou Yunji. Fuck, my dream girl. And this guy can't even remember her name. The beautiful manager. That hurts. Am I really that forgettable? The sales lady. My commission. Brother Hao. It's me. The beautiful manager clung to Wang Hao's arm without letting go. I'm Duan Yunyun. Back then in the mountains, you saved my life. That's something I can never forget. Xia Sweki. Fuck. Is she offering herself to repay the debt? Brother Hao already has a girlfriend, okay. Zhou Yunji. It's over, indebted with a life-saving favor. She'll have to repay him with her body. And of the two beauties, I didn't get a shot with either. The sales lady. My commission utterly gone. Ah, so it's you. Wang Hao smiled with a hint of embarrassment. Look at my memory. Honestly, it's not my fault, brother. Back then you were Fong Wenbin's lackey. Your presence was just too low. Brother Hao, you remember now? Seeing that Wang Hao had remembered, Duan Yunyun was very happy and excitedly said, I've always been thinking about when I'd be able to repay you. I never got the chance until today, finally meeting you. This is great. What's this about repaying? Wang Hao scratched his head. The situation back then was special. Wait, you're the manager here. I'm the general manager. Duan Yunyun said excitedly. This 4S dealership is all mine, haha. Damn, that's awesome. Impressive, impressive. Wang Hao laughed. I really couldn't tell back then. Hanging out with Brother Wenbin, I was just a little errand boy. Duan Yunyun asked, Brother Hao, are you planning on buying a car? Which one are you interested in? Yes, Wang Hao nodded. I was just thinking it's about time to get a car. I like that President model over there. It's ready to drive and has been fitted with add-ons. The price is also okay. That one you're talking about? Duan Yunyun grinned. I just added extras to that one a couple of days ago. I was planning to put it on display in the shop. If you like it, Brother Hao, just drive it away, no need to pay. Zhou Yunji. Damn, just drive it away if you like it. Who the hell is this Brother Hao? Xia Sweki. Brother Hao's face is really something. Sales lady. It's over. There goes my commission. Wang Hao, sweating profusely. That wouldn't be right. It's a car worth over 1,600,000. Duan Yunyun looked hurt. Brother Hao, you're belittling me. Wang Hao. The car's too expensive. Taking it for free really isn't appropriate. I should pay what's due. Duan Yunyun still looked hurt. Brother Hao, you're belittling me. Wang Hao. Damn. Is today the day I just can't pay for a car no matter what? With the car's cost being so high, it really wouldn't be appropriate for me to just take it. Wang Hao was about to decline when he saw Duan Yunyun was almost in tears. All right. I'll take it, is that okay? Wang Hao quickly pacified him. I'll go handle the insurance and license plate right now. Duan Yunyun. Brother Hao, you're belittling me. Wang Hao. What's wrong now? Wang Hao asked. Isn't doing the insurance and license plate all right? Of course I'll handle the insurance and the license plate for you. Duan Yunyun said with a sad face. Brother Hao, you're really treating me like an outsider. All right. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. You're familiar with it. Obviously you should do it. After agreeing, Wang Hao brought Duan Yunyun back with him and laughed. Done. Get the car out for me to try. This is actually my first time driving. I'm quite excited, haha. Zhou Yunji. Damn, it's really a gift. A gift of 1,660,000 just given away like that. Soon the car was driven out. Its beautiful, streamlined body, the pleasant sound of the engine. Wang Hao was very satisfied. Nice. This one's perfect. With Duan Yunyun, the general manager, on hand. All the insurance and everything was handled in no time. Brother Hao's face is indeed extraordinary. About 20 minutes later, everything was fully taken care of. Wang Hao got into the car with Xia Sweki and Duan Yunyun, looking around. Pretty good. Then he turned to the sales lady. I'm giving you my electric car. Here are the keys. Sales lady. Finally, a bit of mental comfort. Sob. Zhou Yunji. I can't even right now. Today is just too much. Wang Hao gently pressed the gas pedal. Feels truly nice. Then he called out to Zhou Yunji. Buddy, want to spin around the block? Zhou Yunji was struck with 10,000 points of critical hit damage. Never mind. I'll just buy my Ghibli. Oh, Wang Hao hadn't anticipated his feelings at all and nodded. Then I'm off, bye. With the roar of the engine, Wang Hao's new car was all his. Chapter 234. Brother is just invincible. Brother Hao, You really didn't notice? Inside the car, Xia Sweki comfortably sat in the back seat, saying, just now, that Zhou Yunji, hee, the way he looked at me. Huh? What happened? Wang Hao had not thought about it in that way at all. Did he fall for you? I think so. Why else would they say a woman's intuition is scary, Xia Sweki said. His gaze was so flirty, always bragging about wanting to buy a car in front of me. Hee, Brother Hao, you are more impressive, just grabbing a CEO, his face at that moment, I just thought this car looked pretty good. Wang Hao, touching the steering wheel, said, feels pretty nice too. That damn electric car was too slow. Duan Yunyan laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up, saying, Brother Hao's reasons for changing cars are always so powerful. The three of them then headed to the traffic department to get the license plate. Normally, after buying a car, everyone waits for a unified day to enter a lottery on the traffic website, and you take whatever number you get. Wang Hao had originally thought the same, but Duan Yunyan had said, your car might be used to take the Ice Princess for a drive. A haphazardly picked plate could embarrass her. You make a good point, Wang Hao said while driving and stroking his chin. If we go out and a reporter takes a picture, after all, Miss Ice Princess is from the Bai family, getting a messy numbered license plate would look bad. But getting a good number would cost quite a bit of money, right? Of course, Duan Yunyan nodded. For instance, the ancestor of the Bai family, that license plate with middle A99999, was won at auction for 8 million. And that's because the Bai family had the influence. Otherwise, normally such a plate would start at 20 million in our Zhonghai. Wang Hao, isn't that terrifying? A license plate for 20 million. Sitting in the back, Xia Sweki was almost in tears. I'd have to live several lifetimes to earn enough for that little plate. Oh my, too. Expensive, too expensive. Wang Hao decisively shook his head. I think we just need a slightly better number. Not too expensive. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Duan Yunyan chuckled. I guarantee you'll be satisfied today. While talking, the two entered the traffic bureau, where Duan Yunyan was a regular and very familiar with the surroundings, and quickly reached the director's office. Upon seeing the person inside, Duan Yunyan smiled and called out, Uncle Fong busy? Oh, little Yun. Uncle Fong in the office lit up upon seeing Duan Yunyan. What brings you here? Then looking at Wang Hao. And this is? Wang Hao, Duan Yunyan grinned. Is the young man who saved Brother Wenbin's life in the mountains the other day. The one who can do just about everything. My goodness, hello. Hearing Duan Yunyan's words, Uncle Fong hurriedly stood up. I heard about that. Such a remarkable young man. It was so fortunate that you went that day. Otherwise a disaster would have happened. I remember Wenbin saying that at the time you loudly shouted something like, demons and monsters, stand back. And the wind suddenly stopped. Young man, you truly have the ability to reach heaven and penetrate the earth. Please come in, sit down. Wang Hao, do I sense something off with your words? Isn't that a misuse of words? Ah, yes indeed. Wang Hao decisively started boasting. I once accidentally came across a remarkable book, and I suppose I am also the 66th descendant of Yuan Tiangang from the Tang dynasty, Xia Sweki on the side. Brother Hao, didn't you previously mention you were the 138th descendant of Ghost Valley? Right. Duan Yunyan had not doubted at all. After all, she had seen it with her own eyes. I knew Brother Hao was incredibly capable for a reason. Wow, a descendant of Yuan Tiangang. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fong's eyes brightened. Young man is extraordinary. I was wondering how someone could command the elements and muster troops from beings. You'd have to be at the level of a heavenly master. When there's a chance, I'll introduce you to our Fong family's ancestor. He cares a lot about these things, and if he meets you, he would definitely like you. Sure, no problem. Wang Hao cheerfully agreed. I'll pay a personal visit one day. Duan Yunyan was making tea for everyone, and while doing so she said, Brother Hao, you've become a heavenly master now. Isn't that just a must? With my luck, I must be unbeatable. Heavenly master. Absolutely a heavenly master. Uncle Fong laughed. This young brother has undeniable abilities. After laughing for a while, Uncle Fong asked, I wonder why little Hauer is here today. Brother Hao is thinking of getting a good license plate. Duan Yunyan handed over a cup of tea to Uncle Fong, saying, he just picked up a Maserati at my place, and it hasn't had photos taken yet. Uncle Fong, do you see any suitable ones? I remember there should be an auction this afternoon, right? You little rascal. Uncle Fong took a sip of tea and said, remembering so clearly, you came just for this, didn't you? Upon hearing Uncle Fong's words, Duan Yunyun pouted. Uncle, you can't frame me. What do you mean by remembering so clearly? It's Brother Hao who calculated precisely. Otherwise, why didn't he buy a car earlier or later, but had to buy one today, and just happened to arrive before the auction? Wang Hao, all right, after you put it that way, even if I don't want to be a heavenly master, I can't help it now. Actually, I just figured it out today. Wang Hao scratched his head embarrassingly. I didn't think too much. He didn't take it seriously, but hey, invincible luck. But Uncle Fong was shocked on hearing that. My goodness, little brother, you really can divine brilliantly. You could even predict that. Then, can you guess what car plates are available today? Duan Yunyun. Xia Sweki. That's a bit too much, isn't it? It's already amazing to predict there would be an auction today, and now you're asking him to guess car plates? That's too tough. At that moment, everyone's gaze in the room focused on Wang Hao. Predicting the date isn't so hard. Perhaps it can be guessed correctly with a bit of luck, and maybe he knew about it beforehand. But the car plates. Car plates, huh? Wang Hao stroked his chin and thought, what number should we go for? Today is a lucky day. This car plate number should probably fulfill wishes. Of course, he wasn't very sure, and after thinking for a while, he came up with one. Does AS6666 exist? Well, if that's not available, we'll just choose something similar. That's what Wang Hao thought. But when he mentioned this number, Uncle Fong stared at him as if he had seen a ghost, watching him intensely for about 20 seconds, and then suddenly grabbed the phone and made a call. Hello, little Zhang? Announce right away that the AS6666 is not for auction anymore. It's already booked. Yes, that's right. Wang Hao and the others looked at each other. What's happening? Is it really available? Little brother. Uncle Fong rushed up and grabbed Wang Hao's hand. I admire you. I really do. No wonder you could save when been in that situation back then. Brilliant, brilliant. Wang Hao. Duan Yunyun. Xia Sweki. Holy moly. Brother Hao really got it right. AS6666 actually exists. Well, it should be. Wang Hao said, his face flushing with shyness. The thing is, I was also on the plane. I couldn't have caused that incident if I hadn't been on the plane. Little brother is definitely going to be a Grand Sky Master level figure in the future. Uncle Fong exclaimed, this afternoon's auction will auction off just 5 plates, and only heavyweight registered folks know about these plates. Yet, little brother could actually figure it out. Incredible. When you get the time, you must meet our ancestor. He would be thrilled. With that said, Wang Hao became embarrassed to the point of blushing again. That's how invincible I am. While they were still talking, suddenly the office door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked in, entering with a complaint. Fong, what's going on here? These 5 reserved plates. Why are you saying one's taken away just like that? I came specifically for these plates. What you're doing is not cool. Mr. Yi, welcome. Please have a seat. Uncle Fong offered Mr. Yi a seat, then shook his head with a smile. You must understand, this plate isn't possible to auction off anymore, no matter the money offered, because a master has decided on it. Wang Hao, did I just become a master all of a sudden? Off to the side, Duan Yunyun sneaked a thumbs up to Wang Hao and whispered with a smile. Brother Hao awesome. Chapter 235. Brother Hao's mouth is definitely blessed. Who is this show-off? A master? Mr. Yi clearly appeared stunned for a moment, and then with furrowed brows, he said, there can't be many people in Zhonghai City that could make Fong Yushu speak like this, right? No wonder he was so surprised. This Uncle Fong, Fong Yushu, the director of the Zhonghai City Traffic Management Bureau, also ranked among the top figures in the prestigious Fong family. Not necessarily first, but at least within the top 5. For someone to be regarded as a master by him, how impressive must that person be? Well, not exactly. Fong Yushu stood up and formally introduced to Mr. Yi. Come here, Mr. Yi. Let me introduce you. This young man is Wang Hao. He's the one I told you wants that license plate. Don't be fooled by his young age. He's none other than the 66th generation descendant of Yuan Tiangang, the heavenly master himself. capable of summoning wind and rain and turning beings into soldiers. When such a person expressly asked for the ZHAS 6666 license plate, how could I not comply? Just him. Mr. Yi looked at Wang Hao, his face a mix of shock and disbelief, and exclaimed, "He's what, 25 years old at most? A master?" Then he turned to Fang Yushu. "Look, Fang, if you don't want to sell the plate then don't, but bringing someone to fool me like this, that's not right, is it?" This was quite awkward. Fang Yushu was aware of how badass Wang Hao was. As Fang Wenbin's father, he had thoroughly heard about what had happened on the airplane from Fang Wenbin himself. Without that, he wouldn't have held Wang Hao in such high regard. But here was the problem. He knew about it. But Mr. Yi didn't have a clue. "Is it Mr. Yi?" Wang Hao turned his head, smiling amiably at Mr. Yi, and began to babble. "I see you're glowing with health. I estimate that in no more than a day or so, some good fortune might come your way. So compared to that bit of luck, a license plate hardly seems worth making such a big fuss over. How about you wait a bit longer? Wait on this matter?" Mr. Yi frowned upon hearing Wang Hao's words. What good fortune could there be? Could our family's oil well possibly strike oil? Wang Hao closed his eyes, an air of mystery about him. Well, you never know. At that moment, everyone in the room looked at each other. Could there be something truly mystical about this? Could this young man really foretell such things? Mr. Yi was full of disbelief, but that quickly changed. A phone ringtone sounded. "Is that you, Li?" Mr. Yi picked up the call, glanced at the caller ID, and spoke irritably. "I'm in the middle of something." "What did you say?" "Oil has really been discovered." "Damn. How much is in the reserve?" "Great. Okay, got it. I'm on my way." After hanging up the phone, Mr. Yi stared dumbfounded at Wang Hao, then suddenly stood up, grabbed Wang Hao's hand. "Master, enough said. Your prediction was spot on. Consider the license plate my gift. I bid 3 million for it. Just accept it with a smile." Wang Hao, Duan Yunyun, Xia Sweki, Fang Yushu. Holy shit, was he really that accurate? Mr. Yi, this, Fang Yushu was flabbergasted. "Are you serious about what you just said?" "My engineering team found an oil field." Mr. Yi jumped up as if his seat was on fire. "News just came in from the South Sea. A 600 million ton reserve. Are you asking me if I'm speaking the truth?" "You all chat for a moment. I've got to go, Uncle Fang. As for that plate, it's my present. To the master. Call me later. I need to leave." In the blink of an eye, Mr. Yi was gone without a trace, leaving everyone else in the room exchanging puzzled looks. Xia Sweki nudged Duan Yunyun secretly. Brother Hao's mouth must have been blessed. Duan Yunyun nodded blankly. "Absolutely. Well then, that license plate was as good as theirs. ZHES 6666. Here we come. That number plate is slick. A great car plate." And after Duan Yunyun said goodbye to take care of some business, only Wang Hao and Xia Sweki were left in the car. Now that he had gotten the new car, Wang Hao naturally needed to get familiar with it. So he spent the following time driving all over Zhonghai city streets, getting to know the traffic and the feel of this vehicle. Before he knew it, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and as his agent, Xia Sweki felt the need to remind him, "Brother Hao, it's almost 6 o'clock. We should go meet the station manager." "Ah, I almost forgot had you not mentioned it," Wang Hao asked. "Did we set a place to meet?" "We did," Xia Sweki said with a smile. "Shangri-La Hotel's Western Restaurant. He's already reserved a spot there. If we head out now, we'll get there just in time." "All right, then let's head over." Xia Sweki was right. They arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel's Western Restaurant at exactly 58 past 5. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Wang Hao saw a middle-aged man, around 40, standing at the entrance of the restaurant, all dressed up in a suit with a welcoming smile. Xia Sweki called out from a distance, "Mr. Liu, we're here." "Ah, finally you're here." Mr. Liu instinctively glanced at Wang Hao's car when he approached, especially at the S6666 license plate, and was immediately stunned. "Mr. Wang, I really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to meet. Oh, this car is really something. Great car, great plate. Aren't you stating the obvious? Do you not see who I am? Isn't this why they say you need a good car for business dealings? What impression does one get seeing you stepping out of a $2 million car with a Zhong AS 6666 plate? And what if you were riding an electric scooter with someone on the back?" So, at this moment, Mr. Lu's expression was exceedingly polite as he reached out his hand first. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Qixing, the manager of Jinan TV station. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Hello. After a symbolic handshake with Lu Qixing, the trio entered the restaurant, found a spot to sit down, and after he ordered some beverages and drinks, Mr. Lu began, I'm here to seek Mr. Wang's opinion on a matter. His voice was calm and magnetic. Seeking my opinion? Wang Hao looked at Lu Qixing, puzzled. As far as I can tell, I don't think I have any business overlapping with the TV station at the moment, do I? Mr. Wang, you're being modest, Mr. Lu said with a smile. The projects you've been working on recently are very popular. Heavenly Female Soldiers hasn't premiered yet, but the theme song, Wind and Rain, Rainbow, and Resonant Roses is already a hit. Miss Ice Princess's Bubble even set a new record with over 10 million views on its first day. Domestic Agent's views have already surpassed 600 million, and it made Zhang Feng a viral sensation overnight with one song, Existence. We truly recognize your strengths, so that's why I wanted to consult with you. Oh, you flatter me too much. Indeed, flattery has a purpose. Just think about it. Jinan TV station status is equivalent to ZJ TV station from before Wang Hao's crossing, one of the top networks in the country. Someone of Mr. Lu's caliber. What big shots must be lining up to meet him? And now he's eagerly coming to me, speaking sweetly. Something unusual is certainly afoot. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, you're too kind, Wang Hao said cheerfully. May I ask what exactly Mr. Lu wants to consult me about today? Well, here's the thing, Mr. Lu explained. Our station's current Saturday night 10 to midnight slot isn't getting very high viewership, and I'm thinking about replacing it. Many people are currently vying for this time slot, but I haven't agreed to any of them yet. I wanted to see if Mr. Wang has any creative concepts for a TV show. A TV show concept? Wang Hao stroked his chin, smiling. You know, when I was bored a couple of days ago, I actually did come up with a few TV show ideas. Haha, I knew I came to the right person. Mr. Lu burst into laughter upon hearing Wang Hao did have some ideas, and immediately proposed. Since Mr. Wang has some concepts, can we perhaps explore a collaboration? A collaboration is fine, of course, but what about my benefits? Well, we can, Wang Hao said, making a gesture with his fingers, smiling. But Mr. Lu, you know as well as I do my benefits. Of course, there has to be something in it for you, Mr. Lu agreed. I can give you a 5% commission on the ad revenue from the show you plan, after taxes. Is that figure satisfactory to you, Mr. Wang? 5%, how much is that? Wang Hao casually asked. I'm not very familiar with the TV station's ad shares. Hearing Wang Hao ask this question, Mr. Lu was even more delighted inside. This is the time to pull one over on someone. To get great ideas from Wang Hao at a small price, it's absolutely worth it. This guy has plenty of good stuff in his head. Chapter 236. Our TV station is saved. I'll explain it to you, and you'll understand. Lu Qixing coughed and cleared his throat, then said, for example, a 15-second commercial slot during your show's time slot is 61,000 per spot. That's 60,000 every time an ad airs. So if it airs 50 times a year, that's 3 million, and 5% of that is 150,000. And that's just for one spot. Normally, your 2-hour program can run at least 3 minutes of commercials, which by 12-fold calculations amounts to 1,800,000 per year. Pure commission from advertisements. That indeed was a substantial benefit. 1,800,000 per year. Hearing this number, Wang Hao's eyes shone like light bulbs. Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Lu Qixing knew this guy must be stunned by the numbers. Heh, you little thing. Where do you think you can run now? Wang Hao was thinking, damn. Such a big TV station has primetime slots from 10 to midnight on Saturdays. A 15-second ad is only 60,000? How low must the viewership ratings have dropped to be this cheap? This Lu Qixing, looking all proper and acting cool, must be quaking in his boots. This is Jinan TV station. Under normal circumstances, ad spots during this time should start at least at 150,000. Opportunity. This is definitely a huge opportunity. This profit sharing is just SOSO. Wang Hao laughed and shook his head. Mr. Lu, as you know, I'm always busy, writing songs and scripts. Are you saying the percentage is too low? Lu Qixing frowned. In that case, I can give you a bit more of a concession, 8%. Is that acceptable? At most 10%, that should be about right, since we're negotiating the price, right? Let me put it this way, Wang Hao stroked his chin. My program's ratings will definitely not be poor, but looking at your share, I feel it's still a bit on the low side. Lu Qixing hesitated upon hearing Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao had not yet revealed what exactly his program was. He was asking for the moon. Mr. Wang Hao, I feel I've been very sincere. Lu Qixing took a drink of water and continued. How about this? You can first tell me privately about the type of program, and then I can evaluate its prospects. If there really aren't any issues, I can further increase your profit-sharing percentage. How does that sound? Sure enough, there was still room for an increase. Such a good deal must not be missed. All right, no problem. Wang Hao nodded and said with a smile. The situation with your TV station is that you don't have any programs with high ratings, so you've come to me for ideas to boost viewership, right? That's fine. But Mr. Lu, how can you ensure that once you know my creative idea, you won't just take it and use it? I need to know this beforehand. Your concerns are very comprehensive, Lu Qixing said with a smile. I have here a specialized creative project proposal, which clearly outlines each clause. I can personally assure you that I will definitely not use your creative idea without your consent. This contract is already signed and sealed and holds legal effect. Would you take a look and see if it is satisfactory? As he spoke, he took out a contract, an 8- or 9-page long document with densely packed clauses numbering over 100. Wang Hao even couldn't conceive how a contract for a creative partnership could cover so many possibilities. Anyway, with this contract, everything should be easy to handle. Right? You certainly are very sincere. Wang Hao read the contract from beginning to end and expressed his satisfaction. With this, I'm reassured. Now, let me briefly share my creative idea with you. He leaned in and whispered his ideas to Lu Qixing. The more Lu Qixing listened, the brighter his eyes shone. When Wang Hao finished sharing his ideas, Lu Qixing's face flushed with excitement. Mr. Wang Hao, who often has brilliant ideas. Lu Qixing could hardly suppress the excitement in his voice as he pulled out a card from his pocket. Mr. Wang Hao, I must marvel at your concept. There's 500,000 in creative funds in this card, which you can use anytime. Additionally, I can increase your profit-sharing ratio to a maximum of 10%. What do you say? 10%? That's a passable figure. Wang Hao naturally knew not to be too greedy, and with a smile, he nodded and said, Sure, no problem. As he spoke, he suddenly stroked his chin. However, I do have one more condition, and Mr. Lu, you must agree to it. You may speak. Lu Qixing's gaze towards Wang Hao had clearly changed at this point, and his tone was very amiable. First, I must have the final say on how many ads can be inserted during the program, Wang Hao said. Otherwise, don't let a good show be ruined by commercials. That won't be a problem, will it? No problem at all. Lu Qixing agreed on the spot. Of course, I also hope to create a flagship program. Second, Wang Hao raised 2 fingers. I must have complete control over the specific content and format of the program. No one is allowed to interfere, and absolutely no unsolicited directives on the program. You know, the last thing we want is for amateurs to direct professionals. If the program gets changed beyond recognition after a few episodes, not only will you be crying, but I'll be depressed too. Deal? I can tell Mr. Wang Hao is someone who does big things. Lu Qixing showed a respectful admiration toward Wang Hao. A win-win situation can last. With Mr. Wang Hao's words, I am reassured. Well, my idea is that for the first episode, you give me a demonstration, including stage design, theme song selection, character selection. It's all in your hands. For the subsequent episodes, we can find our own host, and then I'll pay you another $1 million as a bonus. No problem with that, right? Deal. Haha. 150,000 in hand, and that includes a share of future ad revenue. As long as I deliver that program, given how behind the world's entertainment is, I'll break records in no time. In the following time, Lu Qixing went back to get the contract, while Xia Sueki quietly asked Wang Hao, Brother Hao, are you really that confident in this program? Isn't that obvious? More than confident? If it wasn't for the fact that I saw I absolutely couldn't let this program go, I would have considered keeping it to myself. But there's no helping it. He's the station manager, and expecting him to relinquish control is impossible. So this arrangement is the best. Getting a big chunk of benefits plus future revenue shares is quite the deal. Inside room 5808 at the Shangri-La Hotel. When Lu Qixing returned to the room, all the TV station staff who came with him gathered around. Mr. Lu, how did it go? How did it go? What did Wang Hao say? The person speaking was Du Wenba, the technical deputy manager of Jinan TV station, in charge of program technology. He was a burly, fat man, and despite the air conditioning, he was still sweating profusely. Did he agree? Haha, he agreed. Lu Qixing laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy. Our TV station is saved, really saved. Upon hearing Lu Qixing's words, Deputy Manager Du Wenba was momentarily stunned. What kind of creative idea had made the manager so ecstatic? Mr. Lu, Du Wenba voiced his confusion. Is Wang Hao's idea really that good? I know this young man truly has some innovative concepts, and Domestic Agent even broke 600 million views. But this TV program, it was no wonder Du Wenba was worried. After all, web dramas and TV programs are completely different concepts. As the saying goes, it's a case of being worlds apart. Does Wang Hao really have such good ideas? Wang Hao, that guy has a truly genius idea. Lu Qixing laughed again, saying, You don't believe it? I didn't believe it before coming here either, but after hearing about the program, I knew it will definitely be a hit. It's got to be a hit. Holy shit, Du Wenba cursed without thinking. Is Wang Hao really that amazing? Just by hearing the idea, you're sure it'll be a hit. Without another word, he sat down at the computer. Then I got to get the contract sorted out quickly, before he changes his mind. It wasn't just his concern. Based on the latest information, there were quite a few TV stations with previously good viewership that now saw ad prices plummet below 10,000. What did that mean? The funding had shrunk nearly tenfold compared to before. So with such a good opportunity, they had to seal the deal immediately. If they didn't secure this relationship sooner, and later another TV station scooped him up, that would be a huge loss. Chapter 237. If you are the one in the hotel below. Brother Hao, what on earth is the program about? Just tell me already. Xia Sueki was practically hanging off Wang Hao's arm. She had felt too embarrassed to eavesdrop earlier when Wang Hao was explaining it to Lu Qixing, and she could tell Lu Qixing's face was flushed with excitement after Brother Hao finished explaining. Without guessing, one would know it must be a godlike brilliant idea. But what exactly was this idea? That damned Brother Hao simply refused to say, no matter how much. She coquettishly pestered him. It's not that I don't want to tell you. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly, then raised the contract in his hand. The contract clearly states that no third party is to know before the official signing. Otherwise, if it leaks, I'd have to pay a penalty fee. So, don't be anxious. Once Mr. Lu comes down and we sign the contract, you can know whatever you want. Indeed, Wang Hao wasn't just refusing to oblige. The terms of the contract were clear. Once they agreed to use the idea, Wang Hao absolutely couldn't reveal it to a third person to prevent the possibility of the idea leaking, which could spell trouble if grabbed by a competitor. So, they had to wait until the contract was officially signed before they could talk about it. Let's not talk about this for now. Wang Hao took out his phone, smiling. Actually, it's my luck that's good. Sueki, take a look at this. Xia Sueki looked over curiously. What's that? Ratings. Yes, the ratings. Wang Hao smiled. It must be their TV station's poor ratings, which is why he came to find me. Think about it. Jinan TV station is also considered a top-tier domestic channel, and its ratings should have always been pretty good. But with the rapid advancement of smartphones in the past 2 years, plus their TV station probably lacking any impressive programs recently, their ratings must have been plummeting. Is it that serious? Xia Sueki thought for a moment, then exclaimed in horror. Then Brother Hao, you won't make much from the ad revenue share. That was before. Take a look at this. Wang Hao held his phone and randomly picked a Jinan TV program's ratings. In the first 2 years, their primetime series at 8 o'clock had a peak rating of 3.8%, and other primetime slot programs also had ratings around 3%. But look at the past 2 years. The primetime series ratings were barely reaching 1.4%. That drastic of a drop? Xia Sueki was surprised. Yes, it's that drastic. Wang Hao nodded and continued. That's why their ad spots are now struggling to fetch a good price. Otherwise, they wouldn't be approaching me to produce a program for this time slot, where a 15-second ad spot would normally cost at least 150,000 yuan each. Xia Sueki immediately sat up straight. Brother Hao, you mean? With the rapid development of digital TV and online video websites in the past 2 years, the impact on traditional cable TV has been huge. Wang Hao took a deep breath. It's an inevitable trend. So, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Liu must be somewhat unable to hold on, which is why he came looking for me. Otherwise, do you think a 10% revenue share is that easy to come by? That makes sense, Xia Sueki smiled. Hanging out with Brother Hao sure has its perks. Isn't that necessary? Wang Hao said proudly. His brain was filled with numerous hit programs from his previous life. In an era where entertainment was so advanced, they managed ratings of 20 or 30%. Bringing those ideas here, wouldn't they just explode? Once the program becomes a big hit, those advertising fees, The two casually chatted for a while longer, and soon Lu Qixing came over with a stack of freshly printed contracts. Mr. Wang, the contracts are printed. Lu Qixing placed the contracts on the table, explaining them one by one. It mainly revolves around the income from the program and financial arrangements. Our station's intent is for you to take full control of the program, including the host, props, costumes, and so on. Aside from providing the venue for free, we'll leave the rest to you. Just one thing. You have to ensure political correctness, you know what I mean. Understood. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. You don't need to tell me that. I definitely don't want to be invited for tea. There should be no problem then, Lu Qixing smiled. You're only responsible for the sample of the first episode, and our TV station will take over from there. I will deliver the specific amount of the advertising fees to your agent each month, and you can take a look at the rest of these terms yourself. He handed the contract to Wang Hao and then explained the general cooperation requirements and rules. Soon after the explanation was over and there were no issues, Wang Hao signed his name, and the contract was effective immediately. All right, Mr. Wang Hao. Lu Qixing watched as Wang Hao signed and then extended his hand. I hope we'll have a pleasant collaboration. Pleasant collaboration, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, shaking his hand, and thus they formed a strategic alliance. After Lu Qixing left, Xia Sueki's eyes were already wide as light bulbs. She was very curious about this show that Lu Qixing could directly throw in 1.5 million, including a 10% commission. What was it exactly? Brother Hao, big Brother Hao. Xia Sueki began to cling to Wang Hao's arm, coquettishly asking, what show is it? Can you tell me now? Sure, Wang Hao said with a laugh. Actually, it's quite simple. You know about dating games, right? Yes, I know. Xia Sueki nodded. You mean to say, this show is about dating games? How does that work? Right, it's about dating games. Wang Hao nodded and began to explain. First, pick 24 women to stand on stage, each in front of a podium with a light on it. There are 2 colors of lights, blue and pink. Blue indicates agreement, pink indicates disagreement. Then, several male guests are selected for each episode to come up for the dating game. Yes, the show Wang Hao had chosen was If You Are the One. In each episode, 24 female guests come to find a match, and through 3 rounds, first impressions, second judgment, and final decision, they get to know the same male guest. During this time, if a woman turns on her light, it means she is satisfied with the male guest and willing to get to know him further. If she turns it off, it indicates dissatisfaction. If only one female guest leaves her light on, the host will ask the male guest for his opinion. And if he also likes the female guest who left her light on, it's a quick match success. If all the female guests turn off their lights, the male guest must leave the stage. After the 3 rounds, if there are still multiple female guests with their lights on, the male guest will have the opportunity to pick the woman he's interested in. By the time Wang Hao finished explaining the rules, Xia Sueki was utterly astonished. This kind of dating game is possible. Just listening to it is so captivating, right? Then, naturally, we'd need a psychology expert sitting below, Wang Hao said, grinning and pointing to himself. That would be me, offering everyone live love advice on the spot. Wang Hao had his reasons for choosing this show. In the original world, since the premiere of If You Are the One on January 15th, 2010, up to June 6th of the same year, a total of 34 episodes had been broadcast, achieving the #1 rank in its time slot over 30 times, and also sweeping the nationwide satellite TV viewing champion for 15 out of the first 23 weeks of 2010. Since the show changed to airing twice a week from March 13th, it had continuously won the nationwide satellite TV weekly viewing champion and runner-up for 12 weeks in a row. On March 28, 2010, If You Are the One achieved a new high in ratings at 2.82%, becoming the champion in viewership among China's mainland weekend programs. On April 11, 2010, the 18th episode saw ratings climb again, reaching an astonishing 3.76%. On May 9, 2010, the 25th episode set a new record for variety show viewership at 4.15%. And that was in the original world where entertainment programs were extremely developed. How much more so when brought to the relatively barren entertainment landscape of the Heavenly People's Republic. With this show in hand, and a yearly 10% advertising commission, it's like counting money while lying in bed, right? Chapter 238, Brother Dewey's Visit. How about that? Now do you get it? Wang Hao asked Xia Sueki with a chuckle. I think this show is pretty fun. We should give it a try, haha. Definitely. It's a must. Xia Sueki was so excited that she jumped up and shouted, Brother Hao, you really are a genius. Do you even need to ask? Wang Hao said matter-of-factly, I can't wait to give them a good thrashing when the time comes. Damn, I'm looking forward to it, aren't you? Xia Sueki, damn, is it going to be another face-slapping rhythm? Brother Hao's performance at the class reunion was absolutely stunning. If he's going to slap faces on this show, the viewership will definitely go through the roof. Brother Hao, Xia Sueki instantly became excited. When do we start preparing? I can't wait to begin filming the show. What's the rush? Wang Hao said leisurely. Finish up. Whatever you need to do tonight. I also have to finish Jiang Feng's next song. We'll set off for Zhonghang at 10 in the morning tomorrow. Right then, the two of them started to wrap up their affairs. Once everything was settled, they headed home. Living one above the other was so convenient. They even rode the elevator together. As soon as Wang Hao stepped through the door, he noticed something was off at home. There was an extra pair of shoes at the entrance. How are you back? His mom ran out from inside the house, smiling. Come and see who's here. Who is it? Wang Hao asked while changing his shoes and looking around. He quickly spotted a man in his 30s walking out from a room and was immediately surprised. Brother Dewey, when did you get here? This young man was Wang Wei, Wang Hao's cousin from his eldest uncle's family. The two had been close since they were kids. When Wang Hao was little and loved playing arcade games, the kind where you insert coins, Wang Wei often took him to play. A true brother indeed. After Wang Wei got married 3 years ago, his life mostly revolved around his wife and kid, and that's when the two cousins started seeing each other less. I wrapped up a construction project. Wang Wei walked over to the entrance and gave Wang Hao a tight hug, laughing. I just happened to pass by here today on my way to collect a payment, so I thought I'd pop in to see you. Haha, Brother Dewey, you're handling construction projects. Now, Wang Hao pulled Brother Dewey over to sit on the sofa, asking, Not bad, eh? How is the profit? You must be making a decent amount each year, right? It's okay, Wang Wei said proudly when talking about his project. About 200,000 or 300,000 a year, more or less. It's enough to support the family. You know how it is these days. Living costs are high, especially since your nephew just turned 1.5. Everything costs money, and I have a mortgage to pay off. I have to work my butt off. Of course, Wang Hao nodded and said, prices are soaring these days. You can't get by without earning money. Brother Dewey, what kind of projects are you mainly working on? Tell me about it. If there's anything I can help with, I'll find some work for you. That's the spirit. Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Hao offer to find work for him. I mainly install electronic surveillance and dash cams. If you have friends who need those, just send them my way. I'll give you the cost price. These 2 lines of work he mentioned were hot in recent years. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Deal, no problem. I'll see if I can make some connections for you. No need to be polite. We're brothers after all. Wang Wei clapped Wang Hao on the shoulder firmly and asked, By the way, what are you working on now? Got a girlfriend yet? If not, shall I scout one out for you? Whenever the topic of Wang Hao came up, he would break out in a nervous sweat. It's always better to keep a low profile among brothers at home, so it was crucial not to lay it all bare. Wang Hao said with a smile, I don't have much to do during the day, just wander around, write some scripts, keep busy, earn some pocket money. As for a significant other, I'm not really looking right now. I figure I should wait until my career takes off before I start considering marriage. Wang Wei nodded and said, that makes sense. Just let me know when you're ready to start looking, and I'll have a look for you. I'll find someone who'll make us proud. No rush, no rush, Wang Hao replied with a modest grin. I'm focusing on my career first. There's plenty of time to look for someone after I've made some achievements. Yeah, that's a great plan. Wang Wei patted Wang Hao hard on the shoulder and exclaimed, there's no doubt about my little brother. Remember how we used to play video games as kids? You always played better than me. Whenever someone else would come and give me a thrashing, you'd step in and win immediately. Seriously impressive. Mentioning this made Wang Hao a bit embarrassed. My, how quickly time flies. Just like that, Brother Dewey's kid is already a year and a half old. As they were chatting, the sound of the door opening could be heard. Their dad walked in with a smile. I heard something about video games right outside the door and wondered who it could be. Turns out it's Dewey. When did you get here? How's my big brother doing nowadays? I got here a while ago. Dewey hurriedly stood up on seeing Wang Hao's dad arrive and said with a smile, thanks to your blessings, my dad's been doing quite well recently. It's just his old rheumatism acting up. No matter what we do, it just won't go away. It starts aching whenever the weather gets damp. Other than that, everything's pretty good. Yeah, old ailments are difficult to shake off. Their dad put down his bag and went straight into the kitchen. Since you're all here, don't leave just yet. You and Howard have not seen each other in a year, right? Let's have a drink together tonight. No, I've got to go right away. Wang Wei shook his head. I have to go collect a debt. This project, including the costs and the processing fee, comes to over $1 million. I've put everything I have into it, and I can't afford to be careless. Besides, drinking and driving isn't okay, you know. Oh, collecting a debt. Their dad thought for a moment. Well, that's important. You can't put it off. How about you stay for a meal at least? If you come and don't even eat before leaving, my big brother will have my hide. Well, all right then. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Wang Wei nodded in agreement. The food and drinks were soon served on the table. This was a meal with close relatives, the type who are as close as flesh and blood, and they all felt genuinely connected as they ate. Dad said, my, how time flies. Back in the day, you used to sneak Howard out to play video games. And I gave you quite a scolding when I caught you. Now, in the blink of an eye, you're taking on construction projects, haha. Scratching his head sheepishly, Wang Wei replied, we were just naive kids back then. But my little brother here is different, always sharp. As for me, I've probably reached my limits in this life, but my little brother's future is wide open. He's bound to accomplish big things. Wang Hao, I feel embarrassed being praised like this. Just him, huh? It's hard to resist praising one's own kid. Dad chuckled and said, he worries me all the time. But lately, he seems to be getting his act together, focusing on his career. I heard he's been writing scripts. Although I don't understand much about it, I know it's a good thing. Otherwise, I'd be worried that he might have trouble finding someone later on. That's impossible, Wang Wei declared. Uncle, I'm not exaggerating. My brother's always had a brilliant mind. Since we were kids, be it kung fu, computer games, he's always been top-notch. He's a good, smart guy. Anything he puts his mind to, he does flawlessly. It's talent. It may take me a lifetime to get something right, but if my little brother really focuses on something, he can excel in just a few days. Wang Hao scratched his head and laughed. I'm not as amazing as you say I am. Isn't that just like a brother? Back when we were caught playing video games by Dad, it was always Brother Dewey who pleaded on my behalf. You two brothers are close, Dad said with a smile and light scolding. Ever since you were young, you've been tight. And look at you, all grown up and still the same. Every time I start to lecture him, you jump in and make a fuss, haha. That's what brothers do. By the way, little brother, what kind of script are you writing? Brother Dewey asked, bringing up the subject of script writing again. Has it been made into a movie? What's it called? It has been produced. It's called Domestic Agent, Wang Hao answered, blushing slightly. It's doing fairly well. Chapter 239. This car emblem looks like a manure fork. Uncle, Look, their drama's been filmed. Don't always look down on others. My little brother has really got something. Domestic agent. Oh, that show must be good. Brother Dewey began to feel something wasn't right as he spoke. The name sounded so familiar. He quickly realized. Nice one, little bro. Domestic agent is written by you. Then he immediately turned to their dad and started boasting. Uncle, look, domestic agent. Do you know what level this is? It's the top web series in the country. As of now, 600 million views. 600 million. Can you grasp that concept? Nowadays, when my little bro writes a script, it starts from tens of thousands. Then he asked Wang Hao, little bro, that's about right, isn't it? Wang Hao's face was flushed with embarrassment. Just the other day, someone approached me to write a script, offering 1,200,000. Their dad was immediately astonished. One script for 1,200,000. Their mom's eyes were filled with stars. Our Hauer has really made it. 1,200,000. I've never seen that much money in my life. Uncle, look at that. Look at that. Brother Dewey was brimming with pride. Every time he asked Uncle for a favor, he came up short. But today he finally turned the tables. Didn't I tell you my little bro was all right? With his brains? I'm telling you, you wouldn't find another one in 10,000 miles. He's good at whatever he does. Then, turning to Wang Hao, he continued, little bro, now you're also a big shot in the industry with a good reputation. You've got to buy a car. No question about it. One lifetime, two brothers. Once I get my account settled, I'll chip in for you to get a good car. Yeah, it's about time to get a car, their dad nodded and said, feeling this was a serious matter. You've got some status now, and taking taxis out would indeed look bad. So here's what we'll do. I'll give you 100,000, and you can put in some of your script fees to get an Audi. That car, I think, is pretty decent and respectable. An Audi? How could that be enough? Brother Dewey instantly stretched out his hand. Given my little bro's current worth, I'll throw in an extra 20,000. Let's get a Toyota Prado. That'll look impressive when driven out. Well, that. Wang Hao became even more embarrassed. I already brought a car back. It's downstairs. Their dad. Brother Dewey. Their mom. You kid? Why are you in such a hurry? Their dad suddenly became anxious. Buying a car is a big deal. You should have discussed it with us before buying, so I could have contributed a bit to get you a better one. Brother Dewey. Yeah, the moment you get a car, it loses value. You were impulsive, definitely impulsive this time. Their mom. What kind of car did you get? If it's an Accord, that's still okay. At least I've ridden in one, and it's spacious. Wang Hao, very embarrassed, took out the car key and placed it on the table. It's this. What's this? Seeing Wang Hao take out the car key, their mom snatched it away, muttering, this logo looks like a manure fork. Can this be any good? Wang Hao, crying his eyes out. I kneel to you, O mother of mine. That's a trident, not a manure fork. Their dad snatched the key, examining it from left to right. Is this car any good? The key does look nice. Goodness. Brother Dewey exclaimed. That's a Maserati. Maserati, for sure. A luxury car worth over $1 million, he said as he dragged Wang Hao out. Little bro, quick. You've got to let me see this car. Oh, I tell you, this is the car of my dreams. Dreamed of owning one, but never had the money. Let's go, let me have a look at least. $1 million class car. Their dad was also stunned and then roared. You little rascal, you didn't finance this car, did you? Their mom. What are you still standing around for? Come on, let's go downstairs and check it out. The whole family clambered downstairs, and as soon as they entered the underground parking lot, they saw a white sports sedan sitting quietly in the parking space. Brother Dewey was taken aback when he saw the license plate. Holy cow! The plate's AS6666. Ha ha ha! My little bro is truly awesome. Then he confidently resumed boasting to their mom and dad. Uncle, Annie, check this out. Didn't I say so? My little bro is incredible. Look at this license plate. AS6666. I'm telling you, even for the license plate, it's not something money alone can buy. Ordinary people can't just get it. Their dad. Their mom. You rascal, how much did you borrow? Their dad was thoroughly alarmed. Would selling our house even cover it? Dad was really scared now. The car in front of him was obviously not cheap just by looking at its design, plus that license plate. No, absolutely not. Wang Hao's head shook like a rattle drum. You don't have to worry about that. I'll explain it to you later. Just tell me, is this car all right or not? Really no loans? Dad also felt that with his son's temperament, this kind of thing was unlikely, and immediately nodded. Yeah, it looks good. Our Hauer is driving a luxury car now, huh? This time, I'm probably not going to have to worry about you finding a partner. As he spoke, he opened the car door, sat in the back seat, and saw that huge array of buttons in the center console, his eyes almost spinning. This luxury car is really different, right? Comfortable. Indeed, comfortable. At this moment, Brother Dewey, who was fiddling with this and that in the front, laughed and said, Uncle, you're still worried about him finding a partner? Let me tell you, with just this car, my little bro parks at the university entrance, places a bottle of mineral water on the roof, and those student girls will all scramble to get inside. Wang Hao, Brother Dewey, one look and you can tell you're a seasoned driver. Not bad, not bad. Wang Hao was a bit embarrassed. I'm really not in a hurry to find a partner right now. Brother Dewey, how about you drive around the block? Let's take a turn. Brother Dewey immediately got excited. Turn? Wang Hao directly let Dad, Mom, and Mr. Bai into the car and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's take a turn. All right. Brother Dewey rubbed his hands together excitedly. Let's go. I have to drive slow. It'd be such a pity if I scratched my little bro's new car. He drove really slow, no more than 20 miles an hour, just made a loop inside the community, and then parked the car steadily, saying, Today was really an eye-opener, huh? Now I can also say I've driven a luxury car. My goodness, these luxury cars are just fantastic. Driving them really feels different. Dad and Mom also nodded together. This car is indeed good, comfortable. Luxury cars are really something else. Now that dinner had been eaten and the itch scratched, Brother Dewey contentedly got into his own car, laughing. Keep it up, little bro. Ever since we were young, I knew you had a brighter future than me, and now it seems my judgment was right. When we get the chance, we should have a good drink. I have to go now, otherwise I'll be late. I still have to go collect some debts. Yeah, sure. Wang Hao waved with a smile. Drive safely on the road, and we'll definitely have a good drink when we get the chance. After Brother Dewey left, Dad finally asked Wang Hao, Hauer, how did you really get this car? You've got to clarify this for me. My heart won't be at peace otherwise. Actually, it wasn't exactly bought with money. Wang Hao hurriedly explained. It's Zhao Jinhao, you know him, right? Last time I went with him to the mountains and accidentally saved his life. Then he gave me this car. At this point, Mr. Bai, who was sitting in the back and watching the excitement, started barking, woof woof. Wang Hao. What the hell does that mean? You're lying again. Dad's face turned stern. Hurry up and tell me. What's really going on? All right, Mr. Bai, I'm really on my knees for you. Why don't you go be a lie detector at the police station? Okay. Wang Hao glanced around and whispered, simply put, that time. He then recounted how he went to the mountains, how the plane crashed, how they fell into the valley, and how they discovered Chow Chow's tomb, picking out the parts he could share. The part about saving Zhao Jinhao was basically summarized in one sentence, mainly that he couldn't swim, and then Wang Hao performed heroically, and so on. True and false mixed in this story. Even Mr. Bai couldn't figure out. You child, you better not do such dangerous things next time. Mom, sitting in the back, said in fear. I'm worried my heart can't take it. Your father and I don't ask for you to achieve great things. The most important is safety, understand? Understood. I won't do this kind of thing later, Wang Hao said with a grin. Then he just gave me this car, and it's a nice one. Also, Mom, you don't have to work at that restaurant anymore. I'm somewhat established now. I can support you, and in the future, we'll aim to move into a big villa. That would be really impressive. Chapter 240. Are you looking for a son-in-law, or are you pimping? Little rascal, Mom scolded with a laugh. Now that I know you're capable, but I'm not bedridden yet, and I don't need you to provide for me. Keeping busy with work is good for me. If I just stayed at home all day, wouldn't I become sick from boredom? You focus on your business, I'll take care of my work. It's what I'm used to, so don't you worry about me. When you have kids in the future, I'll quit my job and stay home to take care of them. But right now, things are just fine as they are. Well, okay then. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then nodded. Keep at it for now, but let me make it clear. If you're being mistreated at the restaurant, then quit. We don't need that little bit of money. Smarty pants, I know you're worried about Mom. She pinched Wang Hao's arm hard. Just go ahead and start your business, and don't worry about your dad and me. Dad also added from the side. You seem to be doing quite well now, and I guess I don't need to worry about you much anymore. Just remember, your mom and I will never need you to fret over us. Just do your own thing well. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Got it. I understand. After checking out the car, he went home for a good night's sleep. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early, washed, dressed, and pulled out his lucky dice. My first long trip, hoping for some good luck, here we go. Rattle, rattle. The lucky dice spun around on the table for a while. When they came to a stop, Wang Hao was instantly thrilled. Wow, ha! As expected, everything goes smoothly. It's good luck again. Off we go. Once downstairs, Wang Hao sent a WeChat message to Xia Sueki. Come downstairs, we're ready to leave. Xia Sueki. On my way. Soon Xia Sueki came down from the building, and both of them got in the car, this time with Xia Sueki, the agent, driving, and Wang Hao sitting in the back seat. Just like that. Xia Sueki started the car and asked, Brother Hao, where are we heading? Wang Hao snapped his fingers. Haiyang Highway. The Haiyang Highway connects Zhonghai City with Zhonghang City. The distance is roughly 210 kilometers, at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour on the highway. It takes about 2 hours. So, when Xia Sueki drove off the Zhonghang City Expressway, it was just noon. After finding a spot for lunch, Xia Sueki asked, Brother Hao, we have the show set, but where do we find the people? On If You Are the One. The most important part is the female guests. If we can't gather enough of them, then that's a real problem. That really is an issue. Wang Hao stroked his chin. Where can we find female guests? He thought for a while, and then his eyes lit up. Got it. Hee. Today is my lucky day, invincible. To find women, there's one method that's absolutely effective. Go to the dating park. Wang Hao remembered that in recent years, many parks have corners for matchmaking, where parents of daughters hold up photos and information and wait for potential sons-in-law. Our dating show is naturally the simplest to organize in such places. He quickly searched online for Zhonghang Dating Park and soon found one. Wansong Academy. Let's go. We'll check out Wansong Academy first. Wang Hao started his navigation. It's 5.3 kilometers from here. Let's set off. Before long they arrived. Wang Hao got out of the car and said, I'll take a look around first. You contact Mr. Liu in the meantime, and then go and buy the various equipment we need for the show. As he said this, he sent Xia Sueki 100,000 yuan over WeChat. All right, I'm off then. Xia Sueki nodded, then added, Brother Hao, just call or WeChat me if you need anything. Okay, go ahead. After Xia Sueki left, Wang Hao strolled into the park. This Wansong Academy was a very famous dating park in Zhonghang City. When Wang Hao and Xia Sueki arrived at this matchmaking corner, the scene before them still managed to astound Wang Hao. Oh man, grass cutting is over. What a crowd. It's no exaggeration to say there were at least 200 people, mainly parents, with the occasional young person coming on their own. Everyone was holding something like a resume, with matrimonial ads written on them. Felt just like a job fair. Wang Hao casually walked around and found that there were especially many older unmarried women, basically accounting for 80%. He hadn't been watching for long when a middle-aged woman approached him and started chatting. Hey there, sir. Over here, this way. This middle-aged woman's attitude was mysterious, and she kept waving at Wang Hao, looking just like a madam from a brothel. Me? Wang Hao pointed at himself. Are you calling me? Of course, I'm calling you, the middle-aged woman said, lifting the sign in her hand and pulling Wang Hao aside to a corner. Young man, you're here to find a match, right? What's your occupation? What about your education level? Annual income? Do you have a house and a car? My daughter, she's 168 centimeters tall, with long hair over her shoulders, holds a master's degree, is 28 this year, tall with long legs and a big butt, definitely breeding material for boys. Here's her picture, a candid shot, without makeup. Take a look. Wang Hao. Holy shit. Are you looking for a son-in-law or pimping? This sounds way too much like selling pigs. But all the better. It makes the search so much easier. Me. Wang Hao started, his inner child kicking in, and he began bluffing shamelessly. I'm a freelancer, a scriptwriter, with an average educational background, graduated from a community college, have a car, but no house yet. No house, and you're out looking for a match. The middle-aged woman turned and left. The young people of today really are unreliable. Hey, that gentleman over there, looking smart. You must be successful. My daughter is 168 centimeters tall, with long hair over her shoulders, holds a master's degree, is 28 this year, tall with long legs and a big butt, definitely breeding material for boys. Here's her picture, a candid shot, without makeup. Take a look. Wang Hao. Damn, she left so decisively. This is unbearable. So what if I don't have a house? We're from Zhonghai City. You think I can't afford to buy a house? I'm seriously pissed now. Wang Hao went for another turn and, after grasping the situation, decisively left the park to buy a megaphone. He went to a variety store at the gate, bought a megaphone, and with it in hand, returned to the matchmaking corner. When he reached a clearing, he picked up the megaphone and started shouting. Have a look, take a gander. Our program team is planning to launch a dating show. It's time for the men to marry and the women to wed. And if you can't find a suitable husband here, no worries. Just get on our show and you're guaranteed to bring home a wealthy husband. Even if you can't find one on the spot, leave your contact information and someone will come calling. Whoa! With that blast from the megaphone, the matchmaking corner instantly fell into chaos. All sorts of folks, uncles, aunties, and elders, all began rushing towards Wang Hao. That middle-aged lady who'd walked away earlier was now the most enthusiastic. Me. My daughter is suitable. She's 168 centimeters tall, with long hair over her shoulders, has a master's degree, is 28 this year, tall with long legs and a big butt, definitely breeding material for boys. Here's her picture, a candid shot, without makeup. Take a look. Your daughter has been put up for evaluation for so many days without any takers. But my daughter is the real deal. Absolutely beautiful, a classic beauty. She's 165 centimeters tall, a delicate beauty who would topple cities and kingdoms. Choose mine. My daughter's a catch from a good family, 26 years old, with a bachelor's degree, busty and curvy, a real bloomer. Of course, aside from these more excited individuals, there were also the more rational ones. Nephew, are you telling the truth? Are you really from the TV station? Are you sure it's not a scam? You ought to be an honest man. Seeing that he had successfully gathered a crowd, Wang Hao couldn't just joke around at this critical moment and immediately began to shout. True or false? Why don't you just follow me and see for yourself? Let's head off to Zhonghang TV station right now, and it's best everyone brings their daughters along. Our program needs interviews. Mere photos definitely won't cut it. To the Zhonghang TV station. Once they heard this, the crowd knew there was hope, and everyone whipped out their phones to start calling. Sweetheart, what are you doing? Take some time off and come here right away. Yes, there's a big opportunity, a great one. Get to the Zhonghang TV station, hurry. The station is launching a program, a dating show, and the men who can get on the show, their credentials couldn't possibly be bad, could they? Hurry on over. Take time off, you must. Come quick. Yeah, that's right. It's a program at the TV station. Hurry over and check it out. Chapter 241. This woman holds a gold brick at 23. A group of elderly men and women immediately began making phone calls, while Wang Hao shouted through a megaphone. Dear uncles and aunties, everyone, please follow me to the TV station now. Those with cars, drive. Those without, hail a cab. Time is precious. I only have this afternoon to choose people. And spots are limited. Hurry up if you want to join. The uncles and aunties became even more anxious, roaring into the phones. Hurry. We only have 2 hours. Any later, and there won't be any spots left. Just 1 hour. This is an opportunity sent from heaven. Get over here right now. Cut the chit-chat. Your lifetime event depends on this. After all, they had lived such long lives. They weren't fools. If this were true, whether they succeeded or not, it would mean appearing on TV. Once you're on TV, your worth changes immediately. Only fools wouldn't go. With this group of uncles and aunties pushing them, Wang Hao knew that at least half the task was completed. Today he was in luck, and he figured he might even encounter some decent candidates during the selection. He directly messaged Xia Sueki, who also contacted a renovation company. Then, following the company's and Wang Hao's plans, she reached out to 2 equipment factories. The orders were placed, and their efficiency in handling tasks was quite high. Before long, a group gathered at the entrance of the park. When the elderly group saw Wang Hao's car, they became excited immediately. "Young man, is this your girlfriend? Wow, this girl is pretty, just slightly less than my family's. Young man, when do you plan to break up? Leave your contact information." Xia Sweki's face turned dark. Who talks like that? "All right, uncles, aunties, let's depart now." Wang Hao cheerily got into the car and said, "We'll go ahead first. Zhonghong TV station is waiting for your esteemed arrival." Sure, no problem." Seeing the car and its license plate, these uncles and aunties realized that this young man had status. They nodded their heads eagerly, like chicks pecking at rice. "We'll be there within half an hour." They quickly arrived at the TV station building. Wang Hao had already got in touch with Mr. Liu, and as soon as they got off the car, Mr. Liu's secretary came to greet them with a smile. "Are you Mr. Wang Hao? Mr. Liu is currently in a meeting and sent me to welcome you. The venue is ready on the 8th floor of our TV station building, covering 1,800 square meters. It's definitely spacious enough for Mr. Wang Hao to work his magic. 1,800 square meters. That's quite generous. Thank Mr. Liu for his consideration," Wang Hao said with a grin as he walked inside. "I've invited some people over, and we'll start picking actors shortly. Could you get someone to help with receiving them for me?" The secretary nodded while leading the way. "Of course, that's part of our job. Mr. Liu said we should facilitate everything for you. So just let us know what you need, and someone will take care of it for you." "Yeah, that's what I like. No playing tricks when it's time to talk terms. Just follow the agreement once the contract is signed. That's the best way. I can't stand those who are all smiles when signing a contract, but cause endless problems when it's time to get down to business." Thumbs up for sure. The 3 entered the TV station building, took the elevator straight to the 8th floor, and Wang Hao's eyes lit up as soon as they entered the prepared space. This was indeed a very good venue. Judging by the structure, it was about 30 meters wide and 60 meters long, with a ceiling height of about 5 meters. Basically, all the space needed for "If You Are the One" was more than sufficient. The secretary took Wang Hao on a tour of the venue and then smiled. "This is the filming area for the show, and overall, the size should be sufficient. Mr. Liu also provided you with an additional rest area and makeup room next door. We can take down the walls for easy access, which is very convenient." "Nice, everything that's needed is here. Please pass my regards to Mr. Liu." Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Once the show's ratings go up, we can develop an even deeper cooperation. I'm very satisfied with this venue. This is definitely from the heart. Such a partner is the most satisfying. It's about being clear up front and not fighting later, laying out all the terms and conditions openly. Once a decision is made, it's all hands on deck, and that's when collaboration is the most enjoyable. Rest assured, I will convey your message," the secretary said with a smile. "Then Mr. Wang Hao, you carry on with your busy schedule. If you need any assistance, just give me a call. I'm at your beck and call." After leaving her phone number with Wang Hao, she took her leave. Wow, this is really not bad. Wang Hao looked around. Pretty good. Let's settle on this. Having found a place to sit down, he was just drinking water when people began trickling in. The auntie who always talked about absolute boy-bearing material was the first to arrive, bursting into laughter as she entered. "Ah, I knew you were someone who handles big things. Look, I brought my daughter over." Following the auntie was a young woman, probably in her late 20s. She was quite attractive, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and a great figure. It turns out the auntie wasn't bluffing after all. Tall, long-legged, with a big behind. Hello, please take a seat," Wang Hao said as he sat on the sofa, scrutinizing the girl. The auntie was desperately pitching. "My daughter's looks, her figure, her education, breaking 10,000 in monthly income, fine features, neat teeth, tall and leggy with a big behind, guaranteed boy-bearer material. What do you think? Do you see potential?" Xia Sweki. "Auntie, are you selling breeding pigs?" There are no issues with the looks," Wang Hao nodded, then asked the girl. "Miss, as you know, our program will be televised. My concern is whether you'll be nervous in front of the camera. Well, you don't have to do much. Just be able to express yourself fluently. That won't be a problem, right? The young woman shyly nodded and brushed her hair at the temples, whispering, "It should be fine. Have I really passed?" She was worried Wang Hao wouldn't approve of her. "Based on your qualifications, there isn't really a problem," Wang Hao said with a smile. "Go back and prepare well these next few days. Oh, and it's best to choose an outfit that's a notch above, the kind suitable for attending balls, gatherings, and such, looking pretty and dignified. After all, you'll be on TV, so dressing too plainly won't do, got it?" "No problem." The girl's eyes immediately sparkled when she heard she'd passed, and she hurriedly nodded. "No problem at all. I'll go buy a set right away." She decided to get at least one set worth 10,000. Once she appears on TV, she'll completely knock those guys off their feet. "Didn't I say my girl wouldn't have an issue?" the auntie said proudly. "My little Fong was also a university beauty. If she goes on TV, she'll be in high demand." "Ah, young man, you truly are capable. Hey, do you have a partner now? Are you married yet? How old are you this year? What do you think of my little Fong? If it works out, you might as well just take her home." Wang Hao. "Auntie, I'm not here for matchmaking." Xia Sueki clutched her stomach tightly. This Annie is too funny. She's definitely the reincarnation of a matchmaker. Let's forget about it. Wang Hao quickly shook his head. "I already have a girlfriend, and I'm not planning to get married for the time being." "You have a girlfriend?" The auntie thought for a moment, then excitedly said, "That's not a problem. When do you plan to break up? My little Fong is still a precious virgin, let me tell you, and she's meant to bear a son. You look quite young." An older woman holds onto her golden bricks. "You two would be just perfect together." Wang Hao. "If I keep talking to her, I'm going to lose my mind." "Auntie, I'm content with my current relationship and have no plans to break up." Wang Hao urged the auntie to prepare to leave. "You have little Fong go home and prepare well, and wait for notification of the recording." Next. After sending away the auntie, the next person to arrive was also someone Wang Hao had seen in the park, a man about 50 years old. A young woman, looking to be about 24 or 25, with short hair and around 1.6 meters tall, stood behind the man. She looked youthful and cheerful. "Not bad. Young man, young man." The uncle approached with his daughter, excitedly saying, "What do you think of my girl? Let me tell you, with my daughter's looks, she's absolutely presentable. Her skin's soft and tender, as if made of water. Look at this figure. She's also doing well in her job, working as a makeup artist for a film crew, making over 10,000 a month. How about that, qualified, right?" Xia Sueki held back a smile to the side. This introduction is more detailed than a household census. Chapter 242. "Brother Hao, you are simply incredible." Wang Hao sized up the girl and nodded. "Also good. Not bad. No problem getting on stage, right?" The girl nodded vigorously. "No problem. No problem. I've even played extras in a drama troupe before." "All right then," Wang Hao smiled. "Go over there and register your name, phone, age, and all that basic information." Next. At first, there weren't many people, but after a while, the crowd began to swarm in. A large group gathered in front of Wang Hao's table, desperately pushing their daughters forward. "Mine, mine. Pick mine. Pick me, pick me. I can do it. I can be on stage. I look gorgeous with makeup on. I'm definitely photogenic." Wang Hao was sweating bullets and shouted loudly, "Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. There are only 24 female guests needed for this show, and including alternates, only 30, so don't rush. Only 30 spots available. How could they not rush?" This spurred a group of uncles and aunties with their daughters to become even more frantic. "Pick me. Pick me. My daughter is pretty. She'd do great on TV. Why are you shoving? Ever heard of a line? What's this, looking for a fight? Come on, let's see who's stronger." Just as a group of uncles and aunties seemed ready to break out into full martial arts mode, Wang Hao was shocked. Today's good fortune was a bit overwhelming. "Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down." Wang Hao shouted loudly. "Everybody line up. Anyone who starts a fight will be disqualified immediately. Line up and we'll handle this one by one." Upon hearing that starting a fight would mean instant disqualification, all the uncles, aunties, and parents obediently lined up in an orderly manner. Wang Hao then began picking one by one. All right, you have the look, you're through. Oh dear, your qualifications are slightly lacking. Go back and prepare a bit more. Hey, you're quite good, go register. Given that there were only 30 spots available, but hundreds had come to audition, the competition was fierce. At first, people maintained some order, but soon enough, when they realized that there were only a few spots left, some of the bolder girls started using their ultimate weapons. What is the greatest weapon for a woman? Everyone knows. Handsome. Pick me. How about I take you out to dinner tonight? The girl said, batting her eyes so hard they almost popped out. No need for dinner. Wang Hao sized her up and down. All right, your qualifications are not bad. Go register. I can do it. I can do it. Another girl rushed over, whispering, Handsome, you free tonight? Want to sit at the bar? Oh, how could one possibly? Flirting with me, huh? I need good ratings for this first episode. Wang Hao firmly refused. Quality is most important. Quality. Next, this was no time for jokes. If the first episode's participants weren't up to snuff, the show would definitely bomb. He picked for a whole morning, from height to weight to appearance, and even checking teeth, finally selecting 36 people. Among them, the 24 best qualified were chosen for the first episode. The remaining 12 were prepared to substitute, ready to join anytime. Xia Sweki, after finishing the registrations and looking at the forms and the live-taken photos, was completely stunned. Brother Hao, Xia Sweki exclaimed in amazement. I'm truly impressed. Just a morning's time, and you've found fully 36 presentable candidates. Not to mention anything else, just the quality of these female guests alone, the ratings will definitely be no problem. That's a no-brainer. Any beautiful woman could carry a show. And here he had 36. With these beauties as a foundation, the show will definitely be a hit. Oh my. Picking candidates is really a physical job. Wang Hao finally sent away the crowd of uncles and aunties and stretched leisurely. Not easy at all. Just this short while and my back and waist are sore. Those girls were too enthusiastic, some almost shoving their chests in my face. Wow, my brother is really popular, Xia Sweki giggled. Brother Hao is in demand everywhere. Enough with your nonsense, Wang Hao laughed. The female guests are chosen. Next up are the male contestants. Speaking of which, choosing female guests is one thing, but selecting male guests needs more careful consideration, otherwise it would look bad. Where should I look for male guests? Wang Hao's words were spot on, generally speaking, for if you are the one, not only do female guests need to be attractive, but the quality of the male guests is also crucial. Too ordinary won't cut it. They at least need to be talk-worthy, right? Yeah, it's really hard to say with this male guest, Xia Sweki thought for a moment, then shook her head. I can't think of anyone, but maybe we could look for some rich second generations? Of course, that'd be possible, but the question is whether they would come or not. Wang Hao stroked his chin deep in thought. The male guests on If You Are the One should not be too perfect, as it'd make the show difficult to manage afterwards. They can't be too tacky either, as it would be embarrassing if no matches are made at all. Overall, it's best to aim for above average. This group of people, he pondered for a while. Then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Got it. Got it. Ha ha ha. This method will surely work. Xia Sweki exclaimed in surprise. Brother Hao, you have an idea? Quick, tell me how. Come here, come here. Wang Hao called Xia Sweki over, then whispered softly. We do it like this, like this, like this. After Wang Hao finished speaking, Xia Sweki was completely shocked, then shouted loudly. Brother Hao, you're a genius. This will definitely work. As a standard rich second generation with a bit of a fortune, Jiang Shiming always held himself in high esteem and loved pursuing thrills. Things like road trips, adventures, and surfing with friends were his favorite activities. He had been wandering around the streets of Zhonghong City these past few days, looking for some new thrilling activities when suddenly a promotional vehicle grabbed his full attention. The first grand matchmaking and friendship TV show, If You Are the One, in the Heavenly People's Republic, will soon air on Jinan TV. The show features 36 high-value female guests and is now recruiting male guests willing to participate in the matchmaking process. The requirements are as follows. The promotional vehicle moved slowly, essentially ensuring that nearby pedestrians could listen to the whole message. Without any surprise, As Jiang Shiming listened to all the requirements. His eyes suddenly brightened. Brother Ming, this show sounds great. A buddy by Jiang Shiming elbowed him and laughed. You'd definitely make it if you enrolled. Another person chimed in. Definitely. We have Brother Ming. Wealth and looks. You'd absolutely kill it on stage. Brother Ming, you're not busy anyway. Why not give it a try? Jiang Shiming feigned embarrassment. Going on TV for a date sounds a bit too embarrassing. A man should be married and a woman wedded. Another buddy excitedly said. The female guests aren't scared, so what are you afraid of? Go for it. Try it out. With your conditions, once you're up there, it's bound to work. Even if you don't get picked, you'll still make a name for yourself. Girls would be lining up for dates with you. Should I? Give it a go. Jiang Shiming played coy. Definitely give it a go. It's a must. Several buddies urged together. Such a great opportunity must not be missed. The moment I heard about the show, I knew it'd be a hit. If it isn't a hit, it defies all reason. You must give it a go. All right. Jiang Shiming nodded fiercely. Then I'm going to try it out. He pulled out his phone and quickly dialed the special column number. Soon, a very pleasant female voice answered the phone. Hello, this is the If You Are the One team. May I ask who is calling? Hello, my name is Jiang Shiming. I'd like to participate in your program. Am I allowed? Once the call got through, Jiang Shiming felt a bit nervous. Oh dear, I'm about to be on TV. What shirt should I wear? Hello, we need to conduct some preliminary investigations and screening on the male guests, the female voice on the phone asked. Are you able to come to the Zhonghong TV station building now? Absolutely. Jiang Shiming hurriedly replied. Yes, I'm actually nearby. Shall I come over now? Yes, that'll be fine, the female voice replied. Our team is on the 8th floor of the TV station building. Just ask the security guard when you arrive. No problem at all, Jiang Shiming replied. I'm coming right away. He hung up the phone and exclaimed excitedly to his friends. Guys, let's go? Haha, this show sounds so fun. A group of them cheered and went to get their cars, as what could you expect from high class? Rich second generations, the cars that included a Field Prado, Audi A6L, Jaguar, and BMW, one for each. They all roared off towards the TV station building. Chapter 243. Boasting about the three kingdoms on the 8th floor of If You Are the One program venue. Brother Hao, you're simply amazing. Xia Sweki showed a face full of admiration and praised. It's like magic. Just in such a short time we've already got about 20 calls. We can surely select 5 or 6 qualified ones from these. Hee hee. Why even ask? Wang Hao smiled and took a sip of water. When people start arriving later, we really need to scrutinize carefully this time. Male guests are very important. The levels need to be high and low. They must be more or less appropriate. As they were speaking, the first man to apply had already arrived, and as soon as he entered he said, Hello, teachers, my name is Jiang Shiming, and I'm here to apply for the male guest. All right, please take a seat first. Wang Hao had Jiang Shiming sit down and then took a brief look at him. Overall, his appearance was quite acceptable and he seemed well-dressed, probably meeting the necessary criteria, potentially even exceeding expectations. He immediately smiled and asked, Where are you from? Can you tell us about your job and age? I'm a local from Zhonghong. Mentioning this made Jiang Shiming quite proud. He laughed and said, I own 2 companies myself, with an annual income of about 3 million. I'm 27, thinking it's about time to find a partner, so when I heard the broadcast, I rushed over here. Not bad at all. Wang Hao nodded with a smile, and then pointed to a large billboard nearby. There are 36 female guests over there. The first 24 are ready to appear in this episode. Take a look and see if you like any of them. If there are no problems, go register with my assistant. Hearing that all the female guests were over there, Jiang Shiming hurried over to take a look. He hadn't seen the promotional vehicle clearly before, but this time he definitely wanted a good look. Let me see. Jiang Shiming carefully looked them over from top to bottom, his eyes sparkling. The conditions of these ladies are very good, and they're all very attractive. Okay, I like some. So, teacher, I officially want to sign up for the show. When does the recording start? Go back and wait for notification. Also, in the next couple of days, I will assign someone to contact you to shoot some short videos to be played during the show. Wang Hao stood up and stretched out his hand. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. No problem at all. Jiang Shiming hurriedly extended his hand. Then I'll go back and get ready. After Jiang Shiming successfully registered and left to prepare, Wang Hao started to interview the next candidate. After all, for a 2-hour program, at least 6 to 8 male guests were needed. So this time, Wang Hao directly selected 12 people to avoid the situation of someone being unavailable at the last minute. The interview process went very smoothly. Wang Hao selected those with decent looks and acceptable conditions from various industries. Once everyone was selected, Xia Sueki began to report the basic data to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, there are 12 people, and all their basic data is here. Jiang Shiming, profession, company owner, age, 27. Xia Bo, profession, doctor, age, 32. Jia Hao, profession, sports teacher, age, 29. After Xia Sueki listed the data of all the selected male guests, Wang Hao listened and nodded in satisfaction. Well, these people are fine. We have a variety of professions, which should meet the requirements of most female guests. Now that the selection was completed, the next steps were mainly about the venue and shooting videos for the male guests. TV station building, the director's office. Meng Fei stood in front of director Lu Qixing's desk, his face full of nervousness. Little Meng, this time I've arranged for you to join the If You Are the One program team. Do your best, and don't embarrass me. Lu Qixing instructed carefully. The concept of this program is very good. I can almost guarantee the ratings will not be low. When they mentioned needing a host, I thought of you immediately. As we're all comrades from the station, we should look out for each other. I think if you perform well this time, your popularity will see a significant boost. Hearing Lu Qixing's words, Meng Fei was moved to tears. His previous program had low ratings and was canceled, and he had thought he might be out of a job. Who would have thought that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel? He immediately expressed his stance. I promise not to let you down, director. Good, as long as you understand. Lu Qixing patted Meng Fei vigorously on the shoulder and smiled. Go for it. As they were speaking, suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. Then, a young man burst into the room, drenched in sweat, and exclaimed as soon as he entered, Director Lu, there's a problem. What's with the panic? Lu Qixing frowned. Didn't you see I was in the middle of something? It's like this, the young man said anxiously. Professor Wei Qingtian from the Talk About the Three Kingdoms program has been hospitalized with appendicitis. Now the program has no host. What should we do? What did you say? Lu Qixing stood up with a swoosh and said, Appendicitis? This program is being broadcast live, isn't it? Yes, the young man said. Mr. Lu, please think of something quickly. Lu Qixing paced anxiously around the room, saying as he paced, How am I supposed to think of something now? Where can I find the right person? No wonder he was so anxious. With the host out with an emergency, and the program being a live broadcast, handling it poorly could cause big problems for the audience present and the television program schedule. This program was supposed to last an hour, and you couldn't just fill it with commercials. You couldn't possibly play commercials for an entire hour, could you? Mr. Lu, Meng Fei asked cautiously. How about I take over? No way, Lu Qixing shook his head decisively. There are guests in the audience who will tear you apart. If you go up, they will grill you with a few questions. What do we do now? For a moment, the three of them were like headless flies, completely at a loss. Suddenly, Meng Fei's eyes lit up and he said, Right, Mr. Lu. I've heard that Wang Hao is really incredible. Domestic agent, had a viewership break 600 million. Why don't you ask him if he has any ideas? At the very least, it would be one more person helping us think of a solution, right? Wang Hao, Lu Qixing stroked his chin, then nodded fiercely. A drowning man will clutch at a straw. Having thought it, Lu Qixing immediately called Wang Hao. Is this Wang Hao? Where are you right now? At our station. Oh, that's great. Come to my office quick. Yes, I need a little favor. It's urgent. After hanging up, Lu Qixing turned to Meng Fei and the staff member, smiling and saying, He said he'll be here soon. Wang Hao arrived quickly, and as he entered he smiled and said, Mr. Lu, what's the situation? It's like this. Lu Qixing pulled Wang Hao to sit down first and said, There's a program at the station, a live broadcast, but the problem is the host has appendicitis and is hospitalized, and we don't have a good solution for the moment. we can't find a suitable person to replace. Brother Hao, I know you are resourceful. Do you think there's any good way to cover this program? Missing a host? Wang Hao scratched his head. What program is it? Talk about the Three Kingdoms. Lu Qixing said anxiously. The instructor can't make it, and we are worried. Either we find a powerful instructor to temporarily step in, and we'll replace him next week, or we simply cancel this program and switch to another one. Well, Wang Hao thought for a moment. It's just a program talking about the Three Kingdoms, right? This is simple. I have nothing else today, so helping you out a bit should be no problem. When Wang Hao had finished speaking, Lu Qixing and Meng Fei looked at each other. Brother Hao knows about the Three Kingdoms? Wang Hao, are you sure you won't have any problems? Lu Qixing asked cautiously. There are quite a few professors in the audience. If you slip up and they catch you off guard, that would be embarrassing. What a joke, having been strengthened by the dust bead after going through Cao Cao's tomb. Not to mention being able to completely remember what Yi Zhongtian talked about in the Three Kingdoms. Now I could even recite a lot of unofficial history. How could I? Wang Hao said with a grin. Don't worry. Where's the studio? I'll go take a look now. I have nothing else to do with my kung fu right now. Might as well go chat a bit. Lu Qixing. Meng Fei. Is this really okay? I'll also go. Meng Fei bit his teeth. It's our first collaboration, and I did study history in university after all. I know quite a bit about the history of the Three Kingdoms. If we do it together, I think it should work out fine. This, Lu Qixing pondered for a moment, then immediately nodded. All right, just remember, strive for no faults rather than merits, and somehow cover this 1 hour. All right, we are going now. Chapter 244, The Awesome Professor Zhang. Wang Hao and Meng Fei left Mr. Lu's office together, and on the way, Meng Fei softly introduced himself. Brother Hao. Hello, my name is Meng Fei. Mr. Lu has arranged for me to host your show, and in the future, I'll be asking for your guidance. I'll try my best to coordinate with you in a while, and let's try to make this program a bit better, okay? After all, he was in the presence of the person who provided his livelihood, so Meng Fei's attitude toward Wang Hao was quite humble. However, as soon as Wang Hao heard the name Meng Fei, he paused momentarily. Didn't that name sound awfully familiar? Sure, no problem, smiled Wang Hao and nodded his head. Then he took a good look at Meng Fei and commented, we should head to the studio now. Oh, and by the way, I think according to your appearance, you'd look better bald. Meng Fei. He took out his phone and looked, deciding to try out the bald effect with a photo editing app. Brother Hao, you might be right. Meng Fei's eyes widened instantly. Bald does look quite pleasing. On the way there, Meng Fei also explained to Wang Hao what exactly the Grand Talks on the Three Kingdoms program was about. In simple terms, it was a program similar to a science popularization show, randomly selecting an anecdote from the Three Kingdoms, and the guests could pose various questions for the hosts on stage to answer. The previous host, Professor Wei Qingtian, was also quite learned and talented, so the show that he hosted was passable, with a viewership rating of 0.8%, which was barely presentable among the current programs. And then he fell ill. Brother Hao, please be extra careful later, Meng Fei said quietly at the entrance to the hall. We're not aiming for merit, but for no mistakes. If we can get through this 1 hour, we will have successfully completed the task. Yeah, I understand. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, then pushed open the door and walked in. The studio for Grand Talks on the Three Kingdoms was on the 6th floor of the TV station, in a room resembling a large lecture hall. When Wang Hao and Meng Fei entered, the entire hall was already filled with people. Wang Hao estimated there must have been over 500 people. In front of the audience seats were 4 guest spots, with a few name tags on them. Wang Hao glanced at them, not recognizing a single one. Hello, everyone. Since there were 2 hosts this time, Meng Fei started the introductions as he got on stage. I'm the host, Meng Fei, and this gentleman is our new host for this episode, Mr. Wang Hao. Noticing that this time there were 2 completely unfamiliar people, a guest immediately asked, why the replacement? Where's Professor Wei Qingtian? The man who spoke wore round-frame glasses and had a face that was thin and pointy. The name tag in front of him read Zhang Xingzhi's name, with a line beneath it, Professor of the History Department at Zhonghai University. That's the thing, Meng Fei quickly explained. Professor Wei was hospitalized with appendicitis, so Mr. Liu temporarily transferred us over to host this episode. Hearing this, the guests promptly started discussing. Is this an emergency replacement? Can these two young guys handle it? Exactly. Look how young they are. Clearly they lack the necessary knowledge. They're definitely heading for tragedy later. Let's watch the fun. I reckon there's bound to be some amusement soon. That's for sure. It's a live broadcast after all. If they embarrass themselves, it would be a huge embarrassment, huh? The audience was abuzz with chatter, and the four guests were whispering among themselves as well. Soon, the clock struck on the hour, and the program officially began. Mr. Lei, please go ahead. Zhang Xingzhe clearly intended to take advantage of the fact that it was their first time on the show, launching a challenge right from the start. Just these past few days, I've been pondering over a particularly intriguing question, and despite much thought, I can't seem to figure it out. So I'd like to ask for some guidance here. He knew that Meng Fei was the official host of the television station, having watched Meng Fei's show before. Hence, he made the first move against him. As for Wang Hao, in his eyes, he was clearly just a prop, hardly worth considering. Professor Zhang, good evening. Please, feel free to ask any question. Meng Fei hastily sat up straight, with a very serious expression. Seeing the two of them immediately lock horns upon their entrance made the surrounding TV station members nervous as well. Who would prevail today, Meng Fei or Professor Zhang? All right, Zhang Xingzhe adjusted his collar, took a sip of water, and said, in the era of the Three Kingdoms, heroes were numerous, and there were many classic stories. Especially in the 21st chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, there's the everlasting tale of the heroes compared over plum wine. During the Three Kingdoms, there were two heroic figures, one who sang boldly and pointed out leaders with fearless spirit, while the other sheltered under others, constantly humble, feigning incompetence without any loss. They were Cao Cao and Liu Bei. Zhang Xingzhe paused there, then began to recite from the text. In the 21st chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Cao Cao talks about heroes over wine, it is described thus. They arrived at a small pavilion, where cups and dishes had already been arranged. Plums were placed on dishes, and a jar of wine boiled. The two sat opposite each other and drank freely. When they were halfway into the wine, dark clouds began to gather, and rain seemed imminent. Someone pointed to a dragon-shaped kite in the distance, which Cao and Liu Bei watched from the railing. After Zhang Xingzhe finished this passage, the crowd around him began to whisper. It's no surprise he's a history professor. He can even recite word for word from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That's truly impressive. It seems like he's memorized this entire passage. Quick, take out your phones and check if the text is really like this. Now this Meng Fei, I'm afraid he's in trouble. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Xingzhe recited this part, Meng Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He clearly felt that today's situation was going to be tough. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Zhang Xingzhe's pride grew. His voice was very slow, deep, and resonant. His historical knowledge and recitation skills were indeed commendable. He went on to say, Cao said, do you know about the dragon's transformations? Liu Bei replied, I am not fully aware. Cao said, the dragon can be large or small, can rise or hide. When large, it stirs the clouds and produces fog, but when small, it conceals its form. Today, among all the heroes in the world, only your lordship and Cao are notable. Liu Bei, shocked by these words, accidentally dropped his chopsticks to the ground. At that moment, there was an impending rainstorm, and thunder boomed. Liu Bei calmly picked up his chopsticks and said, a single peal of thunder can be this terrifying. Cao laughed. Are you also afraid of thunder, my friend? Liu Bei replied, when the sages encounter swift thunderstorms, they too would be startled. How can I be unafraid? He had recited this exciting part of the heroes compared over plum wine from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in one breath, and the entire audience stood up, giving him a warm round of applause. The crowd commented, brilliant. He actually memorized the original text. Yes, it's normal to provide a general translation, but he went straight for the original text. My professor is amazing. Listening to the comments around him, Zhang Xingzhe felt extremely smug. This passage was something he had prepared carefully to stump Wei Qingtian, but unexpectedly, Wei Qingtian hadn't shown up. It seemed that Meng Fei would just have to deal with the misfortune. Professor Zhang, you recited the original text very well, Meng Fei said gravely, as if facing a great enemy. But I wonder what insight you might have for us. Hearing Meng Fei's praise, Zhang Xingzhe's pride swelled even more. He explained, this story tells of after Cao Cao executed LV Bu at Baimen Tower, he brought Liu Bei and his brothers back to Xuchang. Liu Bei claimed to be a descendant of Zhongshan Jing King and a great-grandson of Emperor Xiao Jing. The emperor acknowledged Liu Bei as a relative, calling him imperial uncle. Everyone knows to command the lords by holding the emperor hostage, and by then, the emperor had become aware of Cao Cao's disloyal heart, secretly entrusting Dong Chang with a decree tied to his belt to eliminate Cao Cao. At this time, Cao Cao's strategists also urged him to get rid of Liu Bei sooner rather than later, to prevent Liu Bei from gaining power in the future. Hence, there came this test from Cao Cao for Liu Bei, which led to the exciting scene aforementioned. Having said this, he looked at Meng Fei and asked slowly, after recounting this entire incident, Mr. Lei, I will now pose several questions to you. So listen carefully. Meng Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and said, please speak, Professor Zhang. Zhang Xingzhe thought for a moment, waiting for complete silence in the room before asking. Among the many heroic figures of the Three Kingdoms era, Liu Bei has always been a controversial character. At the beginning of his career, he had nothing to his name and was branded an untrustworthy scoundrel for seeking refuge with others. At the time, Liu Bei had neither his own territory nor his own army. He lived at the mercy of Cao Cao. So why did Cao Cao still call Liu Bei a hero? Does Liu Bei's behavior truly qualify him for the title of a hero? Chapter 245. You didn't remember my name, did you? It had to be said that the question posed by Zhang Xingzhe was extremely tricky. He began by accurately reciting the passage about boiling plum wine, and then he clearly explained the cause, process, and outcome of the event. This was equivalent to laying everything out in the open. See, I have spoken about the reasons and explained the process, and I have even recited the original text. So, surely you can answer the following question, right? But the problem was that this question was extremely difficult to answer. Zhang Xingzhe was right. At that time, Liu Bei could be said to have no soldiers other than Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. In the era of cold weapons during the Three Kingdoms, without soldiers, you were nothing. Even if Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had sky-high combat power, what of it? Even LV Bu was killed by Cao Cao. Could you possibly be stronger than LV Bu? Therefore, this question was something that none in the audience could absolutely answer. This was a blatant scheme by Zhang Xingzhe. He laid everything out, just waiting for you to fall into the trap. For a moment, all eyes turned to Meng Fei, waiting to see how he would answer. This. Meng Fei instantly broke into a heavy sweat, and even Lu Qixing, the director watching live from backstage, gritted his teeth in anger. This Zhang Xingzhe, kicking someone when they're down. At such a critical moment, you ask such a difficult question, obviously trying to create trouble. Meng Fei struggled for quite a while, without uttering a word. After all, he had only graduated with a degree in history. But how could he instantly produce an answer to a question that clearly required referencing classic texts? However, as an experienced host, he still had the ability to adapt to circumstances. Professor Zhang, Meng Fei chuckled, saying, what kind of person Liu Bei was is naturally proven by history. Even Cao Cao, who lived in the same era, declared that there were only two heroes in the world, which certainly isn't wrong. Mr. Meng, Zhang Xingzhe, seeing that Meng Fei couldn't come up with an answer, became even more triumphant, said, after all, this is the stage of romance of the Three Kingdoms, and our topic of discussion is the Three Kingdoms. You can't just beat around the bush. The other three professors nodded together. Exactly. Our show revolves around this theme. You can't just not answer whatever we ask, right? Exactly. This involves ancient history. It's very serious. Meng Fei also felt helpless. After all, he wasn't a professional in this field. Seeing that the entire audience was staring at him, he became increasingly nervous. Below, Zhang Xingzhe was smug, and the other three guests were also smiling. Once today's episode aired, the topic host embarrassingly stumped on stage, walks off with tail between legs, would definitely become a hot topic on Weibo, guaranteed. After several more seconds passed, and seeing that Meng Fei still couldn't answer, Zhang Xingzhe directly turned the heat towards Wang Hao. Since Mr. Ming can't answer, why not ask? Yes, what's your name again? I didn't pay much attention earlier, sorry about that. Wang Hao. Is my name that hard to remember? My name is Wang Hao. I'm new here. Wang Hao quickly introduced himself. Professor Zhang's question is very profound. It's clear that Professor Zhang is a knowledgeable and accomplished expert. There should be applause here. Clap, 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 clap. The audience laughed and clapped, instantly enlivening the atmosphere a bit. In fact, Wang Hao was initially trying to help Meng Fei out of the difficult situation, but Zhang Xingzhe, ungrateful, pressed on relentlessly. Wang Hao, isn't it? Although you are also a host, you still have to answer the question, Zhang Xingzhe said proudly. I have been studying Liu Bei recently, and I find that he is a very controversial figure. Why don't you just give a brief explanation to everyone? How about it? Hearing Zhang Xingzhe say this, Wang Hao smiled subtly. You won't take the hint to step down, will you? All right then. Today I'll make a deeper impression. If this had been asked in the past, it might have really been hard to answer. But ever since Wang Hao's physique was transformed by the dust bead, his memory had vastly improved. Back when he read Yi Zhongtian's analysis of the three kingdoms, he had carefully researched Liu Bei, trying to challenge me with this. First of all, we need to know, Wang Hao said unhurriedly. Cao Cao, during an era brimming with heroes in the three kingdoms, was able to divide the realm into three parts, controlling the emperor to command the lords. He was incredibly adept at using people. Success wasn't by chance. He could judge a person so thoroughly that figures like the overbearing Yuan Shu and the arrogant Yuan Shao didn't concern him at all. Indeed, history proved that both Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao were defeated by him. With such an ability to judge people, could he really misjudge someone? Clearly, that's impossible, and everyone knows the outcome. Liu Bei became the ruler of Shu Kingdom, highlighting Cao Cao's discernment. After Wang Hao said this, everyone in the audience nodded in agreement. Absolutely right. So, Wang Hao continued with a smile. Why did Cao Cao highly esteem Liu Bei at a time when Liu Bei had neither troops nor generals? I think it's like this. With that, Wang Hao made a roundabout point, successfully whetting everyone's appetite. This conclusion must be spot on, but what was the reason? First, we need to clarify what exactly happened before and after boiling the green plums and drinking wine, Wang Hao said. Records from the biography of the former lord in the records of the Three Kingdoms state that Liu Bei held out against Yuan Shu in Shuzhou for over a month. Taking advantage of Liu Bei's vulnerable rear guard, LV Bu attacked Xiaopei, capturing Liu Bei's wives and children. Liu Bei then moved his forces to Haishi. Afterward, Liu Bei asked to make peace with LV Bu, requesting the return of his family. Subsequently, Liu Bei dispatched Guan Yu to garrison Xiaopei, while he moved back to Little Pei and recruited over 10,000 troops. LV Bu, greatly irritated, personally led troops to attack, and after Liu Bei's forces were defeated, he surrendered to Cao Cao. Wang Hao got to this point, and everyone finally fully understood the circumstances of Liu Bei's surrender to Cao Cao. After all, discussing history can be confusing if you only focus on isolated events without the full context. Zhang Xingzhe listened, utterly astonished, his expression immediately growing serious. Looks like this kid is pretty sharp. After surrendering to Cao Cao, Wang Hao took a sip of water and continued. Cao Cao treated Liu Bei generously, appointing him as the governor of Yu State. Liu Bei decided to return to Little Pei to regather his scattered soldiers. Cao Cao provided military provisions, reinforced troops, and sent him east to attack LV Bu. LV Bu dispatched Gao Shun to confront him, and Cao Cao sent Xia Ho Dun for reinforcement. Before Xia Ho Dun could arrive, Liu Bei was defeated by Gao Shun, who captured his wives and children and handed them over to LV Bu. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao personally led the eastern campaign, helping Liu Bei to besiege Xiaopei and capture LV Bu alive. Liu Bei welcomed back his family and returned to Su County with Cao Cao's army. Cao Cao presented a memorial to appoint Liu Bei as Left General, showing him great reverence, sharing his carriage and his seat. When Yuan Shu planned to pass through Shuzhou to join Yuan Shao, Cao Cao sent Liu Bei to lead Zhu Ling and Lu Zhou to intercept Yuan Shu. Before the troops could engage, Yuan Shu died of illness. Wang Hao's words left the entire audience gasping, then buzzing with discussion. So, Cao Cao was like that? He helped Liu Bei that much. Liu Bei deployed his troops before Cao Cao even made that famous statement. This is completely different from the romance of the three kingdoms that we know. Yes, I've really learned something today. Wang Hao smiled and waited for the room to quiet down before continuing. Before Liu Bei's deployment, Emperor Xian of Han's father-in-law, General of Cavalry Dong Cheng, received a secret edict hidden in a girdle from Emperor Xian, commanding Liu Bei to spearhead the assassination of Cao Cao. Liu Bei had not yet acted when Cao Cao casually said during a chat, "Currently, among the heroes of this world, only you and I matter. Figures like Yuan Binshu are not worth mentioning." Liu Bei was eating at that time and was so startled by the statement that he and Dong Cheng, along with Director of Retainers Zhong Ji, Generals Wu Xilan, Wang Zifu, and others plotted in secret. Coincidentally, Liu Bei was sent out by Cao Cao on a campaign before they could act, and their plan was exposed soon after. Dong Cheng and the others were all executed. This part includes the whole episode of boiling green plums and drinking wine from the romance of the three kingdoms. Wang Hao paused and then continued. After the plot failed, Liu Bei, terrified, occupied Xiaopei and dared not return. During this period, Liu Bei seized the opportunity to kill the inspector of Shuzhou Cheizhou, left Guan Yu to guard Xiaopei, and returned to Little Pei himself. Changba of East Sea Country rebelled, and most of its commanderies defected from Cao Cao to Liu Bei, amassing tens of thousands of volunteers. Liu Bei sent Sun Qian to form an alliance with Yuan Shao. Then Cao Cao dispatched Liu Dai and Wang Zhong to intercept them, but to no avail. Chapter 246. Brother Hao digs into history. Wang Hao finished outlining all the causes and effects before he laughed and said, "From this point of view, let's not discuss Liu Bei's character for now, but whether it's in romance of the three kingdoms or the historical records, there is a common understanding about Liu Bei. That is, when he was farming during the boiled wine at the Plum Garden event, he truly did manage to deceive Cao Cao. I already said earlier, who is Cao Cao? His ability to judge people and use them was top-notch during the Three Kingdoms era. Just think, Liu Bei could even fool Cao Cao. To what extent could he have done so? Cao Cao had just finished saying that there were only two heroes in the world, he and I, and then he gave Liu Bei troops to go on campaign. Not to mention anything else, Liu Bei's acting skills must at least be at the level of a best actor, right? After Wang Hao finished speaking, the room erupted in laughter again. The best actor has come out. Don't joke, but listening to his analysis like this, Liu Bei truly was capable even managing to deceive Cao Cao. That's for sure. Without some abilities, Cao Cao would have killed him with a single swipe long ago. How could it have been Liu Bei's turn to establish the Shu kingdom? By this time, Zhang Xingzhi's complexion had changed. Wang Hao was truly skilled to be able to dissect and organize the timeline so fluently. Based on what he said, if you do not thoroughly understand the history of the three kingdoms, you definitely couldn't speak like this. At this moment, everyone knew that Wang Hao had said so much, but in fact he hadn't even gotten to the main topic yet, and they were even more curious about what Wang Hao would say next. When the room quieted down again, Wang Hao smiled and asked, "So now that the truth has been sorted out, and Liu Bei's acting has also been acknowledged by us, let's go back and look at what Cao Cao said at that time and what he did afterward. Doesn't anyone find anything strange?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xingzhi subconsciously asked Wang Hao, "What's strange?" After Zhang Xingzhi finished his question, Wang Hao smiled, shook his head, and said, "Professor Zhang, don't you find Cao Cao's assertion that you and Lord Cao are the only heroes in the world, when taken in context, to be extremely abrupt? At that time, Liu Bei was without soldiers, without generals, and was being harshly defeated by LV Bu. Why would Cao Cao say Liu Bei was a hero?" This, Zhang Xingzhi took a while to respond before finally waking up. "That's not right. I was the one asking you. How did it turn into you asking me?" The reason I ask. Wang Hao finally dropped a real bombshell. Is it because you thought this was Cao Cao's way of testing Liu Bei? Or perhaps it was just a casual question following the story of the boiled wine at the plum garden? Actually, the reason I talked so much before was to make a point. That is about Liu Bei's acting. And now, having talked about Liu Bei's acting, we can finally discuss something else. Wang Hao set up to this point and finally got serious, smiling. For example, the exchanges between Cao Cao and Liu Bei in their early years. Because without the foundation of early interactions, to be honest, I don't believe if the two had only had a spiritual connection before, that Cao Cao would say such things to Liu Bei, who was pressured by LV Bu to abandon his wife. It's not only this statement that's abrupt. The entire setting of the conversation and the whole background, as well as the causes and consequences, all are filled with doubt. As soon as Wang Hao said this, the whole place was in an uproar. Heavens, today has been too exciting. Wang Hao seems to know everything. Yes, today really was an eye-opener. Let's get ready to listen to a good story from Wang Hao. Liu Bei and Cao Cao, they even had interactions in their early years. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Wang Hao is really about to disclose many historical secrets unknown to the public? At this time, Wang Hao had completely piqued the curiosity of those around him. Even the other guests stretched their necks, waiting to see what Wang Hao would say. Clearly, whetting their appetite was enough. He couldn't carry on for too long. So, Wang Hao shook his fan, and once the studio quieted down, he began to explain. First of all, we must analyze one sentence in detail. After Lord Chao set out on his eastern campaign, he assisted our prime minister in encircling LV Bu at Shuzhou, capturing LV Bu alive. The prime minister also reclaimed his wife and returned with Lord Chao. He was appointed as the left general and treated with increasing respect. They would ride in the same carriage when going out and sit at the same table when seated. One should know that at this time, Liu Bei was practically beaten like a mischievous child by LV Bu, yet Cao Cao's approach was to treat him with increasing respect. What does this increasing respect entail? When going out, they rode in the same carriage, and at meal times, they shared the same table. Since customs of the Han Dynasty are quite distant from us, we have to consult classic texts to understand some specific actions, and thus we find customs passed down, breaches of ritual. Zhang Ba of Nanyang states, for brothers who loved each other, it was customary to ride in the same carriage when going out, and to share the same bed when sleeping. We'll not discuss who the author is right now. The key lies in what follows. At that time, sharing a carriage was not an action taken casually, but a social etiquette among the Han people to express brotherly affection. In later years, Zhong Hui, in order to show closeness to Jiang Wei, also adopted a similar approach. Hui and Wei would ride in the same carriage when going out, and sit at the same table when seated. Looking at this, Cao Cao's goodwill towards Liu Bei practically leaps off the page. Something worth gossiping about is the way Liu Bei dealt with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, the prime minister, and the two would share a bed when sleeping, their kindness as if brothers. Why doesn't it say they would ride in the same carriage when going out? Because their status wasn't high. Sharing a bed when sleeping was a way for the lower-class heroes to express their intimate bond. See, when I sleep, I'm not even guarded against you, which has a bit of an underworld flair to it. With Wang Hao saying this, the entire audience became even more curious. Liu Bei didn't say, ride in the same carriage when going out for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, but why did Cao Cao treat him with such respect? At this time, Zhang Xingzhe was listening with his eyes wide open, and he asked anxiously, why? So it brings us to a question. Wang Hao began raising the doubt. What exactly about Liu Bei did Cao Cao admire? Abandoning his family? Bravely rescuing Tao Qian? The former isn't very honorable, and the latter is in direct opposition to Cao Cao's acts. The key is, at that time, there were plenty of people all over who were outdoing the two deeds of Liu Bei by several times. So why Liu Bei? Let's first analyze bit by bit according to the original work. When Benshu desired to pass through Shuzhou North to join Yuan Shao, Lord Chao dispatched the prime minister to oversee Zhu Ling and led the troops to attack Benshu. Benshu died of illness before their arrival. Before the prime minister left, Su Dongcheng, the emperor's uncle and general of cavalry, quietly received a secret edict hidden in the emperor's sash, intending to assassinate Lord Chao. This passage is very interesting. First, there's the situation with Yuan Shu, who was at the end of his road. Cao Cao entrusted this matter to Liu Bei, offering him a chance to earn merits, and also provided him with 2 generals. And before Liu Bei took military power and left Su, Dong Cheng began to recruit Liu Bei into the conspiracy to overthrow Cao Cao. Liu Bei initially did not take a stance, nor did he expose them. But afterward, the most famous scene finally arrived. During that meal that went down in history, Cao Cao stated, "In all the world, there are only you, my lord, and Cao. Bin Chu's followers are not worth mentioning." It was this sentence that frightened Liu Bei into dropping his chopsticks. But why? On the surface, it seems he was guilty. Dong Cheng had just recruited him, and now on this side, Cao Cao was indicating, "You are the one I value, Yuan Shao is nothing." But on closer thought, that's not right. If Liu Bei dropped his chopsticks because he suspected Cao Cao knew about his collusion with Dong Cheng, that would be too foolish. If Cao Cao knew all about it, would he still share a meal with you? That would be a joke. Therefore, Cao Cao wasn't testing Liu Bei. The key lies in the latter part of his sentence. Bin Chu's followers are not worth mentioning. You need to know, when did Cao Cao say this? It was during the 4th year of Jianan, in March, when Yuan Shao annihilated Gongsun Zan and unified 4 provinces. In April, Cao Cao conquered Henei, eliminating a threat. The direct confrontation between Cao Cao and Yuan Shao was already imminent. At this time, desperately courting Liu Bei, Cao Cao had a clear purpose, which was to build strength to oppose Yuan Shao. And why did that sentence from Cao Cao make Liu Bei drop his chopsticks? The answer was, at that time, Liu Bei had already resolved to make a move against Cao Cao, and furthermore, Yuan Shao was his most likely major ally. So, when Cao Cao mentioned Yuan Shao, that's why Liu Bei got so frightened. When Wang Hao got to this point, the entire audience gasped in unison. Wang Hao could actually dissect this period of history to such an extent. Zhang Xingzhou was also completely stunned. According to what Wang Hao said, did Liu Bei drop his chopsticks because he thought Cao Cao had discovered his alliance with Yuan Shao? Teacher Wang Hao, why did Cao Cao value Liu Bei so much then? A member of the audience shouted, "After hearing your analysis, I feel like there's a lot more to the story. What's really going on here?" As soon as the person asked, everyone in the audience nodded in agreement. Yes, what's really going on? You said earlier that this wasn't the first time they met, right? Chapter 247, The Peach Garden Oath Doesn't Exist? Facing everyone's questions, Wang Hao smiled and said, "Don't rush, everyone. Let's analyze a few points now. First, Liu Bei's acting was absolutely at the level of an Academy Award winner. Second, Cao Cao valued Liu Bei even more than he did LV Bu. Why did Cao Cao kill LV Bu but treat Liu Bei with great kindness? Listen carefully to me as I explain." The room suddenly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. "Here, I need to emphasize a peculiar sentence," Wang Hao said with a smile. Following this peculiar conclusion, let's turn back time a few years, which is to say, many years ago. The records of heroes at the end of Han states that in the last years of Emperor Ling of Han's reign, Bei once stayed in the capital, and then both he and Lord Chao returned to Pei, recruiting troops. As Emperor Ling passed away and chaos ensued throughout the land, Bei also raised an army to join in the campaign against Dongzhuo. According to this account, Liu Bei was in Luoyang before Emperor Ling of Han's demise, and he had dealings with Cao Cao. And if we consult Chun Shou's biography of the former lord, during Emperor Ling of Han's time, Liu Bei's main activities were: in the year 175, at the age of 15, Liu Bei followed his mother's orders to study abroad, becoming a disciple of Liu Ji and a pupil of Ma Rong. In other words, the 2 years Liu Bei spent studying with Liu Ji were mainly about getting worldly experience in Luoyang. So, in fact, we can confirm that Liu Bei's first trip to Luoyang was earlier than imagined, which was in the year 175. That year, Cao Cao was 21 years old. What was Cao Cao's situation at that time? Check the annals of Emperor Wu in the records of the 3 kingdoms. At the age of 20, he was recommended as filially pious and incorrupt, and made the captain of northern Luoyang. So it's clear from this that Liu Bei and Cao Cao knew each other when they were young, and the biggest piece of evidence is the sentence I previously mentioned. In the last years of Emperor Ling of Han, Bei once stayed in the capital, and then both he and Lord Chao returned to pay. Recruiting troops. As Emperor Ling passed away and chaos ensued throughout the land, Bei also raised an army to join in the campaign against Dongzhuo. The most important word in this sentence is again. In the ancient documents of the Heavenly People's Republic, it is customary not to write any word carelessly, and again means exactly that. This word proves that before this preserved record, there were other events related to both Cao Cao and Liu Bei. This thoroughly proves that the friendship between Liu Bei and Cao Cao dates back to their youth, to the year 175, when they went to Luoyang to study, marking the beginning of their friendship. We can definitely conclude, Liu Bei met Cao Cao as early as when he was 15 years old. Everyone present was stunned by his words. Wang Hao cited the classics and spoke confidently, making it impossible to refute him. The most amazing thing was that Wang Hao even teased out that Cao Cao and Liu Bei knew each other when they were very young. 175. Liu Bei was 15 years old. Wang Hao said with a smile, took a sip of water, and gently shook his fan, continuing slowly. What are we doing at the age of 15? Attending junior high. And Liu Bei? He had already started making connections with the heroes of the land. And speaking of which, don't get impatient, everyone, because we've already discussed Liu Bei's acting skills, and what comes next is the real highlight of the story. Liu Bei had acting skills, and by 15, he had begun building connections with the heroes of the world. So what else did he do next, and what kind of review would he get from Wang Hao? First, let's check the biography of the former lord in the records of the Three Kingdoms. After ending his brief period of studying abroad, Liu Bei returned to the HB area and began to establish his own influence. The former lord was not very fond of reading, preferring dogs, horses, music, and beautiful clothing. He was tall, with hands that reached below his knees and his ears visible when he looked forward. He was a man of few words, good at winning people over, and his emotions did not show on his face. He liked making connections with bold and generous people, and the youth competed to join him. The great merchants of Zhongshan, Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang, who were rich with thousands of gold, trading horses in Zhuo County, took note of him and thus gave him ample gold and wealth. With this, Liu Bei was able to gather followers. First, everybody, look, how long did Liu Bei study under Liu Ji? Considering that Liu Ji promptly left for a position in Lujiang, Liu Bei would have left Luoyang no later than 177, less than 2 years. Which means, when Liu Bei began to establish his own power, he was only 17 or 18 years old. Here we also happen to pinpoint the date when Liu Bei became acquainted with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. According to Guan Yu's biography, Guan Yu, styled Yunchang, originally named Changsheng, was from Hudong. He fled a crime, rushing to Zhuo County. Liu Bei was gathering followers in his village, and both Yu and Zhang Fei served as his protectors. From here, we can deduce that Liu Bei's efforts to make connections with bold individuals likely began during his studies in Luoyang, and that his interactions with Cao Cao were initiated through ranger activities. After leaving Luoyang and returning to Zhuo County, Guan Yu committed a murder, fled from Hudong to Zhuo County, and encountered Liu Bei, who was organizing a ranger club there. Together with Zhang Fei, they became Liu Bei's go-to men. Since we're on the subject, let me just mention that in reality there was no Peach Garden Oath in history. It's only said that they were as close as brothers, and moreover, Guan Yu was older than Liu Bei. This is precisely why I have repeatedly emphasized Liu Bei's acting skills. Life is just like a play, all depending on acting skills. What? There was no Peach Garden Oath? It was just made up in the romance of the Three Kingdoms? And Guan Yu was older than Liu Bei? Zhang Xingzhou was furious at that moment. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the Peach Garden Oath not exist? All the audience members were dumbfounded. After all, the Peach Garden Oath, a tale that had been passed down through the ages, didn't actually exist. Don't get worked up, everyone. Hear me out, Wang Hao said leisurely, taking a sip of water and shaking his fan, smiling. The romance of the Three Kingdoms is just that, a romance, which means it's a dramatization. The novel opens with the Yellow Turban Uprising, and Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, as the protagonists of the book, are glorified. But real history is obviously not so simple. In fact, when we talk about Luoyang, we cannot fail to mention Yuan Shao, and he's a key figure, which I will get to soon. but let's take it one step at a time. Next comes the year when the Han Dynasty came to a historical end. 184, the Yellow Turban Uprising broke out. Liu Bei made his mark in the army that year. According to the biography of the former lord, with his followers, joined Prefect Zhou Jing in defeating the Yellow Turban rebels and was awarded for his contributions, appointed as the officer of Anqi. The key points in this sentence are these. Firstly, Liu Bei's several years of ranger activities in his hometown gave him his own private army. Secondly, this army was affiliated under Prefect Zhou Jing. So, it is to say, between returning to his hometown in 177 and the year 184, Liu Bei had been recruiting his own army all along, and it was during this time that he took in Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Alright, having sorted out Liu Bei's activities before the year 184, let's move on to more important matters. In 189, the Eunuch's rebellion took place, and the First Empire was dead in political terms. Combining this with Wang Quan's viewpoint, Liu Bei must have returned to Luoyang by early 189 at the latest, before Emperor Ling's death, to restore or rebuild his friendship with Cao Cao. Now comes the question, why did Liu Bei return to Luoyang? Chapter 248. Can he be considered a hero? I doubt it. Upon hearing this question, everyone present was stunned. Wang Hao continued. After Liu Bei angrily whipped the overseer, he followed the capital commandant Wu Qiu to recruit soldiers in Danyang. Despite eventually becoming a county chief, Liu Bei was still unsatisfied and thus abandoned his post. He Jin sending people from the capital to recruit soldiers is a very famous story. According to the later Han book, Yuan Shao and others took advantage of this, calling in powerful generals and heroes from all directions to lead troops to the capital, forcing the Empress Dowager's hand. He Jin saw the necessity. It can be inferred that the group to which Liu Bei and Wu Qiu belonged when they went to Danyang to recruit soldiers was dispatched by He Jin. This confirms the last time Liu Bei left Luoyang before being defeated by Lv Bu, a few months before the great general He Jin was executed. And Wang Can told us that Cao Cao was also among those sent to recruit troops. At the end of Emperor Ling's reign, Liu Bei was in the capital and left with Lord Cao to return to pay to muster troops. When Emperor Ling died, chaos ensued throughout the land, and Liu Bei also raised an army to campaign against Dong Zhuo. After Emperor Ling's death and the chaos caused by the 10 eunuchs, Liu Bei and Cao Cao briefly parted ways. Cao Cao returned to Luoyang to talk with Dong Zhuo, after which the famous attempt on Dong Zhuo's life occurred. Before seeking refuge with Gongsun Zan, Liu Bei briefly participated in the campaign against Dong Zhuo, primarily aiming to expand his forces. So, analyzing this far, a conclusion emerges, Wang Hao said with a smile. Before Emperor Ling died, after Liu Bei had angrily whipped the overseer, he did not return to HB, but instead went back to Luoyang. His goal in coming to Luoyang was to make connections, submit his resume, or continue cultivating the network of relationships he had started at the age of 15. That year, the young Liu Bei returned to the capital, perhaps accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, or perhaps alone. However, I tend to believe the former. Cao Cao valued Guan Yu so highly later on partly because he had met him during this time. This statement was earth-shattering. Who could have expected Wang Hao to dig out such a badass conclusion from various historical sources before the formal start of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Good heavens, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms timeline hadn't even started, and Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei knew each other, and Liu Bei and Cao Cao knew each other. My God, it's simply divine, you can't not believe it. There's nothing wrong with this analysis, it's flawless. Hearing the discussions below, Wang Hao smiled broadly and turned to Zhang Xingzhe, saying, Professor Zhang, what do you think? This. Zhang Xingzhe's face turned red and white. The professor from the history department, who was well-versed in Three Kingdoms history, was actually unable to refute it. At that moment, Wang Hao finally dropped another truly heavyweight bombshell. In Liu Bei's second visit to Luoyang, aside from dealing with Cao Cao, there's another interesting question, Wang Hao said smiling. Wang Can continues telling us about another side of Liu Bei. Cao Cao confided in Liu Bei, who then leaked it to Yuan Shao. Shao became aware of Chao's intentions. Chao bit his own tongue until it bled, as a lesson to future generations for careless talk. This statement is earth-shattering. Let's analyze the implications of this information in detail. Firstly, not only did Liu Bei and Cao Cao share a deep friendship, but they also conspired together. It is known that plotting is not something ordinary friends engage in. They must believe they understand each other deeply enough to engage in unspeakable acts. That means Cao Cao trusted Liu Bei enough to plot with him about how to eliminate Yuan Shao. Second, and the most important part of this quote isn't just that, but that Liu Bei leaked the plot to Yuan Shao. What does leaking it to Yuan Shao mean? It indicates that during this time, Liu Bei also knew Yuan Shao. Putting it together, it means Cao Cao trusted Liu Bei, Yuan Shao trusted Liu Bei, and Cao Cao wanted to eliminate Yuan Shao. Then Liu Bei, either intentionally or unintentionally, let Yuan Shao know about it. For someone who knew to build connections in Luoyang at 15 and return at 17 to expand his influence, it seems unlikely that he'd inadvertently leak a secret. So this presents another aspect of Liu Bei, darker, more violent, and more authentic. It shows another side of Cao Cao as well, more passionate, more recklessly candid, and more naive. Perhaps his later suspicion-laden character was planted at this time by Liu Bei. With everyone acting so well, could he not become suspicious? My heavens, was Liu Bei really such a person? This is absolutely a secret. Oh Lord, Wang Hao actually managed to expose all this. Everyone was completely spellbound, and Zhang Xingzhe was even dumbstruck. He couldn't believe Liu Bei could be such a person. Let's now analyze this logically. Wang Hao continued with a smile. If Liu Bei could speak up in front of Yuan Shao, who had been a high official through 4 generations, and considering he had no opportunity to meet Yuan Shao between the campaign against Dong Zhuo and before the Battle of Guandu, then the relationship between Liu Bei and Yuan Shao must trace back to much earlier, say around the year 175. By that time, Yuan Shao had already seen through the fate of the Han dynasty, begun to retire in Luoyang, and started recruiting rangers and desperate men. As recorded in the later Han book section on Yuan Shao, dressed down and moved to Luoyang. Shao had an imposing appearance and loved to foster talent and reputation. Being a grand official for generations, his house attracted many guests, and with his wholehearted devotion, none did not rush to enter his court, treating all equitably, regardless of rank. Filled with visitors, his carriages and sedans crowded the streets. Internal officials all despised him. The palace eunuch Zhao Zhong once said in the government hall, Yuan Benshu is popular for gathering desperate men and has unsavory intentions. You know, at that time, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were still close friends. Young Liu Bei knew Cao Cao and naturally came to know Yuan Shao as well. With his astounding acting skills, both of them highly regarded him and took him as a confidant. During that time, Liu Bei might have used his superb interpersonal skills to plant some interesting seeds between Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. Now, after going around, let's return to the initial question. Wang Hao spoke slowly. Cao Cao and Yuan Shao had always considered Liu Bei as an intimate friend. Cao Cao failed to see Liu Bei's true intentions and was continuously deceived by Liu Bei's actions. Eventually, Liu Bei's leaked information about Yuan Shao's plots to Cao Cao, turning Cao Cao and Yuan Shao into deadly enemies. But Liu Bei's acting was too good. Cao Cao never noticed any flaws from beginning to end. Heroes of the realm, you and Lord Cao, Benshu's followers are hardly worth mentioning. This was Cao Cao's sincere appreciation. Seated with companions who had experienced countless storms and intrigues together, crossed bloodshed, betrayal, and slaughter, and finally gathered here. They could still meet here. If you knew that at that time the population of the North had been decimated by 90%, perhaps you would understand Cao Cao's sentiments even more profoundly. Wang Hao's words stunned everyone present into silence. This knowledge completely overturned everyone's understanding of Cao Cao. You know, what has always been said about Cao Cao from ancient times to now? A capable minister in peaceful times, a cunning hero in chaotic times. But from Wang Hao's explanation, people suddenly realized that Liu Bei's scheming seemed much deeper than Cao Cao's. Wang Hao's tone accelerated as he continued. Hero? Cao Cao and Liu Bei had known each other since they were young, calling each other heroes. Does this still seem abrupt? Not at all. It was only natural. At that time, Cao Cao was spirited and in control of the military. Of course, he was a hero. He always valued Liu Bei, and previously, he unhesitatingly killed LV Bu to vent for Liu Bei, all because of their brotherhood. But why did Liu Bei hint to Cao Cao that he must kill LV Bu? Because Liu Bei knew that if LV Bu was not removed, the era would inevitably fall into Cao Cao's hands. At the same time, he was also conspiring with Yuan Shao, seeing Cao Cao and Yuan Shao as fated rivals. He needed them to combat each other, to gain time for himself. When two tigers fight, one is bound to get hurt or die. This is the outcome he wanted. Therefore, the mention of Yuan Shao broke all his reserve. His chopsticks fell, and his expression became awkward. If not for a timely storm to divert attention, such a reaction from Liu Bei would not have been understood or accepted by Cao Cao. But Liu Bei had no other choice. He was a taciturn man who had vowed in his youth to become emperor, preserving the Liu family's bloodline. He could not regret, nor could he retreat. Success is no accident. At first glance, Liu Bei, tucking his tail and putting on a smile every day, either crying or fleeing, might seem less significant. But initially, Guan Yu was older than Liu Bei, and Zhang Fei was wealthier than Liu Bei. Yet, they both respected Liu Bei immensely. Why? 1. His acting skills. 2. Liu Bei indeed had considerable abilities. There were many famous generals and strategists throughout the Three Kingdoms period. Could a man like Liu Bei rise to divide the realm into three with Cao Cao and Sun Quan if he were merely mediocre? However, considering the actions I've analyzed, can Liu Bei truly be called a hero? I think not. Chapter 249, Slamming the Professor. Wang Hao had barely finished speaking when the entire hall erupted in shock. Who could have expected that when the true history was uncovered, Liu Bei would be so drastically different from the image everyone held in their hearts? Wang Hao you. Zhang Xingzhe pointed at Wang Hao, unable to finish his sentence. What's the matter? Wang Hao chuckled. Professor Zhang, don't be anxious. I haven't finished yet. A hero deals with people with love and wins them over with virtue. He is kind-hearted, yet capable of punishing evil and promoting good with thunderous actions. Although he is stronger than others, he is neither arrogant nor domineering and can be considered an exemplary figure among men. Liu Bei is said to be skilled in scheming and acting, but to say he truly deals with people with love, wins them over with virtue, and is kind-hearted, that's questionable. A man who readily abandons his wife and children can hardly be called a true hero. Then what is he? I actually think heroic tyrant suits him better. Heroic tyrant is another way to describe a hero. The tyrant is a fierce bird, meaning brave and difficult to subdue. Thus the term carries a negative connotation. Heroic tyrant refers to fierce and outstanding individuals, often ambitious and aggressive. Hence, the meaning of heroic tyrant is not, as some might suggest, deceitful and untrustworthy. It refers to an uncontrollable hero. Having said this, I believe everyone has understood. Liu Bei had aligned himself with Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and even LV Bu. He had wept over Jingzhou and abandoned his family, but was he ever subdued? No. Even when he had only one soldier left, escaping the world with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, he never truly bowed his head. So, I don't know about others, but in my view, Liu Bei was actually a heroic tyrant. When Wang Hao had finished, the room fell dead silent. No one could utter a word. Everyone was stunned by Wang Hao's brilliant speech. Nobody could believe that through layers of mystery, Wang Hao could delve so deeply into the history of the Three Kingdoms. After completing all his analysis, Wang Hao leisurely took a sip of water and smiled. Professor Zhang, are you satisfied with my explanation now? Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, someone initiated a round of applause, and in no time, the entire hall erupted with applause like thunder, everyone rising to give Wang Hao the most enthusiastic applause. Today, they had heard the most spectacular speech of their lives. Wang Hao's views might not necessarily gain unanimous approval from everyone present or from academic experts, but his well-grounded arguments and composed demeanor, along with his impressive insights, commanded everyone's deep admiration. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This was the only word that came to the minds of the audience at that moment. Teacher Wang Hao, your performance was spectacular. Absolutely stunning, truly eye-opening today. It was worth coming. Teacher Wang Hao is amazing. Well said. The cheers from the crowd were lavishly thrown at Wang Hao, while Zhang Xingzhe sat across from him with a dejected look on his face. He had initiated today's challenge, but who could have imagined he would be so thoroughly rebutted? This was a face-smacking, powerfully delivered face-smacking. Seeing himself overpowered by Wang Hao, a young man in his mid-20s, controlling the entire room in an instant, the four guests could no longer sit still. This is complete nonsense. Lu Xuanda could never be such a person. Exactly. The young people these days really just spout nonsense, lacking any literary culture. Debating the three kingdoms like this is simply blowing hot air, completely unreliable. A guest mustered courage, and Zhang Xingzhe, provoked to fury, suddenly stood up and exclaimed loudly, "This ignorant youngster is really twisting history with silver-tongued words." At first glance, Liu Bei might not seem like a hero, but it's actually the opposite. Unlike Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Liu Bei was a person whose feelings did not show easily on his face. The books describe him as being able to bend and stretch. Liu Bei, Lu Xuanda, in the history of the three kingdoms, has always been known for his benevolence and righteousness. We have a saying, the benevolent are invincible, which refers to great heroes like Liu Bei. But such a person, in the mouth of this ignorant youth, has become a crafty hero, truly lamentable. The historical knowledge of our people really needs improvement. Oh my God, you didn't even know my name just a moment ago, and now you dare to jump out? Watch me beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Wang Hao, grinning, said, "Stop dragging those useless things in. Show us the real substance." Exactly. Show some real substance if you're capable. What's the point of just yelling here? That's right. You need to present something substantial to refute, else you can't speak like that. Facing the whole audience, Professor Zhang Xingzhe was so angry his teeth were almost grinding, and he said, "Why did Cao Cao call Liu Bei a hero? There is a reason behind this. Let's discuss." First, it was Cao Cao being courteous to Liu Bei. Look at what this so-called vegetable gardening Lu Huanqin was trying to achieve, to test him, giving away the hat of a hero to see his reaction. Secondly, Liu Bei was a man with great ambitions. I don't know what he was thinking regarding the rescue of the Han Dynasty, but the slogan of reviving the Han Dynasty was definitely on his lips, and he was also fond of showing off. Whenever Liu Bei was mentioned, everyone would think he was the most loyal official. Remember, when Cao Cao took them hunting, Guan Yu wanted to kill Cao Cao. Liu Bei quickly stopped him. In Liu Bei's words, it was to avoid damaging the utensils while trying to catch a rat. But he knew Cao Cao could not be killed. If he acted, he might have exposed his own intentions. See, this explains that Liu Bei had extraordinary qualities, right? You think you can fight me with that nonsense? Wang Hao leisurely replied, "Life is like a drama. It all depends on acting skills. It seems you deeply agree with my statement that Liu Bei could win an Oscar for Best Actor. I'd like to thank you for that. You also mentioned Liu Bei liked to show off. When we usually talk about someone loving to show off, what do we think of? It means the person is too pretentious, in a bad way, just a hypocrite." Exactly. Loving to show off is not really a positive image. It means just a hypocrite. That's right, saying they support the Han Dynasty, but dreaming of becoming the emperor themselves. Wang Hao's words again slapped Professor Zhang Xingzhe's face, infuriating him. Zhang Xingzhe, you brats just know how to argue with your tongue. I won't stoop to your level. With that, he sat down, and another guest couldn't hold back any longer. Li Xinghan. Liu Bei was indeed remarkable. When Tao Qian and Shuzhou was besieged, Cao Cao came to attack to avenge his father, but none of the lords came to the rescue. Only Liu Bei led Guan and Zhang along with a little over 1,000 of his troops from Tian Kai to the rescue, plus a part of Gong Sunzan's troops, which were hardly a match for Cao Cao's massive army. Yet Liu Bei dared to strike the stone with eggs, an act of rare courage. Wang Hao, smiling broadly, responded, "Thanks to this professor for proving again the point that they knew each other from childhood. Otherwise, with Cao Cao's vast army and generals at that time, how could he not finish them?" Audience laughed loudly. No fault in that statement. Professor Zhao Qiming. Liu Bei was not weak, though very benevolent. He was spirited. Historical records mention him whipping the imperial commissioner, and it wasn't what Zhang Fei did, but Liu Bei himself. You can imagine his inner irritation and fury at the moment. Wang Hao continued to counter. That's not really the point we are discussing. Thank you. Professor Zhao Qiming. You %%% hashtag. Finally, the guest Niu Zhansai spoke up. All right, let me say something practical. I've never believed Liu Bei only relied on acting skills to earn his 5 tiger generals. During the Three Kingdoms period, aside from LV Bu, who was recognized as the greatest warrior, weren't Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Ma Chao all heroes who could hold their ground? Zhao Yun even killed scores of Cao Cao's favorite generals in the battle at Chongbin Slope. Could such a person really be won over just by acting? And please don't tell me all the things Zhao Yun did were false. I would laugh at you. This question was a good one, lifting the audience's hearts again. Zhao Yun, definitely a peerless warrior in the people's hearts. Wang Hao and Wang Ritian. Yes, Professor Niu hit the nail on the head. Almost everything about Zhao Yun is true. I certainly agree with that. But, Professor, regarding Zhao Yun's origins and background, Liu Bei actually never truly valued him. When Liu Bei praised Zhao Yun saying, Zilong is all courage, he didn't grant him any official rank. The title General Hu Wei was actually just a nickname the troops gave to Zhao Yun. Not until after Liu Bei's death did Zhao Yun truly gain significant recognition. Surely that's correct, right? Professor Niu Zhansai. This. Yet another professor rendered speechless. You little punk, trying to fight me. Backstage, Lu Qixing, watching the heated atmosphere, slapped his thigh forcefully. Well done. Just push back like that. With this show, the ratings definitely won't be bad. Chapter 250. The young lecturer fiercely rebukes the expert beast, leaving the other party speechless. Brother Hao, you were absolutely fantastic. Just after the program ended, and he left the broadcast hall, Lu Qixing rushed over. The stuff you just talked about will definitely be a huge hit. I just checked the ratings, and they've already broken one. Brother Hao, you're simply unbeatable. Lu Qixing exclaimed while checking. With the number of topics you covered, your show is bound to be a massive success once it airs. Meng Fei also praised. Seriously, Brother Hao, I'm impressed. You were amazing, rendering those professors speechless. Following behind, Xia Sueki let out a soft sigh, thinking Brother Hao is simply invincible. I'm about to break the unwritten rules for him. Just breaking one. The ratings for these kind of scientific programs really aren't great. This is the advantage of reading extensively, Wang Hao said with a chuckle. All right, let's go have a meal. We need to quickly set up the venue in the next few days. It would be tragic if we don't have it ready in time. Exactly. Lu Qixing nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I know a construction crew. They've built several of our station studios. I'll call them right after we eat to get the site sorted. Great, Wang Hao nodded. Also, Mr. Liu, I'll need your help to find a professional recording team. The male guests on this show need to record some short videos. I won't be following this part. I've got other things to handle. Lu Qixing smiled and said, No problem. If your show's ratings go up, our station will benefit too. Don't worry about it. After they finished eating, Wang Hao smiled at Xia Sueki. Now I'll need to leave this in your capable hands. Set up the venue according to my blueprints, and follow the recording of the short videos. Record extra footage to edit later. I need to go back to Zhonghai City since I haven't recorded the various background music for this episode yet, and time is tight. Understood, Xia Sueki smiled. Brother Hao, just go back and don't worry. I'll make sure everything here is taken care of. Right. I'll also run around for the next couple of days. With the show potentially launching him to stardom, Meng Fei was even more eager than Xia Sueki. I'll have my phone on 24 hours a day, ready whenever you call. With the two of them on it, there probably wouldn't be any issues going forward. All right, I'm heading back now, Wang Hao said with a wave. Once the music is recorded, I'll return. It's been so long since I've seen the big star, I miss it. He hopped into the car and sped toward the Haiying freeway, and after about 2 hours, Wang Hao looked at the brightly lit Zhonghai City. Brother Hao's back, ha! On Weibo, the topic of Wang Hao fiercely critiquing the professors instantly went viral. Young lecturer gives experts a dressing down, leaving them speechless. Innumerable netizens clicked to watch, and the show, which originally only rated 1 point, astonishingly surpassed 2 million views online. Actually, for netizens, whether Wang Hao's topics were correct wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that he left several experts speechless. This kind of live brawl and resounding victory was what people found most entertaining. Many netizens commented below, "Haha, well done, thoroughly entertaining." Yes, those professors were so smug at the start. They've hit a steel plate now, haven't they? Seems like we should read more books. Comrades, knowledge is important. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, Wang Hao got up early and subconsciously reached for the luck dice. Then he put it away again. Several good rolls in a row, better not tempt fate, Wang Hao murmured. With this thing's temperament, it might conjure up some extreme bad luck, which would be really amusing. The memory of that car accident was vivid. If his reaction hadn't been fast enough, he could have been done for. So decisively, he put it away, deciding to wait a few days before using it again. He washed up and got dressed, and by the time everything was ready, it was exactly 8 in the morning. Wang Ritian pulled out his phone and messaged Bai Yining. "What are you up to?" "Cold heart. Just woke up and watching that video of you talking about 3 kingdoms, you did really good with it." Wang Ritian. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Cold heart. "I really don't know where you get all this knowledge from. You totally stumped those professors." Wang Ritian. "That's the benefit of reading a lot of books, haha. Are you free today? A lot of the music for this show needs producing, and I'll probably need your help asking Professor Ningvita for a favor." Cold heart. "Shouldn't be a problem. I'll call him right now. See you at Dream in a bit." Wang Ritian. "All right, see you soon. Time to head out. I get to see the big star again." Wah. Heading downstairs and straight to Dream Recording Studio. The background music for If You Are the One is extensive, amounting to a whopping 23 songs. 1 song for the entrance of all the female guests, another for the male guests, 2 for the chosen female guest to take the stage. 1 song when a male guest picks his favorite girl and the other 2 girls return to their places. 1 for the male guest's final confession to his favorite girl. 9 in total for successful pairings of male and female guests. 1 for when all the female guests turn off their lights. 1 for the regretful departure of a male guest. 1 for the male guest VCR, and 2 for when a male guest gets over 22 lights on. 23 songs in total. The professional arranger Ning Vita was baffled by the number. "Oh God, how are we going to produce so many songs? What were you thinking? Cut back a little." Bai Yining was also amazed. "Wang Hao, are you really planning on doing so many songs?" In the past, such an amount would have overwhelmed Wang Hao, but now it wasn't an issue at all. Having a kick-ass memory was just that awesome. Trust me, I'm right," Wang Hao said laughing. "Would I dare to do this without some skills? Hurry up, let's get started. I reckon 2 days should be enough. Once these songs are recorded, we can start producing the first episode of the show." "Well, okay." Ning Vita felt a real urge to bang his head against a wall. 23 songs in 2 days. This was on a pace to work someone to death. As for Bai Yining on the side, she was just getting curious. Could Wang Hao really produce 23 different styles of songs in 2 days? All right, don't be so shocked. Seeing their expressions, Wang Hao knew what they were thinking, and he laughed. Sure, it's 23 songs, but each song is just a little snippet, a matter of 10 or so seconds. There's no huge demand. Close enough is good enough. Ning Vita and Bai Yining exchanged glances. That did make it seem doable. Otherwise, arranging 23 songs in 1 day would be a feat only a god could accomplish. Let's get started then. Ning Vita sat in front of the computer. Since the songs weren't highly demanding, he chose to use the arranging software instead of being too nitpicky. You hum the tunes, and I'll work on the scores and instruments over here. Let's see how it goes. And so the work began. The song for the entrance of all the female guests was Avril's Girlfriend, using just a small section of it. Wang Hao started humming. Hey, you, I don't like your girlfriend. No way, no way. I think you need a new one. Of course, he didn't remember the song very well from before, but the melody was fine, and with Ning Vita helping with the lyrics on the side, and then Bai Yining singing it a couple of times to test it out, it turned out to be quite quick. In less than an hour. Looking at it now, It doesn't seem like such a big problem, Ningvita laughed. If we keep up this pace, it won't take long to finish the rest. Let's keep it up, see how much we can do today. Most of the theme songs for If You Are the One were just such snippets of tunes, taking only a small part. So after about 2 days' work, the music was basically ready to use. Playing them all from the top again, Wang Hao smiled. Done. We should be good to go with this. We can use them as is for now, and fine-tune after the show gets popular. Chapter 251. They are all beauties. Any use is good. Ningvita handed the USB to Wang Hao and said, I really admire you for being able to sing these 23 different styled songs in one go. I even have a premonition that if these songs were to be fully produced, they would definitely be great songs. Genius is indeed unreasonable. Got to admit defeat. Where? Wang Hao said with an embarrassed face. It was just a moment of inspiration. Don't be so modest, Bai Yining chuckled. Why can't others have such inspiration? This big star speaking so well of us. Ice Princess is the best, hee. Wang Hao smiled, then looked at the time. All right, now that the recording here is done, I need to go prepare for the show there. It's a bit of a rush, as they want it to air on Saturday, and today is already Tuesday. Life on the run. Yes, the career is important. Bai Yining, not the kind to cling endlessly like some women and coming from a reputable family, understood very well how important a man's career is. So she took the initiative to see Wang Hao out of the recording studio, whispering, Good luck. This show is definitely going to be a hit, and you'll be a celebrity in the circle. That's right. Wang Hao got in the car and said goodbye to Bai Yining. I'm leaving first. You should go home and rest early. After getting on the Haiying Highway, Wang Hao hurried back. More than 2 hours later, Wang Hao returned to the Zhonghong TV station building and was stunned as soon as he entered the broadcasting hall. Mr. Liu was truly not wrong. The decoration team he found was fantastic. In just 2 days, the broadcasting hall had been properly set up, and all the equipment needed for If You Are the One was ready. Brother Hao is here. After the previous Three Kingdoms battle, Meng Fei was absolutely loyal to Wang Hao. He hurried over as soon as he saw Wang Hao return, saying, Brother Hao, how do you like the setup? Mr. Liu specially allocated 300,000 for it. The construction team worked 24 hours nonstop overnight, and finally, it seems we've made it just in time. Then Wang Hao stared dumbfounded at him. Holy crap, Meng brother, where's your hair? At that moment, Meng Fei was sporting a shiny bald head with glasses, a completely different style from his usual serious look, even a bit chubby and cute. I figured since the show is about dating, being too serious as the host wouldn't be good. Meng Fei said a bit embarrassedly. I thought about it all night at home and felt that my previous look was awkward no matter how I looked at it. It's okay when talking about historical knowledge, but it felt too oppressive on this stage. So I just gritted my teeth and decided to go bald. And believe it or not, I look much better this way. Plus, my wife says it's much more comfortable to look at and makes a lasting impression. While saying this, he scratched his head, making Wang Hao almost burst out laughing. That's just like me. Haha. I knew you could do it, Meng brother. Wang Hao heartily patted Meng Fei's arm, laughing. I think it looks great, really great. Super great. This is just like Meng Fei number 2. No problem at all. Your words give me peace of mind, hee. Meng Fei, touching his head, laughed for a while, then pointed at the already set-up venue. Brother Hao, does this layout look good? It's all designed based on the sketches you drew during dinner. What do you think? Superb. Wang Hao looked at the various equipment and arrangements on the scene. Overall, it resembled at least 80% of the scenes in his memory, and he nodded in satisfaction, saying, It's almost perfect. All equipment has been tested, right? As long as nothing's broken, it's all good. Of course, they've been tested, Meng Fei laughed. Mr. Liu cares a lot about this show. I've also been staying up late reading books about love these past few days to avoid any awkward silence during the program. No more to be said. Wang Hao's face beamed with a smile. With you hosting this show, Meng brother, it's definitely going to be a hit. Hee. You work hard for those who appreciate you. Meng Fei chuckled, scratching his head. Wouldn't I be embarrassed if I didn't make the effort? While they were talking, Xia Sweki's voice rang out. Brother Hao, you're back. The short film is done. Is there anything else you need me to do? Having completed the short film meant the pre-recording preparations were next. Wang Hao said, "Now that recording is done over there, can you contact the female guests for me? Let's go over the overall sequence and requirements of the show these next 2 days. Then we'll be ready to record. Time. Let's do it tomorrow afternoon." Xia Sweki nodded. "All right, Brother Hao, I'll go arrange it." The next day at 1 p.m., after lunch, Wang Hao arrived at the broadcasting hall with Xia Sweki. By then, all 36 female guests had already gathered. He hadn't paid much attention during the hiring process, but now that all of them were in the studio and had carefully done their makeup, some even wearing formal gowns, all beauties. Well, there was no helping it, considering Zhonghong had always been known for its beautiful women, coupled with Wang Hao's discerning eye. So, Xia Sweki felt immense pressure. Compared to them, she was hardly an advantage. Everyone has arrived, huh? Wang Hao wasn't the slightest bit surprised. Having spent so much time with goddesses, he had built quite an immunity to them. "Please, take a seat. Today, I've gathered everyone to explain the sequence for tomorrow's show recording, so everyone has an idea of what to expect." All the beautiful ladies responded in unison. Understood. This truly was a scene of chirping sparrows and fluttering eyes. Their glances almost seemed to stick to Wang Hao. Even Xia Sweki could see some of the male staff members blushing. Oh dear, this really sounded like something out of an ancient brothel choosing its top courtesan. "Quiet, everyone, quiet." Wang Hao, breaking into a sweat, admitted that these 36 carefully selected beauties really had a powerful presence, and hence it was imperative to control the situation. "Let me finish speaking first, and then you can all go back and prepare thoroughly. We'll start now," he began explaining to the ladies, pointing to his seat. "Firstly, I'll be sitting here. When the show officially starts, if any of you are unsure, feel free to raise your hand for consultation." Then he pointed towards the central aisle and stage. "You'll enter from here, walk across this central stage, and then proceed to your positions. Remember to hold hands when entering. Broadly, the order will be person 1 holding hands with person 24, person 2 with person 23, and so on until everyone is in their position and the lights in front of you will light up." Since it was the first time recording the show, Wang Hao needed to explain each segment of If You Were the One thoroughly to avoid any issues when the time came. It would really make for a big joke otherwise. Basically, after he explained each segment, the ladies would rehearse it once. In If You Are the One, there wasn't much the ladies needed to do. Just stand there after making their entrance, and the entire explanation went smoothly. In little over an hour, they had covered almost everything. Standing to the side the entire time, Meng Fei and Xia Sweki were flabbergasted. Brother Hao was simply a genius. How did he come up with such brilliant ideas? Zhonghong TV Station Official Weibo. Dear viewers, the show If You Are the One hosted by our teachers Wang Hao and Meng Fei will start recording this Friday night. The sale of live audience tickets now begins. Those interested, please inquire at the station or book online. This post immediately attracted a lot of attention from netizens. Recording starts tomorrow night? I must watch the show hosted by Wang Hao. His Three Kingdoms series is awesome. Let's have a look. The show sounds quite interesting, and my house is not far from the TV station. Tickets for 200 each, acceptable. I'll go take a look. Riding on the soaring popularity of his Three Kingdoms series, the tickets for If You Are the One were sold out within just 3 hours of release. Not a single one left. Chapter 252. The start of If You Are the One. In Zhonghong City's XH district, inside Jinglan Cafe, 2 men were sipping their coffee. One of them was about 40 years old, dressed in a suit, with the top button of his shirt unfastened, and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked quite scholarly. This man was the president of a domestic listed company, Zheng Qitian. The person sitting across from him was the sales manager of Tianhu TV, Wei Ming. "Mr. Zheng, as you can see, the price of our television station's advertisement is very reasonable," Wei Ming said with a smile. "This is prime time, from 8 to 10 on weekend evenings. An advertisement for 150,000 is a huge discount. This is because you are our regular client. If it were someone else, it would be at least 200,000 per spot." It turned out that what they were discussing here was indeed the issue of advertising costs. As a well-known domestic food company, Zheng Qitian's company needed to advertise all year round to maintain sales. Therefore, Wei Ming's television station placed great importance on this major client. However, I have noticed that the sales volume of our company's products has recently fallen sharply. Zheng Qitian took a sip of his coffee, his expression very serious. Sales volume is the lifeline of a company. A problem in this area is definitely not a trivial matter. I've researched your TV station's ratings during this time slot, and they have dropped to 1.2% from the 3.5% when I first advertised. It's quite a difference. Mr. Zheng, as you know, Wei Ming became anxious mentioning the ratings. Nowadays, cable television has been seriously impacted by digital television. It's not easy for our TV station to maintain this viewership. Other stations are doing even worse than we are. That is a problem. Zheng Qitian frowned and thought for a moment before speaking. After all, advertising is expensive. Millions are poured into it annually, and what I need are results. But now that the results have started to decline, the price naturally needs to be adjusted. So, if an advertisement were 100,000, I could consider it. 100,000. Upon hearing the price proposed by Zheng Qitian, Wei Ming was immediately shocked. Mr. Zheng, you can't do this. Cutting it down by a third at once is too harsh. Okay, I'll give you a further discount. 130,000 per spot is really the lowest price. I will consider it further. Zheng Qitian took a gentle breath. Zheng Qitian had no choice but to take this seriously. After all, their company produced herbal tea beverages, which practically required daily advertising. In the past 2 years, cable television had been severely affected, and their company's sales had dropped to an alarming level. If no solution was found, it could indeed be quite dangerous. The two men reached a stalemate. Just then, a woman around 30 years old walked in from outside. She was dressed in professional attire, of average looks, but appeared very capable. She was Zheng Qitian's secretary, Sun Miaoyan. Upon seeing Zheng Qitian, Sun Miaoyan hurried over and whispered in his ear, Mr. Zheng, I just got 3 tickets for If You Are the One. I heard that the show's planner, Wang Hao, is quite capable. How about we go take a look? Wang Hao. Zheng Qitian shook his head and smiled. Never heard of him. Their conversation was overheard by Wei Ming, who suddenly laughed and interjected. Mr. Zheng, are you talking about If You Are the One? Hee hee, I know the show that it replaced. Guess what their ratings were? 0.4%. Just a fraction of our programs. Even with a new show, how much higher could it get? If you're not satisfied with our ratings, theirs will be even less acceptable. That low? Zheng Qitian frowned and said. Then it really wouldn't make much of a difference. At this point, Sun Miaoyan finally spoke up. Mr. Zheng, even if it's not great, it's worth taking a look. Wang Hao is quite talented. I've seen his skits on 3 Kingdoms, which were quite good. I think even just for the excitement it's worth it. Consider it a way to relax. When the time comes, invite your sister-in-law as well. The 3 tickets are just right. Relaxing is worth considering. Zheng Qitian thought for a moment before nodding. Let's go watch it then, just for a laugh. But your sister-in-law is on a business trip. She won't be able to make it back. Hearing his words, Wei Ming's eyes lit up with an idea. There's no comparison without competition, so he quickly spoke up. Mr. Zheng, how about I accompany you to watch it? If you find their program unsatisfactory, then choose mine. How about that? This was a linguistic trap, if it came down to choosing between the 2 shows. Once Mr. Zheng agreed, it was almost like securing the business. We'll see when the time comes. Zheng Qitian, who could obviously tell what Wei Ming was getting at, laughed. After all, signing the contract isn't urgent in the next day or 2, right? I'll give you one of the tickets then, as it's of no use to me otherwise. Exactly, we've got to compare. Wei Ming laughed. It's settled then. Sun Miaoyan smiled and said, All right, Mr. Zheng, I'll go arrange that right away. The countdown officially began. Over the past few days, Wang Hao and the entire crew of If You Are the One had been preparing for the show. They were editing short clips, as creating footage for 36 female guests and 12 male guests took quite some time. Soon it was 7:30 on Friday evening, and there was only half an hour left before the official recording of the show. The audience began to quickly enter the venue. The studio hall of If You Are the One had a total of 600 seats, and 600 audience members filed in. Zheng Qitian, accompanied by his secretary Sun Miaoyan and Wei Ming, entered the hall with the crowd. After taking their seats, the trio curiously observed the various equipment in the studio hall. The overall layout of the hall was very interesting and easily induced a sense of anticipation. The setup is just so. Wei Ming couldn't help but whisper a word in his ear. Doesn't seem all that special. It's all right, Zheng Qitian replied, unruffled, with a smile. Let's just enjoy it for the fun of it. It's usually quite boring. To tell you the truth, I don't have high hopes for this show either, so don't be nervous. He clearly meant that Wei Ming shouldn't worry about the show stealing his business. Sun Miaoyan stood by, suppressing a smile, thinking that trying to outwit Mr. Zheng might still be a bit too challenging for others. Soon, all the audience members were seated. At that moment, the crew began to test all the equipment to prevent any unexpected issues during the recording. As time ticked away, at exactly 8 in the evening, the lights blazed brightly, and the show officially started. The bald-headed host with glasses, Meng Fei, stepped onto the stage and greeted the audience with a smile. Welcome to the major lifestyle service program sponsored forcefully by Ritian Group, and I'm your host, Meng Fei. I welcome you all to the live studio. Laughter immediately spread among the audience, with everyone thinking, this guy, even his opening line is so fun, mentioning the forceful sponsorship, quite amusing. Anyway, that one sentence had ensured that everyone in the audience would remember the forcibly sponsoring Ritian Group. Zheng Qitian laughed and said, Ritian Group? Never heard of them, but they do have a knack for interesting advertising. Wei Ming, on the other hand, looked stunned and whispered, this guy actually went bald. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Do you know him? Zheng Qitian asked. Same industry, of course, I know him, Wei Ming replied with a quiet chuckle. He initially applied at our TV station, but didn't make it, so he ended up here. The show he's replaced used to have a 0.4% viewership. Now that he's hosting, I suppose to give him some face, it might reach 0.6%. Otherwise, wouldn't that bald head be for nothing? Sun Miaoyan chuckled and commented, actually, he looks better bald than before. It seems like viewership will be problematic, Zheng Qitian said, shaking his head with a smile. Changing the form but not the substance might not cut it. Just then Meng Fei began to introduce Wang Hao. Now let's give a warm welcome to teacher Wang Hao. It was no exaggeration to say that at least 80% of the audience was there for Wang Hao. So as soon as Meng Fei finished the introduction, everyone erupted into cheers. Great. Teacher Wang Hao, you're the best. Seated at the mentor's area, Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, inciting another wave of cheers. Chapter 253, The Show-Off, Guest Number 9. Sun Miaoyan exclaimed with surprise. Mr. Zheng, he is Wang Hao. He's really something. Had me all starstruck when talking about the 3 kingdoms. Mr. Zheng Qitian said, that impressive? Well, let's see how he performs. All right, now let's welcome our 24 beautiful single ladies. As it was officially showtime, Meng Fei shouted, cue the music. The fast-paced music immediately started playing. Hey, you, I don't like your girlfriend. No way, I think you need a new one. Then, the 24 beautiful female guests walked out hand in hand from the passageway. All 24 female guests had undergone meticulous makeup backstage, and they were all dressed in specially prepared gorgeous outfits, such that as soon as they took their places, many of the single male audience members couldn't help but exclaim, Heaven, such beautiful ladies. I can't, I've got to come next time. Whereas the female audience members were more interested in the music, this song is really good. It's fantastic. Meng Fei casually joked with the live audience. I heard quite a few people say they liked the song, right? Yes, you guessed it. This song was indeed created by teacher Wang Hao. The whole audience responded with enthusiastic applause, with many female audience members shouting, Brother Hao, we love you. A good number even held up their flashing signs, with messages like, Brother Hao, you are so handsome, and Brother Hao, I want to be your disciple. Wang Hao, with a beaming smile, waved and bowed in acknowledgement. There was no helping it. He turned heads everywhere he went. Welcome to the 24 beautiful ladies, Meng Fei announced loudly. All the ladies, get ready to start our show today. And please welcome male guest number 1. Make a brilliant entrance. As the music played, male guest number One slowly descended from the elevator. This male guest wore gray trousers, with a gray tank suit on top. He wore glasses which gave him an educated and refined look. His shoes shone brightly, and on his wrist, he sported a designer watch, making his overall image quite presentable. The entire audience let out a collective, "Oh." Wei Ming was completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, this guy, he actually knew him. Wasn't this a colleague from their unit? Named Gao Qiming. What on earth was he doing here? After a short moment of surprise, Wei Ming felt nothing but admiration. Damn, that's what a capable leader is made of, always planning ahead. No sooner had a new show come out than their unit sent someone to challenge it. Huh, what a fantastic arrangement. As expected, as soon as Gao Qiming came on stage, he waved around and loudly said, "Hello everyone, greetings comrades." The audience below reacted with an "oh" and clapped, many of them laughing. Gao Qiming continued, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to the hosts and mentors." Meng Fei joked, "Should I be saying serving the people here?" "No," Wang Hao jumped in. "We should say serving the audience." "That's right, serving the audience." The audience unanimously praised. "Brother Hao is so witty." Of course, agreed Gao Qiming. When Gao Qiming made it to the center of the stage and looked around, he remained silent for quite a while, until Meng Fei reminded him from the side. "What are you waiting for? It's time for you to introduce yourself. Don't be nervous. If a leader comes to our stage, we are the ones who should be nervous, huh?" "Oh right, self-introduction." Gao Qiming slapped his forehead. I forgot. Clearing his throat, he said, "Hello everyone. My name is Gao Qiming. I'm 32 years old, and I'm very glad to meet all of you here." "Oh, very good," Meng Fei nodded and asked. "I see you're dressed very formally today. Why did you choose to wear a tang suit?" Gao Qiming replied, "Probably because I quite like traditional Chinese culture. I think the tang suit best represents Heavenly People's Republic culture." "Ah, a fan of traditional culture." Wang Hao promptly gave a thumbs up. "That deserves support. There aren't many who like that nowadays." Wei Ming watched with great amusement from below. This guy's putting on quite the show, liking traditional Chinese culture, haha. Just before the show begins, Gao Qiming, holding the microphone, said, "I'd like to ask the 24 female guests here a question, and there's a reward for the correct answer." The audience exclaimed, "Eh." Wang Hao, surprised, asked, "Are you sure these 24 beautiful girls will be interested in your reward?" Gao Qiming replied, "It's all right. There's a reward even for a wrong answer." Mr. Zheng Qitian chuckled. This guy, Gao Qiming, is really showing off. At that moment, Wang Hao turned to look at the female guests on the scene. Does anyone want to answer? The 24 female guests just pursed their lips and smiled. Then nobody raised a hand. It seems like the ladies aren't very interested. Gao Qiming quickly turned the gun on Wang Hao. "Then I'll ask Teacher Wang Hao, do you like Chinese classics?" Wang Hao stroked his chin. "I read some occasionally." If anyone had the right to speak on this, it was Meng Fei. He handed the tablet to Gao Qiming. "Our teacher Wang Hao is very knowledgeable. If you want to discuss this topic with him, I suggest waiting until the show is over, or else I'm afraid the men waiting behind will get impatient. You know what I mean." Ha 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 ha. The whole audience roared with laughter. Right. Let's focus on recording the show. Dating. It couldn't be helped. If Wang Hao really got into this topic with him, today would turn into another episode of Theoretical Chinese Classics. All right, I'll choose one. Gao Qiming, obviously a bit disappointed, took the tablet, browsed through the profiles of the female guests, flicked through them a couple of times, and then randomly picked one. Okay. Yes, good. Meng Fei took back the tablet and said, "Mr. Gao has finished making his choice. Now, let's see what the 24 female guests think of Mr. Gao Qiming. Please consider." As soon as he finished speaking, the female guests on site looked at Gao Qiming, and then 5 seconds later, bang, 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 bang. Lights out galore. For this guy, he was left with only 16 lights. Oh, the audience cheered. Not bad. Interesting. This show is pretty fun. Zheng Qitian watched with great interest. This Wang Hao really has some ideas. Sun Miaoyan giggled softly. "What do you think, Mr. Zheng? I wasn't wrong, was I?" "Yes, it's worth watching." Mr. Zheng crossed his arms, affirming, pandering to the crowd. Wei Ming chuckled darkly to himself. This Gao Qiming is such a clown. He must have been sent here by the higher-ups to stir trouble. There's no telling what kind of drama he'll cause later. Let's just wait and watch the show. Number 9 has something to say. Wang Hao pointed to female guest number 9, a girl who seemed rather gentle. Why did you turn off your light? Number 9's voice was very fine as she smiled with pursed lips. We're here to find a match, and I think he's a bit too pretentious. The audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Makes sense. Holding the microphone, Gao Qiming asked, Miss, which number are you? Meng Fei said, Number 9. Oh, number 9. Gao Qiming held the microphone and asked, Have you read the book of poetry? Number 9 shook her head. No, I haven't. I think. Gao Qiming smirked disdainfully. A woman who hasn't even read the book of poetry, there's no need for us to communicate. We're not on the same path, and it's pointless to talk too much. Thank you. As soon as he finished, the audience let out a wave of booing. Wei Ming was beside himself with laughter, whispering to Zheng Qitian, Mr. Zheng, we've encountered such a character on the first episode. Ha ha. Looks like they're going to be embarrassed today. I reckon this segment can't even be aired. Let's just watch and see. Zheng Qitian was here for some fun today and laughed. It's good to have a laugh. Wang Hao pointed to another side. Number 21. Number 21 was a girl with short hair, looking quite refreshing and straightforward. This male guest, I don't think we're here to do academic research. I don't see anything shameful about number 9 not having read the book of poetry. How is there no need for communication? Because I'm looking for a soulmate. Gao Qiming's face was full of pretension. Not just any girl will do. I have high standards for my other half, and if she doesn't meet my requirements, then why should I respond to her question? Shoo! The audience let out another wave of boos. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. Had this guy come here looking for a match or just to show off? Chapter 254, The 4 Books and 5 Classics. Yeah, we're filming the show right now, so I'll give you some face. All right, we can discuss the academic questions off stage. Meng Fei quickly smoothed things over, saying, or maybe we can discuss them properly after the blind date section is over. Let's first watch the first clip, the basic information. Soon, a short clip started playing on the big screen. On stage, Gao Qiming appeared on the big screen, waving to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Gao Qiming. I'm 32 years old. My hobby is the study of our nation's traditional culture. I believe that as a person from the Heavenly People's Republic, one must read extensively about our ancient culture. Therefore, my standard for seeking a partner is to find a woman who is very knowledgeable about traditional culture, well-read, and sensible. Bang, bang, bang. 3 lights went out directly below. Wei Ming grinned and said jokingly, This guy's act is full marks, perfect score. Gao Qiming continued, I run my own company. The camera zoomed in on his wrist, and Wang Hao suddenly widened his eyes. That watch looked familiar. Gao Qiming smiled and said, The scale of my company isn't very big, just assets worth tens of millions. The performance is quite okay. To be modest, I'd say my financial status is decent. I have 3 apartments in Zhonghong City, each around 100 square meters. Of course, I don't have a villa. I find those kinds of houses too big and uncomfortable to live in. Then the scene switched, and he appeared in an underground parking lot, patting a BMW 5 Series car. Since I often need to discuss business, it's essential to have a good car. BMW, I think, is a car men dream of, so I bought 2, one white and one black. After all, presence is very important when conducting business, he said, pointing to a Volkswagen beside him. Like if someone comes to meet me for business in a Passat, I can hardly be bothered to talk to them. Watching the satisfied Gao Qiming on the big screen, Wang Hao, who was drinking water, spat it out with a puff. The audience below exclaimed, Oh! Sun Miaoyan pursed her lips and chuckled. Mr. Zheng, seems like your status isn't high enough, huh? Zheng Qitian sighed helplessly. Indeed, he's pretty showy. Wei Ming laughed and slapped his thigh wildly. This Gao Qiming was simply too full of himself, boasting and showing off his wealth. Who knows where he borrowed all these things from? The fun is sure to increase later on. Curious to see how the show will wrap up. I also like Tang poetry and Song Ci, like Li Bai, Du Fu, by Zhu Yi. I often read them. Additionally, I'm very fond of some traditional ethnic musical instruments, like the guzheng, flute, xiao, and so on. Gao Qiming continued. Generally, when the weather is nice, I'll go out and practice my voice, which is straightforward, just by calling out someone's name, Wu Yi. The entire audience burst into laughter. Ha! Zhang Qitian couldn't help but laugh and cry. Is he here to be funny? Then on the women guest side, bang, 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 bang. 4 more lights went out. The clip ended, and Wang Hao looked around the room, satisfied. He nodded to himself. 9 lights left. Not bad, quite amiable. Yeah, let's give this guy some face for now. Let's see how he performs later. Hope he doesn't force me to act. At this moment, quite a few female guests raised their hands, and Meng Fei said, Okay, let's see what questions the women guests have. Number 7. Female guest number 7. Mr. Gao, I think you're quite a successful person. So why haven't you found a partner up to now? Is it because you insist that the other person must also be knowledgeable in traditional culture? Yes, Gao Qiming nodded and said, I believe if someone doesn't know traditional culture, they're simply not fit to be a person from the Heavenly People's Republic. I have very high standards for a girlfriend. She must be understanding, tolerant and indulgent, modest and respectful, gentle and elegant. She must be delicate, gentle, modest, and at the same time, passionate, profound, pure-hearted, and enthusiastic. And of course, she must come from a matching family background. I think it would be pretty hard to get along with a woman who comes from poor background conditions. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, another 5 lights went out. Now it got a bit awkward. Gao Qiming's requirements were indeed too high. Wei Ming, smiling and teasing below, fanned the flames with Zhang Qitian. Mr. Zhang, look at this lousy show. They don't know how to pick the guests. They brought up such a joker. It's not very entertaining. Mr. Zhang Qitian smiled and shook his head. I actually find it quite interesting. Let's not rush. We're here now, so let's see how it goes. At that moment, Meng Fei pointed at number 11. Number 11, please go ahead. Number 11, the female guest, asked, So, Mr. Gao, what exactly are the 4 books and 5 classics? The 4 books refer to University, Doctrine of the Mean, Analects, and Mengzi, Gao Qiming answered with a smile. And the 5 classics refer to Book of Poetry, Chief of Staff, Ritual Records, Zhou Yi, and Spring and Autumn Annals. Are you satisfied with my answer? Number 11 nodded, satisfied. The entire audience let out an "oh" sound. That's some substance, Mr. Zhang Qitian said from the audience. No wonder this guy is showing off. He does have some skills. Wei Ming thought to himself, isn't that obvious? If Gao Qiming is sent here to cause trouble, he definitely needs to have these basic pieces of knowledge. Meng Fei then pointed at the 24th female guest, number 24. Number 24 asked, Mr. Gao, you said your ideal partner should at least be understanding, tolerant, modest, and respectful, gently elegant. Not only does she need to have a delicate, submissive, and reserved side, but also a lingering, profound, pure, and passionate side. And moreover, she must be your equal in social standing. Do you think such a woman exists? After hearing the question, Gao Qiming laughed and said, Why wouldn't she exist? I think Ice Princess by Yining perfectly meets all my criteria. Wang Hao nearly choked on a mouthful of water. So, this old man is also my rival in love. By acting like this on stage and in the video, is he aiming to confess to our Ice Princess? Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. He decided to wait and see. All right. Seeing that the questions were almost done, Meng Fei pointed to the big screen. Let's watch the next video clip. The second video clip was about his romantic history. They heard Gao Qiming say in the video, My partner must have an appreciation for classical literature, but it's a pity that my last one just couldn't get into it, and we had to break up in the end. In fact, there are quite a few girls in real life who pursue me, but either their cultural level isn't high enough, or their background isn't right. I haven't been willing to accept them. So, I've come to If You Are the One this time, hoping to find a girl that's right for me. While the video was playing on stage, Lu Qixing, who was watching the program's recording backstage, suddenly exclaimed, Stop! Stop! An assistant asked, Mr. Lu, what's happening? Rewind the camera footage, Lu Qixing ordered urgently. Yes, slow down, slow down. Good, stop. When the camera stopped, Lu Qixing looked at the three people sitting in the frame and was surprised. Zheng Qitian. He's also here. And Wei Ming. Damn, the secretary asked quietly. Mr. Lu, do you know these three people? Duh. Lu Qixing said excitedly. Do you know who Zheng Qitian is? The CEO of Duobao Herbal Tea. His presence here. Don't you see why I'm excited? The secretary was also astonished. CEO of Duobao Herbal Tea. I heard their company spends tens of millions on advertising every year. Exactly, Lu Qixing said, stroking his chin and pondering carefully. What does it mean for him to come here today? And he's accompanied by that Wei Ming. That Wei Ming is the sales director of our biggest rival TV station. His presence here, could it be? Lu Qixing quickly thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. He must be here to talk about advertising business. Definitely. To put it simply, Zheng Qitian's ads at Wei Ming's TV station have expired, and now Wei Ming has come to him asking to sign for the next year. But Zheng Qitian mustn't have agreed, which is why they are appearing here. As an experienced player in the industry, Lu Qixing quickly made sense of the situation. What to do? How can we keep him at our TV station? Tens of millions in advertising revenue a year. That damned Wei Ming, he's poached clients many times before, and now he's in touch with Zheng Qitian again. Damn it. Chapter 255, Waiting to be Proven Wrong. Upon hearing what the station chief had said, the secretary also became anxious. What should we do then? Should I go invite him over now? Don't. If you go to invite him, it'll be even harder to speak later. And how are you supposed to get into that seat he's taking? Lu Qixing was so anxious he was nearly spinning in circles, saying what to do? What should we do? He thought hard for a while, but couldn't come up with any good solution. Finally, he could only sigh. There's no hope. Look how animated their conversation is. That guy is famously good at poaching. Tens of millions in advertising fees per year. This is a major client, someone all the TV stations are scrambling to curry favor with. Even if he really invests in us, it could only be a third of what Wei Ming offers, and that's after some consideration. The secretary also sighed. Maybe they came just to laugh at us. Lu Qixing was anxiously turning this way and that like an ant on a hot pan, and inside the studio, the short segment was almost finished playing. You see, in summary, what I expect from a woman is 5 qualities. Kind-hearted, gentle and considerate, optimistic and enterprising, enchanting and broad-minded. After the short segment ended, the audience was exceedingly shocked. His demands sure weren't few. Even Wang Hao exclaimed, "My goodness, your standards are so high. It's going to be tough finding a match." "Let's try." Gao Qiming pushed up his glasses, saying, "Actually, I didn't come with much hope." The audience below burst into laughter. Wei Ming was laughing so hard he clutched his stomach, thinking to himself as he laughed, "Ha! Well played. I always knew this guy was a joker, and he sure didn't disappoint. Such a perfect woman probably doesn't exist in this world, right? The requirements are indeed high." Zheng Qitian laughed and shook his head. Having 1 or 2 qualities is already 1 in 100. To have all 5, and also be versed in the 4 books and 5 classics. At that moment, for lights were still on the stage, it seemed like these 4 people could stay till the end. They were numbers 8, 13, 16, and 22. Number 8. Wang Hao asked the female guest with the number 8 badge. "You raised your hand. Do you have a question?" Female guest number 8. "I'd like to ask. I truly haven't read the 4 books and 5 classics before. Of course, I can't be like what he described in the short video either, but I think he seems quite interesting, so I wanted to leave the light on to see. Just don't know if he would mind that." "I'm truly sorry, but I do mind a lot," Gao Qiming said. "I absolutely don't fancy women who aren't into Chinese classics. Those requirements mentioned in the short video are also absolutely necessary." The audience instantly let out a long, "Oh." Bang bang. Number 8 and number 16 turned off their lights simultaneously. Female guest number 22. "Actually, I'm quite curious. Mr. Gao has such high standards for women. What about you? If the perfect goddess in your mind really appears, are you worthy of her? With just your looks, physique, that few tens of millions in assets and 2 BMWs? Which girl is this?" Gao Qiming frowned and took a look. Number 22. Wang Hao smiled. Does Mr. Gao intend to answer her question? Actually, I don't wish to answer that question, Gao Qiming said haughtily, because I feel it's totally unnecessary to explain my good points to someone who is not the goddess of my dreams. Thank you. The audience booed once again. Zheng Qitian couldn't stand to watch anymore. This man is way too complacent, really annoying. Sun Shiyu nodded. Mr. Zheng, your company has 100 billion in assets, and you don't act like him at all. This guy is really irritating. Bang, bang, the last two lights, number 13 and 22, turned off simultaneously. Zheng Qitian stroked his chin, smiling. Now it's getting interesting. This man seems to be here to stir up trouble. You see, this was the first episode of the show, and someone comes up and switches off all the female guests on stage. That's quite impressive. Host Mr. Wang Hao, sir. Gao Qiming, seeing that all lights had been turned off, pushed his glasses up proudly and smiled. I'm truly sorry, but there are no suitable girls for me here. It seems this trip was in vain once again. I shall take my leave. The photographers beside were looking at each other. This first episode of the program had encountered such an event. Should this segment be aired or not? Let's not bother with that. Just keep recording, someone said. Whether it airs or not will depend on what Wang Hao decides later. We just do the recording. The entire audience quieted down, waiting to see how the host and Wang Hao were going to handle the situation. At this point, even Ming Fei was somewhat at a loss. He did have some quick wits about him and said, what a pity. I deeply regret that Mr. Gao hasn't found a suitable match for himself. Please proceed to the backstage to rest. This essentially signaled that the person's ordeal had ended. Wei Ming said with a chuckle, Mr. Zheng, I think this show is just SOSO. To encounter such a situation in the first episode, look at the host's face turning red with urgency. Well, that's just how it is. Why don't we go back and continue discussing our advertising deal? As he spoke, he began to pull Zheng Qitian out with him. At this point, many in the audience were also beginning to waver. After all, the first guest on the first episode had suffered such a big embarrassment, ridiculed and helpless against the taunts. Were future guests going to just mock the host and mentors? Unexpectedly, just as Gao Qiming was preparing to leave the stage and the audience was getting ready to exit, Wang Hao finally spoke up. Actually, Mr. Gao doesn't need to hurry off, Wang Hao said with a smile in his eyes. After all, the fact that he didn't pick a suitable match means we weren't sufficiently prepared here. Next time, I will definitely bring a few knowledgeable female guests over. At this point, Gao Qiming obviously felt a bit smug, and the entire audience booed, but Wang Hao just smiled, suddenly switching topics. Mr. Gao's watch is quite nice. Where did you buy it? At that moment, everyone in the venue didn't expect Wang Hao to suddenly ask this question, and the whole scene quieted down. Only Ming Fei knew. Brother Hao must really be angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking such a question at this time. Haha. I decisively stepped aside, smiling without a word, ready for the face-slapping moment. This watch, Gao Qiming said proudly, shaking his wrist. I brought it back from overseas during a trip abroad. Why? Does teacher Wang Hao have any questions? I'm just curious how much the watch costs, Wang Hao said with a teasing smile. Given your net worth, it must have been quite expensive, right? Not too expensive, I guess. Gao Qiming feigned embarrassment. It's just over 1 million, just average. In fact, there are more expensive ones out there. I just thought that my current net worth isn't sufficient, so I just randomly bought one to wear for now. The entire audience exclaimed in unison with an "Oh." Such perfect pretense deserves full marks. Zheng Qitian was curious. What does Wang Hao mean by asking about this at this time? Wei Ming whispered insinuatingly. He must be trying to save face. Gao Qiming has been showing off for so long. He has to assert himself, right? But from what I see, he's definitely going to hit a wall today. Gao Qiming is someone with a bit of ability. Over 1 million, indeed quite expensive. Sure. Enough? Wang Hao asked with a smile. Do you know the serial number of this watch? Serial number? What serial number? Gao Qiming hesitated for a moment, then said, I never bothered to remember that when buying a watch. You don't know the serial number of a watch that cost you over 1 million? Wang Hao asked cheerily. How about this? Let me introduce your watch to you. You just listen, and I'll just mention it casually, and you see if I'm right. He stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Your watch brand is Omega. The serial number is 233.90.41.21.03.002. And would you believe it? I just happen to have one exactly like it, priced at 440,000. I wonder where Mr. Gao bought this watch, as it's so much more expensive than mine. He deliberately drew out the words "so much," and the audience erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha! Looks like this guy really got taken for a ride. Brother Hao spent 440,000 on a watch, and this guy spent over $1 million. Can't be sure, can't be sure. Maybe it's borrowed? Not knowing the price is pretty normal. Yeah, that could be it. Zheng Qitian as well slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Good lord, what a sharp question. Wei Ming felt a tingle on his scalp. This looks bad. His instincts told him that a twist was coming. Chapter 256. What a beautiful slap in the face. I didn't pay attention when I bought it. Gao Qiming was clearly a bit panicked. I had it brought over from abroad by a friend, and I didn't look at those details. Yes, totally understandable, Wang Hao said with a smile, continuing. Then may I ask, from which country did your friend bring it back? A difference of around 600,000 is no small sum. But of course, I know you're wealthy, and that's a trivial matter for you. We won't delve into that. By the way, I just saw that your car is quite nice. How much did you pay for it? A little over 500,000. Gao Qiming broke into a cold sweat as he quickly introduced his car, the 2014 BMW 525 Li Pioneering model. On-the-road price, 520,000. Is there any problem? After all, BMWs are common luxuries that people encounter more often than famous watches. So Gao Qiming, having introduced his car, didn't give himself away. Wei Ming below also wiped his cold sweat. That was close. Luckily the guy was quick-witted. Then Wang Hao said one thing that brought them both to their knees. You look so nervous. There's no problem with this car. But actually, I'm talking about the Passat you mentioned in the short video. Wang Hao said with a smile. Remember next time, if someone comes to do business with you in that kind of car, you should treat them well. Because that car is called the Phaeton. The market's lowest price is also around 1 million on the road. One could buy 2 of your BMWs. As soon as Wang Hao finished his speech, everyone in the audience burst into laughter. Ha, I'm dying here. This guy actually doesn't recognize the Phaeton. I felt something was off about that car from the beginning, and now I remember after Brother Hao mentioned it. Yeah, this guy, such a pretender, got exposed now, didn't he? What a slap in the face. How could a person with assets worth tens of millions, who regularly goes out for business, not recognize a Phaeton? It's as ridiculous as a professional race car driver not knowing what a Ferrari is. Gao Qiming hurriedly tried to explain. I just wasn't paying attention at the time. Yes, that's understandable, Wang Hao said happily. You're a bit nervous, which is normal, especially since you might not come across such things often, right? Oh, actually, your name is quite interesting. Lots of historical references. We have an audience here. Why don't you explain it to everyone? The whole audience. There's a reference. Upon hearing Wang Hao's question, Zheng Qitian was also surprised and wondered aloud. His name has a reference. Sun Miaoyan was also puzzled. I didn't notice anything special. Gao Qiming. It sounds like a pretty normal name. Even Wei Ming was completely baffled. Did the name Gao Qiming have a historical reference? My name doesn't have any historical reference. Gao Qiming himself was bewildered. It's just what my mom named me. A pretty normal name. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. You love classical Chinese literature so much. You're well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics. Yet you don't know the historical reference in your own name. This time, Gao Qiming's sweat started streaming down once more. He truly could not articulate anything. But he was a tough one, clenching his teeth and stomping his foot. I really don't know. I'll need to learn more from teacher Wang Hao. That's strange. Wang Hao scratched his head. There's a line from the book of poetry, Xia de Dong. In the east there is Venus, in the west there is Procyon, to rescue the broken heavens, implementing their journey. The meaning is that Venus and Procyon are both names for one of the 9 planets in the solar system, Venus. Venus is the largest planet closest to Earth, revolving from east to west against the norm. Depending on the position of Venus's orbit, when Venus appears at dusk, it is called Procyon, and when it appears at dawn, It is called Venus. Being so familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, you don't know this. After Wang Hao finished, the entire audience was dumbfounded. Meng Fei was also shocked above. Brother Hao was simply divine. What a face slap. Zheng Qitian exclaimed in wonder. This Wang Hao, he's so impressive. This show has potential. It's captivating. After a brief shock, the audience stood up, giving Wang Hao a rousing round of applause. Brother Hao, you're simply divine. I admire you. Brother Hao. That slap was loud and clear. Ha ha. At this moment, all the female guests present understood. This Gao Qiming had been pretending all along. Guest number 2. I thought what a master of classical literature. Turns out to be a fraud. Number 6. Exactly, pretending from head to toe, huh? Is that watch of yours rented? Number 12. The car must be rented too. Number 18 was the cruelest. I bet even the glasses, clothes, pants, and shoes might be rented. And you demand a woman with a kind heart, tenderness, optimism, charm, and a broad mind. How could such a woman marry a scammer like you? At that moment, when the iron was hot, Wang Hao said with a smile, Actually, I just happen to read a lot of books. I've read a bit of everything, and luckily, my memory isn't bad, so I can remember the gist. Speaking of the 4 books and 5 classics, there are plenty of allusions. How about I tell you about them? As soon as he said that, the entire audience shouted in unison. Sure, tell us. Let him understand what the real 4 books and 5 classics are. Right. This guy is just faking it. He's actually nothing. Seeing that the crowd inside was almost rioting, Gao Qiming, who didn't dare to show off his skills in front of Wang Hao anymore, begged for mercy with a sweat-drenched head. No need. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. Then he ran off, as if he were fleeing from a disaster. The whole audience burst into laughter. Wang Hao waved to everyone and said with a laugh, Actually, our stage here is prepared for sincere people. However, it's inevitable that in life we all face various challenges and troubles. Of course, those are just interludes in life. Once they pass, they're over, and there's no need to take them too seriously. He said this, looking around at the entire audience. There's a saying in the Zhou Yi that goes, a gentleman keeps his talents hidden and acts at the right moment. What does it mean? It means that even if a gentleman has outstanding abilities and extraordinary skills, he doesn't show off or flaunt them everywhere. Instead, he displays his talents or skills at the necessary moment. The entire audience responded with thunderous applause. Zheng Qitian praised loudly. Well said. And well done. This show good. Yes, his usual ride is a phaeton. Wei Ming looked ashen-faced. Seeing Mr. Zheng's expression, he knew things were going to be bad, so he hurriedly said, Mr. Zheng, maybe we should talk outside. Don't worry, Wei, Mr. Zheng said with a smile. We've been cooperating for so many years. You don't need to worry. I still tend to favor you guys. After all, this program hasn't even aired yet, right? Even if I'm interested, I still have to see the ratings before I decide, right? Yeah, Wei Ming, after all, the sales manager, quickly reignited his fighting spirit, thinking to himself, the leader is prepared for both possibilities, it seems. From now on, it's up to me. I must win this time. With our years of cooperation, dealing with this yet-to-be-aired show will be easy? Wang Hao, right? Bad luck you ran into me. Haha, another great accomplishment when I get back. With just a few words, Wang Hao made Gao Qiming, who had intentionally come to show off, run away with a disheveled appearance, while the audience below had a good laugh. Awesome, I'm bowing down. Talk about the self-cultivation of a host. Talent. Pure talent. No, this is genius, no denying it. So amazing. Thumbs up. Who else can compete? My knees are shattered. Damn, that's just defying the heavens. The atmosphere in the entire studio was instantly elevated to a climax. Meng Fei was also full of confidence now. With Brother Hao here, there's nothing to fear. Meng Fei shouted loudly. Let's thank Brother Hao for his brilliant comments just now. Did everyone think what Brother Hao said was good? The whole audience. Good. Wang Hao. Oh man, you're making me blush. Brother is just that unbeatable. Meng Fei continued loudly. Another one. Do we want one more? The whole audience. Yes. Wang Hao. No more. No more. This is a dating show, not a face-slapping show, huh? The entire audience roared with laughter. Brother Hao is so funny. Brother Hao, I love you, Meng Fei said with a laugh. Now, please welcome our next male guest. Chapter 257. I hope it's 10,000 years. Amidst the music, the second male guest made a dazzling entrance. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, the entire audience let out a long "oh" in unison. Truth be told, the second male guest was quite handsome, with his shaggy hair and earrings, casually dressed, and seemingly young. Overall, he had a lot going for him. But what was with the nonstop cold sweat and shaking legs? First time on stage, huh? Meng Fei teased with a smile beside him. Don't be nervous. Look how enthusiastic the audience is. This isn't a horror movie set. What are you so afraid of? I'll try my best. The young man took a deep breath, then bowed to Wang Hao, to the host, and then to the entire audience before beginning his self-introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Shiming, a local from Zhonghong, and I'm 27 years old this year. The audience clapped, with many murmuring amongst themselves. This male guest is handsome. Such a good-looking young man. Yeah, he's high quality. This is going to be fun to watch. Handsome and quite polite, Wang Hao commented with a smile. Don't be so tense, see? It's all good. Come on, pick the woman of your dreams. All the female guests here are beautiful. Taking any of them out would be like having a goddess by your side. No help for it. Brother Hao just had such a discerning eye. The female guests on stage began to blush coyly. Oh my, you're making it sound too good. Meng Fei quickly handed over the tablet to Jiang Shiming. First pick one, then we'll talk. Jiang Shiming took the tablet, fiddled with it for a moment, then took a careful look at the screen and at the female guests on site before making his choice. It was clear he had his eye on someone before he even arrived. All right. Meng Fei took back the tablet and announced, Jiang Shiming has finished making his selection. Now, let's see what the 24 female guests think of him. Please consider. No sooner had he finished speaking than the female guests looked at Jiang Shiming, and 5 seconds later, oh, the audience exclaimed in surprise. Not even one light went out. This show is interesting, Sun Miaoyan chuckled to Zhang Qitian. Mr. Zhang, do you think you could achieve the same effect if you went up there? Zhang Qitian laughed and shook his head. I'm too old for this. If I went up there, all the lights would go out, haha. Wei Ming remarked sarcastically. They must be shills. I don't believe that the second guy didn't have a single light go out. Haha. Looks like our show is off to a great start. Meng Fei laughed. Congratulations, you're the first male guest on our show to not have a single light go out in the first round. Perhaps a reward is in order. Considering the situation, a reward is a must. Wang Hao added with a laugh. If you successfully pair up, our show team might consider sponsoring an overseas honeymoon for you. The audience went wild. Wow. Maldives, Bali Island, the Eiffel Tower in France. Jiang Shiming hurriedly bowed. Thank you, hosts. Thank you. Teacher Wang Hao. Is this true? Right. Wang Hao chuckled mischievously, with a hint of cockiness in his tone. In this show, my word is law. The audience cheered. Brother Hao is mighty. At that moment, Meng Fei looked over at the 24 female guests. Number 17. Number 17 female guest said, Jiang Shiming, right? Over here, let me ask you, why were you so nervous when you came on stage? Jiang Shiming glanced at Wang Hao cautiously and explained, the previous guest's face took quite a beating, and my VCR segment was filmed a bit exaggeratedly. That's why I was scared. The audience burst into collective laughter. This guy is hilarious. He's scared of getting his face smacked. Even Zhang Qitian was caught between laughter and tears. That's some psychological shadow for you, huh? Jiang Shiming's comment made even Wang Hao feel a bit embarrassed. Isn't that a bit too fake, huh? Actually, our show's main requirement is sincerity. Sincerity moves the heart. We can't indulge those who deliberately come to cause trouble. I am sincere, very sincere, Jiang Shiming hastened to say. I fell for her the first time I saw her. Oh, the audience gasped in amazement. He came prepared. The female guests on stage whispered among themselves. This guy looks quite handsome. I wonder who he's here for. It seems that the female guests all have a pretty good impression of Jiang Shiming. Meng Fei laughed. Let's take a look at the first video, the basic profile. Soon, the big screen on stage began to play a short film. Jiang Shiming appeared on the big screen, waving to everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Shiming, and I am 27 years old. I was born in a relatively wealthy family, so I'm pretty well off financially. I started entrepreneurship during my university days, beginning with a catering company right outside the university's gate, investing about $700,000, and I made my money back in half a year. In the following 6 months, I earned my first Porsche. Now I am running 2 companies, with an annual income of about $3 million. Wow, the crowd exclaimed below. A second-generation rich. That's a second-generation rich. This rich kid has a good head for business. Impressive, my dude. The audience below buzzed with discussion, and the rich kid, Jiang Shiming on the screen, promptly pleaded with Wang Hao. Brother Hao, please have mercy on my face. Instantly, everyone broke into laughter. Ha ha, this guy is funny. The audience couldn't contain their laughter. He's scared. Wang Hao was speechless. Am I that scary? Don't be afraid. Actually, Brother Hao is very approachable. Meng Fei smiled and reassured the male guest. All right, now let's play the second video. Soon the second video started playing, My Emotional Experience. Jiang Shiming in the big screen slowly said, I've had 2 relationships before. The first was my first love, and at that time, she was like a princess from a fairy tale, beautiful and lovely, but unfortunately, she contracted lupus later on, the so-called beauty disease. In the end, she didn't make it and passed away. So now, every tomb sweeping festival, I go to visit her grave to chat with her. As the video played this part, many of the girls below had red eyes. It's just too touching. This handsome guy is amazing. I really want to go up there and comfort him. If a handsome guy like that pursued me, I would definitely agree. Even Sun Xiuyun sitting beside Zheng Qitian was wiping her eyes nonstop with tissues. As for the 24 female guests on stage, many of them were crying so much that their makeup started running. My second emotional experience is very straightforward, Jiang Shiming said. There was a girl who liked me, but later on we just didn't get along. She always held a grudge about me going to the grave every tomb sweeping festival. So in the end, we broke up. My only request is for the girl I like to agree to this. That's my only wish. After this video was played, all the women in the audience were stirred up, and many shouted, Go for it. Jiang Shiming, we support you. Meng Fei quickly comforted him. You see, what's in the past is in the past. With so many nice girls here, you're certainly not here for nothing. Next was the third video, and after it finished playing, all 24 lights on stage were still on. Congratulations, Jiang Shiming. Wang Hao smiled. So far, you've achieved our show's first unanimous approval. Now, I can formally announce that you can come forward and take back the lady you like. All the audience shouted together. Yes, take her back. Together. Together. Jiang Shiming still couldn't quite believe it. Really? Really, Wang Hao smiled. My word counts. Jiang Shiming immediately jogged over, took the hand of the female guest number 8, and the two returned to the center of the stage together. Congratulations to the 2 of you. Wang Hao stood up, leading the applause. The entire studio erupted in thunderous applause. Love isn't easy to come by, Wang Hao said to them with a smile. One might only encounter true love once in a lifetime, so I hope you both cherish it. I'd very much like to put a time limit on your love. I hope it's 10,000 years. Thank you, Brother Hao. Jiang Shiming was almost moved to tears, and the female guest had already cried her eyes out. Chapter 258, Kidnapping Under Broad Daylight. If You Are the One made history with its first ever successful match holding hands on stage. A gentle melody began to play in the background. You're the right one. I have to admit, irreplaceably sincere. I'm the right one. The simplest look in my eyes also hooks the soul within me. The audience's hands were sore from clapping as many cheered. This show is so good it makes you cry. If I had to rate this show from 1 to 10, I'd give it an 11. Brother Hao gets a 12. After watching variety shows for so many years, I've realized everything else I've seen is trash. I've finally found true love. My goddess hasn't been taken yet. I'm going to join next time. Meng Fei looked at the almost explosive scene, his face flushed with excitement. Deciding to team up with Brother Hao was the best decision. He never imagined the show he hosted would become such a hit. But Meng Fei had barely thought this when a disturbance erupted on the set. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Our show's first live recording, and there's a fight already? That's not good. Wang Hao was the first to rush over, followed closely by Meng Fei. And when they got closer, they saw a group of 5 or 6 beating a guy to a pulp, the guy clutching his head, looking utterly defeated. What's going on here? Wang Hao was baffled. How did this fight start? The flushed attackers retorted. This guy's too despicable, claiming your show is all staged, fooling idiots. Mr. Wang Hao, if we love your show, does that make us idiots? Seems like they deserve a beatdown. Well, though that's what I think privately, we still need to break it up. Hey, it's not that serious. It's normal for some people to like it and others not to. Wang Hao quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, let's continue enjoying the show. But just as he said this, Meng Fei, standing by his side, was shocked. Isn't this Wei Ming, the great sales guy? What are you doing here? Wei Ming, flushed and beaten, stammered. Just curious, came to have a look. They know each other? Wang Hao asked Meng Fei, you know him? Of course we do. Meng Fei burst into laughter. He's the sales manager from our rival TV station. No idea why he showed up here today. Oh dear, considering your position, it's pretty bad form to call our show a farce. At this, the surrounding audience understood and booed in unison. So that's it, Wang Hao grinned and said. Oh dear, we didn't even know you came. We should have welcomed you properly. How about this? Let me arrange a place for you to rest a while. Wouldn't want you to feel humiliated watching a show for idiots, right? With that, he called for security. Security, find him a place to take a break. I think next door's warehouse is pretty good. The entire audience burst into laughter at this perfect suggestion for a place to rest. Actually, it's normal for competitors to come and learn from our show. After all, it's about exchanging ideas. But for you to come here, criticize the show after watching it, that's not sporting. So as the security escorted Wei Ming away, Mr. Zhang, sitting nearby, had his face darken, his expression turning to one of embarrassment, and snorted coldly. So he means I'm an idiot too? Looks like we indeed need to have a good talk about our cooperation. Having dealt with the trouble, Wang Hao quickly apologized to the audience. I'm terribly sorry for the small interruption. Let's get on with the show, continue with the show. Right, don't bother with him. Let's continue the show. Director, don't broadcast this segment. The whole audience laughed together. Behind the scenes at the recording crew, station head Lu Qixing had taken off his suit jacket, shouting loudly. Quick! Capture that last segment with a close-up camera. Absolutely can't cut it. We have to broadcast it wide. Damn it, we've been overshadowed by their station for years. Today we have our revenge. So satisfying. Give me a close-up of the third row. Yes, that's it. That girl with the smile that just hooks you in. Capture the expression of the 7th person in the 5th row. Capture it. Good. Just like that. This expression is simply perfect. This is perfect. I must have these audience reactions carefully played back later. Right. Give those who are fighting a close-up, but don't show their faces. We don't want any trouble later. Focus on Wei Ming's shot. Good. Just like that. Splendid work. An excited cameraman watching the scene commented, Mr. Liu, I've been doing this for years and have never seen such a heated scene. Our TV station is saved. Just with this show, the ratings will definitely rise by at least 1 point. Another cameraman said, today was so satisfying. Thrilling. That's for sure. Lu Qixing was sweating all over. I really hit the jackpot getting Wang Hao on the show. Simply brilliant. With this program, the ratings for our other shows will definitely go up too. At that moment, another host from a different show who had come to watch the excitement took a deep breath and said, Wang Hao is just terrifying. I've been doing shows for so many years, and the start of this one is already at what once was my peak. Oh, comparisons can really kill a person. The entire backstage crew was bustling with activity. Lu Qixing was over the moon. With this show, it's going to explode once it airs. I'll eat my keyboard if it doesn't. Yes, that's it. We have to get those close-ups of the audience. Not a single exciting shot is allowed to be missed. Soon the whole show was recorded, and everyone in the room cheered. Recording success. This show is going to be a hit for sure. Quick, Mr. Liu shouted. Everyone gather in the large conference room. Get everything ready. You, and you, the 4 of you hurry. You all remember what you were told, right? The four called upon all nodded. We remember. Lu Qixing slapped his thigh fiercely. Then what are you waiting for? Go. After the recording ended, the audience began to leave, chatting as they went. The music for the male guest's entrance was so funny. I caught myself singing, bragging about lean meat. Hail to the lean meat. Bragging about lean meat. Hail to the lean meat. Wang Hao, who overheard by accident, dude, you're hilarious. Brother Hao is just unbeatable. The look on the face of the first male guest when he got hit. Ha! It was so funny. Wang Hao, who overheard by accident. It was average, nothing special. It's just damn brilliant. I can't handle it. I'll have to watch this episode several times when it's online. Wang Hao, who overheard by accident. Brother, the show's click rate is all on you. Zheng Qitian followed the crowd out of the hall, laughing as he walked. I really love this show. Makes me want to be on it too. Too bad I'm married. Wish I could be 20 years younger. Walking by his side, Sun Miaoyan chuckled and said, Mr. Zheng, I'm afraid you won't get the chance now. You've got plenty of ladies after you. Haha, just SOSO, Zheng Qitian joked. Actually, Miaoyan, you could go on it. The show is quite good, and you might find the right one if you're lucky. I'd love to, Sun Miaoyan sighed with a helpless shrug. It's just that I'm not sure if I'll get the chance. Finally, when all the audience had left, Wang Hao wiped off his sweat with relief. Finally done with the recording, not easy at all. At that moment, Xia Sueki came over. Brother Hao, go rest in the lounge for a bit. I see you're sweating. Indeed, he was tired. Wang Hao nodded. All right, let's go rest for a while. But as soon as they left the studio hall, four men came rushing over, grabbed his arms and legs without a word, and hoisted him up. Hey, hey, Wang Hao was lifted. Midair, exclaiming, what are you doing? Is this a daylight kidnapping? Xia Sueki, who was following beside Wang Hao, was stunned and speechless. The four men didn't care, carrying him straight to the TV station's 8th floor conference room. As soon as they entered the door, this guy? Bang, 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 bang. Four loud poppers went off. Confetti and paper streamers were everywhere. Mr. Liu was holding a big bottle of champagne, and, as Wang Hao entered, bang, he popped the cork, with the fierce foam spraying everywhere. Chapter 259, Brother Hao, I'm begging you. Ha ha ha. Brother Hao, you're simply a god. After popping the champagne, Lu Qixing wrapped an arm around Wang Hao, laughing loudly. With this show you've got, it's going to be a hit. A huge hit. The other TV station members also crowded around, chattering excitedly. Brother Hao, you're truly invincible. That was a phaeton. I'm dying of laughter. Talk about the literary cultivation of a qualified host. His reaction was so quick, his basics are rock solid. Every time I watch it, I'm impressed. Take a bow to you. So that's how it is. Wang Hao was still somewhat in shock. I thought they were about to carry me off to the kitchen and turn me into a barbecue pork bun. You scared me to death. Everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hao is joking. Today's program can be said to be a great success. Everyone from the TV station present was extremely excited. It would not be an exaggeration to say they had never seen a show cause such a sensation before. After all, a good show means high viewer ratings, and high ratings mean that the price of advertising can be sold for more. Advertising is the lifeline of a TV station. Only if ad slots are sold can they make money. Thus, a bunch of people came over to congratulate Wang Hao, their attitudes genuinely sincere. Holding his glass of wine, Mr. Liu looked at the lively atmosphere and was very pleased. But after being happy for a while, he felt slightly regretful. Alas, everything is great. It's just a pity we couldn't keep Mr. Zheng Qitian here. Mr. Liu took a sip of his drink and shook his head helplessly. He's the boss of a listed company, spending tens of millions on advertising a year. It's no wonder he felt it was a pity. Tens of millions in advertising fees isn't a small sum. A client like that is someone any TV station would go out of their way to win over. What a pity, it was a missed opportunity. But never mind, with Wang Hao's show being so hot, our station's overall ratings will definitely get a huge boost. Lu Qixing smiled to himself, thinking, I shouldn't be too concerned about gains and losses. If he doesn't buy, someone else probably will. But just as he thought this, he heard a knock on the door. Who could be knocking at this time? Don't they know we're celebrating? Annoyed, Lu Qixing walked over, and as soon as he opened the door, he began to rant. We're having a celebration here, can it wait? Then he froze. It's you. Standing at the door was none other than Zhang Qitian's secretary, Sun Min. Hello, Sun Miaoyan smiled at Lu Qixing. Mr. Zheng would like to see you and Mr. Wang Hao. Mr. Zheng Qitian wants to see him and Wang Hao. And he was just at the show? Holy shit, the effect of this show is incredible. Even a duck that's flown the coop can be pulled back. This is great news. Really great news. So, Lu Qixing immediately became excited, full of confidence. Of course. Lu Qixing revealed the most amiable smile. Please tell Mr. Zheng that I have a few words to say here, and please go to the reception room with Mr. Zheng and rest. We'll come to see him right after I talk to Wang Hao. All right. Sun Miaoyan smiled and nodded, then she left. After Sun Miaoyan had gone far, Lu Qixing looked around, then gently closed the door. Once the door was shut, he clenched his fists tightly and laughed loudly. Oh yeah. Ha 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 ha. What great news. Once he mentioned there was great news, all the people from the TV station present immediately became curious. What's this great news that has you so happy, Mr. Lu? Yeah. Come on, share with us. Let's all be happy too. Everybody quiet down. When the room had quieted, Lu Qixing said with a smile, here's the thing. Zheng Qitian, the president of Duobao Company, was just watching If You Are the One live, and now that the show is over, he wants to meet with me and Brother Hao. What does this mean? It means he's definitely interested in cooperating with our TV station. And he's not just anyone. He's the president of Duobao Herbal Tea. Hearing this, everyone was first taken aback, followed by cheers erupting from all around. Great news. This really is great news. Isn't it just? Duobao Company is a big corporation with a market value of tens of billions. If they partner with us, imagine how much the advertising fees will be. Ha ha ha. Our company is really going to be top-notch now. Huge. Duobao Company, HM. I've heard their advertising budget is $1 billion a year. Exactly. And then there's our TV station stock value. It's bound to skyrocket too. Everyone was cheering jubilantly, looking at the protagonist with reverence akin to worship. Such an event was truly unprecedented. At this moment, Lu Qixing pulled Wang Hao aside and said with a laugh, Brother Hao, you have got to help us close this deal today. The advertising fees are tens of millions a year. It's not a small amount. What's the big deal? Wang Hao curled his lips dismissively, getting so excited over such a small matter. We had an agreement before that I would be in charge of the advertisements for the show. You can't break that promise. Oh, I know that, Lu Qixing said, dragging Wang Hao along. Your show becoming a hit will definitely boost our TV station's overall popularity quite a bit. And if our stock price goes up too, that's no small money. Besides, he's not going to advertise on just your show once a week, right? As long as the cooperation with you is successful, we'll surely get to air some of his other time-slot advertisements as well. He wasn't wrong. After all, according to Wang Hao's intentions, If You Are the One was set to air just one episode a week for now. Naturally, if they were advertising, they couldn't possibly do it only once a day, could they? During the remaining time, they would likely choose other programs for additional advertising spots. You have a point, Wang Hao said, nodding as he stroked his chin. All right then, I'll meet with him first to see what's up. But let me make it clear, you can wish all you want, but the final decision lies with me. We can't mix this up. We had an agreement about this, right? You even put your thumbprint on it. Hee. Brother Hao, Lu Qixing pleaded, dragging Wang Hao to a corner and praying with his hands together. You know how the TV station is not doing well. This could be an opportunity for us. Mr. Zheng's industry chain under his command is extensive. For example, if he advertises his herbal tea in your show, he could arrange for ads for orange juice, green tea, and so forth in our other programs. So everything's up for negotiation. Brother Hao, I'm begging you, you must agree. This is a matter of life and death for our TV station. Please help me with this. I promise if you have any other great shows in the future, our TV station will support you wholeheartedly. Wang Hao couldn't really say much in response to that, and after some thought, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll do my best. Soon the two arrived at the reception room, and the moment Wang Hao walked in, he saw a middle-aged man around 40 years old sitting on the sofa, with a female secretary in her 30s standing beside him. It was quite usual for men in high positions to have somewhat intimate behaviors with their female secretaries in such settings, but Zheng Qitian seemed to treat his secretary with a respectful distance, which made Wang Hao regard him more highly. However, there was another person in the room that caught Wang Hao off guard. Wei Ming, who had previously been kicked out. Mr. Liu, teacher Wang Hao. As soon as they entered, Zheng Qitian was the first to stand and extend his hand with a smile. I am Zheng Qitian. Mr. Liu and I are old friends, but this is my first meeting with teacher Wang Hao. Hello. Hello. Liu Qixing and Wang Hao took their seats after shaking hands, and Liu Qixing said, Mr. Zheng, since we're old friends, I won't hide anything from you. This program was entirely planned by Wang Hao. We agreed at the time of signing the contract that teacher Wang Hao would make all decisions concerning this show. So, Mr. Zheng, you don't need to ask for my opinion. Anything you need to discuss, you can talk to him directly while I just sit back and enjoy the show. Haha. I admire your courage. Zheng Qitian gave a thumbs up to Liu Qixing. Not many people would have the guts to do something like this. Liu, you've really found a treasure. Liu Qixing smiled. Speaking of which, he was quite proud of having discovered Wang Hao's idea. Wei Ming, sitting on the side, pursed his lips. The show hadn't even aired yet. Who knew what the ratings would be? What was there to be smug about? Chapter 260. Can you guys please not treat me like air? Brother Hao, here's the thing. Zheng Qitian was also a straightforward person, not beating around the bush at all. I'm really satisfied with the program you've planned, so I'm interested in sponsoring it. The terms are very simple. Just help me promote our company's products. What do you think? Wang Hao didn't immediately answer his question, but instead chuckled and glanced over at Wei Ming sitting beside him. Mr. Zheng, could you first tell me what terms Mr. Wei is offering? From the moment he had seen Wei Ming sitting there, he knew that Wei Ming must have offered quite an advantageous deal. So, it was crucial to clarify this. Of course, to tell the truth, Wang Hao didn't really intend to sell right now. Mr. Wei has quoted a price of 110,000 per spot. Mr. Zheng didn't hide it from him, saying, for the prime time slot from 9 to 11 p.m., I think this price is quite reasonable. Indeed, that's quite a bargain. Wang Hao nodded and then pulled out his phone with a smile. Don't rush, let me do the math. 11 times 365 is equal to 4,015. Let's round it to an even number, 40 million. That is indeed no small sum. Liu Qixing thought to himself. Of course, that's the maximum discount. Otherwise, I guess it used to be at least 150,000 per spot, which would be 55 million a year. After finishing the calculation, Wang Hao put away his calculator and laughed. I know Mr. Zheng is a generous man and a big client, but, well, here's the thing. Inserting commercials in the program isn't impossible, but at present, or at least for now, I really have no plans to run advertisements. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming was immediately overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. This fool, turning down money that's being thrown at him. Liu Qixing meanwhile was sweating profusely. Brother Hao, you're my real bro. You can't do this, oh heavens. Oh, Zheng Qitian was also somewhat surprised. I can spend 40 million a year on their TV station's advertisements, which is enough to show that the price I'm offering you won't be low. Aren't you going to seriously consider it? I am seriously considering it, Wang Hao said with a smile. But as you know, the show is just finished filming and hasn't officially aired on TV yet. It's hard to say what the ratings will be. Under such circumstances, even if you really want to advertise, I'm afraid you can't offer too high a price, right? I guess I'm not wrong about this, am I? After hearing Wang Hao's words, Zheng Qitian frowned and said,